it started as most things do. Well, it started with a divorce, I guess you could say. So this is a tweet that Hunter Avallone put out on June the 7th, okay? Carissa and I have both decided to amicably end our marriage. We are still close friends with no hate in our hearts toward each other, and we share a vested interest in raising our children together in a safe environment. Thank you for respecting our privacy. Now, I'll be honest with you, when I saw this tweet, and I saw it at the time, I was like, okay, well, you know, so be it. Not really my business. Okay, not really my business. Not interested. You know, good luck to him. I don't think I even really meaningfully commented on it. Okay, but at the time, it's like, okay, marriages end, whatever, right? Marriages end, whatever. Okay. Now, Red Penny makes a good point that I was going to raise at some point. But one thing, if you kind of look through Hunter's history and his debates, just to be clear, I don't have any personal issues or beef with Hunter, okay? I'm not like an anti-Hunter Avallone person, right? I've never really had like many interactions with him. He's been on stream a couple of times. I think we've raided each other a bit. But I'm not like a massive anti-Hunter Avallone person as some other people in this situation are. Let's put it that way, okay? But one thing I think you've got to admit is that Hunter has used his marriage and his kind of trad lifestyle as an argumentation point against Red Pillars. And he's used his marriage as this kind of point of like, well, I'm living the trad lifestyle, guys, and you're not. So whilst I think that, you know, there is a level of gratuitous discussion about this, like Hunter's got to accept that he has brought his relationship into this arena by continuing to reference it as, you know, well, I'm living the trad lifestyle, guys, and you're not, you know? And I just think that it's just another example of where I think that your best bet generally, where possible, is to just like keep your private life like separate from the online situation, because otherwise you end up in this exact situation that we're going to talk about, okay? But anyway, following this tweet, there was obviously like a lot of speculation and a lot of discussion about what had happened, okay? And everyone was like, oh, what's Hunter Avallone doing? What's that about? The Red Pill people were obviously very vicious and they were talking about it and criticizing him. Obviously, they probably felt like, oh, well, hang on, this guy's been using this marriage against us and now he's splitting up. Fuck this guy, right? But that was the kind of broad thing that was happening. It was nothing that massive. There was some pretty cringe stuff that occurred, like Hunter Avallone debated someone on his divorce on his stream, and it went up on YouTube. And, you know, for me, personally, if I was getting divorced, I would just say, I'm getting divorced, legal issues, can't talk about it, and leave it at that. But for some reason, Hunter decided to, like, bring it into the public arena by, like, debating people on stream about it. But nonetheless, whatever. Even at that point, it's like, he's probably got some stuff he's dealing with, whatever. Good luck to him, okay? Right? So even then, it's like, I don't really care that much about this scenario, right? However, something then happened. A guy called Kingston Hawk, that's his name, right? Dropped a YouTube video about Carissa Avallone, Hunter's wife, soon to be ex-wife. And in this video, he claimed that basically, how do I put this? So he said there's like things being said about me that I don't like, so I'm trying to basically correct the record on that. And he then went on to like share all of these DMs between him and Carissa, which I can't go over, I can't look at them on stream, okay? Take my word for it. They're very vivacious and they're very sexual in nature, and they demonstrate and paint an extreme sexual interaction between Carissa and this guy, Kingston Hunter. Is it Kingston Hunter? I need to like pin his name somewhere. Is it Kingston Hunter? Kingston Hawk. Fuck, I keep getting it wrong. Why am I so bad with names, man? I've got some issue with my brain. Okay. So Kingston Hawk. Oh God, wait, no. Okay, that's why I'm getting confused. So Kingston Hawk reveals all of these DMs between him and Carissa, okay? And there's you know, across different platforms, but there's like massive logs on Discord of them having like a intense sexual interaction, okay? Now, I'm trying to think of how I can describe this in ways that don't limit monetization on YouTube. So YouTube, I'm doing my best here, okay? Please recognize that. But probably the biggest claim in it is that Carissa was speaking to Hunter in order to set up a interaction between herself and 6 gentlemen of a certain race. Okay? This is the Kingston, yeah. The 6 gentlemen of a certain race. And as part of this interaction with 6 gentlemen of a certain race, she would be... You know when you have too much to drink? You know when you have too much to drink and you need to, and you need to go and do your business, okay? Let's just say that the discussion was around the idea that the 6 men of a certain race would do their watery business onto Carissa. Okay, do you understand? If you don't know, if you know, you know. But if you don't know, do you understand what I'm saying to you? Okay, are you picking up what I'm putting down? Okay. Now, if you want to review the DMs, like I say, the best place to look at them is to go to that stream and my community just go over them in tame detail. They wanted to drain the snake onto her. Okay. So this was the biggest claim that was made, okay? So this guy, Kingston Hawk, she was speaking... I was up too late last night, you're right, and I've had stress this morning. So she was speaking to Kingston Hawk, and she seemed very interested in having a very intense sexual interaction with him, including sending her nudes to him. And on top of that as well, she was trying to discuss and set up a interaction between her and 6 other gentlemen of a certain race where they would drain their snakes on her as part of the other interaction where they would interlock with each other's bodies in a certain fashion. Okay, is that it? Have I explained it? Okay, I think that's TOS across the board on YouTube safe. I think we're good on that, aren't we? Oh wait, not drain their snakes as in they've had too much to drink and need to do that, not the other kind. We're not talking about the snakes spitting. The snakes aren't spitting. The snakes are, producing a higher volume of fluid of a yellow color. Okay, it's so hard to explain without just saying it. Okay, the water works. The water works. Yep, water works. Okay. So anyway, that is the claim that was made. Like I say, if you're still a bit confused, there are plenty of sources where you can look at the DMs, okay? There are plenty of sources where you can look at the DMs. Now, so Kingston Hawk came out with these claims in this video. I actually saw the video early yesterday morning when it had 200 views. I think now it's got 12,000. And also another YouTuber sent it to me and was like, hey Chud, have you seen this? What's going on? I was like, oh, and I look at it. And then I went straight to my Discord, was like, guys, have you seen this? What's this about? And this was then no one was really talking about it. So we were just having some fun, laughing about it, talking about what was going on and, speculating on what might happen and stuff like that. But then as the day went on, as people started to wake up, because obviously it was morning UK time, middle of the night American time, people started to wake up and people were sort of chattering about it here, chattering about it there. All of a sudden, everyone started paying attention to it and everyone started talking about it, right? So it became this big drama, and basically everyone was talking about the idea that essentially Hunter Avallone was getting cucked by his wife, right? And his wife, and in the worst possible way. It wasn't just oh, she slept with someone. It was she was seeking out, intense sexual interactions with multiple gentlemen of a certain race who wanted to drain the snakes on her. It was insane. And if you think about it too, it kind of validates that red pill narrative of oh, if you're blue pilled and if you're cucked, this is what's going to happen to you. Hunter Avallone has taken the blue pill and he's gone in a certain direction with his politics, and now look what's happened. So there's a lot of kind of takes like that and stuff like that, So anyway, a few more pieces to the puzzle came out as well. This included the fact that Hunter's soon-to-be ex-wife, Carissa Avallone, had an OnlyFans, which is kind of shocking in and of itself because of how much Hunter talks about them having like a trad relationship, right? But she had an OnlyFans. Not only that, but there was some analysis done by people in my Discord and certainly others, because in one of the videos of this OnlyFans, there was a gentleman of the white persuasion, and he was getting what I would call noshed off, okay? She was sucking the thing, yeah? And in the video, the white gentleman had a watch on, and this watch was cross-referenced to being the same watch that Hunter Avallone has got in other videos and pictures, okay? So to cut to the chase, there was a video which showed that Hunter Avallone, not only did Carissa Avallone have an OnlyFans account and was uploading content of her naked body and stuff, Hunter Avallone was also in it too. And this was obviously quite a surprise to everyone, because obviously Hunter has proposed to be this kind of traditional lifestyle. He's always said to Red Pillars, I've got a traditional marriage. But then there's like a secret OnlyFans account where not only is the wife on there, but he is also on there performing a sex act with the wife. So, you know, as you can imagine, like me personally, on a personal level, obviously I wouldn't personally do that. That's not my thing. However, I don't like care about Hunter doing it per se. Like, it's like, whatever you do, you live your life. But Hunter, again, has presented himself as having this trad lifestyle to all the Red Pillars. And that isn't really fitting with the trad lifestyle dynamic. So, it's a bit disingenuous, right? If you're using your kind of marriage as a prop as part of a debate to claim that you're like traditional, and then you're doing stuff like that, obviously people are not going to take very well to that from like the red pill sphere. But then the other problem that Hunter's got too is he's quite a kind of like, he comes across as a very like smug liberal when he argues with people. So of course, again, that's just another thing the red pillars are going to fucking, oh my God, the smug liberal guy that goes on about how trad he is to us and tries to dunk on Sneeko for being a cuck and tries to have a go at Andrew Tate. It turns out he's getting cut by his wife and he's got on OnlyFans and all, you know what I mean? It all just kind of ramps up, right? All just kind of ramps up, right? Now, some things that you might not have seen in the broader discourse around it. This is stuff that my community found. And this was all found by taking Carissa's porn username and looking it up on, Google. But no, it wasn't even by Google. I think they found on a Twitter account that was linked to Carissa's OnlyFans for a different name. There was a link tree. And on the link tree, there was links to like an Amazon wish list. There was a My Free Cams account. Like, the point is, it seems likely that Carissa was like trying to do a porno career on the side without telling anyone from the mainstream Twitch poll kind of space about it, right? So she had this like Twitter account where she was promoting her stuff, OnlyFans, My Free Cams, Hunter was in one of the videos. So the kind of image of this trad lifestyle was obviously just starting to kind of, crumble down as this started to come through, right? Are you with me so far? Hopefully it's making sense. How long has it been going on for? Since the date that we looked at in our community was like the 5th of May, I believe. I think the earliest instances we could find of activity on these porno accounts was on or around the 5th of May. Certainly kind of early May is the earliest that we could, we could see. So again, like whilst I've got criticisms of like some of that kind of lifestyle and it's not for me, I genuinely do think do as you wish, but you're obviously going to run into trouble if you try and present yourself as trad and you're doing this stuff on the side, right? So that's kind of where we are with it, all right? That's kind of where we are with it. People keep asking me for the links. Carissa has deleted much of the online presence for the porno stuff. I believe the Twitter account has gone. I think the OnlyFans has gone as well. And I'm not sure about the other ones. I've not looked at those. But at the very least, the Twitter and the OnlyFans, I believe, are now down. And Carissa also deleted like her main Twitter account off the back of this too initially. Okay? I could probably... Oh, the Reddit has gone too. Oh, yeah, actually, that's another point. Again, you can see that in the full stream of my community talking about it. But there were also Reddit posts from this account with the same name. So presumably, so it's the same person. And they give details about, like, her and Hunter's early relationship. So, yeah, like, it's pretty embarrassing. It's pretty embarrassing. Let's put it that way. You know, let's just say, if I was in a trad relationship... I personally wouldn't have my partner doing an OnlyFans on the side and appearing in it whilst trying to present a trad relationship to the Red Pillars. Let's put it that way, okay? Probably not a very good idea. Probably not a very good idea. Let's put it that way. Anyway. So moving on. Now, we were obviously, in my community, and other people were like being very harsh and very critical of Hunter Avallone. Okay? I personally just kind of felt bad for the guy. I was like, damn, it seems like he's being screwed over by his ex, who wanted to, like, soon to be ex-wife that wanted to go and do all this stuff. Maybe he wasn't really into it. I thought maybe, like, he didn't even know about the OnlyFans and it was like weird revenge porn stuff or something. And I thought, hey, maybe Hunter's going to stream through this and call his wife all the names under the sun and he's going to push forward and he's going to be okay. That's what I thought initially. Little did I know how badly I was coping with what was about to happen next. Because Hunter did respond. And his response, I'm sorry to say, and I think it is time to speak some plain truths about this if Hunter ever ends up listening to this. His response is one of the worst, most lackluster responses I've ever seen, and if anything, just made it worse. I hate to do this. I honestly, I'm not like an anti-Hunter person at all. I know it seems a bit harsh, but like Hunter's fucked up pretty bad here, you know? In terms of like, I wouldn't even mind if there was like a level of dishonesty or like trying to obfuscate your own errors or something like that and trying to be a bit fudging with the timelines because you're embarrassed. But it's not that the problem is he's now implicating someone else to hide his L, and I just really don't like that. I don't think that's on. I don't like the idea that this Kingston Hawk guy is kind of getting completely thrown under the bus with, in some case, unfair and unreasonable criticism just because Hunter and Carissa don't want to take the massive L that they're going to have to take on this drama, you know? But yeah, Hunter did respond and we'll go over it and talk about it, okay? So we got the Twitter Blue lengthy response here. Let's go through it. I'll just read it first of all. Let me get this straight. A random guy makes a video spreading falsehoods and revenge porn, and everyone just runs with, Hunter got cucked by black dudes. I know this would be a dream come true for all my impressionable haters, but this is just false. This next paragraph is... This is a tough one, guys. This is a tough one, I've got to say. Carissa and I did OnlyFans work together for a bit, and getting paid to have sex with my then wife is nothing short of a baller move. I don't even fuck without making money. No. What? This is just... God... I think this is a situation where you can generate sympathy for yourself because your wife has done terrible things, say. But I don't think you can lean into this. This is like, this just comes across as like very copy, you know? Like, the way that you deal with this, I said yesterday, the way that you should deal with this is just go live and say, oh yeah, my wife did terrible things to me. I didn't realize the extent of it. I was trying to be discreet about it, but now the reality is, da, da, da. But no, he's going to try and lean into it and accuse the other guy of lying and being dishonest and stuff like that, you know? So yeah, we'll run through it all. But anyway, any screenshots showing Carissa showing interest in sexual engagement with other people was after we had separated and agreed to divorce. And remember, folks, remember, this is going to be important later. And I do hate to do this. I do genuinely. It pains me. But remember, the date of that tweet was the 7th of June. Okay? The date of that tweet was the 7th of June. We'll come back to that. After we had separated, this can be verified by comparing my tweet announcing the divorce and the dates aligned on any messages. We'll get back to that. Lastly, the OnlyFans thing was meant to be anonymous. So the scumbag who made the video and spread his false narrative also violated her privacy and broke the law by spreading revenge porn. Legal action will be taken against the video producer for being in violation of Texas revenge porn laws. YouTube has already been contacted as well as law enforcement. So, one thing I will say about the Kingston Hawk video, and I think is a valid criticism, is the original video, he didn't edit the screenshots very well to completely cut out the images that Carissa had sent to him, okay? So I think that's a valid criticism. But calling it revenge porn is a stretch in my mind, because revenge porn is something where you just release the kind of pornographic imagery of an ex because that you feel that they've wronged you in some way. That generally is what most people would think of when you think of revenge porn, right? Now, I don't know what the law would say about this, but he did try to censor it. It was badly censored, and this Kingston guy's an idiot for not censoring it better. Like, he should have just put a black box over it. And I actually watched iHypocrite's coverage of this, and it's funny, even iHypocrite was like, yeah, I'm going to be honest with you guys, the pictures weren't that well censored, it's getting a bit too close to revenge porn for me. So he also put like a big black box over the DMs. So, you know, even people like iHypocrite were like, nah, that's too close to it. So I think it's valid to, you know, criticize the Kingston guy for not blocking off the DMs that he shared adequately to cover up those nudes. But I don't know if it's really reasonable to call it like revenge porn, and to try and take legal action over that. You're reaching lolcow territory, in my opinion. I think that is pretty cringe to like threaten legal action over that, you know? Thank you for the bits.
Finally show some real cuck prom?
Now, I just want to address some of the other points in here.
Without showing us how
so,
to believe you.
This is very cringe as well. The OnlyFans was meant to be anonymous. The OnlyFans, Carissa had her face out in it. Carissa had her face out. You cannot claim that you had an anonymous OnlyFans when the person doing it has got their face out. That is insane. Like, I appreciate it's difficult. I appreciate this is embarrassing and awkward, okay? But I don't like it when people, like, try and, you know, be dishonest or lie their way through things. You cannot genuinely claim that someone was trying to do an anonymous OnlyFans whilst their whole face is in it. Whilst their whole face is in it. And the thing to bear in mind as well is, you know, on the Twitter of the OnlyFans, there was like quite a few images there where you could quite clearly see her face. So I just don't, like, it sucks it got out. Like, I know it's bad for you and it's embarrassing, but I don't think you can claim it was like an anonymous thing, okay? Because the face was on there. You were trying to promote it. It just seems what's more likely, based on your actions around this, is that you were trying to keep a separation between the Hunter Avallone brand here and Carissa's other accounts, and trying to keep a separation. But I've got to be honest, on the internet, that's foolish. You're not ever going to be able to do that. If you genuinely cannot get by without setting up an OnlyFans, you're going to have to do a mask situation, or you're going to have to do shots in a certain way so the person's face isn't in it, okay? Because otherwise, all that has to happen is someone can somehow notice it and go, oh, hang on, that's that person there. You don't really have a right to anonymity if you're not making any effort to make yourself anonymous. And also, don't wear the same digital watch, because people will find that in a heartbeat, okay? Anyway, so I think that the criticism is, yeah, Kingston Hawk should have done more to censor it. Calling it revenge porn is a stretch. saying the OnlyFans is anonymous is just not true. That's bullshit. And then on top of that as well, to try and claim revenge porn is, to try and do like a lawsuit is just crazy to me. I can't imagine that's going to go anywhere. So yeah. Yeah, but it's still illegal to spread someone's nudes without permission. If you're putting your nude images onto Twitter, okay, anyone can go and retweet that. Anyone can go and retweet that if they find it. I like you. If you genuinely are concerned with people not seeing your nudes, putting onto Twitter is one of the worst things you can do. And let's be real, the reason she was doing it is because she wanted to try and promote the OnlyFans through that Twitter account. You know, so can we just stop the cope, please? Yes, Kingston was an idiot for not censoring the pictures, but this narrative that he's like a revenge porn guy and he's, you know, you should get sued for it is just ridiculous. I just don't agree with that at all. And also, the other thing too is, what falsehoods did he spread exactly? That's the other thing about this too. What falsehood did he spread? The nudes in the DMs were private nudes that she sent to Kingston Hawk, okay? But then there's other news that she put on Twitter, which were to do with the OnlyFans. Right? Does that make sense? Okay, so at this point, I'm like, bad response from Hunter. Bad response from Hunter. But, you know, let's see what happens next. And then Carissa responded. And then Carissa responded. And it got worse. Before that, though, I just want to show you this, which kind of, I think, demonstrates kind of where Hunter is at the moment with this stuff. He did like a meme about it. God. I wish I knew Hunter better so I could message him and go, dude, and like PR him a bit. I wish I could say to him, dude, you're absolutely fucking screwing this, man. Just stop tweeting, get your shit together and do a stream about it, okay? Like, you're going to have to at this point. But instead, he tried to meme through the pain, and it's just like, oh my God. I've not even got to the quote tweet to the original tweet, okay? Now, look, I disavow the far right as much as the next person. But there were some funny quote tweets, it's got to be said. There were some funny quote tweets. Oh, God, I feel terrible. It's so bad, but it's funny. I can't help it. There was, obviously the groypers are all over this, and they were quote tweeting the most insane stuff you can imagine. I've never seen such racist wojaks before. Let's put it that way. So anyway, there we go. So he tweeted this out. The truth, so this is pretty tough for me. Wow, I swear I thought Tyrone, Jamal, Washington, Daquan, and Big Tyler were just her study buddies working late at the library with her. Crying's emoji, heart, broken heart. I got to be real with you. First of all, I don't think this is the kind of thing. that you could, you know. I'm seeing members of the large autism awareness community online that you're an idiot for thinking that they would tweet out the divorce the same day it's decided, so cheating is not proven. Could you clarify the Chris? Okay. Queeman, we're going to get to that in a minute when we speak about her side of the story, okay? I don't know who you think is saying that, but I've got to be honest with you, that is a really stupid take, and you're about to feel very embarrassed by that, okay? Guys, I know this better than anyone. I've been fucking keeping my eye on this since 7 a.m. my time yesterday, okay? I've been watching every piece of information about this drip in, and I have even known of specific pieces of evidence that have had to be found to demonstrate a timeline, okay? So can we not knock it off, please? Listen, just trust me. I've got a narrative, right? I've not slept, and I'm still 20 steps ahead of you, okay? Listen, you autists. I'm 20 steps ahead of you, all right? So, anyway, he's trying to meme through it. I've got to be honest with you, right? There are some moments in your career that I think are so severe that you need to take drastic damage control steps, okay? That I don't think that you can just meme through it. One example would be that guy, JMAA, or whatever his name is, that was talked into eating his own redacted on stream. Okay? You can't just meme your way into that. You're going to have to either quit or just try and face the music and get through it as best as you can, battered and bruised at the end of it. Okay? So I just think this was a tactical PR mistake. I don't think he should have memed about it. I think he should have taken a different path, which we can get into a bit more. But anyway, that was Hunter's approach, was to try and sort of meme through it. Okay? So next up, Carissa, on this Keely Carissa account, tweeted the following out. Ultimately, I've been reminded to trust very sparingly. These events have solidified my decision to step away from the internet. And then we've got this, which has been captured. So the reason I'm pulling it off of this is because Carissa has since deleted this Twitter account. So she put out this statement about it. Also put out some further DMs with the guy, okay? And then later deleted this account. Let's see what she's got to say about the situation. Recently, there's been a lot of conjecture about the context surrounding Hunter and my separation. I'd like to provide some clarity. During the 6 years we were together, I never cheated on Hunter. For the past few years of our relationship, we had discussed separation multiple times, always for reasons that are personal and unrelated to this situation. Hunter and I had discussed and agreed to making anonymous OnlyFans content together after I had a conversation with someone I believed was an industry professional, Kingston. I viewed this as a lucrative side hustle. Kingston advised me on how to build the presence safely and anonymously. Eventually, Kingston felt like he was imparting a lot of insights to me for little in return and asked me to engage with him to a greater degree sexually. He mistook my compliance as genuine interest. During my conversations with him, he encouraged me to cheat on Hunter physically, which was a boundary I was not willing to cross. When I was considering ending things with Hunter, he tried to pressure me into waiting because he believed it would be detrimental for the OnlyFans business. So one thing to actually bear in mind with this as well is, as per Hunter's story, okay, any conversations around sexual interest happened after they decided to end things, and you can cross-reference the tweet that was dated on the 7th of June for this. However, she is presenting a different story here, okay? Bearing in mind that these interactions happened in May, and I'll provide more context to that in a minute, but she's saying that she's actually contesting Hunter's account, which is that these interactions happened after they'd agreed to split up, which was the date of the tweet, he said, the 7th of June. But she's claiming that she was engaging in a sexual conversation, but it was because she was trying to be compliant in order to gain insight into the sex worker industry. So both of those things can't be true, can they? Because obviously, if Hunter's saying any sort of sexual interest was after the tweet, after we decided to split up, and he said cross-reference the date of the tweet, which is 7th of June, how can it be that she was having a sexual conversation back then? Because that apparently didn't happen until after that tweet. Do you see what I mean? The narratives and the timelines don't add up, right? This is the problem. They've not got their ducks in a row, so their stories contradict each other now. Okay? Right? We've cross-referenced the date, and it ain't looking good. And unfortunately, it's only going to get worse from here, okay? Anyway, just the first point to note. So there's a small contradiction in the series of events here, okay? Now, let's continue on. During my conversation with him, he encouraged me to cheat on Hunter physically, which was a boundary I was not willing to cross. When I was considering ending things with Hunter, he tried to pressure me into waiting because he believed it would be detrimental for the OnlyFans business. He was unhappy when I didn't comply with either of these requests. His increasingly controlling nature throughout our conversation made me more and more hesitant to meet him and his girlfriend in person. I was scheduled to shoot OnlyFans content with his girlfriend only, but cancelled the flights and hotel. I took some time away to think through things and essentially ghosted him a bit, which led to the release of this video. Now, in the messages, and again, I haven't shown them on stream. You can go and view them in the original video. I don't see any messages unless Kingston has blocked them out, where he refers to this idea that like she's going to meet his girlfriend for an OnlyFans shoot. The conversation between Carissa and Kingston is solely focused on sexual interactions between her and him, or her and this conceptualized multi-party sex situation that was being discussed. So, you know, again, if someone was just like being dishonest to cover up their own stuff, it wouldn't be it's like, you know, people are going to do that, right? But this isn't just that. Like, she is trying to present a narrative that this Kingston guy is like a really bad dude, and he was like, you know, being pushy and being controlling with her. And I just think that trying to bring a third party in to cover you for your L is just bad. You shouldn't do that. Do you know what I mean? And when Kingston, fuck's sake, when Kingston released his video about this, he alluded to conversations being had about him that were disingenuous and painted him in like an unfair light, and that's why he was releasing it. And at the time, I was like, that sounds like cope. That sounds like bullshit. Because no one's spoken about this publicly. My best guess is what actually happened here, as a guess, is that he had some awareness somehow, maybe from behind the scenes stuff, that Carissa was trying to kind of paint this narrative about him. And that's why he released the video in kind of an effort to get ahead of it. Now, look, Kingston is like a sleazy guy. He's like a sleazy pornographer, okay? So I'm not like a pro-Kingston guy in this. He's clearly a very sleazy porn guy. But I don't think it's reasonable that Carissa went to him with such sexual aggression and attention to then walk it back and go, oh no, I was only doing that because I wanted to get in the sex industry and he was being really pushy. No, sorry, bitch. You were fucking in those DMs, okay? And you were very keen. You were very keen to talk about what was going on, okay? And again, we'll get to the timelines in a sec. But your timelines are also screwed, right? You, unfortunately, have tried to spin a web of fucking dishonesty around this, and the timelines don't add up, unfortunately. So, you know, again, terrible, terrible situation for all involved, don't get me wrong, okay? But nonetheless, it's very dishonest to try and throw this guy under the bus with a flimsy narrative that's full of holes when the timelines don't even fucking add up, okay? But we'll get to that in a sec. Regarding the rumours of Hunter's insecurities surrounding finances, this was something he was working through, something to which I was trying to be sensitive. Due to the anonymous nature of my work, there weren't many people who knew what was happening that I could discuss with how to make Hunter feel more valued. With the experience Kingston had in the industry, I mentioned it to him. After that point in time, Hunter worked through his concerns without the need for my influence. Since Hunter and I mutually came to a decision to end things, we've been attempting to find another living situation for him. While things have stable... He's getting treated... This is... Hunter, I don't know what you're doing, mate, okay? You are getting mind cucked here. You need to come out with a... You are getting absolutely fucked. I don't know whether you just believe this and you've got it wrong. I don't know what your situation is. But she is lying. She is lying in her testimony and her claims here. And I can prove that she's lying in a second, okay? She is absolutely full of shit. I don't know if you're just suckered in by it and you're trying to cope because you don't want to deal with the reality of it or what it is, okay? Stop defending this lying bitch. I know she's the mother of your kids. I know she's going to be your fucking ex-wife soon. She is lying about the situation. I don't know whether Hunter's in on it or not. I've got no idea. I can't tell that information. He could just be coping. He could be trying to cover for her because he wants to like not deal with it. I don't know. But she is being dishonest. And all of the information about this proves it. She's lying about this. Sorry to say it. Sorry to say it. She's a liar. Okay? While things have stabilized initially, there was tension as we transitioned from being married to roommates. Wanting to keep things as easy as possible, I considered expanding my work, even doing things that make me uncomfortable to expedite the process. Yes, Hunter, please make a statement so I can get more React content. Well, yeah, obviously I want to react to it. Hopefully you understand that already. But what I'm saying is true. She's lying. Hunter is either knowingly covering the lie in order to like throw this guy under the bus so he doesn't have to deal with the L, or he genuinely believes what she's saying and he's just getting wrapped up in it because of his emotional connection. Where am I wrong in what I'm saying, though? You're acting like I'm a bad guy here, okay? Which, sure, I'll take that to a degree. But nothing I'm saying here is wrong. She's a liar. It's just plainly correct that she's lying about this, okay? Because let me ask you this. If she genuinely stood by this statement, why did she delete the entire Twitter account that she posted it on? If she genuinely stood by this? Maybe we'll get to find out why that is in a second. Anyway, following this statement, she then released this, which was a screenshot of DMs between her and Kingston, which presumably are trying to back up the narrative that she's painting here about encouraging retreats, boundaries, you know, how he was being pressuring and stuff like that. Let's have a little look at this, shall we? So this is on the 15th of May, again, weeks before the 7th of June tweet, which according to Hunter is the point at which you could cross-reference their relationship coming to an end. And that's Hunter's words, not mine, okay? So these are the messages. Kingston Hawk, I just think you have internal conflicts that you should be past at this point. Question marks. One of the biggest mistakes I see people make is not being honest about what this is and their role in it. It's the same mistake I made for years. Oh, is this about the exploitation convo? You feel like I'm lying to myself, that I'm not part of a larger exploitative system. No, it's about you being scared anytime I want you to entertain me sexually. Well, pretty damning, hey? Looks like we got a pushy, unreasonable pimp on our hands, okay? However, Kingston responded. And he said the following. So Kingston responded to these tweets with the following. Why are you trying to misrepresent things when you know I'll just put out the entire logs? Oh no. This was an example of me repeatedly making sure you were cool with the nature of your sexual relationship given you were married, which you reassured me you were repeatedly. This is what I don't get. I said this in my Discord and I'll say it again now. Why on earth would you dishonestly present screenshots, and I've got evidence here that this is a dishonestly edited screenshot that we just looked at. Why would you do that when the ghetto gaggers are waiting in the shadows to step out and reveal you? Why would you dishonestly edit screenshots like this? I don't understand it. What I do is a woman lying and being bad at it and doing it terribly and trying her damnedest to edit it in such a way to make her look good, even though there's absolutely no way she can come out of this looking good. So, he then responded further. A little more context, and I cropped it for her protection. Again, Kingston Hawk is a total moron, and for some reason doesn't seem able to just block out images of like potential nude stuff and potential, you know, sex images, so I've had to do it on his behalf, okay? So that is my biggest criticism of Kingston. Just put a black box. Just put a black box over the image. That's all you've got to do, okay? Anyway, a little more context, and I cropped it for protection. I was flirting with her while getting my dick sucked. She didn't respond fast enough, so I ignored her for a day. She wanted to know what was wrong. I said, if you ain't down, let me know and we'll dead it. With some screenshots. Now again, this tweet is still up if you want to go and look at those in full. But what I want to show you here is the sheer level of dishonesty that Carissa Avallone is engaging in, okay? So, notice here, no, it's not about you being scared anytime I want you to entertain me sexually. So this has been cropped at this point, and it's to try and present an impression that Kingston is like being pushy and she's not like engaging in the conversation with him, okay? Here's his screenshot, which shows you the next bit of the conversation. So you see here, no, it's not about being scared anytime I want you to entertain me sexually. So that's where it cuts off here on Carissa's presentation of the DMs. The very next messages, she says, the very next messages sent immediately, pretty much same minute, she says, oh, does this help? And she sends a video of her sucking a penis. The dishonesty is off the charts. The dishonesty is off the absolute charts on this one, okay? Just after she's cut it off here to present him as some pushy guy, she's sending a video of her engaging in a sexual act. Like, the dishonesty is palpable. It's insane. Well, you don't actually see the shaft. You just see the top of her head. But for the sake of decency, okay, I've done my best to cover it up. And obviously there's other messages you can look at too, okay? This, however, is where we reach the second point of dishonesty. And honestly, I think this is shameful that Carissa is trying to lie through her teeth and spin a web of lies to cover up for the crazy shit that she's been doing, okay? She's trying to throw this guy under the bus. She's trying to digitally hang him. Right? Yeah, he's a seedy guy. He's a seedy pornographer. But that's what you wanted, Carissa. You were fucking in his DMs begging him for this shit. You were sending him videos of you noshing off someone else, okay? You know, person non-defined. And then you want to act like you're the victim. It's total BS. It's total BS. She's not the victim in this at all. It's just lie after lie after lie. Notice, okay, and this is again where I then start to think, well, is Hunter just joining in on the lies? Because Hunter claimed that these sexual interactions happened after they split up. And you'll remember that in his tweet, he said that the date that he announced the marriage is when you would cross-reference that date, which was the 7th of June, when he tweeted out that the marriage was coming to an end. Okay? Now, as you can see, these messages predate that tweet. These messages predate that tweet, which is the 15th of May. So she was having these interactions, including sending a video of herself sucking a penis on the 15th of May to Kingston Hawk. All right? God, I hate to do this. I really hate to do this. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. There's another piece to the puzzle that we need to talk about here, okay? So you notice that these messages were sent on the 15th of May, okay? If you look at the original DMs that were shared in the Kingston Hawk video, you'll notice the date on these, okay, is the 24th of May. Oh, hey, Hunter, how's it going? Oh, boy. I don't know, mate. I don't know if you're being taken in by the lies or what. I want to defend you because I think you've been fucking victimized here. Okay? But Carissa's lying about this. Anyway, the 24th of May, you can see here, this is when she was having the extremely lascivious sexual conversation with the Kingston guy on the 24th of May. Okay? Right? And these messages are from the 15th of May. And Hunter claims that the 7th of June is the date they split up based on when he tweeted out about the divorce. Okay? Hunter, oh my God. Dude, what are you doing? Why do you want to call in? It's great content. It's great content. But is that really the best thing for you? Is that really the best thing for you? Okay. If you want to call in, you can call in. If you want to call in, you can call in. Okay? Let me just finish this point because this is an important one. This is kind of the crescendo point that I wanted to make, okay? The final point I wanted to make about this, just to demonstrate how totally fucked all of these timelines are, okay, is Carissa was messaging this guy on the 15th of May and was also messaging him on the 24th of May. So the DMs that she shared to claim that Kingston was being like pushy and demanding were on the 15th of May, yet she continued to talk to him up until like the 24th of May, as per the original DMs, okay? Now, you may be thinking, well, sure. Maybe Hunter tweeted out on the 7th of June to say that about the divorce, but maybe they'd agreed to split up ahead of time. And maybe this is just after they'd agreed to split up, but before Hunter had announced it. There's a problem with that, though. There is a problem with that. And I present to you my final piece of evidence in this case. Hunter, if you're watching, I feel terrible about this, but the truth must prevail. This is a tweet from May 20th. So this was tweeted out between the 15th of these messages and between the 24th of May. The messages here of her in Kingston. These messages, I presume, are to Hunter. What to say when there's a spider you need quickly killed by your man. Okay. Guess whose favourite colour I'm wearing? And this is a picture of her in lingerie. I'm coming up right now. So the claim is that Carissa, there was no cheating going on, but yet she was engaging in this sexual conversation with this Kingston guy on the 15th and later on the 24th of May, in between which she was sending these messages to Hunter, which seemed to suggest a sexual interaction between the two of them on or around May 20th. I mean, the timelines are totally fucked. Someone is lying. Someone is being dishonest in all of this, okay? Carissa has since deleted her account where she posted the story that she put, including the DMs that she shared. So, I don't know. At this point, I know Carissa's definitely trying to be dishonest and manipulate the timeline, okay? Hunter is either getting taken in by it, or he's covering up because he's embarrassed about his own scenario in it. That's where I am with it. Hunter, let's talk. Let's talk, okay? Where are you? Where are you? Are you on my Discord? This is going to be a very interesting conversation, isn't it? This is going to be a very interesting conversation. I'm sure no one's going to listen to this, so, you know. Wait, what are you saying? You're going to have to come on another... Oh, no, he's not coming on. He's not coming on. I'm going to see an apartment soon. I didn't expect you to have me on. I can come on again soon. Okay. Chud dropped the bag. He only asked to come on 5 minutes ago. What do you mean? I was in the middle of this. I had to finish my point, didn't I? Look, okay. Obviously, I wanted to bring you on to say your piece and for the content. My advice, honestly, as much as I want to have you on for the content, go and get your fucking ducks in a row, because clearly you must see from what's been explained here that someone is not telling the truth. How can it be that you're saying that she wasn't cheating on you whilst at the same time she was having sexual conversations before you announced your marriage, and in between having these sexual conversations, she was also messaging you messages to say, hey, come on, let's get jiggy on the 20th of May. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I feel bad about this, obviously, but it seems pretty obvious that there's dishonesty occurring here. There's no way that all of these narratives can make sense. We're not on a fucking Terminator movie, okay? These narratives can't all make sense. And look, I don't want to... I feel so bad about this. It's terrible. Should have swooped in on it. Guys, okay, can we stop the cope? Can we stop the cope, okay? Hunter was happy to come on, and then 2 minutes later, he was saying, oh no, I've got to go and look at an apartment, okay? Like, what do you mean? What was I supposed to do? I had to finish what I was presenting to you. That fucking tweet was a critical piece of information that I had to show you all. You revealed it too early. I didn't expect it to come in, did I? I wanted to finish the presentation that I had. How did I let him off the hook? I fucking just explained how people are lying. I didn't do anything wrong, okay? I hate getting blamed for things I didn't do. I was just, listen, I was literally at the end of my thing. It was like literally 2 minutes I was talking for, and then he goes, oh, I've got to go and see an apartment. I've not fumbled anything, you guys are so annoying. You've got to be shitting me. BX Beast Boy. BX Beast Boy. Oh no, 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 I can't. You got debating the creep crushing on my wife from BX Beast Boy. And then BX Beast Boy commented on this, and he's obviously covered the recent stuff that's happened.
Damn, it sounds like you're really insecure, dude. You're really insecure. And why are you sending your bitch out to go do battles for you?
So can I answer now, please?
No.
So,
Yes, answer everything I just said. Answer everything.
okay, so first and foremost, I did not send my wife out to do anything for me. She
No! Why is this still up online? Why is this still online, dude? What?
out of her own volition, decided to ask you if you would like to talk to her because of the way that you had been consistently degrading towards her. So there was that fact of the matter. Then when you say, my kids won't respect me, this is what I mean with you desperate for a got you and a roast. And so what you do is you, hey,
stop crying.
so what you do
You're
is
sensitive.
you're
sensitive.
25 seconds. All right, so we timed it. That was 25 seconds. That was 25
Stop being
seconds.
so sensitive.
I have it
That
timed.
was 25 seconds.
I have it
25
timed.
seconds. I'm gonna mute you again. That was 25
No,
seconds.
25 seconds that I was able to
25
speak
seconds, I'm gonna
uninterrupted.
mute you again. 25 seconds.
Oh, wait, I need
I mean, I'll bet you.
25 seconds I was able to speak uninterrupted.
If I counted how long I got to speak without you interrupting me, it would be less than that, bitch. That's a fact.
Okay.
You can frame
So
it however
for
you
25
want to,
seconds,
your
I had an
audience.
uninterrupted
Wait, hang on.
chunk of time.
Stop
I would
being
like
a
to,
pussy.
I would like to
Stop
get back
being
to
a
what I was
pussy.
saying. So,
Stop being a pussy.
wait, aren't you the one who leaves if I dare mute you? You're the pussy
Yes,
here,
because
so
that's
shut the
me.
fuck up.
No, you-
Also,
you
I
want
think
to
it's
stay
really,
here as you-
isn't it
Hold
funny
up,
that
hold
you,
up, hold up.
wait, isn't it funny
Hold
that you
up.
call people the thing you're never gonna get, pussy? You know how you're such
I get-
you're a fucking creepy ass incel?
Yes.
Oh, no. No, 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 no.
I deleted all my tweets because I didn't need to contribute to the fire or furthering of falsehoods. Here's the true chain of events. My wife planned to attend an interracial, no turndowns, piss-friendly gangbang where 5 black men would take turns rearranging her insides. I want to stress that despite my wife telling her bull that I was a two-pump chump and unable to satisfy her, I am still better than the average beta cuck Nazi losers making jokes at my expense. Despite the fact that many of them have never talked to a woman in their lives, they feel compelled to judge me or my wife by how many men she can satisfy at once. At the end of the day, this has taught me a valuable lesson about how quickly rumors can spread and how fast many people are willing to throw you under the bus. This has also taught me to be even more
I
sparing
can't
with the people
breathe.
whom I trust.
I can't fucking breathe. Okay, let me show you. I can't fucking breathe, dude. I can't fucking breathe, man. No, come on, dude. I'm in fucking literal tears. Oh, my chair's fucking up. I'm in literal fucking tears. Oh my god, man. There's no way. Oh. Oh. Oh.
I deleted all my tweets because I didn't need to contribute to the fire or furthering of falsehoods. Here's the true chain of events. My wife planned to attend an interracial, no turndowns, piss-friendly gangbang where 5 black men would take turns rearranging her insides. I want to stress that despite my wife telling her bull that I was a two-pump chump and unable to satisfy her, I am still better than the average beta cuck Nazi losers making jokes at my expense. Despite the fact that many of them have never talked to a woman in their lives, they feel compelled to judge me or my wife by how many men she can satisfy at once. At the end of the day, this has taught me a valuable lesson about how quickly rumors can spread and how fast many people are willing to throw you under the bus. This has also taught me to be even more sparing with the people whom I trust.
There's no way, man. It is just. That was one of the funniest things I've ever listened to on stream, honestly. That was hands down one of the funniest things I've ever listened to on stream. Oh my god. That is just I don't know if the author wants to be revealed just yet, but yeah. Hey!
Hey yo.
Oh fuck, I need to listen, I'm thinking it's okay. And it is just okay. Anyway, guys, listen, come on. Let's stop fucking around. Let's get back to Hunter debating a black guy about a black guy that had a crush on his wife, okay?
I'm such an incel. I get no.
Oh, yeah, he admits it. There we go, guys. Hey.
Oh, yes. I'm so desperate. Oh.
Clip it, guys. He just admitted to being an incel, finally. The first true thing this little bitch face has ever said.
No, that wasn't true at all. But if you clip
No, it wasn't true, fam. No, fam.
Yeah, you interrupted me.
Yo,
25
fam.
seconds. You interrupted me. 25 seconds.
Dude, I don't have to respect you, dude. I'm just here to troll you, bro. I'm just here to troll you.
I'm down.
I'm just trolling you, bro.
I'm down.
Dude, if you're gonna be disrespectful, I'm not gonna be respectful towards you, fam. Yo, fam, what's wrong, fam? Yo, fam.
Listen, the difference between me and you, I'm not gonna cry about it.
Fam a lamb.
Every time I have to talk about this person, it makes me regret that I live on the planet with this person, that I share oxygen with this person. Yeah, well, for the sake of TOS, I will not express my true feelings about this individual. This is somebody who you guys have heard before named BX. Beast Boy.
Stepping into the ring with a ghetto
I
gagger.
wish I didn't have to talk about this guy, but apparently, I think I have finally figured out why this guy is so incredibly obsessed with me. Now, keep in mind, there's a difference between, like, making a couple videos over the months about somebody, and you're bashing them or attacking them. That's fine. Okay, cool. I do it too. But, like, this motherfucker makes a new video about me almost every other day, it seems. At first, I was thinking, maybe this absolute subhuman piece of fucking trash just doesn't like me because he's, upset that either I am smarter than him or that he tried to debate me that one time and couldn't do anything except scream and literally couldn't let me talk. Maybe he's mad that I called him out for saying that women who use protective measures like that special condom invention to protect themselves from rape are terrible and deserve to go to prison for life.
Wait and exhale. Like I don't really understand that. Hunter is a really, really sick dude. He's a sick dude. I don't know about Rose Mullet. I don't know her enough to give a full opinion on her, but I don't disagree with the statement. This is evil, and any woman with this device should be sentenced to life in prison. Yeah, that is sick. That's sick. Bare minimum, they need to go to a insane asylum. I just don't think they should be out here in these streets.
So who knows? There's a lot of reasons that he probably doesn't like me, all of which are probably incredibly stupid fucking reasons because he's a stupid fucking person. But either way, that's aside the point. And then I thought maybe, just maybe, like, this guy is gay and he has a crush on me or something. Nothing wrong with being gay, by the way. But now I figured it out. I know why this guy has such a massive hate boner for me. It's because he doesn't have a boner for me. He's got a boner for my fucking wife. So
Why is this still up? Why? Why is this video still on the fucking internet, Ron? I can't fucking take it anymore. Dude. I can't fucking take this shit no more. Okay, come on, let's crack on.
So he hates me because I'm married to a hot babe and he apparently has a crush on my wife. This video was 6 days ago. Hunter Avallone Drama is insane.
No.
And it's 42 minutes, and I'm not going to sit through and suffer through 42 minutes of this degenerate going, fam, yo, fam, what's up, fam? Yeah, fam.
Dude, what? Yo, what the... Seems like even back then, Hunter had like some sort of deep-rooted issue with black men and wanted to imitate their voice. I wonder what that's based on. I wonder where that comes from. Interesting. This is just, honestly, I'm not even a red pill dude. I'm being nice. I'm actually being nice. Listen, imagine a fucking red pill guy watching this background. Fuck me. Ooh. I wonder if Hunter wants to come on stream and talk about this. Okay, I'm not nice. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Dude, what do you want from me? What do you actually want from me? Tell me what to do. Should I stop? Should I stop watching? This is in the public interest.
Fam, yo, fam, yo, I have a joke, fam. Like, this dude actually claims to be a comedian. but that is a lie, okay? Totally a lie. Even if he did successfully graduate clown school, it doesn't matter. He is unfunny, he is degenerate, he's a piece of shit, and because I never laugh or even crack a fucking smile, when I dare to subject myself to the torture that are these guys.
I've definitely, listen, I've got to hold my hands up here as well, okay? I've definitely been like a bit smug and a bit of a when I've debated people, for sure. I think I definitely was influenced by, back in 2019 when I started, certain kind of like, Voshisms, debate styles, stuff like that. But over time, I have genuinely learned, if you want to have a conversation with someone, you were still on this dog shit drama. Yeah, I am. Like, what? What do you mean still on this dog shit drama? I'm like, what the fuck? You're fucking nuts. Like, this is fucking gold.
Videos, quote unquote, I never laugh. I never chuckle. I get nothing out of it. There is no way that this motherfucker is a comedian. And this is when he fucking starts simping hardcore. He is like a simp for my wife. Man, it's all coming together. It's all so creepy. He hates me because it seems he has a major crush on my wife, and he's against women protecting themselves from rape. And he has a major crush on my wife. Holy shit. I'm going to make sure that my wife from now on is carrying pepper spray everywhere she goes in case this fucking bitch jumps out from behind the curtain.
Oh, the black guy's going to rape your wife, is he, Hunter? Is that what's going on? Is that what's... Well, she might claim that after the fact, but according to my sources here, she would be a very willing participant. I can't tell you this, man. This is ridiculous.
And tries to fucking attack her.
How's your wife doing, man? Yo, I seen the picture of his wife.
She should carry a bottle of lube instead. Oh my god, this is too good, man. Holy fuck.
No. Let me just say this. She deserves better, Hunter. She deserves to be with somebody that's not a bitch.
Dude, he's like, I'm a nice guy, Carissa. Carissa, please, I'm nice. Why do they always turn down us nice guys for the mean asshole jerks? Why, man, why?
I probably could just pull a picture up real fast, fam. I always said she's a public figure too, but she dead really is. Like, she go to events and shit. She really be out here. She really be out here.
This is not aging well. Yeah, this is aging like a bottle of milk that's been left out in the sun for an entire fucking summer. Dude, that's a fucking understatement, man. Oh my god, what is going on? I'm just losing it over this.
In these streets. I'm about to put a picture of her. Hold on, let me see.
So first of all, this dude sounds drunk as fuck. And also, I'm not laughing because I haven't heard him in a little while. Second of all, like, you sound so creepy whenever you start talking about my wife. You're like, your wife deserves better, Hunter. Oh yeah, I'm sure she really wishes she had a big, tough, strong man who hides behind a fucking loser-looking avatar on YouTube. Oh man, clearly I see this they must have a big dick, you know that? Because they're using a fucking MS Paint version of an icon.
Come on, dude! Come the fuck on, man! This is... I can't say this. This is too much. I'm overdosing. I'm fucking overdosing on this content, man. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. Oh, fuck me, man. Has anyone watched this on stream yet? Has anyone actually watched this on stream?
Oh man. Holy shit, dude. This guy must be so hung.
I think this is her. Hold on. Wait, is that her bending over? Oh!
What?
Wait, all right. Wait, hold on. Yeah, she's a puppet fake because he's put pictures of her out apparently.
Wait, where do I have a picture of her bending over?
This shit looks fake. Yo, wait, nah, man. I don't know. That's her bending over like that. Yo.
Uh-huh.
Oh man. Hey man, listen. This is her. She could do better, bro.
You guys, I literally just over Discord. I said, "Oh, what is what is this?" Happy Father's Day, Hunter. Happy Father's Day. Oh, okay. Come on. I need to. I can't. I'm literally. This is like super. This is like corpsing. I'm getting to corpsing levels. This is ridiculous. Come on. I need to get with the fucking. I need to get with it.
She can do better
Fuck
than
me.
you.
Oh,
She can do way better.
you're
This
right.
whole
That's why
makeup
last
on?
time we had sex, she was going, "Oh, BX Beast Boy. Oh, Hunter, can you pretend to be a BX Beast Boy? I want to pretend that you're an insane virgin weeb. Please, Hunter. Oh."
There you go. Yeah, that's Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found this one. I'm gonna just turn off the camera real quick. Yo, fam, where's my lotion, fam? Yo, fam, where's the lotion in the tissues, fam? Yo, fam, look at Hunter Avallone's wife, fam. Yo, fam.
Oh man, niggas, she alright. I'm about to DM your wife. Yo, listen. Why you doing this to yourself? You know you're way better than this guy. You think this the best you could do? Come on, girl. Come on, man. Might have to put her on the team. Might have to admit, put her on a team. Y'all know.
This is actually really creepy. Like, if you make one or two remarks that, like, my
No.
wife is hot, cool. Like, I already know that anyway. But, like, for you to start basically making a 42-minute long simp video where you're just like, oh, she deserves so much better, man. Dude, chill the fuck out, fam. And stop being a creepy fucking pervert, man.
So I don't mind calling him out his fucking name. I don't mind telling him how I'll break his wife back, give her what she really need, huh? That's some real man loving. Real.
Oh my god. That's just fucking gross, dude. You're like fantasizing on camera. Oh my god, this guy is insane. He's off the hinges. He's like, Hunter says disgusting things. So now I'm gonna talk about how I fantasize about raping his wife, haha. Trust me, no real man would ever talk about a woman like that publicly, my dude. Alright, what's up? The man, the myth, the legend, BX bitch boy, right here. Loud.
Hey,
loud.
what's up, pussy?
Oh,
If you thought that you was going to insult me and this conversation was going to go well, you were out.
no way. He's got that energy. Oh my god. He has got that fucking exaggerated swagger of a black bull about to dick down his wife. I'm sorry to say it. I know that sounds racist. Come on, though. You know I'm fucking right. You know I'm fucking right, okay? Jesus.
What's your fucking mind? I'm going to just throw back the same energy you throw me. What's up, pussy? How you doing, bitch?
Sure. Well, hold on. I really haven't thrown that much of that kind of energy at you yet.
Call me a bitch boy.
Meets
You're a
his
pussy
master.
boy. Now continue. You have any questions?
The cock meets his master. I can't do this, man. It's just too much. There's only so much a man can take. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. It's just, then what even is there to say? That's the beautiful thing about it, right? You don't even need to say anything. You can just watch it, and it writes itself. It just writes itself.
Questions or anything?
Yeah.
Because I got some.
Yeah. My first question being, why do you feel the need to continuously try and attack my family as far as
I think you're
my
a pussy.
wife?
I think your
Hold
whole
on, wait.
family
You need to be quiet so I can finish my question. So, when you are consistently lusting after my wife on stream, and then
How many questions you got? That sound like more than one.
I'm talking about your overall attacks on my family.
All
and
right,
you
so
can
ask
answer.
the fucking question then, bro.
My
Ask the
question is,
question,
why
bro.
do you feel the need to continuously attack both my parenting abilities? You've shit on my kids recently, and you've also been crapping on my wife and lusting after her. It's very creepy.
That's insulting. Okay. I would never lust after that dusty ass bitch, bro. Let's just be clear.
I thought you said she
as far
deserves
as
better.
You're supposed to let me finish, right?
Wait, I thought that
I just let you talk, right? I just let you talk, right? Why you cutting me off?
Okay. All right.
I'll answer your questions. Let's do this respectful, unless you just a huge pussy. Okay, now
It
I
hurts.
talk about your
It
parenting
hurts.
because your parenting seems like it might suck, and I don't think that your kids will respect you because you're a cuck and not a man. As far as your bitch, I just like disrespecting her because I like it, and it makes you mad. And also, like, now it's time for me to ask a question. Didn't you insinuate, or not even insinuate, you said that I wanted to hop out some bushes and grab your wife and rape her. Why is she contacting me after you think that? Why is she?
What?
You trying to talk to me after you think I'm gonna grab out some bushes and rape her?
I don't remember ever saying that. I think I probably.
You definitely said
Hey,
that.
shh, be quiet, pussy. I think that maybe.
Nah,
be quiet,
we're
pussy.
not doing
Hey,
that.
pussy,
If you're
shut
not
it.
gonna be
Shut up,
respectful,
pussy.
I'm not gonna shut it. You gotta be
Okay,
respectful.
wait, dude. You just called
Be
my
respectful
Hold on,
first,
wait.
dude.
You just called
It
my
was facts.
You just
I
called
said
my. All right,
facts.
you're muted. You just called my wife a dusty ass bitch. You're not gonna come on here and now try and demand civility politics. And then he left. What a fucking bitch. He comes on here, calls my wife a dusty ass bitch, and then now is demanding respect. Oh my god. All right, BX, join one more time. I'll try not to mute you this time, but you gotta stop talking so we can each take a turn. Okay? Go ahead. You can come back. Come on back, buddy. I was about to ask you about what you said also, since you said that my parenting seems to suck, which is actually what we were going to talk about today. Okay, good. He's back.
Like, Hunter's there going, Hunter's there going, yeah? You fucking, you black bastard, you'd fucking rape my wife, give it half the chance, right? And when he gets into the call, he's like, oh, let's be civil about this. Yeah, I need to just...
Hello.
Hey, why would I continue to be on the stream if you're gonna mute me?
Because
If you
you
out,
ask
that's it,
questions
bro.
and then
We can have a
okay,
conversation.
that's fine, but you need to also let me respond, okay? So there's two things that I want to say here, please.
Cutting me off now.
The-
You're right now. If you want me to respect you and not cut you off, you have to do the same. 'Cause I
Okay,
let
but
you
you
talk.
realize that you can't
I
demand.
let you talk,
This is what
though.
I'm asking you for. You don't understand. Do you understand that when you demand respect from me, but you just called my wife a dusty ass bitch? That's
You
some
started
kind
off
of-
the stream by calling me BX bitch boy, bro.
That's
If you're
your
not gonna
name.
respect me. All right, so your wife's a dusty bitch. What the fuck are you talking about?
But the
Wait,
difference
if
is
you're gonna
that
disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect you
no,
and your
the
whole
difference
dusty family. Nigga.
the
The fuck
difference
you
is
talking
that. Excuse me.
Show respect to me,
The
and then I'll
difference
do the
is-
same, bro. I said that from the beginning. If you
Okay,
can't do
calm
that,
down,
then
dude. You
cool.
sound very soy right
I'm
now.
not.
The difference
no,
is that
definitely
you're
not. You
insulting
don't
my.
upset me, pussy.
See, this is
The
what I
fuck
mean.
are you talking about?
Oh, I
No,
don't
you
want to
can't
upset you.
insult
Oh, what are you gonna
someone.
do? What are you gonna do?
You can't
Ooh.
insult. I
Oh,
said
no.
you can't upset me, stupid. Also, I said you can't insult someone and then get mad when they insult you back. That's so dumb. Like you're a fucking bitch by doing that. If
Okay,
you're gonna fucking
here's
speak to someone a certain way, then they're gonna speak to you back to somebody. Don't be like,
I
oh, bitch, and
understand
all this
that,
other
but do you
shit.
see
And
how
then
you
the moment
don't?
you're
Do you
cutting
see
me
how
off,
right
you're
now you
cutting me
won't
off.
stop talking? Because
Right
you
now,
haven't even
you're
let me
cutting
talk
the
this
fuck
entire
off,
time.
Stupid. Yeah, I absolutely
You won't let me
did.
talk, stupid.
I absolutely did. Rewind this shit.
Wait, I was about to
Me being
ask you-
quiet and let you talk.
I was about to
No,
ask you a
nigga.
question, and you're not
The
letting me.
fuck? The moment you disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect you back.
Okay,
that's it.
that's
Just
fine.
man up and take it.
You can
All right, it's
disrespect
fine?
me, but it's
All right, so
not
stop
respectful
bitching.
to not-
So stop bitching.
Okay,
So
then
bitching
stop. Then
All right,
shut
cool.
the fuck up.
Okay, I need some serious analysis because otherwise I'm going to fucking lose my mind. It's the fact that he's so aggressive about this elitist standards. That's really why this kind of trash fire is so satisfying. And it's why Hunter can't climb out of this without humility. I mean, I've seen some of the stuff that he's been doing. Okay. He has been this is such an obnoxious performance from him. Right? You don't get to go around acting this fucking obnoxious and not come out with what's come out with without getting some fucking scrapes and getting some licks, because this is fucking nuts, man. He's fucked it here. He fucked it years ago, probably. He fucked it years ago. Like, smugly debating a black guy about whether or not he wants to rape your wife only later for all this to come out. It's just, this should have been taken down instantaneously. I do not fucking know why Hunter has let this video remain on the internet.
up so I can actually
eat
get a
a
word
dick. Eat
in.
a
So
dick.
here's
You
the
don't fucking
question.
talk to me like that,
Dude,
pussy.
no,
What the
I
fuck
will
is wrong
talk
with
to you however I want,
You're
you
gonna mute me
fucking
like a little
pathetic
bitch.
piece
You're
of
gonna
shit.
mute me like a little bitch because you can't have a
No, I
conversation.
won't mute you because then you'll
cut
just
me
run
off
away
and
again
then
like
cry
a
when I do it to
cunt.
you.
No,
You
then
cut
you'll
me
just
off
run
and
away
then
again.
cry. You're
You'll
gonna
just
mute
run
me.
away again.
Why the fuck would I stay here if you mute me?
You gonna run? You gonna run? Are you
Why
crying
would
right
I
now?
stay here? You're not gonna answer the
You
question.
soy? Are you soy?
Why? Yes, I'm so sorry.
Do you need to go back to your safe space?
This
Fucking
is like
pussy?
a shit test. This
What
is
a
like
pussy.
a shit test that women test you.
What a pussy,
when women
dude.
test you, that's what you do. You're acting
What a
like a little
pussy.
bitch right
Holy
now.
shit.
Are you not able to have a conversation? Yeah, because I know you're not
You
able to
won't
take
stop
shots.
talking and let me get a
The
fucking
moment
question
you
in.
disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect you back. Shut the fuck up and actually be cordial, and then maybe I'll stop.
Okay.
But if you throw an insult, I'm gonna insult you back. And then
Okay.
how am I a bitch if you're muting me? I ran after you muted me?
Because you're not
The
letting me
fuck?
talk. Well, usually
So
when you
stop
don't.
muting me.
Okay.
Stop muting me and
Okay.
I'll let you go.
I'm not gonna mute you. I'm trying to get a
Okay.
word in though.
Go ahead.
So
And if
you say
throw an
that.
insult, I'm gonna throw one back.
Okay. So you say that my parenting seems to suck. Now, that's what I mean right off the bat, is that is a very sort of personal dig where one,
off
you
the
have
bat?
no understanding of anything. And two, the difference is that I tend to insult you. You are insulting me and my family. Do you see the difference
what?
there?
No difference. You insulted my family as well.
When did I insult your family?
You didn't, when we had our first conversation, do you have a dad? How's your mom? You started bringing up family.
What?
No way. No way did he bring up the fucking dad for shit. And oh no, Hunter. Oh dear.
Isn't that because
Stop
you
bitching.
first started trying to
No, you did
throw
it
that at me
first.
first?
You did it first.
Oh,
Okay, well, either way, there's
Nigga, if
just
you
there's
did it, then
there's
shut
a
up.
difference
Nigga,
between
that's
making
it.
fun of somebody like hypothetically, like how's your family, LOL, and then you actually like targeting my wife specifically or targeting.
oh no. Now that Hunter, my boy. Hunter. Okay? I gotta be honest with you. I have got a much more. This is just, unfortunately, this is chickens coming home to roost scenario. That's what it is. Still feel bad for him. Still think it's shit he's got to deal with this. But he is also, this level of obnoxiousness is going to end badly. Let's put it that way. Okay?
My kids.
Your wife
I mean, the last
contacted
video you did was
Wait. Listen,
trying
did
to
you hear
say
that?
that I was my kids.
Your wife
I mean, the
contacted
last
me.
video you
wife contacted me.
did was trying to say that I was a bad parent because my daughter came in the room when I was streaming when
caught
it
an
was
attitude.
she was an hour. Yes, this is why I know you don't have kids, is because it's not bad parenting for me to get mildly frustrated when my child interrupts my work when she's
lost
up
your shit
an hour past her bedtime. So for me,
Oh no. More foreshadowing. Chekhov's gun. It's fucking Chekhov's gun. Because obviously Carissa criticized Hunter in some of the messages for like not being able to look after the kids properly. No. Is there any evidence of his wife cheating on him outside of sending nudes and sexting? There's not, but it's quite funny that in the midst of what we're doing, your main concern is, but was that actually cheating though? Like, dude.
for me to say like,
It's
Rose, come on, it's time to go back to sleep. Come on, that's not anything. That's just called being a parent.
I don't think that's exactly what you did. You're framing that to make it seem like, oh, I didn't do anything that bad. You were talking a bunch of shit about me, cursing and all this other shit. Your fucking kid came in. He was like, you're gonna disturb me from talking shit about BX Beast Boy.
No, I didn't.
I think
I didn't
that's
say
lame,
that.
bro. I think that's lame.
I'm gonna go ahead and
bro.
just pull up
I
the
think
clip
it's
then, since I
corny.
know we can't really trust you. So I'm
You
gonna
can
go
pull
ahead
it
and pull
up.
this
Feel free. Nigga, you just talked about me showing the clip. We can't trust you, but I showed the clip. Come on, bro.
Because no,
Do you know the other problem with what Hunter's doing with this? I mean, obviously, I don't really, I don't care exactly, but like, he's doing this like it's like he's like mocking him for being black, but he's not doing it in like a tongue-in-cheek, sly way. He's doing it as like, oh, I'm just mocking his voice, but then you are mocking his like black voice, right? And then he's doing the parents thing and being like, oh no, it's just hypothetical. No, come on, you're alluding, more than likely alluding to the kind of meme of like black people are less likely to have a father, So it's pretty fucking. I reckon Hunter's got some. I mean, with everything that's come out, I don't think his takes on black people are going to be any better. Let's put it that way.
your interpretation of the clip right now is terrible.
It's my interpretation.
Your interpretation is wrong.
You can't change my interpretation. It's my
Your
interpretation.
interpretation is incorrect.
Have a conversation with
To
him.
you.
BX Beast
Hold on,
Boy.
please be quiet while I play this.
I
Real
wasn't the
quick.
only one.
Just hold on.
All
I'm
right,
playing
play it.
this.
Go ahead, play it.
So that way everybody can hear
Just play it, nigga.
that there was nothing wrong here. So let's go ahead.
With him,
Just play it,
BX
just
Beast
play
Boy.
You
What are you doing down here?
Oh,
Rosie.
I guess
you-
I gotta cut on the stream here.
Okay, hold on, man.
Okay, so
The gay mice.
my
Oh. Oh no, 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 no. Now the oh god. Oh. Hunter, what are you doing? What have you been doing all these years, dude? I never really watched that much Hunter Avallone content. This is pretty dicey, man.
daughter walked in. We just listened to it exactly, and I said, "Rosie, what are you doing down here?" And then she said she was
There are unironic racists in this chat. Yes, correct. I put them there. They're welcome here.
looking for a stuffed animal, and I went, Rose. And then I muted the stream because you said the title is Hunter Avallone gets mad at his kids because he'd rather talk about me than take care of them. You
Facts.
you paused it though, or you had to skip, excuse me, because I paused my stream to go take care of my kid.
I didn't skip anything. What the fuck are you talking about? I just played the clip and then I started talking.
Yeah, and then you played the part after where I said she needed to find her stuffed animal, which was right in her bed. Me getting
I
mildly
played that after?
Yes.
I don't think so. Dude. I just played the.
This is why we
clip.
can't
What I'm
trust
talking
you.
about. I didn't cut anything off.
I'm playing it
This is
still.
why we can't trust you because I'm gonna frame you. I didn't cut anything off besides after.
I'm not saying cutting it. I'm saying that you spliced it down in a
No,
way.
I did not.
Wait, when I said I needed to help my daughter find her stuffed animal, that was when I came back after I'd muted my stream, left my chair on the fucking camera, and gone up and taken care of my child. So for you to say I got mad at my kids because I would rather talk about you than take care of them, that is disproven by the very clip that you played.
False.
Really?
No.
How so?
What I just heard, I actually just went to see what you played, which was my clip, and it's exactly what the fuck I said, bro.
I said,
you were talking shit about me. You called a fucking attitude. If I showed because I didn't want to show your kid's hand. I think the hand was in the picture or whatever in the video. So I just blocked it out. I put like a picture of me on it. But you called a fucking attitude. And then fucking went and handled what the fuck you was supposed to handle like a father. But you caught a bitch fit over it.
Wait, but I thought that the title was that I got mad
This is
because I would
more
rather
important
talk about you than
Yes,
take
that's
care
facts.
of them. But why?
Yes,
how is
that's
that
exactly
true?
what I
How is
think.
that even a fact when I
That's my
stopped
interpretation.
talking about you to go take care of them?
That's exactly what you're describing the same thing I just said. But you're
Like, you know, like I'm pretty sure that this BX Beast Boy is overstating it for his own ends, but it seemed pretty clear that Hunter was like perturbed and frustrated by the fact that the kid was there. Why is he debating his parenting now? Just like, you know, just say, yeah, it was kind of frustrating. It was past their bedtime. Leave it at that. I don't know.
You're just framing it a different way. And I want to ask you, how is this more important than you accusing me of being a rapist, bro? And saying I wanted to jump out the fucking bushes?
I think I probably made a
You never?
hyperbolic joke. No, I made a hyperbolic
multiple
joke in regards to, because it seems really creepy that
That's
you.
a joke?
Hold on, wait. Yes, because you said
joke is-
in your video that women
What?
who use that condom device deserve to go to prison or in a mental asylum. That is
Oh,
a self-protective
no.
measure.
He's done. Oh God. He's done the like the progressive, like, I don't know what you'd call it, but it's like, oh, well, you think this about this particular thing, and therefore I'm going to extrapolate that you're actually pro-rape. You know, it's that extrapolation from like a point of view they have to some insane conclusion. It's like a straw man or whatever, right? The web, yeah. Because, you know, I can't be real. I don't think this BX Beast Boy is a raper, you know? He can have an opinion about the rape device whilst still, you know, not being a raper, right? Like, he can not agree with the rape device. It's the one with the claw that goes into the vagina.
And so by doing so, you literally
I'm glad you
were
brought this
shitting
up.
on women defending themselves from fucking rape.
I'm so glad that you brought this up because
Okay.
you framed that shit a crazy way. If you watch the whole video, which I would love for you to actually,
I
play
did,
with, and
but go ahead.
No, when you framed the fuck out of this, so you heard me say you should probably carry a weapon on you. I don't care if you shoot the rapist in the head. I also said that I didn't think it was safe because the nigga would probably still be on top of you. You ignore all of that. And just, he must defend the rapist. And
Wait,
then I literally
but that's
said in the
not
same video, you should shoot them in the head. How the fuck am I defending them?
because one,
How?
you saying you can shoot them in the head, and then being against wearing a certain condom that doesn't kill anybody is inconsistent, actually. So if
Man,
anything, you're kind of
contradict yourself,
self-owning
bro.
yourself. And the second
No.
thing is,
Incorrect.
what is wrong again with a woman wearing a protective device, like a
I said in
last
the
resort?
video.
Yeah, and you said that they deserve to go to prison for life.
No,
you thought
no,
that
no,
they
no.
should be sentenced
I
the same way that a
said-
fucking rapist would
No,
be.
I did not. You're fucking lying.
We're
You're a
picking
fucking
up the
liar.
cl- we're
How
pulling
could
up
you
the clip
say that
right now.
dumb shit?
Oh,
We're
no.
pulling
How
up
could
the
you
clip.
say that stupid shit if in the same video I blatantly said you could shoot them in the head? I want the rapist to go to jail for life. You're just ignoring that. I'm like, oh, but you said that. No. Don't tell them what the fuck I actually
Okay,
said.
did
bro.
you or did
Don't
you
skip
not?
out certain parts.
All right, here it
did
is.
I or did I not say
Here it
that
is.
you could shoot them in the head, and did I not say that they could go to jail?
Even
for
if
life
you had said
and
that,
all
then
that
what
shit?
matters
And I
is that
also
you said that
no, hold
women
on,
who
don't cut me
use
off.
this device
Oh,
should
you're
go to
cutting me
prison
off.
for life.
I'm gonna cut you off now too, right? Because you're cutting me
Hey,
off.
keep
on
it coming,
top. So
guys.
should I do that to you?
Just
Go
a
ahead.
reminder to anyone watching, if you wanted to help me out and you're having fun today, please download the fantastic mobile game Puzzle and Survival. It's free to download. Scan the QR code with the iOS or Android device. All you need to do is get your headquarters to level 5 and you'll be laughing. And I'll be laughing all the way to the bank. Thank you very much. Let's keep going.
Are you gonna bitch about it?
Are you gonna keep talking?
So how can you say?
Like the
How
stream
can you
too.
say that? What the fuck you say? Oh, he supports rapists. If in the same video I'm not supporting rapists and I'm saying that certain things should happen to them. How, nigga? How the fuck can you frame that as just that one? He said that he doesn't agree with this device, so that means that he supports rape. When in the same video that you put up, I said multiple times in different ways how I believe these guys should be punished. I just thought it was unsafe for the woman to use that type of device. We don't know if it's gonna malfunction. We don't know if that shit.
But that's not what you
happens and the guy's
said.
still
You
on
said it's
top of
fucked
you.
up if
I
they use
said
it.
that.
You said they should go to
also
prison
said
for
that.
life.
I also.
I mean, if his position is that the rape thing is like he doesn't like it, but he thinks having a gun for self-defense in those situations is fine. Literally, what is wrong with that? What the fuck is wrong with that position? That's like completely reasonable. You can be against it. Bear in mind, it's the thing. Okay. It's this thing. You know this thing with the spikes in. Rape times 300. It's this thing. So I think that it's perfectly reasonable that you might take issue with this, but then also you would support having a gun to defend yourself, right? Yeah. Thanks for the $5. You're correct. Thank you.
also said that it's fucked up if you use it, but I also said that you don't know if the nigga's gonna still be on top of you afterwards. We don't know how dangerous this shit could be. It could be a malfunction. I said all of that in it, and then you fucking put that all down. And, oh, wow, he doesn't like the device, so he must be. No, that's what bitch ass. Why he doesn't like this dude like you.
Okay,
that's what
but
you
that's,
do. You frame
that's
shit.
not my
And then
main
you-
problem
wait,
of
hold on.
contention.
And then we're not, nigga, shut up. And then also, I'm still not gonna move past that. You're a fucking rapist. You're gonna jump out the bush and grab my wife. What the? You think that's appropriate? You think that's okay?
I
to
never
frame
said
shit
that.
like
I said maybe this is why he's against women defending themselves, because he seems to be really
Because
into my
he wants
wife.
you,
Maybe he's
my
gonna jump
nigga.
out of a bush and grab her or something.
Get that clip.
Wait, but that's... Isn't that what you just said? Like, look, I think it's fine to make that joke if you want to, but then when you're talking to the person, you kind of got to, you know... You kind of got to be like, yeah, I did say it. It was funny. Like, why is he, like, hiding and stuff, right? Just say, yeah, I thought it was funny, so I said it. I don't know.
So you never said that, but you said that?
Wait,
Ooh,
You
me
never
saying
said that, but you said I was gonna jump
can
out
you,
the bush
can you, okay,
and rape
hey,
your wife.
hey, I let you talk.
You cut me off. No,
No,
you
no,
didn't.
no. You've been
Continue.
talking. Now it's my turn to respond to
didn't.
that.
Well, continue.
So,
Oh, no.
me saying maybe he's gonna do this in a hyperbolic way is what makes it the fucking joke. If I were to
That's a
say
joke to
he
you?
is a rapist, that would be
You said
wrong. That would actually be close to being
You said
defamatory.
that, sir.
I never said
You said
you
maybe
are
he's
a
a
rapist.
rapist.
No, I
You
didn't.
said maybe he's a fam. I'm gonna fucking put a clip up eventually. I'm gonna put it up on. I did a video reacting.
Okay,
to it.
cool.
It's gonna
Then you
come
go
out
for it.
soon.
But I'm gonna go ahead and
But
play the clip of you where you say this
you're
about the women and the rapist thing.
It's
So
the whole
just-
shit, dude.
it's 41
Don't play the
seconds.
little
Hold on.
small
This is the part that I had a contention
it's
with.
41 seconds. Play the whole video.
Watching your
You want to sit here and watch the
You're framing.
entire video together?
Yes.
I already
You don't frame that shit.
I
Yes,
already
yes,
went over
absolutely.
it.
Thank you
I
very
went
much.
over
No,
it
no,
on
no,
the
no,
video.
no, no. We're not doing that bullshit. You're not gonna play one fucking small part. Play the whole video.
Okay. No,
whole video. Don't be like
I'm playing the
mainstream
part that I
media.
have an issue with, which is that you think
Oh my
women
God.
who use this protective measure to defend
I'm
themselves
only gonna play this.
from...
I'm not gonna play the whole thing where you give context and tell.
Because
and
the
say
whole video is
1,000
fucking
times,
15
I
minutes,
disagree.
dude.
So either play the whole video, or that's it, nigga. Because I clearly fucking debunk it, whatever you're gonna claim in the entire video.
You're not letting me
gonna
play
a small
this.
clip?
And no,
Play the
that's
whole
not the
clip.
problem. Shut the fuck
Play the
up. That is
whole
not
clip.
the
Play the
problem,
whole
my
clip,
dude.
pussy.
The problem
Play
is,
the whole
pussy,
clip.
with you saying
Play
that
the
women...
whole clip, pussy.
Pussy, shut up. The problem
No,
is that...
yeah.
Shut
No,
up, pussy.
pussy.
Your soy's here.
Hey,
Shh, be
I'm
quiet.
a
I just heard a
dick
doorbell
pic,
ring, okay?
pussy.
Be quiet.
Is that your wife
Be
coming
qui-
to come
Yo,
get this?
fam. Yo, what's up,
Is that your
fam?
wife coming to go
Fam.
get this?
Yo, fam.
Hey,
Fam, yo.
The ex is
Yo,
bullying
fam.
me.
Oh, my God,
The
fam.
ex is bullying me, guys. I need to go get my wife to fight my batteries.
All right, I really don't want
I
to
need
mute
to
you,
go
but at
get
the same
my
time,
wife.
you're not letting me
Wait,
play
if
this
you
part
leave
that
me,
I have
I'm
the
out.
issue with.
Play the whole video. That's all I'm asking. What's
Okay.
wrong with me?
I am not-
Can you play the whole context?
Because you're not
You just
asking me
wanna
to play the
us, so
whole
let me talk.
context. You're asking me to play a fucking 15-minute video right
Play
here on
the
stream.
whole video. Double speed the shit. Who cares? So we can get down to the bottom of this because you're
Oh my
misframing
God.
this. And I clearly debunk you in the whole video.
No, first of all,
boy.
I already went over
pussy.
in that video
You're a
that
cancer
you
pussy.
had supported shooting
I
rapists.
don't believe
And
you,
the
nigga.
hilarity
Fuck
of
you,
that was
Superman.
that you were okay with rapists getting
Fuck
fucking
what you said.
killed,
I don't
but
take
you
your
were not
words
against...
seriously.
But you
Why would I
weren't...
take your word seriously?
But
you lie all the
but
fucking time. Just
so
'cause
do
you. Don't like
you.
people.
But again, you...
No, I
the
don't.
problem here is
So
that...
you're admitting that you lie, though. So
My
do you.
dude,
I mean
can
that
you-
you're admitting that
can
you
you
lie.
please-
You're a nasty bitch.
Hey.
You're a
Hey.
nasty bitch.
Shut up.
Oh, no.
Do you
Shut
tell
up.
your wife
Stop.
that? You
Stop.
should tell your wife to shut the fuck up. You should tell your wife to shut up. You should tell
Why
your
would I
wife
do
shut
that?
up,
That would
nigga.
be
'Cause
disrespectful.
She a stupid bitch. That's why, nigga.
Okay,
All
well,
you
if I
talking
decide
about.
to take advice from you on how to
what you
disrespect
talking about?
women, then maybe I will. But for now, no,
Maybe a
I'm not
good
going to do that.
move, nigga. It's better
Again,
than what the fuck you doing, cuck?
yeah, because
better
cuck,
than
there's a
what you
reason
doing,
that I'm
cuck.
fucking married with 2 kids, and you're the one
I
sitting.
think that
No.
he's gonna
There's a
have
reason
that
that you're the.
rape my wife.
You realize how
And then
you're
I'm
the
gonna
one
send
who
her
sit.
to fucking
you're-
talk to you. You say you think I'm gonna rape your wife, and then you sent her to come talk
Yo,
to me,
fam,
stupid.
fam. I didn't send her to
Hey,
come talk
the
to you.
ex is
She asked
bullying
if
me.
you wanted to
The
debate
ex is
her.
bullying
Yo,
me,
fam,
guys.
fam,
The
yo,
ex is bullying
fam.
me, guys. We can both impersonate each
Fam,
other.
yo,
The ex is
fam.
bullying me.
This is
Fam.
rough, man. This is
the ex
fucking
bullying
rough.
me. Oh, I gotta try to kill
Yo,
him.
fam,
Let me go
here's
smash
what was
some
creepy
lives
about
on
it is
him.
that one, you were actually
I'm a
lusting after my
dictator.
wife from behind a
I'm
computer,
a dictator.
where
I was roasting your ugly bitch of a wife.
You were
What
not.
are
You said
talking
she
about?
deserves better. You were like, oh man,
You ain't shit.
she
'Cause
said,
you ain't shit.
Dude.
You're trash. Everyone
my
deserves better.
God,
They fucking
shut
with
the
you.
fuck up,
No,
you
see?
incel-looking
Nah, I'm making you
ass.
mad.
Here
I'm
is
an
the
incel
problem,
against
okay?
pussy.
Is
I'm
that
an incel
one,
against pussy.
you
Listen,
said
messy, man.
not only that she deserves better, you pulled up a picture of her and you were saying,
you're trying to rape my wife.
you said, oh, she's fine. Oh man, oh, she's fine, fam. Man, she deserves so
said
much
she was
better.
fine?
Damn, yes, or she's all right. She's all right,
Listen,
man.
let me ask you a
And a bunch of
question. Let me
people
ask
in
you a
your
question.
chat were giving
Have
off with
I-
it or were going along with it.
Yeah, because they know how I roast. But Hunter, can I ask you a question? Did I say that before I saw your wife?
Wait.
Did I say the exact same thing before I even saw your wife?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know.
I don't
because you
live rent
cried
free
about
in
it.
your. I don't.
Because
No, you don't live
cried
rent free
about
in my
it.
head like I do in
Hunter,
yours.
you pulled this shit up and went through all my videos looking at for if I mention your wife. So you know, stupid. Don't frame that. I saw the video when you looked through all my videos.
Uh-huh.
Let me see if she mentioned my wife. So you fucking know.
Wait.
So you know.
But you
nigga.
hadn't seen my wife before when you were just talking about her?
Yeah, I was just talking shit.
Okay, well,
When me
based
and
on
you
what I
talked the
saw
first
from the
time, you
one
started
thing,
bitching
which is
out. Hold on, let me get this out. When me and you talked the first time and you started bitching out, I said mad shit about your wife during that phone conversation. And I've never seen your wife.
you said that you would break my wife's back in.
Yeah.
So how is you saying that she's all right, saying she deserves better, and then describing how you would fuck her,
no,
not
no.
you being
That's how I
the
fuck
hold
every
on,
female.
because you that makes
That's
you
how I fuck all the time.
shut up, please. That makes
No,
you by
bitch.
definition the cuck. Because she
No,
is
not at
married to
all.
me, and you're
I'm
over here
roasting your
whimpering and sad as a little simp
I'm
bitch. That's why, actually. So even
Yes,
by
I'm
definition,
whimpering.
you are
Yes,
almost
I'm
more in
whimpering.
line with being a
Oh
cuck.
no, I'm melting. I'm a cuck because I cracked a few jokes about.
Do you think Carissa is watching this in the background and she's like, ooh? You think she's going, oh, okay. All right. Yeah, well, this guy's got a little bit of passion about him. I don't know. Is this where it started? Is this the start of it? Is this the start of it? I don't know. It's so weird to think that like this dynamic has like sort of played out in reality now. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I disavow, I disavow.
About your wife? Oh no.
No, because
Hunter.
you said that
Are
you were
that
going-
sensitive? Are you that pussy? Yes.
I'm
But I
not.
can't crack
I'm not
jokes.
sensitive
Yes, you
about it.
are.
I'm not
Yes, you
sensitive
are.
about the joke.
So
It's
why
that
would
when you
search
call
through
me
all
a
my
cuck.
videos to see if I mention your wife?
Because when you call me
Why
a
would you
cuck.
search through all
Because
my
when
videos
you
to see if I
call me.
mention your wife?
Because when you call me a cuck, and then you are actually the one who is unironically lusting after my wife, that makes you way more likely to be the cuck, and also puts you more in line with what it means to even be a cuck. Okay, so you're creepy as shit.
No.
Is that why you called me a rapist and said I was gonna jump out the bushes and grab your wife?
I didn't say
Because
you were gonna do
last
that. I
thing?
said maybe
Yes, you
he
did.
will as a joke.
Yes, you did.
Wait, why are you so
Maybe we will. I didn't say-
sensitive?
Wait, hold on.
Wait,
Guys,
why are
hold
you
on,
so
hold on.
sensitive? What?
Hold on, guys.
Why are you so
This motherfucker is
sensitive?
framing. Let me talk. Are you gonna just keep cutting me off? Because we could do that all
You're
day.
so
I could just
sensitive,
keep cutting
pussy.
you off and talk shit.
Sensitive
All right,
pussy
you're
over
a big
here.
bitch. You're a
Sensitive
big bitch.
bitch
You were
right
mad.
here.
Guys, he's
Sensitive
so
pussy.
sensitive because he's so sensitive that I said he was gonna rape my wife. Ha ha ha. Nigga, you think that's okay?
I mean, did you
I'm
not?
sensitive because I think that was nasty of
Wait,
you to say.
I didn't say you were
sensitive?
gonna, because I didn't say you were
Yes,
gonna
you
do
did.
that.
You
And
just
two,
did.
I said,
Nigga, you just said it. You just said it.
no.
I didn't say you was gonna rape my wife. I said that you probably would.
no,
jump
I said,
as a joke,
oh, I wonder
as a
if maybe
joke.
he'll do this. That is a hyperbolic joke. That's
Nigga,
how I tell
you
jokes.
cried
That's
and
how
searched all
I.
my videos.
That's how
Your
I
jokes is
roast
trash.
people.
You said that wasn't funny.
That's how I
Your
roast
jokes is
people.
trash. You accuse
That's
them
how I
of
roast
crimes.
people.
That's how you
know?
roast people.
That's how I
you
roast
accuse
people.
them of crimes. That's why
No,
I
I
don't feel
didn't
bad for
accuse
talking
you of
shit about
crime. You're lying
That's
right
why I
now.
don't feel bad about roasting your
I never
wife. That's why I
never
don't feel bad.
accused you of anything. I
That's
made
what
a
you just did.
joke, and now you
That's
are
a joke?
Yes,
That's not
because
a joke.
you're so sensitive, dude. Come on, you're
I'm
a
not
comedian.
sensitive.
Yeah, you're a comedian.
I'm
You should
laughing.
know.
How am I sensitive if I'm laughing,
Wait,
stupid?
you
Stop
should
trying to
know.
frame this.
You should
Yo,
know that
woke
this is
lefties
funny. You're a
always try
comedian,
to
right?
do this.
Aren't you a
Yes,
comedian?
that all joke. Yeah,
Aren't you
yeah,
a
I am.
comedian?
So that's funny? Yes, so that's funny. You're gonna ask
So
me
I don't know.
1,000
You tried to say
So
my
because I'm a
Jesus joke wasn't
comedian,
funny. So clearly you have a
it
good
wasn't.
understanding of humor.
It wasn't.
Oh,
Yes, so I do.
dude,
So
this
yes, the
is
Jesus
so
joke
rough,
wasn't funny,
man.
and you accusing me of being a fucking rapist wasn't funny.
I didn't
But
accuse
it's
you of
fine,
that.
'cause I see
But if
that's
I
what you
had,
do.
you would have
It's
a
fine.
really good point. Honestly, if I had
It's-
actually
no,
done
you
that,
did,
you know.
though. You
But
did,
again,
though, but it's
let's
okay.
let's just
It's
put
alright.
together the evidence
Just ignore
here.
it. Just
Is-
ignore it,
all right,
right.
all right. Let's just put together the evidence here.
All right,
We
I'll
have-
put together the evidence.
we have-
Your wife is a disgusting bitch. You are a nasty.
All right, so now that you're muted on my end,
Oh,
what happened
boy.
here is very
Oh,
simply that
Jesus.
you are the one bitch ass motherfucker who, one, has been nothing but disrespectful to my wife and to my children, and now you come on here, call me sensitive, even though I wasn't offended by the joke. I was pointing out the irony that you claiming I'm the cuck when you're the one lusting after my wife is pretty fucking funny. Last but not least, I never falsely accused you of being a rapist or of raping anybody. What I said is that in a humorous way, oh, maybe he'll jump out of the bush and
tone,
grab her
man.
one night. That is called a hyperbolic joke / roast. You are being super sensitive about it. And again, considering the fact that you're the one talking about fucking breaking my wife's back in, I don't even feel like it's that far out of reach for me to make a joke like this. Oh, he left. Are you back now?
Yo, the
Why is he like, he's muting them? And then they're leaving us to mute, and then he's going, oh, they left. Yeah, you fucking muted him. Of course he's gonna fucking leave, isn't he? Dude, this is real fucking bad, man. This is like just embarrassing. Unprecedented levels of embarrassing, non-PR brained shit to have this debate in the first place. But then, not only that, to not delete it with everything that's happened. Really fucking dumb, man. I don't know how else to say about it, man. It is just brutal. This is just brutal. And guess what we got after this? Guess what we got after this? We got to watch his response to it too.
fact that you mute people whenever you disagree is so pussy, bro.
It's that you won't actually stop talking. We could go back and forth and have a conversation, but you won't stop.
No, fuck that. You're not gonna frame it that way.
You literally wouldn't stop here. You
nigga,
won't even stop
kept
to let me
talking.
play the clip.
How many times? Look, right now, that's a prime example. I'm talking and you're trying to talk over me. Nigga, how many times during this conversation I say, yo, stop talking over me. You want the same respect, right? Then stop talking over me. And you continue, right? So I'm just treating this like blood sport. You're a pussy. You mute people whenever the fuck you can't handle them. You're a huge bitch. You're a cuck. Your wife might deserve better, even though she an ugly bitch, but only because you just ain't shit. You're such a pussy. Your kids ain't never gonna respect you. When they grow up, they're gonna be like, mommy, and they're gonna be pointing at you. Because when you was born, your father looked at you and said, damn, I wanted a son. Instead, I got a huge pussy, a cuck that fucking mutes people whenever he talks over somebody, but then when they do it back, I gotta mute you. You're a huge bitch. I will never respect you. I'm gonna do thousands of videos on you because it's fun. I love roasting you. It's hilarious. You cry about it. I'm laughing. You talking about I'm crying. No, you crying. You search through all my videos to see if I mentioned your wife? Damn, it sounds like you're really insecure, dude.
No.
You're really insecure. And why are you sending your bitch out to go do battles for you?
So can I answer now, please?
No.
So
Yes, answer everything I just said. Answer everything.
okay. So first and foremost, I did not send my wife out to do anything for me. She, out of her own volition, decided to ask you if you would like to talk to her.
Right, gentlemen. I've got the stopwatch, okay? I'll get a time how long you're inside my wife's anus, okay? Jamal, you go first. Right, I've started the clock. You got 20 seconds. Dude, what are you doing? Why? This is nuts.
Because of the way that you had been consistently degrading towards her. So there was that fact of the matter. Then when you say, my kids won't respect me, this is what I mean with you desperate for a gotcha and a roast. And so what you do is you, hey,
stop crying.
so what you do
You're
is
sensitive.
you,
You're sensitive.
25 seconds. All right, so we timed it. That was 25 seconds.
Sensitive,
That was
guy.
25
Stop being
seconds.
so sensitive.
I have it
That
timed.
was 25 seconds.
I have it
25
timed.
seconds. I'm gonna mute you again. That was 25
No,
seconds.
25 seconds that I was able to
25
speak
seconds, I'm gonna
uninterrupted.
mute you again. 25 seconds. I bet you.
25 seconds I was able to speak
I bet you
uninterrupted.
if I counted how long I got to speak without you interrupting me, it would be less than that, bitch. That's a fact. But
Okay.
you can frame
So
it
for
however you
25
want to your
seconds, I had an
audience.
uninterrupted chunk of time.
Stop
I would
being
like
a
to
pussy.
get
Stop
back
being
to
a
what I was
pussy.
saying. So
Stop being a pussy.
wait, aren't you the one who leaves if I dare mute you? You're the pussy
Yes,
here,
that's-
so
that's
shut the
pussy.
fuck up.
No, you-
also,
you
I
don't
think
have to
it's
stay
really.
here as you-
Isn't it
Hold
funny
up,
that
hold
you
up, hold up.
wait? Isn't it funny
Hold
that you
up.
call people the thing you're never gonna get, pussy? You know how you're such
I
you're a
get-
fucking creepy ass incel.
Yes. I'm such an incel. I get no.
Oh yeah, he
Yes.
admits it. There we go,
Yes.
guys.
Oh,
Hey.
Oh yes, I'm so desperate. Oh.
Clip it, guys. He just admitted to being an incel. Finally,
free.
the first
Feel
true
free.
thing
So
this
that
little
way-
bitch face has ever
feel free.
said.
No, that wasn't true at all. But if you clip
No,
it
it wasn't
and share
true,
it, that's
fam.
what you do.
No, fam.
Hey, you interrupted me.
Yo,
25
fam.
seconds. You
Fam.
interrupted me. 25 seconds.
Dude, I don't have to
You
respect you,
interrupted
dude.
me.
I'm just here to
interrupted
troll
me.
you, bro.
25 seconds.
I'm just here to troll you.
I'm down.
I'm just trolling you, bro.
I'm down.
Dude, if you're gonna be
So how long
disrespectful,
you
I'm not
been-
gonna be respectful
I'm
towards
down.
you,
So how
fam.
long you been a
Yo,
bitch?
fam, what's wrong,
I feel
fam?
sick. I
Yo,
feel
fam.
sick.
Listen, the difference between me
Listen,
and
it started off being funny. Now I just feel sick. I can't take this anymore. Jesus. Ooh.
I'm not gonna cry about it. I'm with the smoke. Let's roast each other. Let's go blood sport. What's up? I'm not gonna cry like you, fam. I'm not gonna cry like you. Guys, he's joking on me. I'm gonna send my wife to him. Oh, I'm gonna accuse him of being a rapist. Ha, nigga, what the fuck? We could both do impressions of each other. It's cool, but if you wanna roast me, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm not gonna mute you like a. I can't. And you're happy that we did this on your platform, which is why I want you to come
Not
to
the
mine.
timer,
Because
not
you
the
don't just
timer.
continue to mute me every time you bitched up.
Not the time.
Fam.
Okay, so now that you're done with the
Timer.
crying,
Okay,
let me
pussy,
get back to what
pussy,
I was
pussy,
saying.
pussy.
is
No,
that you-
no. Mute me or kick me out. Pussy. No. You're not gonna disrespect me and then just I'm gonna
Not
get back
the
uninterrupted.
timer.
No, not doing that.
Not the
because you wouldn't talk to me like
timer.
this in real life, would you, Hunter?
Yes, I
Oh,
would.
No, you
Dude, I
wouldn't.
would love
You
to.
absolutely
Yes, I would love
not.
to walk up to your dumb fuck face, get
I would
close
love
enough
it.
that I
Alright,
could
so let's
smell
set it
your
up.
disgusting ass
So let's
fucking
set it
breath
up. Why do you
and
wanna
tell you that
smell
you're
me?
nothing but a
Hey,
piece of
yo.
shit. Yes, I would be more than
Alright,
happy to
let's
do
set it
that.
up. Can we set it up? Let's do a debate in person. Let's set it up.
Okay. Sure, let's do it.
Watch
But
you
I would also
never
like to
fucking
finish what I was
mention it or
saying.
Hit me back about that ever again.
This doesn't look good for anyone. Holy shit. I mean, look, obviously this guy isn't coming across very well either. But the problem that you've got is everything we now know. You know, reflecting back on this, it just makes Hunter look horrendous. And, like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just, at the start, it was a lot more explicit of what was being said. But, yeah. But let's finish it off and then we'll see. We'll see what the guy says in response, I guess.
Because he's a huge pussy. But do know.
Where are
that
you
I'm
at?
in the
What
debate
state are you
person.
in?
Let's set it up. I'll DM you. I'll DM you this shit.
Can
I'm
you
not
just
gonna
tell me
say it on your live.
you can't tell me what.
Why
All right,
would
well,
I say it on your live?
all right, well, I'll say where I'm at. I'm in Maryland. So if you'd like to meet up somewhere, I'd be more than happy to do so.
I'm down.
What he's missing out of that is the wife would also be tagging along. Like this whole video is causing me massive psychic damage, and the only way it can possibly be helped is if you download.
What are you gonna do though? Do you think that you're gonna like punch me or something?
No, see, that's you being a bitch. Are you afraid? I just want to talk.
No,
man
I'm
to
wondering
man.
if you're wanting to meet in person so you can enact some kind of a
No,
physical
I would
violence
not-
or something. I
I
don't
would
know.
not. I would not do that. But of course, you would frame it that way.
No,
You
I was
did accuse me of
asking.
being a
I didn't
rapist.
frame anything.
said
I
no
asked
already.
you.
I said no
I
already.
asked you.
I'm not gonna hit you. If it makes you feel safer, I'm not gonna hit you, Hunter.
I asked you a question because
I
I was going
answered
to
the
make.
question.
Okay, and I was going to say that if you were going to say the opposite, if you were going to say yes, then I would have asked a different question. That's why I was
What's a different
asking the
question
first
you would
question. So,
If I say yes, what
well,
would you say?
well, hold on. You wanted me to answer all your questions earlier, so let me just
don't
Nigga, if I said yes, what would
True.
you have said?
that you wanted to enact violence.
That's what you would have framed it. That
No. If I had asked you, do you want to punch me? And you had said, yeah, kind of. Then I would have said, okay, well, why do you think that physical violence means your opinion is somehow correct? But you didn't say that, so we didn't have to go that direction, thankfully. Either way, you're the one
way
who is
you
now
phrased
saying
it's
that
hilarious.
it's a little weird that you're flipping script suddenly about my wife when the first time it was, she's
script, she's an
fine,
ugly
she's
bitch.
all right.
Oh, excuse me. Actually, the first time you spoke about my wife, it seemed like you wanted to fuck her, and now you don't. So which is it? Do you want to fuck my wife or not? Enough already. Enough. There's still 5 minutes. There's still 5 minutes left.
She deserves better. You want to blow her
'Cause I wanted to
back
make you
out.
mad.
All this creepy
I wanted to make
fucking
you
shit.
mad.
And now all of a
look at
sudden
you,
you're.
look at you so
Well, that's the
bothered.
thing.
You're so
See, that's
bothered.
no. It's not that I'm bothered. It's that you're indicating that you actually don't believe anything, and all you care about is making me mad.
No, not at all. That's not what I'm saying.
Really? Then how come you've completely
I'm saying
changed your
that with
entire
that
tune
one
the minute you
statement.
start talking to me about this?
I didn't change my fucking tune. I've been talking like this
Really?
for a few weeks now.
I've
nigga.
never heard you call her
What the fuck
ugly
you
or
talking about?
an ugly bitch or anything
Did you
like
watch
that.
the live stream when she asked to talk to me? Did you watch the live stream I did saying Hunter's wife wants to hit me up?
No, I don't watch everything
Okay,
that you
so
make
shut
like you
up.
do of
Okay.
mine
Yes,
because
you
I
do.
don't
Yes,
because
you
I actually
do.
have because you know
You
how
do
I
watch
actually do this
everything.
for a
You
job and I
search
don't get
for
like
it.
200 views on each video.
You
So
search-
yeah,
Oh,
for the most
views
part,
are
yeah.
so low. My
Yeah.
views are so low. You should
They
tell
are.
her to get more views, man.
They really
oh,
are.
Man.
They're,
Yeah,
they're
they are.
so low, dude. It's fucking embarrassing.
I
but-
admitted it. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's an not to me, but yeah, they are low. It's not embarrassing to me because the people that actually do view me, that actually give a fuck, I'm cool with just entertaining them.
Okay.
So that's fine.
That's cool.
The views don't mean everything. Is views all that matters to you?
No, not at all.
The way you just framed it, it was almost as if it was.
No, I think it's just
Why
really
is it so
funny because I
embarrassing?
know for a fact that you've dissed on my view count before, and I think it's funny to diss back. But I would like
You
to
have
really.
over 500,000 subs, bro.
Yeah, I don't care.
You think the amount of views you get compared to me, who has 24,000? Shout outs to the fan gang for supporting. You think that's like comparable to how many views we get? You think if I don't get the same amount of views as
Yeah,
you,
the problem is Hunter's channel is a lot of dead subs. I mean, his videos don't get that many views. His most recent debate probably got a spike in viewership, but yeah, look, 20k views, 13k, 10k. Debating that Ben Thorpe guy. Oof. Not good. Not good at all.
I'm horrible when I don't have 500,000 subs?
No, not at
Oh,
all.
okay,
I
so
actually
why'd
say
you
the
compare it to
opposite
yourself?
because I'm
Gotcha.
just trying to make you mad. That's all. So let me go back to the actual clip that you were playing.
Perfectly
Okay.
Fine, Hunter. You can try to make me mad. That's
I'm gonna
okay.
just play-
See?
I
Look, wait, look. You notice what I did there? That's how a real man handles that. You can crack jokes on me. I'm not gonna cry, but you can cry when I crack jokes, though. It's fine.
You've been crying this
go ahead.
entire time because I
ain't
clicked a
gonna
button
search-
on a computer called the
you
mute
muted
button.
Me. How can you mute me and say you crying? Come on, bro.
You're the
can't
one.
be
You've
pussy
literally
and
been
claim I'm
crying
pussy.
the entire time. This is
can't
why we
be
call you
pussy.
BX bitch boy because you do
can't
nothing
be
but bitch.
pussy.
Oh,
You can't be
no.
pussy and claim I'm pussy, bro. Come on, bro. You throw a shot, I throw a shot. Why wouldn't you? Oh, you're throwing jokes at me after you just threw a joke, nigga.
As a white guy, listen, can we just call a spade here, right? As a white guy, you are automatically disadvantaged against a black guy because their voice is so bassy. Like, it's like Low Tier God. Low Tier God is a great example of this, where he's got a very deep, bassy voice. So when he says something, it hits hard, you know? So you're at an immediate disadvantage. It's something that I think probably, you know, us whites need to get together and strategize. The best I've got so far is to just be racist. Oh yeah, Tony needs to be our representative, okay? But yeah, it's difficult. The only thing is you can maybe be racist, but that's not going to fly well with everyone. So I don't really know what to tell you.
I'm the only one that's
All right,
like, cool,
before
I
just
want to throw it back.
We're not going to be
Let
able to
people
keep. I
defend
know that you
themselves.
already said also that you have to go. So
I'm
can
gonna
I
talk to you how that gay
can I
conservative should have
please
talked
just
to
talk to you for? Can I please just play this
When you
one
get off
clip
my
so we
dick.
can go through
Go
what
for
you
it.
said?
No, nigga, if you're gonna play the whole video, don't play one clip. Play the whole video.
Okay. Okay. Hold on.
Play from beginning to end. dude.
Gotcha. All right.
If you, nigga, if I
Jeff,
click on this, you
with
just playing
maybe a-
one part.
Hold
I
on,
promise
hold on.
You.
Okay, hold on.
You see, let me go to your page. I
Jeff,
have to turn
with
on
maybe a
YouTube to
sentence that
see
could be
this.
more extreme to where maybe
I hate
they
it.
don't exist on Earth anymore through the
Are you playing the whole
court
video?
process. Maybe that's a better option.
That's not the beginning,
That's a better
Hunter.
option
Ah,
than
you're a
just going
pussy.
full-
Play
Because
from
I
the
don't need to
beginning,
play the
Hunter.
entire video
Play it, you
when I
said
have
okay. Play it from the beginning.
because
Stop
you're
being
never
a
gonna shut
pussy,
the fuck
bro.
up about this, and
No,
I'm trying
not, until you
to.
play from the beginning. I'm not. gonna shut
Hey,
up about
another
it
level
until you play
5.
from the
Thank
beginning.
you.
So you actually
Play
want to
from the
sit
beginning.
down and watch a 20-minute video
Yes.
together?
Absolutely. You can fast forward it. You can put it on double speed.
You realize that
That
this
is going to give full
clip-
context. Absolutely.
this no.
That is
I've
gonna give full
I've already
context.
conceded the
Absolutely.
full context
Why
that you tried
so
to do.
afraid? Why are you so afraid to play the whole clip?
I'm
bro?
not my dude.
It's almost
I
as
am
if
not
you want your
afraid.
fans to-
I am
it's
not
almost as if you're
afraid
interrupting me,
to
Hunter. You're
play the whole
interrupting me.
video. I'm not afraid to
Hunter,
pay.
you're interrupting
I'm not
me.
afraid to play the
I'm
whole
talking,
video
you're
because,
interrupting
but it
me.
will not make sense
You're
because we
interrupting
cannot sit
me.
here for 10 minutes
Ah,
watching one of
you're
your dumb fuck
interrupting me.
videos.
Carissa, come and help me. He's interrupting me. Come help me. Now, anyway, like I was saying, it's almost as if you don't want your audience to see like the whole truth. You just want them to see what you framed me as.
No,
Why not just play the
they
whole video?
saw me go
Another
over
one,
the
I
thank
entire
give you
video.
permission. Play the
Also,
whole video, bro. Just
I
double
don't
speed
want
it.
to watch a 10-minute video right now.
You would have been done already. We'd have been done already. if
No,
you just
we
played
wouldn't.
the shit.
So let me
boy,
just
boy.
finish it because this is the part that I have.
No,
This is the
play
part I have
the
contention.
whole shit.
I'm gonna
I'm
mute
not gonna
myself.
respect
I'm
that
not
if you don't
muting
play
you.
the
I'm
whole
muting
shit.
myself now.
Wait, next how? Like I don't really understand that. Hunter is a really sick dude. He's a sick dude. I don't know about Rose Mullet. I don't know her enough to give like a full opinion on her, but I don't disagree with the statement. This is evil, and any woman with this device should be sentenced to life in prison. Yeah, that is sick. That's sick. At bare minimum, they need to go to a insane asylum. I just don't think they should be out here in these streets.
Okay, so he left again because he's a huge cuck and a pussy and a bitch. But there you guys have it. That was the main thing that I wanted to talk to him about. I was not at all upset about.
Boy. It's the you know, I mean, I think it's the vaginal rape device thing. I don't think that's that unreasonable a position. Maybe the life in prison or insane asylum thing's crazy, but obviously, you know, it's not like it's not a fucking preferable way to deal with a threat, is it? It's also kind of dangerous and potentially randomized. It's called Rapex. What did they call it? Rapex? That sounds like based. That sounds like a good thing. Anyway, come on, let's get through this.
Playing the entire video. I'm fine. I've already reviewed it. You can go and watch the entire fucking thing. But there you go. That was the main thing that I had the problem with, that I was wanting to call him out for, was that he said any woman with this device deserves life in prison. So he thinks that women who have that device, which is designed to protect them from rape, should go to prison for the same amount of time that a fucking rapist would go to prison. That is what he said. And he thinks if you watch the entire context, then all of a sudden you're going to see what? Him say, because you can kill the rapist by shooting them, that's totally fucking fine. But if you have this device, you deserve to go in prison for life? Why? If you're even going to be consistent, it would make more sense to put somebody in prison.
Why would someone be punishable for self-defense? Yeah, but self-defense doesn't include traps, right? Like, that would be considered like a trap, surely. Like, you know, in your home, you're not allowed to leave traps around your house. You can only do certain forms of self-defense. Like, you can't put a claymore. You can't put a fucking claymore by your front door, can you? But I don't know what that would be considered. Is Rapex illegal in America? I don't even know if Rapex is legal in America, is it? But then I guess someone would say, because yeah, it's like, well, you put it in there, but then it's only going to be activated if someone tries to rape you, right?
Prison for life who shot another person. Jesus Christ. This is exactly why he didn't want me to play this entire time. Play the whole clip. Play the whole video, fam. Oh, man. He just got fucking cucked.
Is that really going to be the last line in your video? The fact that this video is still up, what other conclusion am I supposed to come to other than Hunter's got some kind of weird fetish about this and him getting absolutely ass blasted by a black guy? He wants people to watch it and he like, I don't know. It's mental. This is a crazy video to keep up with everything that's happened. Jesus Christ. You lied about what the type of coverage you should be doing. Okay, what's this? Damn, there's so many messages I'm not seeing here. If you wanted that out there, Why did you ask her not to mention it? Because she lied about what type of coverage she was doing. My whole focus was on protecting Carissa because I didn't know Star was coordinating a hit piece with Carissa. You think it makes sense to have Hunter on without messaging me so I could challenge his lies? Imagine claiming you wanted to protect the woman whose life you set out to ruin by spreading her barely censored nudes and outing the work she was doing. You knew what the repercussions would be for her. Don't act like you ever gave a shit. God, Stardust is so dishonest. She was trying to act like she was doing an unbiased, like, you know, hey, we got a raid, thank you. An unbiased piece covering everyone's side of it. But now she's making it pretty clear that what her perspective on it was. And it was clearly very biased coverage that she was doing. Wait, did I cheat on Hunter? Or wait, was that me trying to be pissed on for money? God, this guy is unstoppable. Jesus.
What do you guys know about the Avallone drama? Pretty much all we see right now is people calling Hunter a cuck, right? So, let's get into it, okay? I present to you. I present to you the trysts of Avallone, okay? The trysts of Avallone. Right, let's get started. The summary so far. Recently, Hunter and Carissa Avallone announced that they were divorcing. About a week and a half later, a gentleman named Kingston Hawk uploaded a video titled "The Real Reason Hunter Avallone and Carissa Are Divorcing, from the Side Dude's Perspective." Hunter Avallone posted this tweet on June 7th. Says, Carissa and I have both decided to amicably end our marriage. We're still close friends with no hate in our hearts towards each other, and we share a vested interest in raising our children together in a safe environment. Thank you for respecting our privacy. So that was the divorce announcement. Hunter had already been debating a lot of red pill at this point. So after this announcement, red pillers tried to claim it was because Hunter was emotional that they had this divorce. He even had a debate about it. Listen to this fucking retard.
Hunter, you need to really chill. I can tell you're probably on your period or something, but just let me get a word in, okay? So pretty much women will say they want a man to cry in front of them because they think it's what men want to hear. So, and they may genuinely believe that they want a man to cry in front of them. But once they genuinely experience it and realize...
You know what? I take back what I said the other day about somebody being a water-brained R-word. This guy on the call... this guy on the call is a water-brained R-word.
Wow, some great unbiased coverage so far, but nonetheless, I've spoken to all sides. I'm going to present it. She's calling the guy like how is anyone looking at this and not just like laughing at how absurd it is that Hunter's debating his divorce, man?
In the fuck is going on with this man's voice? Fuck, trust me, dude. I don't know.
It's quite like I'm getting. I bet you. This already is seeming like a fucking Hunter Gunt guard, okay? Already this is seeming more like I'm going to defend Hunter than anything else. But, oh, listen, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she is going to, you know, be a bit more critical or like something, we'll see.
Not very, it's kind of disgusting and very, very weak of them. It oftentimes results in them leaving.
But anyways, you guys know about all that.
Hunter, you need to really chill. I can tell you're probably on your period or something, but just...
So on about a week and a half later, on June 15th, a gentleman named Kingston Hawk uploaded a video to YouTube titled "The Real Reason Hunter Avallone and Carissa Are Divorcing, from the Side Dude's Perspective." Hi, Bertie. And basically, his justification for uploading this video is that he heard Hunter and others were talking about him. And this is the description of the video. I promise I'm going back to trying to avoid drama, but I can't lie, I'm triggered, y'all. When you are told that people are talking bad about you, and one of those people has a sizable platform, it's hard not to feel the need to defend yourself. So this is
there's this.
Also, hopefully, it's the only time I have to address the topic.
Right, okay. Yeah. So, I mean, like I say, this guy deserves criticism for leaking as much as he did, releasing the video, not blowing the images, but... You know, it could be that it was being irrational. It could be that it was irrational. But like clearly there was something. It would be nice to see the receipts, but clearly there was something happening that suggested at least there was, he had some insight that maybe something was going to drop and he was getting ahead of it, right? Rightly or wrongly for release. I mean, I think wrongly to release as much as he did at least, but I think if he'd have done a video which was perhaps a bit more discreet, why did he leak at all? It says it right there. He's saying right there why he leaked it. What do you mean? Like, that's his reasoning. You could argue that it's wrong. Maybe there wasn't this kind of thing that he should have been concerned about. Thank you for hitting level 5. Appreciate it. How easy was that? No, it's not because she ghosted him. That is total bullshit, Cope. Like, that is not true at all. I do not think it's that, he got mad because she ghosted him. I think he was probably concerned that there was something that was going to drop against him, but it could be that he was wrong about that.
I've got better ways to spend my time. And in this video, it's like, basically in this video, Kingston reveals private messages between him and Carissa, as well as pictures she sent to him. Thank you for the gifted sub, Lace Lip. The original video had very little blurring. So a lot of people, a lot of streamers, by the time they caught on to this, Kingston had uploaded like edits or something to the video where the entire images were blurred. But if you see the original video, it is very only tiny portions, the tiniest portions of these pictures were blurred. And
wait, is that true? I saw it when it had 200 videos and it was blurred, but it was blurred badly. If you wanted to redo the blurring, you can't. You need to re-upload a new video on YouTube. You can't unless I'm missing something. I don't think that's true at all, is it?
honestly, guys, based on the laws of Texas for revenge porn, with how little was censored in those pictures, you could see everything. I think actually it may be revenge porn. It may be revenge porn. And that's what I would have to say. A lot of people haven't seen.
Okay, but where's this narrative coming from that there was a first video? But I saw a video that when it had 200 views. Was the one before that? Because if there was one before that, I can't imagine anyone would have seen that. Yeah, I mean, it could be legally as revenge porn. I think that, like, on an ethical or moral level, well, I don't want to put it like that, right? Listen, I don't think. Okay, well, maybe there was. I don't know. I've not seen any evidence that there were two videos. But if there was, then, you know, I'll happily look at that and confirm it, right? But yeah, sure, maybe there was two videos. Anyway, what I was trying to say, is the revenge porn thing. I think that it might be that it is legally revenge porn, but when Kingston released it, I don't think he released it with the intent to, like, do it with, like, the nudes being like, oh, I'm gonna leak the nudes to shit on Carissa. His intent was to try and clear his name of what he felt were unfair allegations that were floating around about him, allegedly privately. So legally, it might still be revenge porn, but I don't think that he released it to just show nude images of Carissa. He did it to try and clear his name. But obviously, one of the big key narratives that, like, Carissa Hunter side is pulling on is this idea that he's released revenge porn to make him look bad, you know?
Seen the original video. They've only seen, like, the blurred, but I'm telling you, like, it's...
Okay, Spoonie, you're fucking retarded. You're probably some retard... Listen, it's not defending someone to, you know, say, I think a claim about this guy is unfounded or unfair, or there's a bit more context to it, okay? How the fuck am I defending Kingston? Like, what do you mean defending Kingston? I've called Kingston the stuff that he is, but I don't think it's fair to call him stuff that he isn't. Is that fucking defending him now? Like, what the fuck?
Bad. It's bad. It's so bad. The original video is so bad. The damage has been done. So, Kingston's video. Kingston says that basically he and Hunter had a debate. And after that debate, Carissa and him started talking on Twitter. Carissa seemed interested in Kingston after he mentioned he'd been working in the adult industry for 15 years.
I'm not going to get one guy by retards, okay? I need to crack on.
Dude looks like the love child of Urkel and Carl. Good God.
Dead air? Dead air? Hello? What? What
Well, the video's been
fuck?
taken down now, but it's still, you know, it's out there. It's on the internet. Okay. So, sorry, I got distracted. So what
By the way, I think it's probably worth pointing out that Stardust not only broadcast Kingston's video, right? So I'm fairly certain that Stardust broadcast Kingston's video with, you know, what she's now claiming is revenge porn. She also shared Carissa's My Free Cams page, which is completely irrelevant. You know, you don't need to show that to tell the story of it, right? It was blurred. It was blurred a bit better, but like, you know, Stardust has also shown stuff that's in excess to even in Kingston's video, which is just kind of embarrassing. It's just kind of embarrassing. Now, listen, my Discord stream showed it. I didn't show it personally. It's not really that relevant or of interest to me, but it's just kind of funny that, like, you know, Stardust has also like broadcast some of this stuff too.
What I'm doing here is I'm not going to play Kingston's video itself for reasons, but I'm going to list everything that happens.
You blacked it
everything
out,
he claims,
okay.
etc., and then we're going to summarize it at the end. So basically what happens is Kingston and Carissa start talking after Hunter had a debate with Kingston. Carissa seemed interested in Kingston after he's mentioned he's been working in the adult industry for 15 years. Kingston claimed that it led to them talking in a sexually intimate way with each other in what seemed like a pretty quick time frame. He says, she would send me nudes all the time. Do I look good enough to have an OnlyFans, etc.? And he says that he would coach her. He said that Carissa bought tickets to fly out that weekend that he released the video, the 15th, so they could make it physical. Kingston claims that he got a message from someone saying that, hey, someone from that side said some things, and just letting you know, this is what's being said about you. He doesn't elaborate who sent him a message, what was detailed in the message, and what was being said about him. He mentions that Carissa ghosted him after he received this message, and he says that Carissa and him talking had to be discreet because she was still married to Hunter, and he implies that Hunter doesn't know. He mentions the Destiny rumor that Carissa told him for some reason and uses that to say, hey, maybe someone snitched on her and is using it against her, and I bet this motherfucker did say what they said they said. Kingston says if someone is talking about you, you should reveal everything, all logs and all receipts. And I will just say here, all of this messages that I could see that Kingston released were from May 23rd and May 24th. Kingston says Carissa and Hunter are putting up a front, and what really happened was she just wants to fuck mad dick. He also says that Carissa and him bonded over wanting to be promiscuous. He says that Hunter is super vanilla, has performance issues, and that Carissa wanted to go to swinger clubs, but Hunter wasn't sure, and that Hunter announced too early that they were breaking up. He says, this still wouldn't have been nobody else's business if y'all hadn't felt like you needed to dirty my name and shit for whatever reason. Oh, whoops. Says that Carissa is lying to her husband about.
Wait, hang on a sec. I feel like in this.
This still wouldn't have been nobody else's business if y'all hadn't felt like you needed to dirty my name and shit for whatever reason.
It feels like she's kind of like saying things that like, oh, Kingston claims this, but then I feel like some of the stuff that she's saying Kingston claims is like explicit in the DMs. But anyway, let's just continue on. I need to get through this.
Says that Carissa is lying to her husband about him, was probably telling her husband that this was a girlfriend giving her advice when she was supposed to be jumping on a flight to come get some dick. He posits another hypothesis that completely contradicts that one and says, she told Hunter about me and that Hunter told Carissa to ghost him or there would be problems, and then Hunter went and talked to his audience about him.
I don't remember this bit of the video. But if hang on a sec, if Hunter went and talked to his audience about him, then surely there'd be some evidence of that, like with him doing that, right?
For some reason, after positing those two hypotheses, he says, the other day she asked him, how can I make 5K real quick? She mentioned someone contacted her and was willing to pay 7 to 8K for a gangbang video, was willing to be peed on, etc., and if Kingston could set it up. Kingston says in the video, and I quote, we're supposed to be fucking, but now I gotta go recruit 5 other N-words. Kingston says they dropped that after they thought that the buyer wasn't good for the money. After that story, he says that Hunter has performance issues, takes too long to finish, can't take care of the kids, and that Kingston doesn't blame Carissa for wanting to leave. And I believe he does say that N-word. And then he again contradicts himself and says maybe he doesn't even know, and says that her phone is silenced a lot and that Hunter probably doesn't even know.
Oh, I can imagine Kingston isn't going to be happy with this. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The bull is not going to be pleased. The bull is not going to be pleased with the way his video is getting represented.
So he, you know, he puts a lot of messages here, right? And you can see they're all dated the 24th and 23rd, you know, usually. And I didn't really feel the need to go through and screenshot every single message that came out.
Thank you. I like how forward you are with me. I appreciate that. New topic. It's sexy. Yes, sir. Tell me what your sex life would look like if you had complete freedom to do what and try whatever you wanted to. No pandering. Give me your most honest answer. I think I would start with fucking you. I know that you'd be kind, but also give constructive feedback or something, I think she says. Then I would want to fuck the Australian guy because he's fat and funny. Who is that? You want to learn to be better sexually? Yes. I tried to ride a dildo on a chair and my quads were burning after like 3 minutes. Lol.
Out of that video, because by this point you guys have already watched some streamers somewhere cover it, right? So there's no point in going over that. But basically what I'm going to do here
No need.
is we're going to summarize Kingston's claims. And the claims that I specifically have after speaking to a source close to the issue. Really, I've spoken to two sources on both sides of the issue. Things that I think I can present to you that contradict this. So, Kingston's claims. Carissa and Kingston, Kingston claims that Carissa and Kingston had a very sexually intimate relationship pretty quickly, that Hunter didn't know about any of it, that Hunter wasn't okay with Carissa exploring her sexuality. He also claims that someone mentioned Kingston to say that someone had been talking shit about him, but gives no details and is super vague about who someone is. And throughout that video, he implies that it could be Carissa and Hunter in the video at different points. So he's very, very vague about it. He also claims that Carissa was supposed to fly out to meet Kingston in Houston to make things physical. Or as he also said in the video, get some dick. Let me get some water, sorry. And as close to this conflict, I was given these. These are the first screenshots. The first private message, essentially, between King and Carissa. It starts off, King reaches out to her.
Unbanned.
He says, I want to test your claim about how you described yourself. I mean, it's super awesome if that's who you are, but it's just super hard to believe that given who you married. Are you comfortable having the same convo/debate I had with him about transgenderism? I think DM works better just because I hate having to write 3 messages to get out one response. Also, I don't know how comfortable you'd be disagreeing with dude on your timeline. Don't want to start any drama at home. She responds, LOL, I'd be happy to talk with you about transgenderism. I'd also be happy to talk to you.
Guys, listen, I'm sorry, guys. I'm desperate, okay? I need these downloads. I'm sorry, guys. I need these downloads. You're all bad.
Over voice chat if you'd rather. Kingston says, whatever is more convenient for you, I'm comfortable with. Carissa says, let's talk over voice chat. My thumbs get lazy sometimes. Lamau, do you have Discord? And he says, yeah. What's your name on there? I'll add you. So, Hunter was always looped in, is the first thing I'm going to say. Kingston, or wait, no, sorry. Sorry, I made the wrong point. So, okay, yeah. So this shows that, you know, yeah, they did start talking about the debate initially.
What?
And that's how the conversation got started. Okay. Next part, Kingston and Carissa's convo started professionally. They started talking around May 1st. I don't know when the date of the debate was, because I'm lazy and I don't want to look up when the date of the debate was between Kingston and Hunter. But approximately, according to both sources that I've spoken to, they started talking around May 1st. Contrary to what seems to be claimed in the video, or what seems to be implied.
I haven't watched like Stardust content for a little while. Is this normally what it's like? That's kind of crazy, man. I didn't realize it was like this. Listen, public speaking is not for everyone, but like to be a streamer when your public speaking is this bad is crazy, man.
At least in a video, things didn't really start to be sexually intimate for a while. It seemed that things started pretty professionally. Yes, they were like sexual in a sense because they were talking about online, the online sex business or whatever. But essentially, it started off pretty professional. And I see that there are questions in the chat. You can send me questions after I'm finished with the presentation. I'll be happy to answer any of them. I would really appreciate, if you guys submitted them via super chat, but you know, I'll take anything. Okay, so,
Yeah, we saw this already, yeah.
So you can see that they started pretty professionally. Kingston says here, I'd walk you through everything, show you the right way to make your profiles so they stay private. Have you start slow building up your content.
No way.
Eventually you connect with one of my girls.
She's got to be joking, right? There's no way she only made $15 from this. This is like a massive, like she promoted this as like having the both sides of the story and stuff. There's no way she only made 15 bucks.
That's very successful, so she can put you in front of her audience. I'd expect you to run a decision like this by him. My advice is just to dabble a bit first, make sure it's for you, and then run by him. You don't want it being on his mind if you decide it's not even for you, and just send a couple of full body nudes. I'll give you my honest opinion.
Oh my god, Kingston, the Rizzler. Yeah, I can help you with your OnlyFans. Just send me some nudes. God, this guy is such a fucking sleazy fucker. It's unbelievable.
And he says, that's every girl's initial fear, and a big thing I would do to alleviate that is show them the biggest steps they can take to keep their side hustle private as long as they want to. This is also acknowledging from Kingston that Carissa's OnlyFans business was meant to be anonymous and meant to remain anonymous. He knew that.
You cannot do an anonymous OnlyFans account if your face is in it. That is ridiculous. That is so insane. I feel like the world's gone mad. How can it be anonymous if your fucking face is in the porn? What the fuck? Like, if you want, you can do it, but you need to cover your face. Or, I'm told on Pornhub, for example, I'm told on Pornhub, for example, that there's certain ones where they like shoot porn, but you don't ever see the face. They just have the body in the porn. Like, you can do it, but you can't have your face in porn and call it fucking anonymous.
He was well aware that she wanted this to be separate from the rest of her life. Biggest thing is to create a unique stage name and tell it to no one. There's so much porn online, no one is finding yours on accident. If it leaks, it's always because the girl told her friends or tried to sell locally. So as you can see, it seems like Kingston is giving genuine advice in the beginning. My next thing that I would say contradicts Kingston, what Kingston implied in the video, is that Hunter was always looped in. Carissa would often talk about running things by Hunter, and Kingston would acknowledge it and encourage it. Kingston even talked more like a friend giving advice. He says here, get all the way comfortable with being nude and knowing that no one's body is flawless. You are sexy and a ton of guys want to fuck you. Let that feed your ego and let that ego feed your ability to put on a show. So even though King is saying here,
thank you, appreciate
you
it.
are sexy and a ton of guys want to fuck you. She says, LOL sounds good to me. I do want to make sure Hunter is chill with it before sending nudes because we do.
Hunter was always looped in. How do we know that though? How do we know that Hunter was looped in? This is her saying that, but it's based on later messages. It seems like Hunter didn't know at all. Unless it's just about the OnlyFans stuff. Maybe the OnlyFans stuff he was looped in on? Why are you assuming he isn't? No, I'm not going to stop pausing. Fuck off. Shut the fuck up. Go and watch the original video if you don't want my commentary, okay? I'm just assuming that because there's a message that was sent on the 20th when she said she wanted an open relationship, right? I'll show you the message now. So the idea that Hunter was always looped in, like, it may be on the OnlyFans stuff, possibly. This message here, wait, where is it? Look, 20th of May. I think I want an open marriage. I keep trying to push it in that direction a bit, but there seems to be a lot of resistance. I think I need to get him around women. I need to get him around other women. I think the guilt comes in that I think I've committed to something I'm not entirely certain I'm happy maintaining. Like, it's pretty clear, this is based on other messages too, that like Hunter didn't know the extent of it at least. Anyway.
Do try to be very honest with each other, and I'd rather him come around to the idea before showing much to anyone. He's not controlling at all. so I want to respect him enough to let him sit with the idea of other people seeing me nude. He replies, I'm cool with that. Him knowing about work stuff makes perfect sense. Just keep the personal conversations we have to yourself. I'll have you use my affiliate link, so if you're super successful OnlyFans, will reward me too. But my real payment is that I like to talk to you. And that's only fun for me if I feel like we're able to be 100% open with each other the way it was last night. It feels like everything I say to you makes it back to him. Oh, sorry. If it feels like everything I say to you makes it back to him, that will ruin it. You okay with that? Me asking you to separate work from personal and never have anyone from your side in our personal conversations. There's even this, Lamau, I took this like a few weeks ago, but it gets the point across. Could Hunter take pictures for it as well and be somewhat involved behind the scenes, or is that discouraged? He replies, girls bring their guy in all the time. Having a dick to sit on is super helpful. Even just having someone who can take pictures is helpful. But at the start, I think it needs to be just you. Get yourself comfortable with every part of this before you being in any other personalities. This is your venture, not his. When he comes in, let him be entering something you've already figured out. More evidence that Hunter was looped in. They're talking about a new name here. Kingston says, oh yeah, I like the name, find a last name to add to it though.
Also, this is why is Stardust fucking making such a big claim on the basis of this evidence? Like, all this does, what's the evidence that was looped into this? It's based on their conversation, right? And also, all this does is defend Hunter, basically, against his allegation that he's some sort of cuck. Like, all this is doing is defending Hunter. Why make this claim? I don't get it. It just seems like she just wants to defend Hunter.
May even sound nice shortened to Genevieve, or are you really married to that last syllable? She replies, sounds awesome. About the first part, thank you for your generosity. Hunter and I respect each other's privacy because of how we try to be honest and trust each other, so that works perfectly. I am a bit married to the last syllable for that, because I feel like the V sound at the end of it...
Like, okay, one thing I think that could be true is, like, Hunter was aware that she wanted to do OnlyFans, because obviously he participated in one of the videos, right? But I don't know if we know for sure that Hunter was looped into the extent of the conversation, because I think Carissa, maybe, you know... Like, Hunter seemingly didn't mind if she was talking about business-related topics, but Carissa's conversation with this Kingston guy were, like, very sexual. So, I don't know if I agree with this idea that, like, Hunter was always looped in. That just seems like complete cope to me.
Adds a lot, but I'm totally down for another name if it might be too complicated. She also mentions Hunter here. Hunter and I tried to film our first video, and he took pictures too. And it seems that Kingston reacted with a heart here. So Hunter was always looped in. And
what?
Kingston himself knew that Hunter was always looped in.
How could she fucking claim that? What? This is them talking about that fact. Where's the evidence that Hunter was looped in on the other side? What?
The Houston trip. As you recall, in the Houston trip, when Kingston is talking about the Houston trip in his video, he says that she was supposed to fly down to Houston to make things physical with him, or to get some dick. Hunter knew about the Houston trip, and Carissa even wanted to bring him along. The Houston trip was not for Kingston and Carissa to make things physical, according to these. Carissa says,
How do we know that Hunter knew about the Houston trip? What?
Gotcha. Should I say in any specific spot in terms of hotels? I'm not sure how large Houston is. Also, just to double check if it's cool that Hunter comes along. Houston is the 4th largest city in the country.
Okay, this is Cope from Sizzling Wall. I don't know what he says in this debate later, but Hunter has not spoken okay with how he was okay with sexting. He initially claimed that any messages of a sexual interest occurred after the split had happened. Like, Hunter has not at all fucking said that he was okay with sexting. He's done everything he can to say that happened after the marriage had ended. Such Cope, man.
I usually try to pick the room that will look the best in videos. I don't mind him coming, but he doesn't have to. I'm not going to try to fuck you. I'm not going to try to fuck you. LOL. He says this. Kingston says this. I'm not going to try to fuck you. LOL. When I'm in business mode, I want to get as much work done as possible. I'll have you bring multiple outfits and we'll shoot a couple of hours worth and do a full photo shoot. Okay, perfect. Thank you. You always want to leave with enough content that you can put out
retards
a
are getting
video
timed
right
out.
away.
Banned.
Then wait a while and put out another. Draw it out a bit. Almighty Pork Chop, I'm not. I'm implying the exact opposite. So,
Shoot a couple of hours and do a full photo shoot. Okay, perfect. Thank you. There's on the 17th of the 5th. You always want to leave with enough content. But wait, hang on a second. Wait a second. I thought that the flight situation was like later. Did not something not happen later as well that was physical? So this is the 17th of the 5th. This is like earlier. Then on the 23rd and 24th, they had like a much more sexual conversation. And then wasn't it after that that they were going to fuck? I mean, I don't know for sure, but this messages seem like earlier. And maybe at this point, he was thinking more along the lines of OnlyFans, photo shoot, stuff like that.
Hunter was involved. Carissa continually looped Hunter in and even tried to make sure that Hunter was
How do we know that? What are we basing that on? Has she got some proof that the messages between Carissa and Hunter that show that? Where is this coming from? Okay, does she show evidence later of this? Am I pause-anding it?
basically involved in most parts of this.
So yeah, my understanding of it is maybe earlier there were conversations purely about OnlyFans, but then the conversation developed in a sexual nature. There's a message on like the 24th of May where the two of them were like explicitly sexting, and my understanding is after that they then wanted to fuck, and so a meeting that would have occurred after that would have also included a physical aspect. Am I missing something?
It looked like Kingston caught feelings. And just so you guys know, this is like the 17th of May. Kingston caught feelings. He says, for me, it's just that I hate feeling like you process every sexual decision through, will it anger my husband? I know that's how you're taught to operate, but from my perspective, it makes me feel like you're not an individual human. Like I'm somehow flirting with Hunter instead of you. Just so we're on the same page, you've outgrown Hunter, and I can tell you don't really want to go backwards in life. But you don't get to be fickle with me. If you're not 100% sure that we're working towards a strategic exit, let me know. Or tell me now.
What?
If you are, I want you fucking multiple people. Well, it's not something he ever needs to know about, even after the breakup. I want that bridge so burnt that you can never get weak emotionally and try to cross it again. Deal? Deal.
Stardust is honestly one of the most retarded content creators I know, man. Why the fuck would you anger the bull like this with total fucking bullshit, which has got no basis in any messages or anything we've seen so far? This just seems like a narrative that benefits Carissa and Hunter. No wonder Kingston is popping off. No wonder Kingston is popping the fuck off on Twitter about this now, because she's just like straight up making shit up on the basis of very limited information. What?
Star, is this new information, would you say exclusive content? It is exclusive content. Almighty Pork Chop, there was nothing physical that happened between Carissa and Kingston whatsoever. Nothing physical happened between Carissa and Kingston whatsoever. The only things that happened were text messages. And that was their boundary. Hunter and Carissa's boundary was text message. Hunter was involved. They made the decision to do the OnlyFans together, and he would help her out, and Carissa would, while getting advice from this guy, would
apparently Stardust is like, you know, bear in mind, Stardust watched Kingston's video originally on stream. Like, she perpetuated what she is now claiming is revenge porn. Dude, what the actual fuck? This is nuts, man.
tried to involve Hunter in any way he could.
This is terrible coverage, man.
Continued things that I think show that Kingston caught feelings for Carissa. June 2nd, he tweeted, "My dream girlfriend. Loves my girlfriend. Wants to date."
Yeah, by the way, this new narrative that, oh, Hunter was okay with the sexting, okay? Hunter, up until this point, has done everything he can to either claim the sexual messages happened after they announced the divorce, and then he changed it to blur the lines and say that he was okay with Carissa doing like an OnlyFans thing and doing stuff for the business of the OnlyFans, right? And now if he's changed again, that's a change to the narrative again to say that he's okay with the sexting. Obviously, I need to look and see what he says about it, if that indeed does claim that. But up until this point, without him coming on stream, his claim has been either initially that the sexting happened or this message of sexual interest happened after they announced the divorce. When that's been proven to be false, he said, he blurred it and said, well, I was okay with OnlyFans and business messages. Nothing physical happened. But then he also stated in another tweet later that the messages of sexual interest still happened after the divorce. So, there's been a lot of cope about this. And if Hunter had just come out honestly in the first place, we wouldn't have this confusion. But we'll see what happens.
Both of us in the same industry. Sense of humor, great conversation, team first mentality, energetic, optimistic. Yeah, I think me and wifey are ready for another serious girlfriend.
How is this? Is she really going to claim this is proof that he catched feelings? Dude, this is fucking absurd. The reach on this is out of control.
June 13th. Kingston tweets, "The bad part is I kind of like that hoe." Another
Thank you for the level 5.
That show Kingston probably caught feelings for Carissa. Even though it sucks, pimps and hoes are humans, even though we try not to be. I fall in love so hard, so damn often. Carissa replies, "You do." Kingston says, "Even with you. Our first convo went so well, and I liked your personality so much, I was giving way too much without demanding anything in return. I had to catch myself." Carissa says, "Fuck. Well, thank you, I think. Ha ha ha." Kingston says, "It's a compliment. You're a likable girl. If I was a square, I'd be trying to date."
Yeah, I'm sure the sleazy pimp who is trying to fucking organize, who's happy and willing to organize piss orgy gangbangs. Yeah, I'm sure he's got a heart of gold and he would just love the wrong woman. I'm sure he just fell in love with her. What is this fucking take, man? This is out of control cope. Dude, why the fuck are we acting like Kingston is fucking falling in love with Carissa when clearly he's just trying to, set her up with some porno thing and wanting to fuck her and cream pie her? Like, come on, man.
You're the type I could see being a great girlfriend. But until you're fully on this side of the fence, you're not even eligible for that type of consideration. Sometimes rules are there to keep us from harming our own interests. And rule number 1, do not ever catch feelings for a trick. No matter how real you think it is, he knows how he met you. He knows what you are. Yeah, this looks super manipulative, yeah.
This is just pimp game. This is pimp riz.
Carissa was initially resistant to Kingston's advances. Kingston would be...
Oh my god, what the fuck? This is the cope narrative is out of control. This is just a fucking... Okay, I can see it now quite clearly. This is just pushing Carissa and Hunter's narrative to shit on Kingston. This is essentially a hit piece on Kingston. Like, it just is. It just is. Everything she's saying is just to negatively impact Kingston, and all the narratives she's perpetuating just purely support Carissa and Hunter in all of this.
Flirty with Carissa, and Carissa was not really receptive to his advances to begin with. They started talking May 1st, I believe. It wasn't until the 15th of May that Kingston confronted Carissa that things became sexually intimate. At this point, she gives in, the source said, because she felt like it was part of the business, and Hunter and her boundary was physical anyways. And it stands to reason, if Hunter and Carissa agreed to do an OnlyFans together, that doing an OnlyFans would necessarily involve texting and sexting. So he would have to be okay with that.
Okay, there's a big difference between Carissa in managing her OnlyFans, having sexualized conversations with people to get them on OnlyFans to buy nudes, versus having like what seemed to be purely sexual pleasure sex with Kingston on the 24th of May. Like, how the fuck is telling Kingston on the 24th of May, you know, I want to ride you, I want to get cream pied? How the fuck is that helping the OnlyFans out? This is such cope narrative that exists solely to benefit Hunter and Carissa's side of the story. Dude, this is terrible.
If it was just them doing this, all good. It was the leaking everything and trying to present it as if it was something it seems not to have been.
Oh my god, it's so obvious. Oh god, it's so obvious, right? She's trying to see how the medicine's going down. Can you see that? Like, obviously, you're going to interact with your chat and have a conversation with your chat, right? Like, that's fine. You're going to look at chat and stuff like that. Like, look at the way she's like, okay, how's this? Is this, okay, what do people think about this one? Like, I don't know. It's like she's trying to check how the medicine's going down. Okay, can you explain? Okay, I don't know why there's so much fucking dead air. Can you explain this to me? This message on the 24th of May from Carissa to Kingston, I love your dick, I want it in me so fucking badly. What benefit does this give to the OnlyFans? How is this a business message? I call this business casual, okay? How is this a business message? What about this is helping the OnlyFans thing? It doesn't make any fucking sense. It makes literally no sense whatsoever. Over Discord as well.
So,
over Discord.
You're either a hoe or you're not. Sometimes I push
over Discord and messages directly to fucking to Kingston's mobile.
those buttons just to see if you've accepted that part yet, and it doesn't feel like you fully have. I enjoy teaching you how to hoe the right way, but only if you're accepting of what this is. What specifically made you feel like I haven't? Can I ask you to be upfront when there's something you're concerned about? I won't be offended. I just rather know so I can fix it. Kingston says at times you don't feel as submissive as you should. I like that you're rebellious. It's adorable to me, but this shit is like the army. You only get to be so rebellious before you're no longer a good soldier. I will never be more upfront than you are. You dictate those types of things when it comes to me. I am always matching energy. I just think that you have internal conflicts that you should be past at this point. She sends question marks. He says, one of the biggest mistakes I see people make is not being honest about what this is and the role in it. It's the same mistake I made for years. She says, oh, is this about the exploitation convo? You feel like I'm lying to myself, that I'm not part of a larger exploitative system? Kingston replies, no, it's about you being scared anytime I want you to entertain me sexually.
Bug, my lad. My compatriots.
Again, questions will be answered after I'm finished with this presentation.
Oh my god! She is literally
Again,
she is literally just pushing the Carissa Hunter narrative. It is insane. Let me show you, and I've done this already, but I'll do it again now, because obviously Stardust clearly is just trying to hardcore help the fucking Hunter narrative. So she's saying here, Carissa was initially resistant to Kingston's advances, okay? And she is using this message here to demonstrate that, because he's saying, no, it's about you being scared anytime I want you to entertain me sexually, okay? Look at what happens next. This is the further context of that message, okay? So you can see here, no, it's about you being scared anytime I want you to entertain me sexually. That's being used to push the narrative that she was resistant. But literally, in the next messages, she says, oh, does this help? And she sends a video of her, the blowjob video. She sends the fucking blowjob video. This is a fucking hit piece. This is a fucking hit piece against Kingston. She sends the next couple of messages a fucking blowjob video to Kingston, and this is now being used to push a narrative that Carissa was initially resistant to Kingston advances. How the fuck is Carissa sending a blowjob video to Kingston literally within a fucking minute of this, and we're trying to claim that she was resistant to Kingston's advances? Such fucking cope, man. So fucking slimy. It's unreal. This is fucking gross. It's a fucking hatchet job. It's a fucking hatchet job, guys. The fixers are in. It's a fucking hatchet job. How am I doing a puff piece for the pimp exactly? Explain that to me. I've already taken the L and said I was too defensive in my initial coverage of him because at that time, the video was still up and they were trying to paint him as this kind of like pernicious quasi-sex pest, right? I've already taken the L and I've walked that back a bit and I've said, yeah, I actually think that like he was wrong to release as much as he did and he probably did it off of like bad insight that some crazy shit was going to happen, okay? And it was excessive and he didn't blow it out enough and stuff like that. So I've already taken the L on that, okay? However, this is just, at this point, is just blatantly trying to push and perpetuate Carissa and Hunter's narrative. Because this is exactly the narrative that Carissa tried to present in her messages. In fact, I can show that to you as well. In fact, I can show that to you too right now. Let me show you. So Carissa tried to present this narrative. Look. So this is her story about it on Twitter. I think the account got deleted and then it got reinstated, okay? This is exactly the narrative that Carissa's trying to perpetuate. Eventually, Kingston felt like he was imparting a lot of insights to me for little in return and asked me to engage with him to a greater degree sexually. He mistook my compliance as genuine interest, okay? And she even shared this screenshot, which is not... I mean, obviously the message has been blanked out, but if you notice, this is the same screenshot that Stardust is now using. It's the same series of messages that Stardust is now using to perpetuate exactly the same narrative that Carissa was trying to perpetuate. Despite the fact that with additional context, we see that just after this message was sent, Carissa sent a blowjob video to Kingston. So how are you going to claim that Carissa was initially resistant to Kingston's advances when just after she sent a blowjob video to him, and on top of that as well, Stardust is just using Carissa's story, essentially, word for word, but not saying that she's doing that. Like, it's the same story! Dude! That's mental, man.
After I'm finished with this presentation. Hunter's response after the leak of the video. I think this is important. Hunter says, I deleted all my tweets because I didn't need to contribute to the fire or furthering of falsehoods. Here's the true chain of events. 1. Wife and I both agreed to do some OnlyFans shit together. This included her sending some photos and messages to people for the business. I genuinely don't see anything wrong with fucking my wife and making money while doing so. Only insecure betas think otherwise. 2. We set clear boundaries, which were no physical contact with other men. I remain the only man seen in the leaked OnlyFans content, and this boundary was never violated during the duration of our marriage. 3. Unrelated to the OnlyFans stuff, we formally agreed to separate after discussing the idea for the last year and a half. 4. Days later, I briefly announced it. 5. Carissa only expressed interest in other sexual endeavors after we had both agreed to separate and see other people. 6. Nobody left anyone for anyone else. If this happened, Carissa and I wouldn't have remained roommates and amicable throughout this process. 7. After legal action was threatened, the initial video spreading the falsehoods and rumors was deleted by the uploader. He has since acknowledged he misunderstood the situation. 8. Due to the fact the photos were meant to be anonymous and the video uploader attached a legal name to the blurred but still visible photos, this is legally revenge porn as the intent of the video was to malign and harass. Plus, the sender of the photos had a reasonable expectation.
So, just to clarify to your question there, for anyone that doesn't realise, Kingston alluded to some sort of nebulous behind-the-scenes thing that was happening that made him put the video out. I'm kind of skeptical about that. I'd need to see evidence of that, but, you know, that is what Kingston claims.
Of privacy.
Okay. Any comments on this?
9. Despite the video being deleted, the damage has been done and all the evidence has been saved and handed over to law enforcement. And I do have to agree, again, the first upload that Kingston put was so badly censored that it has to qualify as revenge porn. There's no, it was so badly censored.
Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Stardust thinks revenge porn is bad, does she? Well, why did she fucking broadcast it then? Oh my god, this is unreal.
10, it's creepy how obsessed with my personal life y'all are. At the end of the day, this has taught me a valuable lesson about how quickly rumors can spread and how fast many people are willing to throw you under the bus. This has also taught me to be even more sparing with the people whom I trust. I know, regardless of my words, the uploader retracting his video, my ex-wife's account of how things contradicting the rumors, and the clear violation of law, people who hate me will continue to hate me. People will continue to tell me I'm in denial or that I'm coping because they're coming from an emotional place of hatred for me rather than a genuine respect for the truth. This is the final time I'll be engaging with this on Twitter. Thanks for reading. So yeah, the first time it was uploaded by Kingston, it literally had only really minor parts of the photos blurred, and then the rest of it was all visible. It was like, it wasn't even censored, you know? Yeah, pretty much the values were 0.1. Later on, he edited it, and he put...
Well, the version I watched, when it had 200 viewers, which then grew to have like 12,000 viewers, that was like censored badly, but it was still censored. You could still make out what it was. I mean, I personally just didn't broadcast any of it. Anything I broadcast in regards to it, I put a big black box over it because I just didn't want to have any issues or whatever with it, right? Because it was definitely not blurred enough, no matter which version. But yeah.
Like a full blur over the entire thing. But by that point, like everybody's seen it, you know? The pictures have been spread.
Yeah, bear in mind, Hunter is claiming here that Kingston took the video down for legal reasons. Whereas she knows that behind the scenes, Kingston has at least claimed that it was because she threatened to commit suicide. By the way, I've got some additional insight on that. Stardust has tweeted out more about the suicide thing. God, she's so fucking retarded. It's unbelievable. She has fucking screwed the pooch so bad on this and just doesn't want to admit it. God, she's such a fucking liar. Her original tweet about this was acting like she'd spoken to all sides, and at the very least acted like she was going to give a sort of all sides story on what was going on. Let me find it quickly. God, she is coping giga hard. Look at this. I'm going to read this to you, okay? Let me ask you, does this read to you as I think Kingston is a terrible person and I'm going to shit on him and defend Hunter and Carissa? Or does it read like, I'm going to give you a, at least a sort of attempt at an unbiased read on the situation. Tonight, approximately 6:45 to 7 p.m., the Carissa Hunter Kingston story, exclusive details from sources close to both sides of the conflict, still organizing everything, link below. What does that read like to you? And now she's getting heat for a clear fucking hatchet job bullshit. She's now saying this. When I first started covering this drama, I was pretty critical of Hunter and Carissa, and I still have questions. But Kingston is by far one of the biggest pieces of shit I've ever talked to, and it's clear he set out to ruin lives. Oh my god! It is fucking unreal! She's so shameless! Now she's getting pushback for a fucking hatchet job pro-Hunter, pro-Carissa, anti-Kingston shit. And now she's like, oh, he's such a bad guy, isn't he? She's so full of shit, it's unbelievable. Wait, where's the tweet where she said, where does it say to kill themselves? She tweeted something out and said, where does it say in these messages, I'm going to kill myself? Didn't she? She deleted that. I'm sure I saw something of that, didn't I? Has anyone got a fucking archive of it? I should have shown it earlier. Oh, Log's got it. Fuck. She did, right? And she deleted it. Did she delete it? Right, anyway, let's get back to the video for now.
Around. It is revenge porn. I think these two parts are pretty important here. Wife and I both agreed to do some OnlyFans shit together. This included her sending some photos and messages to people for the business. So he even says here that he's fine with the messages that she was sending to people. It stands to reason, again, people who have OnlyFans sometimes will sex their clients. And if he was fine with Carissa having an OnlyFans...
Yeah, on OnlyFans, that doesn't explain why she was heavily sexting fucking Kingston on Discord. What? What? Oh my god, this is such an insane fucking pro-Hunter fucking hatchet piece. It's unbelievable.
it stands to reason
Yo!
that he was fine with her sexting as well. I genuinely don't see anything wrong with fucking my wife and making money while doing so. Only insecure betas will think otherwise. 2, we set clear boundaries, which were no physical contact with other men. I remain the only man seen in the leaked OnlyFans content, and this boundary was never violated during the duration of our marriage.
Oh, she didn't delete it. My bad. Okay, I take it back. I retract the deletion claim. I just couldn't see it. I'm retarded. I instantly retract that. Where did she say, tweet this or I'm going to kill myself? Where? It's very fucking... Anyone that's got more than 2 brain cells to rub together can see this here. So bear in mind, she's kind of letting this... Well, unless she addresses it in a sec, we'll see. Maybe she criticizes it, we'll see, okay? I'm genuinely considering killing myself, okay? Then later on in the conversation, yeah. He says, the feeling is mutual. Just promise not to do what you said you were considering. We can end on that. You owe me that much. So he's obviously referring back to her saying, I'm genuinely considering killing myself, right? She then says, you don't trust me, so why would it matter? If you trust me, tweet that there were miscommunications and you shouldn't have released the video, and I'll promise you. I.e., promise not to kill myself if you tweet out there were miscommunications and shouldn't have released the video. This is fucking clear as day. There's nothing you can lose from that. You can't bully me into doing things. You still haven't realised that I wouldn't die before I let myself be bullied. If you want me to do you a solid, just be honest and be nice about it, okay? And then here, if you look here, he sends the message and says, is that good enough? Do we have a deal? Yes, thank you. I promise I won't kill myself. Please don't think you bully me into that. Part of me hates myself for giving in, but I guess you not doing that is more important than my pride. This is explicit. This is fucking explicit reading the messages that... She is coming up with this deal where he tweets this out and then she's not going to kill herself after saying she was considering killing herself. God, Stardust is so fucking retarded. It's unbelievable. Where did she say, tweet this or I'm going to kill myself? Where? What? What the fuck? That's unbelievable. Are you neurodivergent? I tell her to promise not to kill herself, and she responds by saying, tweet that there were miscommunications, and you should have released a video, and I promise you. Fuck off, you fucking lied. This is what you claim. When you threaten suicide if I don't take down the video and make a post saying there was a misunderstanding. God, Stardust is so stupid. It's unbelievable. I mean, I was going to say, how is she a content creator? How has she got a successful career as a content creator? And I'm like, well, she doesn't. So that explains a lot. But yeah, Jesus Christ, man. Unbelievable. Anyway, just wanted to show you that.
And I think a huge part of this a reason why people think that like Hunter was cheated on is because Kingston framed the Houston trip as if Carissa and him were meeting in Houston to make things physical, when that wasn't the case. The Houston meeting was meant for, I believe, Carissa to do things with another woman, and then Kingston started suggesting other things, and that ended up falling through. She never went to Texas.
We're missing out a big part of this, though. The 24th of May. And do you know what the funny thing as well about this is, right? She's saying that she's not showing the video for reasons, which is fine. There are versions of the video out there that exist that you can watch that are blocked now, but that's fine. I didn't show it in my coverage. But the video has got messages on the 24th of May that completely blow a lot of this narrative out of the water, where she is Carissa is engaging in extremely, excessive and pornographic sex for no like meaningful reason. Like there's no business reason to do it. She just seems to be doing it from a pleasurable perspective, which isn't really in the bounds of what Hunter is claiming he's okay with. But obviously, if you're going to defend Hunter, this is the kind of line you're going to run with.
My conclusions of this are Hunter and Carissa were both involved in the OnlyFans decision. Hunter was always fine with Carissa messaging people sexually. Kingston was aware.
What? Okay, this is just insane. The fixers are in. The fixers are in. I cannot believe this. This is mental. Look. The date of my divorce post was dated prior to the date of the messages where my ex expressed interest in sexual stuff. The divorce post dated on the 7th of June. This message, and I don't want to go over all the messages because it is a bit gratuitous. I don't want to do that. But look, this is on the 24th of May, before the divorce announcement. He's saying that the messages of sexual interest were after that. This was on the June the 18th. She's saying, I love your dick. I want it in me so fucking badly. So this is a new narrative now that is being perpetuated, that Hunter was always fine with Carissa messaging people sexually. Whereas up until this point, Hunter has claimed that messages of sexual interest occurred after the divorce announcement.
That Hunter was involved in this with Carissa. You can see that Kingston acknowledges Hunter's involvement. Carissa ghosted Kingston the 9th of June. And
we don't know that. We know that Carissa and Kingston talked about Hunter being aware of things, okay? But we don't know that happened. We don't know that Hunter was aware of the extent of it.
that I know because I spoke to a source close to it. And then Kingston caught feelings for Carissa and retaliated by releasing the video.
This is fucking insane. I cannot believe the hardcore fucking defense that is being engaged in for Hunter and Carissa is mental.
They said several times she was flying out to get some dick. Yeah, and that's just not true. This is the timeline that I made. Hunter and Kingston debate trans issues. May 1st, Carissa and Kingston link up over Twitter, exchange discords.
Oh my god! Wait, what? Why is she not talking about the fucking insane sexting that was occurring? Why is she not mentioning the absolutely insane sexting that was occurring on the 24th of May? This is insane! This has got... What is going on, man? This is mental!
Carissa and Kingston begin talking about the adult industry, and Carissa starts asking for advice. Carissa continuously always asks for ways Hunter could be involved. Kingston is flirtatious, but Carissa is resistant to advances. And then Kingston confronts Carissa on her not willing to be sexually intimate with him via messages. This happens around May 15th. May 17th, they planned the Texas trip. Carissa was going to do stuff with a girl, filmed for OnlyFans. Asked if Hunter could come along on the trip to Texas. And this is further corroborated, I believe. There are some messages where they're talking about him hooking Carissa up with one of his girls. You think that the catching feelings was manipulation, Danny? Maybe.
That is the narrative
May
here
23rd,
is wild,
Kingston
man.
admits feelings. Texas trip falls through sometime after that.
What? Kingston admits feelings. What? Guys, I hate to do this. I'm going to be careful with what I show here, but I think it's blurred anyway. Yeah, it is. Look. So May 23rd, she's saying Kingston admit feelings, Texas trip falls through. For some reason, Stardust doesn't seem it prudent to reference these messages on the 24th of May, where there's very clear, explicit sexting going on. She's sending like a photo of she blurred the tip but not the face, a photo of her face with a breast in. You know, what's this bit here? God, this is unbelievable that I got to show this. Thank you. I like how forward you are with me. I appreciate that new topic. Yes, sir. Tell me what your sex life would look like if you had complete freedom to do and try whatever you want to. No pandering. Give me your most honest answer. I think I would start with fucking you. I know you'd be kind, but also give constructive criticism. I also want to do a cream pie gangbang. That's insanely hot to me. All of this, I won't show more because it is a bit gratuitous. All of this completely missing from Stardust narrative, completely missing from Stardust timeline. So all of this is missed, and she says May 23rd, Kingston admits feelings, Texas trip falls through, and then fast forwards to June 7th. For some reason, she's not mentioning these extremely gratuitous sexual messages on the 24th of May. Interesting. I wonder why that could be. I wonder why that might be.
June 7th, Hunter announces the divorce on Twitter. June 9th, Carissa ghosts Kingston. June 15th, Kingston releases the video that he released.
So yeah, it makes a lot more sense now as to why the bull has got his horns out. It makes more sense as to why the bull has got his horns out. He's fucking raging because Stardust has just completely fucked him. Like, she's presented this image that she's trying to do a both sides thing. But she is just completely perpetuating the Carissa Hunter narrative, which is then to just shit on Kingston as being this terrible person who is acting out of malice because he caught feelings, and to act like Carissa wasn't like a very willing participant into like some of the stuff that was going on. Jesus. Thank you for hitting level 5. Appreciate you. We're going to do it, guys.
I'm not making anybody out to be a victim, with the exception of Carissa having like revenge porn spread of her.
She's the victim now. Oh my god, this is unreal.
That definitely did happen. But you know, clearly everybody involved in this, they were adults, you know, and they thought that, you know, that they were all on the same page, but it didn't seem like that. You can answer this later.
Did Carissa try to set up a group activity with black dudes?
So yes, that's never been denied. So basically, I guess what happened is, according to the source I spoke to, somebody messaged Carissa offering the 7 to 8K for the group thing. They thought about setting it up, but then they decided against it, essentially. So it never really went anywhere beyond them talking about it that one time. Damn, we've got a lot of prudes in the chat. But yeah, it also still stands that Hunter is the only man who's been involved in Carissa's OnlyFans. So.
Jesus Christ. Also, do you know as well? Another thing that seems to be missing from this coverage is Carissa reaching out to Kingston to try and plan a 6-man fucking no holds barred potential piss play gangbang. Funnily enough, she's not mentioning that part of the narrative either.
So if somebody sends intimate pictures to somebody in DMs that aren't meant to be shared with anybody, and that person shares those, there's like an expectation of privacy there, and somebody shares those, that is revenge porn. These are not photos that were on her OnlyFans, from what I understand.
Honestly, the framing of the narrative, missing out key details that make Carissa look bad. You know, acting like, oh, Hunter knew about it all along. Actually, he was fine with it all. The gigacope is out of control.
Didn't Carissa have sex with Kingston? Wasn't it agreed that she would only sex with clients? I don't think Kingston would count as one of her.
Yes, true. Win press from House MD.
Clients. So, Carissa did sex with Kingston. There was no only clients specified with Hunter. It looks like.
Okay. This is fucking insane, man. I can't believe this. Hunter said here, wife and I both agreed to do some OnlyFans shit together. This included her sending some photos and messages to people for the business. Again, I'll ask you again. This message here, sent on the 24th of May. Again, I don't want to show all the messages, okay? I'm getting close, though. I love your dick. I want it in me so fucking badly. How is this a business message, precisely? Sent on Discord to Kingston. How exactly would you consider that a business message? Interesting. Looks like the narrative's starting to fall apart at the tiniest push, and you're having to make up complete unbelievable bullshit to keep it going.
It looks like Kingston, kept kind of making the moves, and so she just kind of went along with it, I guess. And she was also obviously a willing participant in it, right?
Wait, hang on, wait.
Kingston, kept kind of making the moves, and so she just kind of went along with it, I guess. And she was also obviously a willing participant in it, right? But I'm thinking that she probably thought that's how the industry works. So,
okay, this is fucking insane narrative spinning. Oh, she just thought it was how the industry works. Yeah, the industry works in that you've got to send this guy messages on Discord, nudes, saying that you want to get fucked by him and saying you want to do a gangbang cream pie. Yeah, that's just how the porn industry works, guys. Totally reasonable that she would think that she had to do that, okay? I had no choice but to send him a message telling him I wanted to gangbang cream pie. There's no other way I could have conceived of to engage in the porn industry. Fucking hell.
But it was never specified who she could message. So.
Yeah, so I think that Hunter has kind of kept it quite loose and to allow flexibility to the narrative his side, right? Because he's saying it's for business. That could mean a lot of things, okay? Oh, look, you're literally saying these same 3 points over and over. Yes, because I'm trying to show you how bullshit Stardust narrative is, right? Listen, you people, when you get proven wrong, you just complain that I'm saying the thing correctly in a way you don't like. I am 100% correct. I've done the most extensive, correct, accurate coverage of this, okay? I'll take a couple of L's in some of the things that I've said that I've reassessed on further information. Sure, I'll happily do that. But in terms of a broad perspective, okay, I've got the absolute best fucking perspective on all of this because I've spent so long covering it, okay? And now Stardust is here. And she's desperately trying to piece together the absolute bullshit narrative that Carissa and Hunter have presented. And she's doing it in a way that is, to essentially shit on Kingston. Kingston deserves criticism, okay? Kingston has definitely done some fuck shit in this, okay? I'll take an L on having said something earlier where I was more defensive of him, okay? With all the information that I've got now, right? I would happily accept that Kingston deserves more criticism than I issued initially. But he doesn't deserve to be fucking sidelined as this dude who was being pushy, trying to get sex shit going on, and that she was just, complying because she thought that was how the sex industry works, when it's quite clear that she was, engaging in the most fucking insane sexting with this guy that was totally unnecessary for the OnlyFans stuff.
I guess I understand, sirs, but in a court, the defense is going to be that she was willingly posting nudes online behind a paywall, Jay. And the message and the nudes that she sent to Kingston were private.
Wait.
Under I guess I understand, sirs, but in a court, the defense is going to be that she was willingly posting nudes online behind a paywall, Jay. And the
Wrong! That's not correct. Whilst I don't agree with the overall point that the revenge porn will be assessed on this, that is not true. She posted nudes onto a Twitter account that wasn't locked. She posted it to an open Twitter account that anyone could see, okay? Because when it was revealed, people were posting her at, and you could go and see she had full nudes, and she also had the blowjob video on there.
message and the nudes that she sent to Kingston were private under the expectation of privacy and were not even available via the paywall. So I would say that because there is the expectation of privacy there, that yes, that does qualify as revenge porn, especially given how terribly things were censored.
Also, the other thing as well is, again, she broadcast, maybe not this original video that I don't know that much about, if that happened, but she at least broadcast a video where there wasn't hard editing out of the nudes.
To begin with.
So she's perpetuating revenge porn herself, by this standard.
He did post her nudes, Creative Zero. I just didn't share them. He did post her nudes.
Am I crazy? Like, what nudes are we referring to there, I guess I would ask. Let's just keep going. Thanks for level 5.
There's something I want to say, but I don't know if I can say it. Okay. The claim that Kingston made when he released the video, that he heard somebody was talking shit about him, I think is bullshit. I think he released the video because he was mad. And I think that claim that somebody was talking shit about him, I think he made it up to justify it. Really? He posted the news on YouTube? I saw the video and it was blurred. Creative.
Jesus Christ. Do you not think Kingston did revenge porn? I think that legally it might be considered revenge porn, but I don't think that Kingston, in releasing those sexts, I don't think he did it thinking, I'm going to release these nudes to embarrass her. I think he was thinking, I totally disagree with the narrative Stardust is presenting here. It seems more likely that he had heard something and was acting rashly, okay, and was like, oh shit, and kind of quickly got a video out about it without really adequately censoring or thinking about the totality of information he was releasing. But I do believe that he'd heard that something had happened to spook him that we're not privy to. I'd love to see evidence of that, but I am hopefully going to speak to Kingston at some point, and I can obviously challenge him and talk to him about the nature under which he released the video, maybe get some, answers or some evidence out of it.
Zero, I said this a few times before, but the first version of the video that he put up, it was not blurred nearly enough. It was like everything was visible except for one really small part, which were privates. And even though that was blurred, it was not blurred very well. The entire thing was visible. It wasn't until later that Kingston...
Wait, okay, right. I'm going to make one final statement on this. I'm saying that legally it might be considered revenge porn, but I don't think that in his head he was thinking, I'm going to just release nudes to embarrass the person. That could still be revenge porn, possibly, but his intent was to get ahead of a story that he was worried was going to come out because something had spooked him, the evidence of which we haven't seen.
Went and uploaded or edited it and put a blur over the entire image.
Exactly, yeah. Let the courts decide the revenge porn. His intentions weren't just, I'm going to show her nudes. No.
I don't think this makes them look worse, honestly. I think this Kingston guy was purposely trying to misportray the situation. He was well aware that Hunter was involved, with the OnlyFans business, and decided to release a video that purposely misportrayed Hunter.
So it's possible that Hunter was aware of the OnlyFans, but I do not believe that Hunter was fully understanding of the extent of like the sexting that happened and stuff like that, right? I don't think that is what he was aware of.
As somebody who's uninvolved,
such
and,
cope narrative,
wasn't taking part sexually and wasn't helping out with the OnlyFans and was uncomfortable with all of this when it wasn't the case.
Hunter Avallone's just been on stream to talk about it and give his take, and he's lied through his teeth at times. And people are like, why are you still talking about this, man? Because it's developing and continuing. Hunter Avallone has just spoken about it publicly for the first time. Yeah, obviously people are going to still be talking about it when, you know, the fans continue to be flamed. It's just funny to me, man. You know, obviously, listen, obviously, I think it's quite obvious what's going on here, okay? Hunter's a nice guy. He's got the right politics. You know, we should go a bit easier on him. So I was getting annoyed earlier because I feel like Stardust coverage was just dishonest. Just a dishonest attempt to defend Hunter and Carissa in order to basically, you know, perpetuate and support their narrative. Hey, thanks for the $5.
Hard work. Love the content and have a pint on me. Cheers, M8.
Let's continue on. Should I watch this bit?
W PowerPoint, thank you.
Okay, right, listen, I'm not going to get one guide, but I'm not, listen, I am milking it, I'll admit that. But, like, there is new information that's come out now, and we're going to milk it even more. Let's go, come on. Apparently
I mean, he was involved in her OnlyFans, though, right? Like, he was, like, I think I mean, I don't know anything about the OnlyFans, to be honest with you guys. I don't know what they did, but apparently, like, he was also in the OnlyFans pictures or whatever. So.
At this point, what Kingston should do, if I was Kingston, what I would do is I would do another video. I wouldn't be as gratuitous about it, okay? I wouldn't be gratuitous about it. What I'd do is I would, like, just have a selection of DMs that show the interaction that demonstrate that Carissa was clearly very into, like, the interaction. Don't put any, like, any nudes or censored nudes or anything. Cut all that shit out. It's not necessary. Maybe just show the points at which she sent a nude, because that's a sign that she was also kind of into it. And then I'd probably leave out some of the, as much as we've memed about it, I probably wouldn't include the gangbang piss orgy shit at the end. That is gratuitous. Is there anything in this next 30 minutes that's worth listening to? I mainly just wanted to watch this panel where apparently she gets pressed on some of the shit she was saying. Here we go.
My Discord fucking breaks every time I turn on my camera, so...
She ran and she changed her mind.
Yeah, that's totally what
Decided to
happened.
come back.
Totally what
No,
happened.
people don't run from me. Okay. Well, except for Sunday. He keeps consistent with the meme.
Based.
Let's see here. Let me put you guys on screen. So what's up, guys? What's going on?
I didn't actually know why you invited me on after Hunter left, because the big thing I wanted to say was, like, why I thought he was approaching things poorly, and it basically had to do with him, like, giga chatting the situation in a very poor way, like him
I tend
saying,
to agree with you, yeah.
yeah, I saw your take on it. Yeah, because he would say, like, okay, now I'm done engaging, and then he would go on to meme forever on Twitter. He definitely, somebody brought up him using his marriage as, like, a sticking point against, like, red pillars to say, like, well, you can't criticize me for my openness. I live that trad life that you guys talk about anyways. Shit like that. But
He does say that, but he says it in a way where, like, so he's talked about this on numerous debates and numerous shows where he says stuff like, you know, I'm actually married, I have kids, you know, we live together, they have both of their parents, like, stuff like that. But he doesn't seem to, like, those seem to be the only aspects that he's really talking about. He's not, I don't know that he's ever saying stuff like, you know, we would never do an OnlyFans or, you know, any of the things that people would consider to be hypocritical in this situation. I don't think any of those things actually apply to what's happening.
Is this guy the criticism, okay? I mean, the criticism that I've got anyway is really simple. I mean, if I was coming at it from like a red pill perspective, I think that, you know, to have an OnlyFans is in opposition to the concept of what a trad relationship would be. You know, the idea that you can have an OnlyFans and you can sext on OnlyFans and that doesn't matter, and you would upload photos of you naked and videos of you having sex or getting a blowjob. That is not a trad relationship. So you cannot claim to have a trad relationship or use that as a flex whilst, or you know, to later just to completely go against that, right? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Also, the other thing as well, further to that, right? is also this aspect of the criticism isn't necessarily just that. There's another element to it too. Hunter is now calling for privacy, okay? Hunter is now calling for privacy, but he has repeatedly used his personal life publicly to bolster his debates or his points, used it as a flex. He's like had conversations with people that have like been lusting after his wife. What the hell is this? What the... 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 days. I didn't even cover this for 5 days. Jesus, it's not even that much. But yeah, I don't think that you can repeatedly use your marriage, have your wife involved in even like debates, have her in thumbnails, say debating the guy that's got thirsting after my wife and stuff like this, and then just because it's stuff that's embarrassing that's coming out, suddenly go, oh no, I want privacy. If you want privacy, okay, keep your relationship out of the fucking limelight, all right? Don't plaster it over thumbnails. Don't constantly fucking bring it up as some sort of flex in debates and stuff like that. So again, people just aren't really understanding the criticism and are just acting like, well, there's no hypocrisy here. It's totally fine to go around saying you've got a trad relationship, only to later set up an OnlyFans and have the wife sexting other people.
Happening here.
Well, yeah, I tried to even reply to him on Twitter and be like,
so, this is, hopefully I'm going to get to speak to this guy, and this is the one piece of the puzzle that I think is, is valid. And I'd say that at times I've probably given more weight to the idea that maybe there is something there, but there is no evidence that proves that he was justified in being concerned about a hit piece being made about him, or the idea that like there was going to be some public statement made about him. As it stands, without any sort of evidence, I would say that he freaked out unnecessarily about something that spooked him, right? That seems to be kind of what happened. Obviously, we'd probably need some sort of evidence to show that he actually did, have that happen.
Hunter, please, with the fucking, this is my last time engaging, and then it didn't. He just likes to argue with people. I don't think he cares, honestly. So, I mean, I tried to tell him, and I was saying, like, if any other content creators wanted to jump on, but I think he had to go because he's out of town, so, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I'll be honest. I mean, he might be out of town, but I don't really buy it. He was gonna go on Chud's, and then Chud found some conflicting evidence from, like, his story versus what was on screen, what we saw in screenshots. And don't get me wrong, I think that Kingston guy is absolutely a scumbag. I think he definitely was developing feelings. I think he definitely was like trying to get in her pants, wanted like a side girl and stuff, and it seemed like he was upset. Like she wasn't playing into his wanna be like pimp scenario, right? That's what I felt. That's what I got from it. But Hunter has specifically only engaged in areas where he feels like he's going to get optical wins.
Well, I would ask, what is the conflicting evidence? Because I initially thought that there was conflicting evidence as well. But then I got like more of a full story from like multiple sources. So.
Well, the problem is going to be that Hunter did not give you a date for when their relationship like officially ended. And don't get me wrong, it's a marriage. So them splitting up, they've already said that they've talked about it for like a year and a half at this point, right? And so this is obviously like a build up to a conclusion. So there's going to be a point in time where they're sort of separating, not just emotionally, but physically too. But the problem is that without Hunter giving a date,
relax. Don't worry.
I can't really tell you, but Hunter was saying he didn't get cucked in this scenario, and that Carissa didn't pursue any sort of like physical action outside of what would have been permissible with the OnlyFans situation, right? Until after they were split up. But the problem
you can't really call it conflicting information then, because we just don't have the information.
What do you mean?
You can't say that it's conflicting. This is conflicting information when we don't have the evidence to say that it's conflicting, right?
Yeah, you don't know what it is conflicting because we don't know when they actually separated.
I'd have to go back to the Chud VOD because he showed it either yesterday or the day before.
Okay, guys, listen. Look. Okay, listen to me. Okay, listen up now. Nothing's gonna happen on stream. Don't get excited. Okay.
Was a specific DM that he sort of like showed that Carissa posted herself.
Yes,
That
it
sort
was
of proved the point.
I think I know which one because I or at least I saw Contradiction too, which was when Carissa was
It was
talking.
the panties one. It was the, you know what I'm talking about, where she's saying like, this is how you lure your man to come do the dishes or come do chores or whatever, and she sends like Hunter a text saying, hey, I'm wearing somebody's favorite color, and then Hunter says, oh, I'm right down there or something like that. She posts that, but it's actually not in response to all of this drama. It's posted like a week before, like before they ever announced that they're actually split up.
Yeah,
and she
but
has
the
text
but
with that Kingston guy before
Yeah.
that date.
Yeah, but the split happened I think before.
Yeah,
I'll
so
have to-
you're
I'll have to
talking
check,
about
yeah.
you're talking about when Hunter posted the tweet saying that they like announcing their divorce, Hunter saying that they actually like agreed to separate before they ever posted anything.
Yes, but he never says when, which is
Right.
like a problem.
So that's what we're
Because
saying
he
is
was
that it's
willing
not
to go
really
on Chud's.
conflicting.
He was
It's
willing
just-
to go on Chud's up until Chud showed that tweet that I was talking about, and then all of a sudden, mysteriously, like Hunter didn't want to go on.
Oh yeah, he had to go to see an apartment viewing just minutes after he'd said he was going to come on.
Which is why I also have a problem with him saying like, "Yeah, I'll come talk to you, Star, because you're charitable." It's like, I mean, if you're willing to go on Chud's,
I
and then
wouldn't.
you back out.
You know, I don't want to down like play stuff because I did get pretty exclusive information. And it was not through that, you know. So it's not like I didn't put like work in, you know. But yeah, I mean, I get it if he maybe doesn't want to you know, I get that it looks weird, you know, that he doesn't want to go on Chud's after Chud showed that. But you know,
Bear in mind that like he went on to Stardust stream very, very, you know, very quickly on a fucking mobile whilst out of town. You know, like why was why was he so willing to get on fucking stream on that particular stream just off the back of what? Like Stardust positive courage. Stardust had basically just gone on and gone, oh yeah, Hunter basically did nothing wrong, and this Kingston guy is actually the terrible person and all this. Like obviously he's going to go on there because he knows he's going to get, you know, a good crack of the whip, so to speak. But I mean, and then he says at the end, he's like, oh no, that's it. I'm not going to speak to anyone else. Okay, like you've not really been meaningfully challenged on anything, you know?
You know, again, like, I think I worked pretty hard to paint like a full picture here. So, with extra information,
I haven't seen everything that you showed.
Yeah.
Mostly because at the beginning of the stream, it seemed like a lot of what you were putting together, I had already kind of pieced together, but it seemed like you had the problem where you showed the one video by Kingston, right? And it just had like the. No, it wasn't even the video by Kingston. It was when you showed the My Free Cams account, yeah? With the blurred
that's not this stream, no.
Oh, Stardust getting pressed on showing the my free cams account. No way.
No. What I'm saying though is that it felt like some of what you were telling everybody I had already kind of figured out, which is like Kingston being a creep who was like really needy and like demanding, and she didn't want to follow through on like a lot of his.
No,
demands,
I
but
mean,
still
yeah,
wanted to engage
sure.
on the
I
OnlyFans
had
part.
a stuff that had been sent to me from sources like close to both sides, essentially, that kind of demonstrated that further, I think. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that narrative.
Yeah.
Actually, do you?
Well, so Sassafras earlier was sending, like, when she was asking questions, she was talking about the fact that, like, on the 15th of last month, she was sending him, like, very provocative
The 15th
videos.
was the first day that they became, was the first day that things got sexually intimate.
Right. And so that we're saying back then she was not afraid of him in any way, and then later on she became afraid of him.
No, the 15th is basically what happened is on the 15th, and I showed screenshots for this, is Kingston is talking about how you won't engage with me sexually, you're not being as submissive as you will. And after that is when Carissa's like, okay, and she starts engaging with him sexually.
Right. So she's not afraid of him at this point, or she is afraid of him?
I mean, I don't think she's afraid of him. I think that she just feels like this is weird, but she just kind of she thinks that this is like part of it, like part of being in this industry. So she just kind of
okay. I could accept that if, at the start that was all that happened, but that's not all that happened, is it? Do you know what I mean? Like, I could accept that if the messages ended there, but then we've got days later, we've got repeated sexual conversations happening.
It goes along with it.
I thought you were saying that her friends said that she was afraid of him.
No. Her friends did not say that she was afraid of this guy. Her friends just said that she felt a little bit uncomfortable. So.
Well,
okay.
I mean, I think it's fair to say
if you feel uncomfortable with someone, right? Why? I mean, you might accept that they were conversing with them for maybe some OnlyFans advice, but you wouldn't take it any further than that, surely. Like, I hate the fact that because this guy is just a fucking sleazebag, pornographer or whatever, anything that's said about him is going to just be acceptable, and he can just get totally berated publicly,
she might have felt uncomfortable over the course of their engagement.
Yeah.
Those DMs are pretty they're pretty forward.
No, I agree with you. I don't
fantasies back and forth.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that, very clearly she engaged in a sexually intimate way over text message with him, over Discord message with him. I don't disagree about that. And according to Hunter, it wasn't a violation or whatever, but I'm just going based off of, like, the stuff that I've received. That's all. But yeah, no, I agree. She may have been uncomfortable, but she did engage very willingly in that. So, and multiple
Wait, hang on.
times she did a Discord message with him. I don't disagree about that. And according to Hunter, it wasn't a violation or whatever. But I'm just going based off of, like, the stuff that I've received. That's all. But yeah, no, I agree. She may have been uncomfortable, but she did engage very willingly in that. So, and multiple times. Yeah.
Okay, why wasn't that in any of her coverage before? Why is she only saying that now when pressed on it? Why did she not make that clear before that she had that perspective on it? Why is that only now when someone is actually pushing her on it, she goes, oh yeah, actually no, she did willingly engage multiple times.
I find it hard to believe she wasn't at least somewhat enthusiastic at first, to be honest.
She could have been, yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
I've seen the evidence for it.
It seemed like part of it was that, yeah, she wanted to learn how to be like I guess an OnlyFans girl, like sexting people and, all of that. And he was supposed to walk her through this, but then he kept talking about, like, her being his girlfriend and stuff like that. And it was like, wait,
yeah,
that doesn't seem like that's what y'all's relationship is here. What? And he even said, like, I was teaching her stuff and I was coaching her on all this, but then he shows, like, a bunch of very, like, sexually intimate DMs, and what you read in the DMs is very different from the way he characterizes it, where he's saying, like, oh, I'm just coaching her, I'm just telling her how to do this stuff. But in the DMs, it looks like he wants her to, he says at one point, like, you'd be a pretty boss bitch and make a really good girlfriend. And it's like, wait.
Well, no, obviously, Tom is so retarded, man. At the start, yes. At the start of the conversation, that was what it was. He was just coaching her and giving her guidance and advice on like how to do it. But later on, especially after it became sexual, it did seem like he expressed an interest in, you know, not just like a sexual relationship, but something beyond that.
That's weird.
He,
dude.
well,
Like,
yeah, the part with I fall in love so hard and so damn often, right? And he talks about if if I were square, I would date you. You'd be a great girlfriend. All of that. So.
Yeah.
What do you think about the? Okay, so I know there's shit with spicy chat, but a lot of them have the theory is that she was just a side hoe, and that all of this, like, how do I say, like him saying, "I thought you'd make like a good girlfriend," is him
Just because you have to, yeah, well, that's my problem. That's my problem with it. I hate this idea that we have to act a certain way just because someone's got like the correct views. Like, I just, if Hunter was willing to just take a couple of L's and just be honest about what happened, if Carissa hadn't have tried to act like this guy was, sexually coercive in those messages on the 24th of May, a lot of this would just be dealt with. But it's because Hunter can't take an L on this from any angle. Like, what L has Hunter taken himself? What humility has Hunter learned from this? Like, there's nothing. There's nothing he said which demonstrates any humility or, any learning or any like, oh yeah, I messed up here, I messed up there, or something like that.
just wanting a side hoe and nothing more. Now, I disagree with that sentiment, but what do you have to say about that? Do you think it just stopped at a side hoe?
Honestly, I go between him thinking he had feelings for her and wanted her to be like a second girlfriend. Like, he's into that poly shit, right? And him pretending that he wants her to be his second girlfriend and really just wanting to make money with her. So
okay,
I go between those two. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. I just presented what I had. So
what about you sharing the revenge porn claims?
I watched the second version of the video on stream. So if I watched revenge porn, so did everybody else. But I will say the first.
Wait, does that make it okay? Wait, hang on a minute. Wait, what? Well, I may have broadcast revenge porn as per Hunter's claims, but a lot of other people did too, so it's okay. Also, I am still trying to find out about this narrative. I don't buy this narrative that they were 2 videos. I've only ever known that there was 1 video. If there were 2 videos, I'll consider that, obviously. But the video I saw had like poor censoring, sure. But this narrative that there were like 2 other situations. The narrative there were 2 videos and like the first video had worse and then somehow it got edited to have better censoring. Seems like complete bullshit to me. Hang on, I'm getting some information through. Guys. Oh, wait, hang on. So there's a tool to add blur. Okay, I didn't know that. If that's the case, then yeah, I'll take the L on that,
version of that video does qualify as revenge porn. I don't know if you guys have seen
I don't know if I ever saw the first version of the video. Did it have it completely uncensored?
So
it was censored. It was not censored well enough. It was a very, very see-through blur.
She's like holding up the tit, and it's just the tit blurred out, and that.
Yeah, and it's not even good blur. Yeah, that's essentially that. Essentially, does call, and I'm glad Nicholas Diorio agreed with me that he considers the first version revenge porn as well. So.
Okay, I will take the L on the first video. Apparently, I'm told there was a first video, but then there's a tool on YouTube where you can add a censor, and that was implemented on, and then that was the version that people were watching.
Yeah. But you showed something else afterwards. I thought you showed like a campsite or something like that, or like her OnlyFans or some crap.
Not today. And even if I did, I blurred everything. I've privated those videos though. So
yeah, can I say I actually think people can say what they want, but to me, even with the blur, depending on the quality of the blur, I still think it counts as revenge porn, because part of blurring out or censoring a photo is not just to make like the identity of a person unknown. And we definitely know with his blurs, like we knew exactly who it was, we could prove it, and that's fine. If people want to say that, like okay, he's just posting it to prove it was her sending nudes. That's all well and good, but with the
Chud, imagine strangers on the internet talking about your wife's sexual preferences. Don't think you would like it. Well, that's why, okay, even if I was married, I personally just wouldn't mention or discuss aspects of my relationship, except just throwaway comments, maybe occasionally. But like, I wouldn't use it as a center point of my content or use it to make some claim about how I'm based and trad and you're not or something like that. Yes, I'm reading YouTube chat.
blurs that he put there, part of censoring a photo is to like make it.
Yeah, listen, the blur stuff, that is, you know, that's something from the start that is just, you know, there's absolutely no reason, even if he was panicked and in some rush apparently to get this out, that he couldn't have just done what would have been a lot easier. Just put a black box over it. Just put a big black box over it. The what's his name? iHypocrite covered the video. In the coverage in Spicy Chat, it had big black box over it. The video that was on, what was it called? iHypocrite's video had these black bars over it. So I just don't see why Kingston couldn't have just done that and it would have solved a lot of these problems. And he, you know, has obviously, alongside the other criticizable stuff he's done, he's left himself in a position now where people could just point to that, and it means that people don't think about the other aspects of this, you know?
Unknown what the contents of that photo are. And I'm sorry, like even with the blur, I can tell when it's her just.
Yes, the freaking yes. Oh my goodness, dude! Right, freaking there in the camera, bro.
Yeah,
that was so messed up, dude. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's no way he didn't know what he was posting. There's no freaking way. But okay, so wait. So if you took it down, Stardust, then do you think your like very see-through blur would have been considered?
I don't think my blurs were see-through. I made sure to make them very censored. So
get impressed.
I don't remember, so I'm not gonna give. I'm
impressed.
just saying, I have definitely been on the side of Stardust. Should have blocked out some photos completely, and I think you did, intentionally or not. Share revenge porn. Now, obviously, that Kingston guy is the piece of shit who put up the YouTube video, so all of that's on him. And I think I do think he intentionally blurred those photos the way he did to kind of like double down on her embarrassment.
yeah.
But yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. That's like a really weird thing to do. If you like, I don't know, like, oh, I'm gonna blur them to stop it. I just think he's a fucking, you know, I just don't think that he had any conception of how visible it was and how like unacceptable it is to like share the things and then to have mediocre blurring in there. It's possible that he did it that way. It's possible that he did. But then, okay, but you're saying he's trying to, you know, the embarrassment thing. But then he took the video down after speaking to Carissa. Like, you know, if he wanted full maximum embarrassment, he would have just kept it up. The other thing as well is, whilst, yes, he did leak first to a, you know, nebulous and non-substantiated claim that he had some insight into what was going to happen, right? Beyond that, it's like he now at this point, obviously the damage is done with the video being released, and that was, you know, one thing about it, but now he is really just responding to people commenting on this. And bear in mind, yesterday, this was dead. Yesterday, this whole thing was dead, right? Stardust did a stream about it. Stardust went ahead and spoke to like the parties involved, but then in a coverage, she didn't like do a good job of like actually telling both sides, was heavily biased towards Carissa and Hunter, and kind of shit on this guy. So, you know, obviously he is not happy about it. I woke up to everyone fucking tweeting about, you know, people tweeting about it and people on Discord going, oh my God, look at this, look at this, look at this. It's like, if Stardust either hadn't done a stream about it, right? Or alternatively had done a stream and been a bit more, you know, bipartisan, there probably wouldn't be this drama about it now. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Keep them coming, guys. I reckon we can do this tonight. What do you reckon?
I'm gonna have to disagree.
Thank you, Davey.
I went into Photoshop and made sure I blurred things pretty significantly, but I mean, you know, it's fine. I'm open to criticism, and I privated the videos anyways, so, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if it was even your stream. All I know is that somebody sent me some sort of Twitter post from last night, and they said this was from your stream, and the blurs seem very similar to what his blurs were as far as how see-through they were. But I have no clue if it was actually your stream or not. So
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe I'm a revenge pornographer. Who knows? So.
Damn.
What? Yo! What is this? What the fuck? Yeah, maybe I am that really bad thing that I've been criticizing someone else for being. Like, what the fuck, man? That's crazy. Let's do that again.
Yeah, I don't know if it was even your stream. All I know is that somebody sent me some sort of Twitter post from last night, and they said this was from your stream, and the blurs seem very similar to what his blurs were as far as how see-through they were. But I have no clue if it was actually your stream or not. So
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe I'm a revenge pornographer. Who knows? So.
Damn.
Yeah. Revenge pornographer Stardust.
This is, yeah. Stardust just gets criticized. She gives it and tries to downplay what she did. Exactly. It's like, I don't know, it's so annoying. Like, you can't just fucking, like, if you're going to giga chat it. Yeah, I'm a revenge pornographer. What of it? But then she can't really do that because she's been critical of others for being revenge pornographers. I'm sorry. Okay, you dusters are honestly, if you are a fucking Stardust fan, you've got fucking negative IQ, okay? If you unironically are watching Stardust, it's honestly, I don't understand how you can do that and then come into my chat and fucking be like, oh, do you think she's being serious? She is getting criticized for something totally valid. She's criticized the other guy for it, and she's just going, oh yeah, maybe I am. She's doing it as a deflection because she doesn't want to deal with the criticism.
So I'll look through again and see. I mean, I don't know. But I don't have it in front of me right now.
Yeah, I mean, my main... I'm sorry, 1 second, Tom.
Go ahead.
My main sticking point is just, like, when you're blurring a photo, especially for, like, porn and stuff, the objective... Like, if you've seen enough porn, obviously, no matter the amount of blur, you're going to be able to conceptualize some kind of photo inside of your mind. But the idea is to make the content
We're getting there, guys.
And I feel like, at least on the side of Kingston, now, I don't remember your stream, but at least on the side of Kingston, that effort was not made at fucking all.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, especially in the first version. Because the first version was, I'm telling you, man, the first version was 100% revenge porn. So.
Yeah, I think I edited the first version. I just didn't know there was, like, a later version put out.
Well, the first version, like, literally only small parts of those photos were blurred. It was, the entire thing was visible except for, like, one tiny portion over, like, a hole, you know? And it was, like, yeah, it was not good at all, so...
So yeah, what she's trying to do is she's trying to say, well, the first version was even worse. So like me showing this version that was more blurred is fine. That's not necessarily true, is it? Like, what if the first version was blurred? Sorry, what if the first version was uncensored and then your version had a very slim bar over the necessary bits, but you could still see quite a lot. And then you were just like, wow. That first version didn't have any censoring. Mine's got some censoring at least. I don't like... I just think that a lot of people could have avoided this issue by not just watching the uncensored video on their stream. Or not watching the video at all. You don't necessarily even have to watch that video. It's not necessary to cover this. Yes. 30 left, guys. Come on, we're going to do it.
and the blur was completely see-through. So he didn't upload a
Yeah.
new video. He just used YouTube's blur system to put like an extra blur on top of it and blur out more of the photos. And so that was when everybody says like first versions versus second version. It's the same video both times. He just used YouTube's editing system to add an extra blur on top of it.
Do you think if you put your entire asshole online, you get to feel bad if someone else puts it online too? I mean, if it's like, it depends on the circumstances, I think that in a private DM, if you send a nude and that isn't like a nude that you've put elsewhere and someone shares that, like you've sent that in like with a level of privacy, right? Like, for example, let's say that you post videos of yourself getting fucked. If you did record something more intimate for you and your partner, and that then gets leaked, I think that it's reasonable to like feel upset about that because there's a level of privacy that you've kind of wanted to engage in there, you know? But I don't think it's reasonable to think that someone should not care about nudes of them being leaked just because they post nudes on the internet, and then there's a private DM where you send a nude which isn't available publicly, and they leak that. You know, that is like a breach of trust type situation, right?
Of it.
Do you have sympathy for Carissa after she sent sex videos to a pimp she barely knew? I mean, no. I don't have any sympathy for like trusting a pimp. Do you know what I mean? Like, no, why the fuck would you do that? That's insane. Why? Someone's trying to fucking totally do OnlyFans and you're giving them so much. Like, she probably didn't think he was going to fucking leak it all, right? But especially some of the things she was saying to him about like the relationship between her and Hunter was just ridiculous. Like, why there's literally no need to do that.
So did you think was there anything that Hunter said when you brought him on that actually was enlightening to you in any way?
No, but I, you know, as much as people say it's cope, I do believe that he actually thinks this is funny. So, yeah.
Wait, what?
No, but
so did you think was there anything that Hunter said when you brought him on that actually was enlightening to you in any way?
No, but I, you know, as much as people say it's cope, I do believe that he actually thinks this is funny. So, yeah.
I mean, I have no issue with the way he's handling it. He can handle it. It's freaking his crap. I think a lot.
Yeah. Do you know what clues me into Hunter thinking it's funny? It's him desperately trying to dunk on 0 follower Andys that are shitting on Twitter. That is a very standard sign that someone just genuinely thinks it's funny.
For the people like talking about, you know, his answers for a lot of this stuff. Honestly, if let's say he is lying about all of this, I wouldn't give a crap. It's his it was his personal life that was just thrown out there into the spotlight for absolutely no reason. Like, he has no obligation to give us more details or truthful details on this whatsoever. Yeah, it's like
I tend to
when
agree.
President
Wait a minute. I would agree that aside from like pointing out where he's being dishonest or whatever, you know, I think that I would broadly agree that lying to save face for yourself isn't really that big a deal in the grand scheme of things, okay? It's kind of funny if someone is obviously trying to cope, but I think if you just tell a couple of lies to save face about your situation, people will generally forget that and people will, you know, move on, and it is what it is, right? But if your lies implicate someone else, okay, and through your lies you're implicating someone else as having done something bad, that's a different story to me. That's a different story to me. The whole reason Kingston made the video is a lie. I wouldn't call it a lie. It's an unproven claim. At this point, it's an unproven claim. There's a couple of ideas of why he made the video. It could be that he had his nose put out of joint because she ghosted him, so he decided to release it. It could be that he heard, you know, rumors on the grapevine that something was going to get released, and he released it. It could be that there was maybe some public statement that we haven't seen because it was quite somehow, I don't know how that would be possible, but maybe somewhere there's a public statement that he saw that freaked him out and he decided to release it. So there isn't really any good proof of like the exact reason that he decided to release it. But nonetheless, as I've said multiple times, you know, you know, even if there was something, the gratuitousness of what he shared was excessive in not censoring the photos and in revealing a lot of information that wasn't necessary to like clear his name, you know? So fucking stupid, this dude leaked a bunch of private details and you keep defending him. Ian Peer, you are fucking retarded, okay? I'm not defending him as such, okay? I'm just pointing out that there are multiple reasons. Can you prove to me right now that the reason that he leaked it was because he had his nose put out of joint and was upset with Carissa? Can you prove that to me right now? Like, do you know what I mean? There isn't any evidence of anything, right? Obviously, there's different things that it could be. There's what is it? No! Okay, Ian, you must be retarded. I'm not saying I can prove it either, okay? I'll take an L. I think at one point earlier, I maybe gave more credence to the idea, okay? At some point in my coverage, I gave more credence to the idea. But now, my position is, it could be these options that I've just explained. Yes, I agree. I don't know why you're saying this to me like I haven't said this already. If he's got proof, he should show it, okay? If he's got proof, he should show it. I think that, you know, it's certainly possible. It's certainly possible that happened, but we haven't seen any proof. I agree.
Sunday's name gets leaked and everybody's like, I don't know, he might be lying about whether or not that's actually his real name. Yeah, like we kind of expect if you don't want personal details released and this is supposed to be private, that you might be lying about whether or not it's actually your details.
Yeah,
like,
but that's kind of the point, right? Why would anybody give a shit? Because one of the problems is that, like, if this was like about Hunter's wife's nudes, which by the way, I just think he shouldn't have done any PR tour or anything like that, because if they're separated, he should let her fall on her own sword. He doesn't need to defend her. She doesn't need to defend him. Take care of your relevant points. Stay the fuck away from each other. I mean, and still co-parent your kid, but that's beside the point. I don't want to get into parenting or anything. But the problem is that, like, when this stuff comes out, it's kind of like the Steven Crowder situation, where it's like, well, now we're curious about your relationship because you sit here and in debates use your marriage as this like tool.
An unproven claim becomes a lie when there's evidence presented that the alternative is true, okay?
To like win over people in arguments.
Ian, I agree with you. He should show evidence. I totally agree with you.
And so we want to know.
And the thing is, if anyone showed any evidence of anything, okay, I'd be if someone was like, actually, here's messages where he's stating quite clearly that he released it because she ghosted him, I'd be blown the fuck out of the water. I'd have to take a massive L on that. Boom, there we go, okay? Yep, sure, there we go. It turns out that he did actually leak it because he was embarrassed. And then on the other hand, if it comes out and it's like, oh, here's some private conversations that he was privy to where it was made clear that like some sort of hit piece was being planned. Boom, there we go. Like, I'm all for more evidence.
Somebody is making a claim that shit's awry and it's not exactly what you think it is, and you're just hiding.
Wait, what? That's the mother of her kids. Of course he is going to defend her, especially since Kingston has got a bigger platform than her. Where? Kingston's got like a, what, 200 sub YouTube channel and 200 or 300 followers on Twitter. The person in this situation with the smallest platform is Kingston. What do you mean?
Hiding how fucked up your marriage is. Well, I think it's fair for people to be curious about that, and obviously content creators doing what they do are going to want to sit there and actually like dissect the situation and figure out what's true and what's not.
Yeah, I don't think I'm saying that, and I don't think any of us are saying that nobody has a right to cover it. I'm very much on the side of cover whatever the fuck you want to, right? But at the end of the day, like, Hunter's only gonna give to us what he wants to give to us, right? And I don't think he.
I don't know the exact number. I'm pretty sure she had like a few thousand followers on Twitter. I don't know if she's got her own YouTube channel, but that probably is quite small. But yeah, I don't think it's arguable that Kingston is the one with a bigger platform in any of this. He's the smallest creator in all of this. Unless there's some, maybe he's got some porno stuff that I'm not privy to. But in terms of like, you know, non-pornographic public-facing stuff, I mean, he's got the smallest platform in all of this. So he's, you know, and this is the problem from Kingston's side, is you've got people going on, you know, got Hunter going on to stream as Stardust, and he's not, like, able to say his piece. I think the Stardust may have had him on after, so maybe he should have been more vocal in that during the time. But, you know, it's only fair, I think, that he gets the opportunity to speak up on this if he wants to. But I don't know. I don't know what Kingston's going to do. I don't know what Kingston's going to do from here. He's in a difficult position to defend himself against these claims of him being sexually, like, what is the word? Coercive, because, yeah. He's like, you know, it would be like if, I don't know, what's like a famous sleazy pornographer guy? If it came out that Hugh Hefner was raping. Did Hugh Hefner ever rape? Did Hugh Hefner rape? Thank you. Oh my God, we're going to do it. Okay. Oh, hey, Carissa, how's it going? Hope you're enjoying the coverage anyway. Yes, I've got your DMs. I'll drop you a DM back after you. Bit awkward, isn't it? A little bit awkward. A little bit awkward what we're going over right now. Yes, I've got your DMs. I will reply, okay? Don't listen, guys. Let's just chill. We don't need to do any memes about it, okay? There's nothing to them that you should be concerned about. There's nothing to be concerned about, okay? Just relax. Just relax. Everyone relax, okay? Breathe, okay?
Anybody's obligated to give us that information, really. We can hope for that they do, but
she wasn't even mad at me in the DMs,
he's,
no.
you know, he does what he wants,
but, you know,
right?
Okay, listen. Stop it! No, enough. No more jokes. No more jokes, okay?
But I think to be honest, like from my read of the situation, I really don't think Hunter seems hi Akana boy. I don't think Hunter seems that bothered by it. I think he thinks it's funny. I genuinely do think he thinks it's funny. I think the real issue is probably
honestly, if Carissa's going to come by any recent stream, I think this one is probably the best one. Let's be real, okay? I think this one is probably going to be. I'm not cucking anything. Listen. I'm not cucking anything, okay? I'm not cucking anything. She doesn't want to come on stream, clearly. So, no! Oh my God, you can't. I'm not a monster, okay? I'm not a monster, all right? Come on now. Puzzles and Survivors. Anyway, guys, come on. Download Puzzles and Survivors.
Is how Carissa is feeling about all of this. So.
People are acting like him. What's up, Econo Boy?
By the way, nice to meet you.
A lot of people are acting like there's some sort of hypocrisy, like we talked about earlier. But I think, like Six said, like there is the element that he's always used his marriage as, like, you know, a thing for public eye. That it's that him and Carissa are both public figures. She goes and does debates. They are both very openly married. Yes, like their relationship has already been content for a long time. So now that, like, it's not good relationship information, yeah, there's no, like, people who were upset with folks for covering it whatsoever, there's nothing to be upset about. Their relationship was always content. It's not just newly all of a sudden content. It has always been.
I mean, the thing about it as well is I think that, like, and listen, when I say stuff like this, I need to preface this every time. I'm not a good person. I'm not trying to say that I'm such a great guy because I didn't cover something or something like that, okay? This is what it looks like when you try to bully a guy and your efforts fail. The chud cope. What cope are you talking about? Anyway, I'm not trying to say like I'm a nice guy, I'm a good guy, or like, oh yeah, aren't I moral for not covering it, okay? But what I'm just trying to point out is that. Thanks for the $2.
Ask her if Five Guys is her fave burger joint.
Guys, if I end up speaking to her, I'm not going to joke about that's just gauche. That's very gauche, okay? Come on now. That's ridiculous. I'm a professional. I'm always a professional, okay? Listen, okay? What was I trying to say? I was trying to say something important, okay? I can't remember.
Content, and it's not fair to be like, oh, well, we can talk about our relationship and make it content only when things are good, though. As soon as things are bad, it's no longer allowed to be content.
Based from Tom.
I mean, that doesn't really follow, though, right? Because, I mean, I don't think...
Okay, this guy... This fucking guy, who even is he? He's some fucking guy that talks about economics. He's called a Connor boy. Dude, we don't want your opinion on drama, okay? We're not interested. If we want to talk about what the fucking American GDP is, okay? If we want to talk about, you know, taxation rates on imports, we'll let you know. But otherwise, fuck off.
That's one of the things, that's why I hopped in, was that it does seem weird to me to say, well, he represents himself living this sort of trad lifestyle as a talking point in debates. Therefore, you know, we should be able to talk about his relationship broadly. But why does that follow?
Oh my god. This is what's so annoying about these people that half follow the fucking drama and hop in to talk about it. It's not just the fact that he's used it as a talking point, okay? He also has made his marriage, like, you know, central to his content at times, to the point where Hunter is debating a guy that's got a crush on his wife, apparently. Like, that isn't just saying, oh, I've got a trad relationship. Like, he has made content out of his so-called private life that he's now trying to defend.
Logically, right? I mean, just because he shares...
He also debated. He debated his divorce before this all came out. He had a public debate with someone about his fucking divorce.
Just like, for instance, like if I had my wife on stream just to have a conversation now and then, let's say she did her own thing on YouTube, I don't understand how that possibly makes it okay for people to dig this deeply into their relationship. It does seem weird to me.
I don't think it's okay for the guy to release the information. I think it's wrong that he released the information. What I'm saying is I don't think it's wrong for people to cover that he released the information. So the guy unpromptedly released DMs, nudes, all sorts of stuff. Like, no matter what, revenge porn is going to be wrong. No matter what, leaking DMs is going to be wrong. But covering drama within their relationship, that's already content. Like, they already make their relationship content. And so it's like their relationship is already content. I don't have an issue with people covering the fact that all of this happened with his relationship. But I think the guy who released the information is wrong for sure.
I mean, it seems like, I don't know. We can talk about that a little bit. It doesn't seem like Hunter, I guess I don't know about Carissa. It doesn't really seem like he minds people talking about this. I'm not sure if he said, like, please don't ever, like, please nobody cover this, nobody talk about this, right? So
also incorrect. Also, okay, this guy's fucking worthless in this conversation, right? Hunter said when he announced his divorce, please respect me and my wife's privacy, okay? And then in his most recent statement, he also said, you know, you're all obsessed with my private life. I'm paraphrasing, but it's something like that. So clearly, like, he is wanting some level of privacy and for it not to be discussed. So again, wrong again.
Like,
yeah, he has.
In that regard, it's totally fine, right? But I think that's the only regard that it is fine. Because if, for instance, I think if Hunter had come out and Chris had come out and said, like, you know, we'd appreciate it if nobody covered this. Like, this is our real lives. This isn't really like drama content. I feel like that would be a perfectly reasonable thing for them to say.
Okay, it's like was it? Yeah, obviously, you're not going to want people to talk about this shit, right? But that doesn't mean you can come out and say, please don't talk about it, and people are going to be like, well, I got to respect that. Like, honestly, the fucking takes on this are crazy to me. This idea that there's like some sort of, you know, like when it's all public and everyone's fucking covering it. Like, what? Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. And the thing is too, because here's the thing, right? Listen, again, I'm such a nice guy. Okay? This video was spreading, and the day that it was spreading, I referenced it on stream and talked about it a bit. But I didn't like watch the video or really talk about it that much. But then when it started to blow up, it's like, well, everyone's talking about it now, you know? But I found the video, it was like 7 a.m. my time, I think, on what, Thursday or Friday, I think? To be fair, you all are trying to build a timeline down to the minute of their split so you can shit on someone. Yeah, sure. What's wrong with that? If people are being dishonest about things and you want to say, well, actually, based on what we've got, that's not the timeline. That's fair enough, no?
Hey, and I think it would be, like, the right thing to do would probably be to not cover it.
Yeah, I think everybody has this like fear of like Streisanding affect themselves anyways, and to be honest, most content creators, at least a lot
Worthless.
of relevant
Worthless opinion. Don't care. Leave the call. Absolutely fucking worthless. Okay. Who's the bad guy in this story? Just curious. So, based on all the information that I've got now, as of 20th of June, 2023, okay, everyone has got some criticism to bear, okay? There's some criticism to bear all around, okay? So, obviously, based on what we know, there isn't any proof that Kingston released it off the back of people's talking about him. If that comes out, great, we can reassess it. But releasing the video in the first place was unnecessary, and it doesn't seem like his concerns were valid, right? So, sure. Not blocking out the messages were unnecessary. So, that's also a thing that you can fault him for. The excessiveness of the information. See, this is the thing. People just want to go, oh, the revenge porn guy's bad. No, you are being fucking manipulated by the narrative that is now being presented by Hunter and Carissa. You are being manipulated by the fucking narrative. You are being fucking manipulated because you're just going, oh, the revenge porn guy's bad. No, there's more to it than that. So Carissa cheating is obviously the instigator to all of this. That's bad. You shouldn't cheat on your fucking husband, okay? The degree to which she trusted him and the information that she gave him is bad, right? The guy then freaking out and releasing a video is bad. The guy not censoring the photos is bad. Carissa then trying to paint the guy as like coercive in order to hide up the fact that seemingly she did cheat based on what we understand is bad. Hunter also joining in and trying to do that is bad. Carissa going to the guy's DMs and trying to use suicide to get him to take the video down is bad. Like, I don't know, there isn't like one unique baddie in all of this. Like, especially now, as the story's developed, there's like a lot of criticism to go round. Do you know what I mean?
Bigger ones, probably just wouldn't listen to that. I mean, I know I certainly wouldn't. Mostly because like even
I mean, Chud, some people are digging into the kids. Go and speak to them about that. I've not at any point dug into or like meaningfully. I've barely referenced their kids. I think maybe in passing of like, you know, I feel bad for the kids or what about the kids in this or something. But I mean, I'm not digging into the kids at all.
even a few days before.
Well, that's like the practical. I'm saying
anyway. I don't care about your dumb moral frogging in chat. I'm done responding to it. No more getting one guy by moral frogging, okay? If you don't like what I'm saying or don't know what I'm doing, you know what to do. Just exit the fucking stream and don't fucking come back, okay?
Just like, that's practically speaking probably true, right? I'm just saying that, but what people should do, it's like, I mean, I think it kind of
like
makes
in a
sense
world
to...
where we're all nice to each other, it's kind of like Truman showy.
Yeah, well, just like the morally right thing to do. I think it would be reasonable to respect that request.
So, yeah, I don't know where morals come into this. Like, generally, what you're doing, it's similar to like saying like, if I do something stupid on my stream that's really embarrassing, and then I ask everybody not to cover it, it would be the morally right thing for you to not cover it because it's embarrassing for me and I don't want you to do it. Like, why? How is that different from this?
First of all, I just want to get it out of the gate. I am here to like ask probably like harder questions that I think people might be curious about, but I don't want to sit here and act like I'm like here to attack you.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to prime you a little bit. So
that's fine.
Okay, so one of the things that and by the way, I missed the first 15-20 minutes of your guys' conversation, so you might have answered this. Okay, there was a point in time where Hunter made the statement that what did he say? Any screenshot showing Carissa showing interest in sexual engagement with other people was after we had separated and agreed to divorce. This can be verified, and by the way, verified is very important here. This can be verified by comparing my tweet announcing the divorce and the dates aligned on any messages. But the problem is that he's saying that this is how you verify it, is that I announced the divorce, which I believe was announced on what, the 2nd?
The 7th, I believe.
The 7th? Okay. But all of the texts between you and Kingston sexting and or organizing stuff is like obviously before that happens.
Yes.
And one of the problems is that it seemed like you and Hunter, at least on some level, were still invested in keeping the relationship when you're posting a tweet on May 20th, saying like how to get your man to come upstairs and kill a spider. I'm not going to ask you if you remember that tweet. I'm sure you do. But you've got sex with Kingston on the 15th, which is before that, and then the 24th, which is afterwards. And so to me,
oh my god, Sick is basically bringing the Chud Logic fucking narrative. Yes, based, Sick. That's what I'm talking about. Oh my god, Sick is so based in this.
in a lot of ways, are you hiding stuff from Hunter? Because it doesn't actually sound like he's aware of what's going on. And to me, it very clearly looks like deception, at least on your part.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So I would say from like the initial tweet, the way like from knowing Hunter and like how everything was being framed, like he's talking about like physical stuff, right? So anything, I think he was talking probably about like specifically the
No. This is such cope. Okay, this is such fucking cope, right? Any framing that Hunter has done is to leave enough room that he can pivot off to like another position on it. He doesn't want to admit or accept that either he was okay with the sexting, which would, you know, be kind of embarrassing that you're okay with your then wife sexting another guy, okay? Or that he didn't know about it and he was getting cheated on. He said that he was comfortable with like OnlyFans business related stuff, and then later in another tweet he said the messages of sexual interest were after we'd agreed to split. Okay, so Hunter is leaving enough room that he can maneuver to whatever position works for him to defend whether he to defend what he needs to defend against. So this misunderstanding narrative, which by the way I think that the housemates kind of position hinges on, is I feel like a post hoc rationalization cope, because he doesn't want to necessarily just plainly own up to the fact of whether or not he was comfortable with the sexting or wasn't comfortable with the sexting.
The thing with the 5 to 6 people.
Yeah.
I'm sure that that's kind of what he was looking at.
Can I get a date? I mean, it's the fun.
Wait, is she mentioning the 5 to 6 people? Because that's much later. So she's not actually... I hope she addresses this, because as I've said, it feels like we're trying to sideline like the 24th of May conversation completely.
It's fucking...
Anything, I think he was talking probably about like specifically the thing with the 5 to 6 people. I'm sure that that's kind of what he was looking at.
Can I get a date? I mean, it's the funniest fucking meme.
It's the 7th. It was the 7th. It was the same date the 7th, the same day he announced it.
Okay, can we be real?
So okay, that's kind of so. On the day that Hunter announces the divorce, which by the way I'll go into it, but it does seem like based on what I can see they had discussed splitting earlier than that. Okay, but nonetheless, Hunter announces the divorce on the 7th, and then she's off trying to arrange the old festivities. Let's put it that way.
That feels like cope from you and him to say that it doesn't matter though, because it was posted on the same day that he announced the fucking divorce.
Well,
right?
so again, yeah, and I understand how that looks, but the whole
it looks
reason
really
why
how it looks. Yeah.
yeah. So the whole reason why that was being organized in the first place was because there was actually an argument with how open we were being about the divorce and how open he was being about the divorce. So that it kind of spiraled, right? And then on top of that, we hadn't agreed on the divorce at that point. It was, and I think this was already, knowledge because it was in the screenshots. We had only agreed on separation. So here, I checked Twitter and I'm like, what? So it kind of spiraled into a larger thing because I wasn't even too upset, but then it just kind of devolved.
Wait, that's important. So they discussed separation before. They discussed separation, but then on the 7th, Hunter, for some reason out of nowhere, says, well, we're getting divorced. Please respect our privacy. And then off the back of that, she goes and tries to seek out the gangbang situation.
And that's when I was like, it's not healthy for us to be in the same, both of us need space. It's best for everyone involved to have space. And the best way to do that is to be able to help him get out, which is going to cost money. And that's kind of what led to me reaching out to the person who had initially asked me to do a custom video the week prior to get more details and set something up, possibly.
So she needed money fast, So she went to the old gangbang for cash play.
So the guy you were intending on making like the video for, he kind of
Mhm.
hit you up about it the week before.
Yes.
So you were kind of like receptive to that idea to some degree, at like making a video for him.
It didn't seem worth it to me at the time, like even for that money, because that's again super gung ho about the idea, like the framing
Super
of
gung ho
it.
meaning like it's kind of like diving into the industry. Is that what you're saying?
I think it was something that I normally wouldn't consider doing.
Okay.
Which is why I didn't really engage with that conversation with him for that week until I kind of became more like, this needs to happen for everyone. This is going to be 1 or 2 days.
So I think it's, you know, it's likely that she did it because she wanted the money. And she wanted the money because she wanted to try and get Hunter a new place. But that is also like extreme and insane. That like your first thought process is, I need money to help Hunter get out of here. 6-man, all black orgy with possible piss play. Money, maybe? Question mark? Like, it's like fucking insane to go to that. And you know, and I think that the thing that Carissa and Hunter have just got to accept about this, and there's no getting around this, okay? No matter which way you slice it, no matter how much timeline fucking laying out you do, whatever it is, okay? That is it. Can we just admit that is a big optical L, okay? That is a very big optical L that they're gonna have to take on that one. All right. You're gonna have to find some pretty degenerate people to let that one slip by.
Of like me being uncomfortable, but it's going to long term be what's going to be healthier.
Do you understand that even though you say like, and Hunter would probably agree with your point on this, that I wasn't showing sexual interest in a physical sense in people until after we after we announced the divorce, because I was organizing it on the same day. If the guy who you were going to make the video for hit you up the week before, and you had to like make some risk analysis or some evaluation on whether or not it was worth it, it doesn't really sound like you didn't have sexual interest in meeting up with people beforehand. It just sounds like you wanted to do it, and then you realized, like you said, it's not worth it. Which is a completely different statement.
Oh, sick.
So the week before, I would have taken it back to June 1st, which is still after we had separated. So it still was after we had that conversation. I think we officially separated on like the 27th. It's not really something I engage with. People are...
Listen, I'm done with this. I'm done with this drama, okay? It's just that, you know, I wanted an easy thing to watch this morning to try and get this goal hit, which we've done now. And Carissa went on stream yesterday. I mean, it's fun to watch, don't get me wrong. But, like, it's kind of... people were telling me to go on the stream yesterday, man. I'm so glad I didn't fucking get out of bed and go on the stream. It's been a bit overhyped. I think people got a little bit too overzealous in the Discord about this. I'm watching it now and I'm having a good time with it, don't get me wrong. But it's, like, nowhere close to, like, the level people were making out to be in the Discord.
In the camming situation, people will like just message you or email you about those types of things. And I mean, again, I kind of do see sex as being, there's an emotional component and there's also a non-emotional component. And I think this past month has been kind of me figuring that out for myself, which involves considering things and then deciding if you're following through or not, right?
Yeah,
and
I would say when you go from, you know, TradCon kind of guy who like went from the right to the left and very politically correct and stuff, and then you go from that to like 5-man gangbangs, yeah, I'd say there's a little confusion. Like it seems like two opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm not saying that. And
I don't say that to mock you. I'm just saying like it's very clear that like it's kind of like when like a conservative or like a Christian might teach their children abstinence, and then they give up on the abstinence thing and they go way on the other end where they just I mean, it's kind of like the priest-daughter meme.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So yeah, and that's the thing is it's not something $8,000 is a lot of money, and I feel like a lot of people would probably do, and everyone has a price, right? So the question is, what's the price for people? If someone would offer you $5.
Oh my. Right. This is okay, this is kind of disastrous. Like, what are you doing here? This is kind of disastrous, man, isn't it? Admitting your price is $8,000 for a 6-man all-black gangbang where they might piss on you.
million for something like that, you would probably have a hard time turning that down. Maybe 5 billion. So you could probably do a lot of good with that. And I think it's just what's the line for people. And that's something that is sometimes hard to figure out because it's not a super clear line sometimes, especially when there's a lot of emotional situations and you kind of are trying to set everyone up for success, and you see that as being the fastest way to do so, right?
Okay. So your claim is that you guys split up officially, not out in public, on the 27th, right? So
Yeah.
all of the sexting with Kingston before you guys come to your whatever conflict because he's being really aggressive is all before that, right?
Yes.
And I'm assuming most of you, from what I saw, most of your engagement with him. Now, I mean, maybe I haven't seen sexts and they continued after you and Hunter split up, but it seems like most of it is just like the setting up the video, more the businessy end of things, regardless. But I do want to say, even if that's the case, that would back up your guys' claims that you didn't try to set anything up with people until after you guys were split up. But publicly, there's a completely different narrative being painted, especially when Hunter's going out there and saying, like, you can check when I announced my divorce. It makes it sound like that is the day that it was settled, and we should all be judging the situation based on that. So in a way, even if other...
Oh my god, yes, that's so true. Hunter did fuck this up by saying that. Oh, Sick is so based here.
People have facts incorrectly, or like incorrect facts, it's because of you guys in a big fucking way.
True.
So I think a big part of it is that Hunter and I don't always, I think, we're not always on the same page in how to address stuff like this.
How can you be upset with people who are like maybe getting some details wrong? Like, honestly, actually, do you know what? That has actually angered me, right? That perspective. How the fuck can she get on such a fucking high horse about people getting things wrong when they themselves have put out statements which they've deleted and walked back, which contain totally conflicting information? Yeah, obviously, if you're putting out information that not only you end up deleting, but conflict with one another, obviously people are going to get the wrong end of the fucking stick, aren't they? Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
That's right. So I think part of that is because we're not together anymore. So I don't really feel like I can comment too much on what he's said about it, other than, like, I would just say that, like, the whole timeline
But you're integrated in this. You can't get around that. You're split up now, but you were integrated in this because at the time some of this stuff was happening, you were still in a relationship. Oh my god. I thought that, honestly, listen to this. Honestly, for some of this, I've been a bit more chill. I've been like, okay, yeah, that's fair. Oh yeah, I can understand that. But now I'm just getting angry again because I'm like, yeah, Sick's right. Based Sick, thank you for coming in and saying this, reminding me of my frustrations. Fuck me.
It's like somewhat confusing, and I think it is it's easy to make mistakes like that, especially at first. I do feel like that's something he should have double checked before saying and thought through a little bit more, for sure.
But I mean, you understand with a lot of people not really trusting y'all's side of events because you guys are the ones who are on defense here, right? And so a lot of people are looking at you to give them answers to, like, why Kingston's doing this and, like, to straighten out a lot of the gaps that he left there. And then when you're giving us information as though it explains things, but it doesn't explain things, and then everybody's mad that it doesn't explain things, and then you come back with more information that now explains things after everybody's upset about it, it's hard for them to kind of, like, you understand, it's hard for them to kind of grasp what the real truth is there, right?
Yeah, I would just say, I think the one thing is he might have had oversights in terms of how the dates lined up, but he never claimed that we split after the 27th or whatever. Like, it was, he could have done a better job in, like, trying to verify stuff. But I don't think there's any, like, actual hypocrisy there or, like, facts that don't line up. It just wasn't the full story. And
What? Okay, listen, I'm starting to get a little bit mad now. I don't know, man. Hunter's original statement said about how the sexual interest occurred after the divorce announcement. Like, and there's this cope of like, oh, well, that was referring to like physical acts. But it's like that only can really reference the gangbang, which was set up instantaneously pretty much on that divorce being announced from the looks of it, very quickly after, within the next couple of hours from the looks of it. And I just think that's just such a weird standard to have that, you know, Well, I'm okay with you graphically sexting someone, but you setting up a gangbang, well, that's got to wait until after I announce the marriage. It's just so fucking stupid. Oh.
And people couldn't actually verify things with the way he said that they could, right? But I get that it's optically not the best at all, for sure. I agree.
Well, it's not. I mean, kind of what pisses me off about this entire thing is that I do hear about optics, and I do hear about like Hunter specifically engaging with Stardust, for instance, because she's charitable. I mean, for you guys might be viewing this as like an optics game. But for everybody else, there's people like Kingston, for instance. By the way, absolute scumbag. But there's a lot of ways where he was painted in an unfair light, even as scummy as he is, because of the narrative that you guys were putting out there. And it feels like you guys aren't actually taking accountability for that. You guys are just saying, like, both you and Hunter. Now, you guys are independent parties. I'm not putting you guys together, but I'm saying you both have engaged in this thing, in this optics game, and like talked about it like that. But like. It feels like your guys' optic games comes at the cost of other people's credibility.
Yes.
And like,
yes.
I don't know. It just feels really.
That has been my biggest issue with this. That's my biggest criticism, is that in order to, oh my God, it's like sick of speaking my language. In order to defend their own shame or embarrassment about the situation, which, by the way, is fine. It's okay to feel embarrassed and have a tendency to want to like try and obfuscate or leave details out so as not to have to face up fully to your embarrassment. That's fine. Totally acceptable. Okay? But to throw someone else's credibility under the bus to achieve that when you have engaged, you know, very fucking excitedly in certain aspects of the relationship just seems fucked up to me. And I just don't think you should do that. And you know, the way that Hunter was on Stardust stream and was laying on like the coerciveness of Kingston so thick really rubbed me up the wrong way. And it's like, dude, that's so out of order. Like, you know, I'm sorry to break it to you, but Carissa was messaging Kingston very keenly, sexting on the 24th of May. That is just true. You cannot fucking get around that, okay?
Fucked up.
So, first off, I don't know how much other people's credit. I feel like he already kind of messed up his own credibility to a degree. I understand what you're saying. I think for me, the issue, I did post the screenshot of him on the 15th, basically, you know, kind of
tier 1 sub to Wicked Supreme.
Thank you for the gifted sub.
being like, you're going to post the screenshot of him on the 15th, basically, you know, kind of being like, you're not engaging with me sexually. And the reason for me doing that was trying to make the point that it's not like there was that initial interest. And there's not, it's like, I obviously wasn't like flirting with him right off the bat. And it was proving that to me. But he then came back and he was like, it kind of made me look like you were afraid that I was going to come rape you. And I was like, I responded to him and I was like, hey, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. I'm glad you provided more context, because he provided the surrounding screenshots there.
But you had access to the context too. When you screenshotted that, you would have seen that within the next message, you were sending a blowjob video to him. So you had access to the context of that. What? You had access to the context too? Oh, well, yeah, I'm glad he provided the extra context. Yeah, the context that you didn't include. What?
Screenshots that he provided only made you look worse.
You're
talking about the suicide thing, right?
No. I'm talking about this on the 15th when he said I was framing him as a sex pest.
Well, in a big way, you were.
Yes, she was. Said, she was absolutely framing him as I referred to it as like a quasi-sex pest because the language wasn't like really strong. But she absolutely was trying to get that point across where she said something like, he mistook my compliance as genuine interest. But then when you look at the DMs, she's cut it off at a certain point, but you look further, she's sending a blowjob video to him, okay? That doesn't look to me like, and I certainly don't think it's reasonable to think Kingston would have looked at that and have gone, oh, she's just complying with me because she wants to do OnlyFans. Kingston's going to be sat there thinking, oh, a blowjob video based, I'm into that, you know?
I don't have it up anymore. But you did say he was pressuring you into sexual acts and that he wanted to have physical sex with you. And
don't worry, Sick, I got your back. Okay, buddy? I got your back. Let's have a look. I got your back. So this is what the original post said. Ultimately, I've been reminded to trust very sparingly. These events have solidified my decision to step away from the internet. There's obviously lots of other information here which isn't really relevant, but it's this particular point that is important, okay? Eventually, Kingston felt like he was imparting a lot of insights to me for little in return and asked me to engage with him to a greater degree sexually. He mistook my compliance as genuine interest. Okay, that's the main point to get across there. And then she shared this screenshot, which if you look at the screenshot, I just think you have internal conflicts that you should be past at this point, question marks. One of the biggest mistakes I see people make is not being honest about what this is and their role in it. It's the same mistake I made for years. Oh, is this about the exploitation convo? You feel like I'm lying to myself, that I'm not part of the larger exploitative system, okay? Oh. Is this it? Fuck off! And Kingstalk says, no, it's about you being scared anytime I want you to entertain me sexually. Okay? Jesus Christ, this has grown out of proportion, hasn't it? This has kind of grown out of proportion. Is this it? Okay, okay, I've got it here, I've got it here, I've got it here. Okay. So, this is a screenshot she shared, okay? And this screenshot is to back up this point here. Eventually, Kingston felt like he was imparting a lot of insights to me for little in return and asked me to engage with him to a greater degree sexually. He mistook my compliance as genuine interest, okay? So, talking about compliance, genuine interest, okay? Asked me to engage sexually. She's not explicitly saying it, but this is why I say it's an allegation of like being a quasi-sex pest, right? So it's kind of like a sort of, oh yeah, this guy was kind. But then the problem is this got spun off by like Hunter into claims that the guy was like being coercive, and that's even what he said on Stardust stream recently. So the problem with this is the screenshot that was shared. You can see in this screenshot it ends here. No, it's about you being scared anytime I want you to entertain me sexually. Kingston then shared further DMs. And in his DMs, he showed that exactly after that conversation point, she said, oh, does this help? And sent a video of the blowjob video from the situation, from the OnlyFans account, right? So it's like that certainly comes across to me like your screenshot. That's why I got so angry, I think, at the time with it. It's like you're screenshotting it so tightly to make him look really bad, but then he's able to provide context that immediately just shows that you're not presenting it in an honest way. Like, you know, of course, like if he's receiving this, he's gonna think this is genuine interest. Like, sending a video of you sucking another guy's dick is not a sign of just I'm complying with what you want because I feel pushed into it because I want your advice. It is, you know, oh God, this bird must be interested because he's sending me stuff like this. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, man. Just seems like Carissa's being a bit wormy about the nature of this kind of interaction. And then when she's saying, it's like, thank God he provided more context. Yeah, context you decided to leave out. Context you didn't include. There's a reason you didn't include that context, you know? And then, obviously, off the back of that, you had Hunter's original statement. Like, I'm getting angry about this again, right? Obviously, if this is what you're putting out, of course there's going to be confusion, okay? I'll take the L on maybe certain aspects of my coverage, but you created confusion by putting out statements which you retracted, which contradicted each other, and tried to paint Kingston in the worst possible light. Let me get this straight. A random guy makes a video spreading falsehoods and revenge porn. Any screenshot showing Carissa showing interest in sexual engagement with other people was after we had separated and agreed to divorce. This can be verified by comparing my tweet announcing the divorce and the dates aligned on any messages. Yeah, this has changed dramatically. It's changed from this to now they're trying to claim that Hunter was actually okay with the sexting. It's such ridiculousness to say, oh, well, actually, it's your fault. You have created confusion with your, responses that have changed. You've deleted, get rid of the response. Like, it's crazy to think that anyone could have had a coherent narrative on what's going on from the start because of how much you fucking flip-flopped and moved around on it.
And that you were being pressured into it, and it was a boundary you weren't wanting to cross. But it seemed like, from the sexting at the very least, that you guys were absolutely both consensually engaging in these arguments. Or, I mean, in these sexting arrangements, and you were expressing that you wanted to, like, I don't want to quote anything, but like talking about wanting his dick and stuff. It seems pretty explicit.
So when I made that post, I said he was pressuring me to do things physically with people that I wasn't comfortable with. I was talking about when he was like wanting to punish me for talking to Hunter about splitting up because he wanted me to be more strategic. And he like wanted me to go do something physical with someone, and for me,
it feels like some new narrative pops out when she gets pushed on something, right? Also, still, I feel like she's just not addressing these sex on the 24th of May. Again, I feel like she's weaseling out of talking about these sexts.
Me to film it. That's not something I was super
As a punishment, right?
As a punishment, yeah. And he, during our relationship, when we were still in a relationship, he was wanting me to go and do things with people. I ended up having to call him and talk through that with him because I was like, I think, Hunter deserves respect here, and I'm not going to be cheating on him. And I don't think that that doesn't align with my ethics, but it's not something that I messaged to him because I knew he was going to be mad about it, and I wanted to actually have a conversation. So there was like those types of things were the things that I felt he was pressuring me into physically. I never felt like he was pressuring me into anything physically with him. I felt like he just was pressuring me into things physically with other people that I wasn't ready for, and it was making me feel uncomfortable. In terms of,
I've showed a statement on this. I feel like this is like a totally different sentiment than she expressed in the original message, in the original comment about this, right? Like, she's got to recognize that if that was genuinely what she wanted to express, she did it in a totally retarded fucking way that no way, how is anyone going to understand that is what she meant by what she fucking said? It's insane. And then you've got Hunter pushing this narrative that the guy is like, spreading falsehoods, and later goes on to say that he's being coercive. It's like, come the fuck on.
Doing stuff with him, I genuinely, and maybe this is just how I sext, I guess, but I do feel like even if you're like, I want this or something like that, that's all in the confines of the sexting, right? Like, just saying that and doing it are two very different things. And
if you're sexting with someone and you say something like, I want your dick, I want a cream pie gangbang, that's at least some indication that you've got some interest to take it further. Maybe the cream pie gangbang is a bit more abstract because that's not something you could easily just set up. But like, I want your dick inside me. It just feels like, again, more post hoc rationalization to try and patch together the gaps of the story they've told so far. Like, if they put the story out and everyone had just accepted it, we wouldn't be at this point. But now, because we've had to stretch the story out so much, there's holes in it. She's trying to patch it as best as she can with things that, to me, don't even really make that much sense.
And I think that kind of comes with the territory of sexting. Like, I feel like it would be weird if you were sexting and you were like, if it wasn't, I would do A, B, and C. Like, that's kind of weird, right? Like, if someone's okay with you sexting, you're gonna say stuff like that. I don't think that's tantamount to crossing a physical boundary, which was the boundary that we had in place.
Yeah, I mean, nobody likes being tutored through sex if they've already done it 50 times in their life. I mean, that was one of the complaints you had, yeah.
What do you mean?
That you were with one type of guy. This whole drama is really hard to navigate because I don't want to wrap you into like shitting on Hunter, but I feel like a lot of the things that you said in DMs, whether or not you were with Hunter and you were working within the bounds of your relationship, was very demeaning to him specifically. Because you were talking about your lack of satisfaction with your current sex life, and like talking about a fantasy or like a fantasy of another ideal sex life.
So I think, this is where it gets weird, because I feel like if you are talking to someone, I believe that you can have those conversations with people, especially when you're considering something like a separation, right? I don't think it's immoral to be expressing things about your own situation.
Yeah, if you're talking to your mum, if you're talking to like your mother or your sister or your fucking girlfriends, oh God, I'm going, Hunter's a fucking nightmare. He can't be around the kids. And da-da. Yeah, sure, I agree with that. But to the guy you're talking about saying, fucking, like, this guy is fucking bad news. These guys fucking sleazeball. Like, why are you saying it to this guy of all people? Like, the fact that you feel comfortable saying it to this guy indicates, to me at least, that you do have some level of interest beyond just a professional one. So, yeah.
I think, there was probably more context to that, because he was asking more for, I don't even remember the exact context. I think he was asking either more for reasons why I was considering separation in the first place, which I also had specified that I had been considering for like a year and a half. And then like either that, or he was asking about, I believe that was the context. I might be wrong. But
well, it seemed like earlier when you were talking to specifically Tom in this stream that you were talking about how you felt like you were being pressured by him in a lot of ways, especially with engaging with like certain types of like sexual behaviors, not just physical ones. And it feels like,
what do you mean not just physical ones?
I mean, and how you were engaging in
like text. Sending him the video, so where he says like, hey, I was getting head, you should have engaged with me.
Why would there even be a need to provide someone with no interest? It's such a dumb talking point, because the claim is he's got all these insights into OnlyFans and she wants access to those insights. That's certainly the original claim that was made, but it's changed so much now. I mean, I don't fucking know.
You say, well, is this better? You made it sound like you were getting pressured into sending him that video.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound like, even from what you were saying before, it doesn't sound like you were fine with that. It sounded like you felt, to me, it sounded like somebody who was explaining to Tom coercion.
So the reason that I had that, as I said, this was the 15th. So I had been doing this stuff for like 2 weeks, right? So I already was kind of getting comfortable with like, the thing that kind of threw me off was, it wasn't the sexual engagement. It was the fact that it was kind of supposed to be a business type relationship, and he never asked for sex or sexual. He never really asked for sexual stuff before. So it seems strange to me. It's not like I felt like I was being exploited or anything in that regard. I more just was like, this is a weird dynamic, because it doesn't seem right to me that it's mixing business and using sex as a commodity to exchange for, business advice. It just felt a little odd. That's kind of where I was coming. Does that make sense?
I feel like, again, okay, maybe I'm just obsessed with the 24th of May sexts. I just feel, again, she's not answering for these 24th of May sexts. Like, how did that even come about? She's referenced it a bit and said, I don't think it's that big a deal, essentially, to, like, say I want your dick. Like, it's not the same as doing it physically. But, like, she's still kind of skirting around it and pivoting back to, like, other times. It just makes me think that those sexts were not within the dynamic that was agreed. And, it wasn't like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I just... Honestly, my Discord overhyped this. I've got to be honest. My Discord overhyped this combo. I think Six doing well, but most of this has been kind of like just annoying to listen to. Oh.
Yeah, you said coercion. What was the coercive?
Yeah, exactly. Black guy who beats your husband in a debate and has 5 black friends. They're a poor marketing genius and I need to keep the mentorship at any cost. Yeah, it's just such a stupid talking point. Okay, let me Google this. How to set up and market an OnlyFans. The 8 best ways to promote your OnlyFans. How to promote OnlyFans on Reddit. Answering your questions about OnlyFans. Like, I feel that there's plenty of ways you can do it where you don't even necessarily have to interact with someone directly as well. And that's besides the fact that she could have just asked someone like Merrick, who I'm sure she's got some connection to. Yeah, it's like, yeah, babe, I know all about OnlyFans. Now let me see your pussy.
Aspect sick. Because you didn't just say like pushy or
when she talks about how she's feeling pressured and he's being really demanding and he's making these requests, and like the reason he even posted the video was because she didn't comply with his caress. She's just describing coercion.
I do think that that's the case. I'm not backing down.
But that's what I'm saying.
Wait, so she is saying it's coercion then? So she's saying it's coercion now?
That's directly antithetical with what you were saying before, is that like in this entire thing, you're not just saying that Kingston is a scumbag for doing what he does. You're painting him as this like abuser in this situation, and that you're sort of like this unwilling participant because you didn't know better, or you were just being pressured the entire time. And these are not things that you would engage with if it were like another person making these same like requests or appeals.
So I genuinely don't know how else I could frame why he would drop
like 3
all
hours
of what he did, other than it being coercion. Like, so I know that I didn't leak anything. So I know that like any evidence that he thinks he has wouldn't be enough to do something that insane. There's just no way. There's no evidence that he could have, because it never happened, that would allow for there to be this like probability that it was me, that like would anyway make it okay to do what he did. Also, the way that like he censored things, I think it wasn't like he was giving a lot of extraneous information, and then on top of that, he could have gotten the same message across by like even with censoring things much to a greater degree. So it seems to me that it was
that's I agree with that. Okay, I agree with that, and sure, it's possible some element of coercion was involved, but then it also could just be in a rush. He's putting out all this info because he's like, fuck, I need to get as much of this out as I can to get ahead of whatever he thinks is going to happen, which I admit could be completely irrational, not based on anything substantive.
Trying to be very humiliating to me, and honestly, like a embarrassment to her.
Yeah, just touching on the video.
I'm sorry, I need to straighten something out real quick on that topic. Hold on, because so when we say coercion, we're talking about something that's being like threatened against her or threatened to be taken away. I'm missing what is the
coercion? Yes, the response is not coercion without the threat beforehand. Anyways,
that's what I'm asking. What is the threat?
So I mean, it might not be necessarily. Maybe I used the word coercion when I shouldn't have. I don't know.
Well, so Sick, you said that you already thought she was describing coercion before she said coercion. So what did you think the threat was?
Well, okay. What I'm saying is threats can be coercive. I don't think the video.
The thing is, I put this in my Discord earlier to like say what the difference is. It's the difference between saying like being manipulative, for example. Being manipulative is saying something like, "Hey, if you don't message me back within a day, I'm going to delete your number." Right? That's like manipulative. That's like manipulative to me, because the consequences of it aren't really that severe. You're trying to get a result, but you're kind of doing it in a soft way that isn't, making a massive threat of some significant damage or harm to someone, right? Versus saying something like, if you don't text me back within a day, I'm going to leak all of your pussy pictures on the internet. That's like more coercive. I don't know. Like, I don't know if there's any hard lines on this stuff, but I just think that coercion would suggest that there's like a more serious threat being made of like a more substantive harm that's going to be caused to you if you don't kind of comply with what it is that you're asking for. So maybe it's just like a semantic issue or something like that. But the reason that it's important is because this claim that he's coercive is being used and spun out into a bigger criticism of him to further denigrate him, to make it easier to believe that he is doing something really, really, really bad. When, it's excessive to say that he's doing stuff like that. And the thing is, as well, is obviously Kingston is not happy with this, because whenever this has happened, he's fucking, like a bull in a china shop. He's kicking off, throwing horns everywhere, etc., etc.
Was coercive. I think that was a shitty response on his end. Probably, in my opinion.
What is the threat? That's what I'm asking. What is
I'm not saying he ever threatened the video. I'm saying earlier when she was describing how she felt pressured into engaging with him, that is what I'm describing as coercion. I don't think what she's describing about the video is coercive.
Okay.
And to be honest, I just
what I would say in response to that would be that with this type of industry, right? There's, and maybe this is just because I don't know enough, but I always have a fear that you are going to be taken advantage of, and you need someone who knows the industry enough to like know how to kind of do it safely. So if I was going,
but the thing is, that's somewhat true, yeah. But like, why not speak to a woman? Why not speak to someone where there's like less stakes that you're gonna, have these issues with a man lusting after you? Speak to one of the fucking many women that are in the industry. Some of these porno people are like happy to talk to new girls that are trying to get into it. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't know, just speak to one of the plentiful women that are currently doing it that probably aren't going to want to try and fuck you and just look at your news to jerk off.
going to stay in it, it is scary to me for him to just be like, I'm not doing this anymore, and to just leave as like someone giving advice. And that
I just do not buy that her concern was her concern that solely that he would leave and not give advice. I think she was more interested and engaged in that, and she just isn't willing to admit it. And that's my perspective. But everything that I've seen seems to point in that direction. I think she was more interested than she's willing to say. She's hammering this point home hard, but the idea that she was so worried about losing, like, Kingston is one guy that, like, why does it have to be him? There's loads of people you could talk to that could give you advice.
Is something that he had threatened multiple times.
He threatened to stop talking to you?
Yes. Yeah.
And what was he threatening to stop talking to you over?
Me not obeying well enough.
Okay.
Honestly, that's
okay. So you are claiming some level of coercion, and
yeah.
Okay.
That seems to play out in the messages too, right?
In messages she has provided, or messages that he has provided?
I'm not sure who's provided what at this point.
Well, I want to know
that.
Wait, I want to know that, because the problem is that everything, if you're saying there's stuff in what he has shown that shows that he is being coercive, then that's fine. We can go back and look. But the problem is that if you've provided anything, or if you haven't, one, I'd like to see it. But two, for what you have provided, you've also taken off of Twitter and everywhere else too.
So I think in the screenshots that Star released, there's evidence of it if you want to check it out.
Yeah, and where did Star get those screenshots from? Where did Star get those screenshots from exactly? Like, it is just.
He also made a tweet just a little bit ago saying he was being manipulative. And I guess I don't know how fine of a line there is between manipulation and coercion, but I feel like there's a pretty heavy overlap there.
So here's the thing to think here as well. You want to say he's manipulative, and at points he was manipulative, but at what point is he manipulative to the degree that you're messaging him, "I want your cock"? Like, where's the manipulation in that part exactly? Where's the coercion in that part?
And I would assume that level of manipulation is kind of that he was referring to is what I would consider coercion, right?
Okay. We kind of skipped over something that I kind of wanted to talk about. We can get back to this if you really care about it. But the video, okay? You were talking about how like he did a really shitty job of censoring it, right? And apparently there was 2 versions of the video. I believe I only have the first version, so I don't even know what the second one looks like. Would you still say that the second one shows what you consider to be a revenge porn?
So looking at Texas law, from my understanding, it says that anyone, even if it's showing a sexual act and it's not showing all of it, but just like someone in a sexual act without their consent is considered revenge porn. So even if it's blurred, it's still considered revenge porn if they're in a sexual act, which I think he must have just missed or forgotten about, because that definitely was in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got to be honest with you. Even though I don't think he had the intent of like just releasing nude images purely to solely embarrass her, he did a really like it could be legally be revenge porn. I think legally it could be revenge porn. Sure. I don't think that I trust Kingston's ability to analyze whether something is or isn't revenge porn. The problem is like using the fact he's a revenge pornographer to shit on him more broadly, when I think that the lack of blurring on the images was not through like a hardened malice. It was through, him being incompetent in actually thinking about the nature of what he's putting out, you know? Because, and this is the problem, right? Yeah, he could have done it on purpose, sure. That's certainly a possibility. But there's also the possibility that he just was rushing to get it out. Because the thing is, for me, though, it's like, you can literally just do this. You don't need to. Just put a black box over it. Just put a black box over the whole thing, and then there's literally no issues. And you can even put, if you're concerned and people aren't going to know what it is, put a black box over it and say, you know, picture of Carissa's genitals or something. I don't know. Whatever you want to say.
I just have a little request then. Will you say on stream that you disavow all streamers who didn't black out the photos of the second draft of the video and thought it was fine to air?
I don't like making blanket statements like that. Obviously, I wish people wouldn't do that.
But if it qualifies and anybody aired it, they would be doing the same thing. You would have to make that statement. If the video is revenge porn, anybody screen sharing the video is therefore spreading revenge porn. No.
Yeah, probably. And my only thing is that I think it's going to be a very different level of the intentionality is going to be very different. So I think that it was in one live.
If you consider it revenge porn, and Texas law considers it revenge porn, by the way, I consider it revenge porn. I don't know that it matters whether or not I was showing revenge porn for the sake of helping you out or hurting you, because it's still putting it out there.
Yeah, it's going to be different between legal versus how it's making, I guess, me feel. I think you're probably alluding to Stardust, right?
Oh, alluding to Stardust. Stardust, the person that broadcast the second version of the video on a stream, also showed, admittedly, blurred images of Carissa's My Free Cams account.
I would never.
I did want to bring this up. I don't want to go backwards, but I just did pull up the tweet from King where he says, the difference between me, Hunter, and Carissa is that I'm comfortable in my truth.
So a story is that Kingston was coercing her with threat of not contacting her anymore. So she had to keep doing what he told her to do. If she stopped obeying him and stopped contacting her, wouldn't that have been the ideal result? But you don't understand. If she'd have done that, she wouldn't have got the unique insights that was only possible through speaking to Kingston about OnlyFans. She didn't want to lose out on the unique and special insights that he was able to provide. So, you know, you got to consider in that part.
Yes, I was talking to a married woman. Yes, I was super manipulative with her and always made sure she knew that if she disobeyed me, I might erase her number. I own up to who I am, all parts. So that is what Carissa was saying just a minute ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Well, I mean, hey, I would rather it come from the horse's mouth because it lends credibility to your story. But honestly, the only reason I actually trust that this happened and I can trust it coming out of Kingston's mouth is because every time he shows evidence, especially when people ask for him to provide greater context, it only seems to prove his narrative. And by the way, it's very possible for your guys' narrative and his to exist at the same time, save for all the contradictions. But Kingston has been pretty open this entire time. And it's kind of shitty to think about because in a way, even though he's such a scummy person, he's been very forward with the bad things that he's done, the good things that he's done. And one of the problems that I had was with you weaponizing the suicide. Now, you might disagree with the characterization, weaponizing, but he says, because you brought up feeling genuinely suicidal, he says, after you say you can't communicate with him anymore because he's explaining why he posted the video, he says, okay, well, just promise me you won't commit suicide. You owe me that at least. We can end on that. And then you bring in the conditionality that I understand your argument about the whole like trust thing. To me, that's cope because you bring in the conditions. Well, if you want me to not commit suicide, post this tweet saying that you misunderstood.
That's not what I said. If I said if you want me to,
I can give you the actual. Yeah, I can read off the actual text.
Because that in that framework, I do think that is threatening in what you said, but that's not what I said.
So you say, I don't think I can continue to communicate. Good luck. He says, the feeling is mutual. Just promise not to do what you said you were considering. We can end on that. You owe that much to me. And then you say, you don't trust me, so why would it matter? If you trust me, tweet that there were communications and you shouldn't have released the video, and I'll promise you, there's nothing you can lose from that. And to me...
and then keep on reading. Because then he said, you're not going to bull me into it, and then I explain it further, right?
Wait. I just want to point out, that conversation doesn't have to continue for that text to exist the way that it does.
That's fair. That could come off as being manipulative, and I can understand that. I do feel like providing further clarification, which is what I did. and and obviously he did not release the tweet before I provided further clarification. So I think me providing further clarification also needs to be talked about as well, right? It's not like I coerced him into it with that.
Do you know what? I tell you what it is. I've realised what the problem is. Okay, I've realised what the problem is. I'm obviously cool talking about this, watching it. Obviously Carissa on stream talking about it. Six putting some pressure on her. I feel like the further and further and further that we've gotten away from the memes, it's just become a bit laborious. And now it's like we're going, oh, wow, look at this text. And what did you mean by that? And stuff like that. And it's cool. We should do it if we want to get clarity on what's happened here. But it's just like, oh my God. Yeah, it's just so dried out now. It's just like, oh my God. But yeah, I'll keep watching it. Tomorrow, I think that unless something drastic happens, I'm probably just going to move on and talk about something else because I've just had an absolute week of this shit.
Tweet, right? Or that message.
Hey, you did a raid, thank you.
No, but you are, even with the clarification. People might have, here's the problem, is that you might genuinely feel suicidal. And you might honestly have like an intention behind why you're putting a conditionality on the promise, right? But the problem is that that promise is to not commit suicide, which means that absent him sending the tweet, the idea is that the threat of you committing suicide still exists. So it doesn't actually matter what your explanation is for explaining trust, because
yeah, he even Kingston even says at one point, like, you not doing that is more important than my pride. So the only thing that I think I would say is just the timeline needs to be adjusted because the video got deleted before these series of texts, and then it was these series of texts that led to the tweet going out. But other than that, I think the criticism that she's talking about suicide in a way to try and get Kingston to do what she wants is like a reasonable criticism.
The problem is that without that promise, the idea is that you're still left to being in this suicidal state because of him.
So my argument with that would be, if he doesn't trust me, saying that I'm not, I didn't leak anything, then why would he trust me that me promising that I wasn't suicidal would mean anything and would take me out of that suicidal state? It doesn't make sense to me. So to me, I'm like, why would you even want something like that? Why would you even trust me on something like that? Because I was kind of calling him out on his bullshit that I genuinely don't feel like there was anything that he received to the effect of anything being leaked, because I know for a fact I didn't leak anything. So at least it's nothing that could have even been probable enough that it was me, right?
Well, it depends. Why was he saying that you broke his trust, and that and why were you assuming that he wouldn't trust you anymore? Because he said like you broke a promise and stuff like that.
He said that was just me ghosting him, and I literally have a screenshot of that because I sent it to.
Dude,
I will give me 1 second. I'm sharing it with you now.
Tom, can you send it my way as well?
I feel like she was involved in this conversation but doesn't understand the implication that she's putting across in what she said when it's quite clear to everyone else looking at this,
Fine, Carissa.
I'm just sending it to... hold on. Let me see.
Can I ask a quick question? Stardust called out Kingston when he showed that initial screenshot about the suicide. Did you see his text regarding that, where he was saying that you were manipulating him with suicide? Or threatening him with suicide?
Yeah, and he framed it as me doing that to take the video down, which was false. So I don't even understand your framing that the more that he releases, the more it approves what he says, which is not true. There's many lies he's been caught in here.
I'm fine.
What lies
with that being the case, because little incorrect or little mistakes like that is fine. Well, let me just say, little mistakes like that are fine, because what he was talking about with you threatening suicide, it wasn't in reference to the video, it was in reference to posting a tweet. So even if you disagree with the narrative about whether or not you were threatening, yes, I know, but that's what I'm saying, is that in the evidence he showed, he could have misremembered that conversation. But the point was that he showed the evidence anyways, and then he was willing to go along with what was in the text messages anyways.
I feel like that's cope from you. I'm sorry. I feel like we could say the same thing about framing it and the
other problem I've got is we don't have the messages that occurred before that led to him deleting the video. And although she might not have mentioned suicide there, the fact she mentioned the suicide thing, I'm sure pretty after he showed he deleted the video. And if she before was talking about how her life is ruined and stuff like that, like, you know, why did he delete the video? What was it that she said to him that made him go, oh shit, I'm actually going to delete this video? Despite the fact that, like, he didn't actually, like, meaningfully walk back what was claimed. He just deleted it, you know, to do the right thing by her, you know?
Stuff that I released of being like, my intention of releasing that was showing that I was not interested in him in the first 2 weeks, and that it was only after he had specifically requested it that I started going further than that business interaction. So I feel like
the trouble with Carissa's kind of thought processes here is it just like, it's so different to, if he's being honest about it, it's so different to how everyone else is going to look at this situation. It's just so different.
you're not providing me the same amount of charitability of someone who literally committed revenge porn and also lied about stuff. But that's fine.
Well, just because he committed revenge porn doesn't mean he lied. Those are two
did.
unrelated things.
He literally did.
Well,
I'm not saying he didn't.
Do you notice as well? Oh, so fucking sneaky.
But that's fine. Well, the same amount of charitability in that business interaction. So I worked in the first 2 weeks, and that it was only after he had specifically requested it that I started going further than that business interaction.
So he requested it, and you went further, and then you continued to do it onwards. The 24th of May fucking sex, answer for those.
So I feel like you're not providing me the same amount of charitability of someone who literally committed revenge porn and also lied about stuff. But that's fine.
So do you notice that? You're not giving me the same charitability as the spooky revenge pornographer. This is, you know, it's making like a criticism of him, which is valid, but using that to like make a broader point that you shouldn't trust other things about him, even though Sick is right and what he's provided has been fairly kind of like accurate on the whole, with maybe a few bits and pieces here and there that are like, you know. So, no, spooky spooky means scary.
Well, just because he committed revenge porn doesn't mean he lied. Those are two unrelated things.
He literally did.
Well,
I'm not saying he didn't post revenge porn. I'm saying that that has no bearing on his truth.
He lied about many things, but the biggest thing that I'm saying is initially he lied that that was because I took the video down. That he took the video down because I had threatened suicide, which is just flat out not true. It was like hours difference between him taking the video down and
yeah, I have to say that, like, I think from our perspective, we're getting a lot of different things mixed up because we weren't there for a lot of this, and so it's hard for us to piece everything back together after the fact. But I think him getting stuff mixed up, like what you're suggesting, that's hard to believe. Like it sounded, because he did post the info, and it seemed like he was just mischaracterizing the information.
If that's the case, though, we'd have to impeach Hunter and Carissa on a number of things. For instance, like I brought up earlier, saying that she never expressed sexual interest in anybody until after they split up, when he's asking people to go use his his tweet, posting that they were divorced as a reference point.
You're the one who initially was saying that you made the claim that everything that he was saying, he was providing more evidence for, and it clarified it and supported his narrative. The only reason I brought up the fact that he was lying is because that just was not true. So I'm not saying that there were no inconsistencies on our part on an accidental level, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that your narrative is wrong in the fact that he is not the one who's coming out looking like everything is valid from all angles of this, right?
Yeah, but he's saying is that hold on, wait. No, hold on. I understand. I'm trying to clarify this. Carissa, when you say that you're doing this on an
let Tom just make the medicine go down a bit easier. Let Tom just you know, say it in a better way to make it go down easier.
Accidental level. He's saying that he can't believe that you're doing it on an accidental level if we're not allowed to believe that Kingston is doing on an accidental level. That if there's like mix-ups and they do something accidental, if he's going to believe that you're doing something accidentally, then he has to also believe that he's doing something accidentally. He has to
that's not narrative. That's not what I'm saying. Him lying about this is not my problem with him.
But the problem is that we're talking about. But the problem is that we're either talking about one lie or one mistake on his end, which, by the way, I think he's made plenty of mistakes, but it's how he approached the situation, not necessarily in what he says. But the problem
How
is
he
that
approached the situation and just dropping the video?
Even if we're to say he intentionally lied about the tweet where he was saying you threatened suicide over taking down the video, that would be one lie. If we're not giving you guys that same charitability, we're also not going to give him, then we would have to say on a number of things.
I'm not asking you not to give him charitability. I'm saying that I'm asking you why you're not giving us the charitability you're willing to give him. That's what I'm asking.
Because your story has been inconsistent and not coherent, okay, and because you've posted stuff, then you've deleted your own account. You know, you've posted screenshots that are cut off in certain places, whereas he's been willing to post multiple screenshots. I mean, obviously, you know, but it's beyond the video. Like multiple screenshots per content. He has provided further context that has shown you are like being dishonest in how you're presenting it. Like, he's the one that is constantly providing and giving these receipts, and you're kind of like giving very meager receipts that fall apart as soon as he provides his receipts. So, yeah, unfortunately, in this situation, you know, certainly off the back of initial information, there's more charity that's going to be given to him. And I've been trying to give more charity to you, but fuck me, it is really difficult when you are like sat here pushing these narratives. Make no fucking sense.
Well,
I'm fine with giving him the charitability there. That's fine. I think it might be a little suspicious there. I'm not the one saying that his big fuck up is that he's lying. You're the one saying that our big fuck up is that there are some inconsistencies that have happened in like the heat of the situation. So
for him, it's lies, but for you, it's not lies. It's just inconsistencies that happen in the heat of the moment. Right? Okay, good one.
But you were saying that he's the one who is backing everything up. I'm just pushing back on that. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, I guess part of the problem here is that I am going to be grilling you, and just because I'm grilling you doesn't mean I don't believe everything you're saying. There are just some things where it like conflicts earlier statements, and I have to address that.
But the thing is, come and say that everything he's saying is consistent. That just seems.
Yeah, I mean, it's wrong for me to say like as if he's this unimpeachable character. Kingston absolutely is not. I'm just saying when he provides evidence.
You were not saying you were not saying that he was like blameless. You were saying specifically that the evidence that he provided backed up the narrative that he would always say initially, which has just not been the case. I gave you an example, and then you're like, "Oh, well, you guys did that too," and I'm like, "That's fine. That's whataboutism." You were literally saying something. I called you out on it, and then now you're just being like, "Oh, well, I'm grilling you, so it's fine." That's all. Do you understand what I'm saying here? I'm just pushing back against you a little bit when you're saying stuff like this because it seems a little weird. It's very obvious to me that there are inconsistencies, and he is backpedaling. Also, another thing is from what Stardust had posted, he had asked her not to cover anything about the suicidality situation. But then after the stream, he was like, "Why didn't you cover this?" So there was like
because
wait, no. So the reason I think Kingston was annoyed, okay, was because he had said to Stardust about the suicide thing, okay, but then when Hunter came on the call and said that like, oh, well, he backed down over the legal threats. Like, she didn't do anything. She just let him say that and didn't give any insight that there was further information. Now, admittedly, yeah, she can't come out and say, oh, what about these suicide threats? But at the very least, you know, she might have gave some allusion to the fact that there's perhaps more information or something, you know? But it just seemed like, although she tried to present it as giving a bipartisan approach of information from both sides, right? She was like super hardcore defending Hunter's and Carissa's narrative whilst super hardcore attacking Kingston.
She was making conclusions from evidence that...
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. Does it just loop at this point? Should we bring... When does Big Papa Fascist come in? If anyone's got a timestamp for that, I'll listen to Big Papa Fascist come in and lay the smack down.
That clearly showed that... How do I say it? There were times in that stream where, like, there was further evidence that was already provided by you and or Kingston that would explain a situation where he actually wasn't being a manipulator, or it would actually show that you were interested or feeding into his requests, and she would cut that evidence out. There was a very explicit engagement where, like, you sent him a photo after he said some... I can't remember what the fucking exact text was, but she cut off the text at his text and then didn't show after he sent some message that you sent a photo in response to him saying, hey, does this help?
That goes back to the initial thing where he provided those messages multiple days ago that kind of put that in context. That might have not have been in the thing.
What? But when you've executed your fucking story PR spin, you didn't include that. and you got caught out not including key context that worked against the argument you were trying to make. What the fuck?
That Stardust had done. But again, the point there that she was making wasn't that and she specifically said that I wasn't scared of him physically. Her point with that was that there had been no physical, or there had been no interest, like on a sexting level before that date. That was that he was the one who brought that up.
Okay. Well, you said that I wasn't lending you guys a certain amount of charitability that I was giving Kingston, right?
Yes.
Do you have anything that proves that Kingston lied in regards to why he took down the video? Like is there any way to disprove the claim that you took down or he took down the video as a threat of your suicide? Or like due to you threatening suicide on him? Is there any way to disprove that?
So I have all of the screenshots here. Wait, but I think you already have that, but it just would be the timestamp.
I may or may not. It depends because everything kind of scattered right now. I want something that shows that. So she is saying Kingston lied about claiming that the reason he took down the video was because Carissa threatened suicide, right? I want something that disproves that shows some other intention behind why he took down the video.
Okay. So
all I can say is that he took down the video before that conversation happened. That's all I can say. I mean, I don't know what else I can try to give you the timestamps with that.
Wait, I'm sorry. So in the DMs that we have, she's saying that she's suicidal, and then they start talking about him making a post. When she says I'm suicidal, the video's already down by then.
Yes.
So
so we need stuff before then, is what I'm saying.
Yes,
so you're questioning that.
Why?
Well, yeah. What we're questioning is, what did you say to Kingston to get him to take the video down? Because if you were laying it on thick with certain emotional themes, that could play into this idea that you're trying to utilize certain heavy emotions to get him to do something, rather than actually make like an argument of, why you should take it down. Like, I don't know. Like she's kind of doing this with me as well. Obviously, I've not done anything nearly as bad as Kingston done, but she's being like, oh, well, actually, there are these things that you've got wrong, so you should take the video down, really, or at least take my name out of it. I'm like, no, like I hate it when people try and do this kind of strategy with it, and then it's like, oh, actually, no, I'm not really trying to ask you. I'm just asking. It's like, yeah, you're asking using certain tricks. Like here, she's saying, oh, well, if he's changed his story, he should take it down, or if there's more information, he should take it down. No, my videos will exist as a testament to what I said at the time. And if I got it wrong, and it's wrong and clearly there, then I got it wrong, didn't I? Do you know what I mean? I don't know what to tell you. If I was out there and I was saying stuff like, oh yeah, like, I don't fucking know. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm just saying the problem that I'm having is like you want me to have charitability for you guys, and I feel like in some respects I do, but the problem is that like Kingston is providing all the evidence, and I don't know how to like wrap it around your guys' brain that's sort of the problem, is that he's the only one showing everything, so he gets all the narrative control. So if you guys want some actual control over this situation, like frankly, coming on a stream and talking to people only does so much. You actually need something that backs up the things that you're saying, and not having somebody like Stardust present it, because the way she presented it just makes it seem like a hit piece on Kingston and not some like fair analysis of the situation.
All right, I'm getting screenshots with the dates for you. So give me one second.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I know I'm really aggressive. It's just it's kind of frustrating because I understand why you would be upset with me, because it does seem like I'm not lending you guys charitability, but it's hard because a lot of what we have to do is go off of your guys' words, and there's contradictions in that. And what really helps elucidate everybody, not just me, not just Tom, not just Chud or anybody else, is just having that like piece of evidence that proves what you're saying.
I gotcha. Let's see. All right, here we go. I can't get into the one chat, so I'm just sending it to Tom. If you want to screen share, it's fine. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I'm looking for the.
Make sure. How do I say? Oh, these are screenshots. Okay. I thought you were going to be scrolling on like a screen share.
Wait, if I share. Oh, yeah. Okay, can I do this so I can just get the full VOD situation.
I was getting nervous.
There we go. So BPF comes on at 3:23. Is there anything I'm going to miss by skipping ahead, though? Oh, 2:33. Ah, that's not too far away. Might as well just sit and wait. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'll be honest. I want to be honest with you about one thing here, okay?
Okay.
So
And then
What he's framing is
the interpretation of this could be a couple of things, right? So you could look at this and you could think, yeah, this is him clearly saying the reason I put the video up was because you left me on red, okay? And it was like a malicious thing. It could also be saying you leaving me on red left me uncertain of what was going on. And then obviously there's the narrative of like he was hearing things which was still yet to be proven. My biggest concern with seeing stuff like this is like this could all be cleared up. This could all be cleared. This could all be cleared up, okay? Very easily if Kingston would just release something or show something of what led to his motivation to release the fucking video.
breach of trust.
Okay. And then this one, to make sure you're not involved, I guess I'm still a sucker for girls with nice butts. You said thank you. I'm genuinely considering killing myself. So that's where this conversation starts.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's... Bro, I feel like... Carissa, why didn't you just show this?
It
it doesn't really change the, like, suicide thing, but it does change the video thing. It
Yes,
does, like,
true.
yes, directly
He
contradict
is lying. Yep.
Right, for that. Yes. But that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of times, like, people just need the proof in their hands, and it feels like in a lot of ways it's not just
Exactly. When seeing this, it makes it very clear that the timeline that's presented is wrong and that the video was deleted first and the suicide stuff is related to the tweet, not the video.
By the way, Hunter's doing this too, where it's like you guys are getting kind of butthurt because people aren't like immediately believing you, but it's really hard to fight when you delete your Twitter post, so you're essentially removing yourself from the discourse, and then all we're left is Hunter, who is just fumbling the bag in so many ways and making cuck jokes left and right on Twitter, and then Kingston, who is willing to put out screenshots to prove the things that he's saying when he's being challenged on it.
Wait, but this is what I was talking about earlier, is that, like, yes, he's putting stuff out, but it never actually proves what he's saying. He's very selective in what he's putting out, and every time he puts out...
Nah, that is fucking bullshit. He's putting out fucking tons of stuff. He's put out way more screenshots than anyone else. This is total cope.
More information, it just gives us more questions every single time. He is being uber selective in what he...
No, that's bullshit. That applies to the other side. Like when Carissa shared that fucking screenshot, and it's like, well, I wonder what came after that message, and then he had to provide further information with more messages.
Puts out.
Because nobody wants part of the story, and no offense, but we're not going to be satisfied until we see every single engagement between Carissa and Kingston, and that's just unreasonable. Okay, everybody's always going to have more and more and more questions.
Yes,
I'm not surprised that that's the case.
Like even looking at this, I've got more questions as well. I'm sat here thinking, well, what are the messages before this that led to him deleting the video? What did you say to him that led to him wanting to delete the video? Because maybe it wasn't the suicide, but that, I've got no doubt that there was some sort of manipulation that was being engaged in to delete the video. Because I can't imagine that she just messaged him and said, "Can you delete the video, please?" And he was like, "Yep, no problem, done." There must have been something. So, but that's the thing. They claim it was the legal action that got him scared. He responded and said, well, Hunter knows why it was deleted. He then claimed it was because of the suicide situation. But then the suicide thing is after the video got deleted. So then what is it that led to the video being deleted? We still don't know that.
Evidence Kingston provides proves a lot of the narrative that he's saying. And again, I will say it is possible he made a mistake in saying that in accusing you of threatening suicide to take down the video, but it's also very possible, given that we know that he didn't take down the video because of you threatening suicide, that he did just outright lie about that, right?
It's like a 3-hour difference. So I don't know if... I feel like it would be very hard to have him frame that as like a mistake, but...
Well, I'm just saying because I can't see inside Kingston's head.
That's very true. It's possible. I do think he's intelligent, though. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think he's a dumbass. One thing I will say, because he was like Stardust was saying.
So yeah, I agree. I do agree that it doesn't. It's kind of like, how could he get that confused? But again, like, what's before this? Oh my god! Honestly, this drama now is so in the weeds. It's so in the fucking weeds. We're trying to like figure out what. Oh my god! We need to just go back to the 6-man cuck piss orgy memes. That was the best time of this.
Stardust was saying in response to Kingston, though, that she did not see you threatening suicide.
Because here's the thing that I'm thinking, right? She's saying, I was genuinely thinking of killing myself. So, like, it's kind of like 0 to 60. Like, if she's going to him and making us a reasonable request to delete video, and then after she's going, I was thinking about killing myself, like a few hours later, that's quite an escalation. So I'm like, well, what happened before? What led to this series of events? Oh my god, man. Okay.
She didn't feel like she ever saw that from you. Now, she might have been saying specifically in regards to the video, but obviously what the evidence Kingston is showing is that you're threatening suicide to post the tweet saying there were miscommunications between the both of you.
I think up to interpretation whether that's threatening or not, or if
well, I'm saying this is his interpretation of
catching him in a lie of whether he trusts me or not.
Okay, I guess my question is, Stardust is saying with greater context she doesn't feel like you ever threatened suicide.
Yeah.
To me and to a lot of other people, it's not questionable whether or not you did, even if you genuinely did feel suicidal. I'm curious, how much of the text messages did Star see in that like conversation between you and Kingston?
I'm not she got it from a cliff. I think she saw all of them.
You're saying she got it from somebody else, so you don't know.
Oh, okay. Damn, so she wasn't lying about having a source. Well, that's fucking stupid. Hey, my theory behind Stardust was that she was being protective of you and calling you source without naming you. Because it seemed like you wanted to be removed from the discourse entirely.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I only have one other question. Actually, I might have already asked it. Let me go over real quick. Oh yeah, it was just that guy is totally a pimp. That's what he did functionally. Okay. First of all, you are, well, I mean, I don't want to say are, but if I look up the definition of prostitute, a person, in particular a woman, I don't know why we have to make that distinction, who engages in sexual activity for payment. And then pimp is somebody who like gathers clientele for a prostitute and takes part in their earnings in return. That is the relationship Kingston was trying to develop with you. You don't need any of the abuse. You don't need any coercion. You don't need any of the pressure for him to be your pimp. That was explicitly the relationship you guys were like developing, and that might feel demeaning, but somebody like a porn producer, they would necessarily be like a pimp for their actors.
I mean, again, it depends on how you define stuff. Typically, prostitution is considered illegal and nothing that happened was illegal. So I think there's importance of distinction there. And then on top of that, I think there's also a level of submission that usually happens with a prostitute and a pimp that he was very mad he could not get from me. And so I think there's that as well. But
I know next enough about this drama, where this is like picking up a Lord of the Rings book and going to the last fucking 10 pages and trying to figure out what's going on.
But maybe that's what he had wanted. That's fair.
Yes, like a pimp is somebody's boss, and a producer is not. It's like there are a lot of distinctions between the two, but there is evidence to say that that's what he wanted anyways. Like one, like because Sick he doesn't make a distinction between a pimp and a porn producer. But even if we say like Sick is wrong on that, we can still say maybe that's what Kingston was looking for one way or the other. It's possible the way that he was talking about things.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna get out of here because I can't do this all night. But Carissa, are you fine with Tom like releasing those screenshots he showed? With like just that added little bit of context on that conversation.
Oh, it's on my screen.
Okay. Well, I mean, just like the actual link to the screenshot.
Oh, you mean
it
sending
being tied
you
to
the
your fucking.
screenshots?
Yeah,
sure.
because I don't want to see it on the VOD. I want the file so that
I
way
want my
it can be
face
posted.
next to it.
Okay,
like
I can
Getty
do that.
Images, tomfoolery show.
I
I'm
covered
just
you.
kidding.
I covered you in a pimp outfit on my stream yesterday, so I'll put that next to it. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'll send it to you.
Okay. Carissa, thank you for talking to me.
Yeah.
You're quite frustrating to talk to on certain points.
Yes.
I'm good.
But regardless, I appreciate talking to you nonetheless. I think
Right, is
you've
Sick gone
engaged
now?
with a lot more heat than the other person involved in this situation, who's not Kingston. And
Let's speed it
I
up
commend
anyway,
you
'cause I
for
need to get
trying to
through
do
this.
this. I don't know if it's going to work out in your favor, but I commend you for trying to do the PR tour, even though I think it's a bad move every time.
Okay, well, we'll see. I agree. It's
I mean, I think this has been insanely enlightening. I think that we've filled up a lot of holes. It's answered a lot of questions that I had. At least this has been very, very enlightening from my side, and I think it's definitely helped you from what I've seen so far.
awesome. That's awesome.
I don't know if
Great.
that's
Hopefully,
true.
we'll
Bye,
see.
guys.
It's a
Later, Sick.
little bit risk, but
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, Kingston kind of like started all of this, and then now has been like adjacent to it the entire time, where there's so many people who would love to be able to talk to him and grill him like this, and he's just kind of like, oh yeah, I don't want to start any more crap. But it's like, bro, you already did this. Like, you kind of have to pay the consequences for it now, but you're kind of trying to like be a little bit too hands off. And I understand a lot of that's him trying to respect you guys, but it's not helpful to you guys. If he could actually go on and answer for a lot of this stuff, I think he would look really bad if he did.
Yeah, I've got to be honest with you. I'm not too happy with Kingston's response to me. He goes, I'm talkative. And I'm like, okay, he's talkative. But then I sent him a message a little while ago, and I'm like, okay, well, listen, I'm trying to cover it all. Also, I need to do some work to make sure I've got. I need to talk to you. I can talk Thursday. And then I asked him a question about the edited video, like, where's the two versions of the video? And he just never got back to me. And that was yesterday. So yeah, I think he is kind of trying to just slip away. And then like on the way out, he's dropping bombshells like, oh yeah, she was going to meet up with another guy and have sex with him. And it's like, why drop that? So there's definitely things that he's doing now where I'm like, it just, it doesn't help his credibility. And he's done quite a lot of retarded things that have just tarnished his credibility. It's like you would have thought he'd try and work a bit harder to make it so he doesn't have these little, niggling things going on that just call into question further what he's up to. Anyway, should we see what happens when Big Papa Fascist comes on? What do you reckon? Oh, Stardust comes on. What does Stardust have to say? Oh, God.
second.
Actually, do you know what? Nah, fuck it. We're gonna have Big Papa Fascist on. I want to see Big. I'm not waiting any longer. Big Papa Fascist, come on.
Okay, that's fine, but I might. It's not that I don't want pushback. It's just there's a level. I feel like there needs to be a level of respect, and I don't know. But go ahead if that's fine.
Okay. I told him.
I'm gonna dip, but let me know if you guys need anything. Thanks.
All
for
right,
having
thank you, Stardust.
Mhm. See ya.
Oh, I just moved the waiting room instead of him. Hello? BPF?
okay?
Not great.
How about now?
That's
Can you hear me now?
yeah, that's better.
Okay. Yeah, I had a couple of questions for Carissa. So, in what world do you think that it's a great idea to break up your family and have all of this happen and set up gangbangs with other dudes? Why do you think that's a good idea?
No way! I love that he's come in, okay, and we've spent the last fucking however long autistically arguing about fucking text and what does this mean and what does that mean. He just comes in and goes, why'd you break up your family by being a whore? It's just like, let's go! We're back to business!
Oh man. um so I think there's a lot involved in terms of all of this, and I don't think that is as enmeshed as you believe it is.
Well, I mean, you have children and a husband, and you have duties to your children and to your husband. At what point did you think, hey, I'll just wreck the whole family and set up gangbangs with dudes? That's fucking bizarre.
I mean, there's a lot of questions leading into that. Do you think that any of this stuff led to your family breaking up, Carissa?
No, I don't. So I don't believe so. We have been talking about separating for a while, for honestly a pretty long period of time. I think anytime you try something new, there's always going to be some effect on any future decisions. There's always like a butterfly effect there.
Well, whose idea was it to begin opening up the relationship, and whose idea was it to get into the sex work to begin with? For some reason, I just got a gut feeling that's not Hunter's avenue.
Yeah, it was more my idea.
Yeah.
And do you think
Yeah,
that
it
was like a road to you guys breaking up at all?
No, I think it would have happened regardless. I think it should have happened regardless.
Yeah, but Hunter wouldn't have been doing cam work if you, I mean, you were pressuring him to do cam work, right?
No, that's not true.
So what happened with the cam work? You just like, hey,
He
we
never
should just
did
get in it. What's that?
He did not ever do. He never did cam work. He did some OnlyFans content with me, which is different.
Well, what's the difference?
I think that's what he's referencing is the
One
OnlyFans
is
stuff.
live, the other one is not.
Well, yeah, I think, listen, Big Bubba Fascist doesn't have time to discern, the difference between whoring yourself out on my free cams and whoring yourself out on OnlyFans, okay? Big Papa Fascist, his only concern is you're whoring yourself out. He doesn't fucking care about the platform, he just wants to find out more about the whoring.
Live.
So the same question just applied to the OnlyFans. Do you think, did you pressure him into doing that at all?
Yeah. It's the
No,
same
I did not. There were multiple times where I specifically said, if this is not something you're comfortable with me doing or us doing, that is totally fine, and you have every right to veto it, and I'm fine with that. It's something that you need to be sure of 100%. And that was.
But if a man wants to keep his family together, don't you think that he would maybe do something like that in order to appease you if you're putting pressure on him?
I never threatened anything about leaving him. It was never something that was tied in any way. So there would never.
I think what he's asking is, you're making it sound like there's a lot of problems leading up to this. And so if he wants to try to make things work, it sounds like if you make an ask of him, he's probably a lot more likely now to say yes, because he's going to do extra things that he maybe normally wouldn't to try to make the marriage work.
I see. No, I don't think that it was really involved really at all. There wasn't there was not that level of pressure, and I don't think it was even related in
Tom just needs to shut his mic off and let Big Papa Fascist pop off, because Jesus Christ, man, it's like I want the raw brutality of misogyny that Andrew's bringing to the table, and then Tom's just filtering it, and it's like, no
way to us considering separation.
Was it a way to like spice up the marriage or like something like that, or?
That was a benefit for sure. And I think that kind of, in a way, honestly, I think it helped in that regard. But
well,
yeah,
I mean, you can't possibly believe that ultimately this is going to be a good move for you. Like, you can't really believe that doing OnlyFans work and breaking up the family is not going to be something you regret. Like, you're going to regret that.
You combine them as if they're very related, and they're not.
Well, I don't think that you can differentiate the two. Like, how could you possibly differentiate, doing OnlyFans work with Hunter Avallone and thinking that that's not going to have ramifications on a relationship? That's hard for me to believe.
Yes.
Anything that you do with a...
I mean, of course, like, that takes it to a different dynamic, especially when you're taking the risk of doing it on a public account where your face isn't censored.
Partner is going to have ramifications on a relationship.
Right.
Moving is going to have ramifications. There's like activities that you do together. Hobbies are going to have. There's many things that you're going to do that has ramifications. And honestly, like it in a way, it honestly did help in a lot of ways. But I think there were just ultimately differences that were separate from this that just kind of led to the separation in the first place.
Yeah. Well, how many kids do you have with Hunter?
I'd rather not really bring the kids into this.
Well, I'm not bringing the kids into it. I'm just asking a general question. Like, I have 5 kids, right?
Yeah.
So, how many kids do you have?
Wait, what? Big Papa Fascist has got 5 kids. He's got 5 kids. Jesus Christ. Was he Catholic? Really? Is he Catholic? Big Papa fucking. Breed for God. Breed for God.
This drama away from the kids as much as possible.
Right. Well, the reason I'm bringing this up is because, like, you realize your kids are going to grow up, and they're going to have an explanation for why their mommy and daddy were on OnlyFans, right?
Was that a consideration for you guys, Carissa?
Oh.
Is like, did you guys
Yeah.
talk about what if like kids found this or anything like that?
So my perspective on that, number one, is we did take a lot of precautions for it to remain anonymous.
Okay. I love this take. We took a lot of precautions to remain anonymous. One of those precautions, though, wasn't hiding your face, was it? Maybe hiding your face might have been a good precaution to take immediately. I don't know. I call me crazy, but having your fucking face in your OnlyFans thing, even if it's separate, is probably going to increase the chances. Like, I didn't put my face in my content for 2 years or something. Well, 3 years. It coming up on 3 years even. 3 years? Yeah, 3 years. Because I was thinking, oh shit, you know, I don't want my kids to get blowback from me saying some dumb shit online and me getting doxxed and da-da-da-da-da, right? Now, you know, I've decided to take a bit more of a risk. Things seem to be okay. When I first started doing this, you know, yeah, I just think at this stage now, especially now I've got my own place and stuff, there just isn't the same level of risk that there maybe was before. But, you know, at the very least, I think there was a concern there. So I think, like, making your account anonymous is such a little thing, if you're genuinely concerned about that you can do, just to really reduce the chances of it ever getting linked back to you. Precautions equals posting thirst traps on your normie Twitter and outfits you wear on campsites. Bug Squander. I'm wondering if Bug Squander's A-logging is actually an excuse to have absolute hard drives filled with, you know, pornographic images.
And number two, I think a lot of the negative lashback that comes from this type of stuff is people who are incredibly judgy. So it's kind of like a
You mean
self-fulfilling.
like anti-sex work when you say
Yeah.
judging? Okay.
Okay, I just find this take to be, I mean, I'll grant something. Yeah, sure. People are very judgmental about it. Okay, that's true. But I think that there's a good reason to be judgmental when we live in an age where OnlyFans can be a real central point for bullying of kids and stuff like that. And I just think that maybe when you're younger, you know, maybe over time you grow up. I don't know. I just think that it's always going to be an issue. Anyway,
I wouldn't even say anti-sex work, because I think you can be anti-sex work but also just be a compassionate person. But I think it's a self-fulfilling prophecy when people are like, oh, why would you put kids in a scenario where they would be bullied while they're also bullying people for doing sex work in the first place? So it's like a vicious cycle that just continues, and it's kind of shitty. So like, obviously you're going to do what you can to mitigate that situation, and maybe that was a fault of mine, that I miscalculated the risk assessment there of it getting out.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. The risk assessment probably failed. The risk assessment probably failed when you decided to put your actual face uncensored into the porn. That probably was a big step in your risk calculation there. What planet are we on? I feel like I'm going crazy. I feel like I'm taking fucking crazy pills. She is doing OnlyFans with her face in it. Like, that is such a big risk. What the fuck? It's crazy.
But
I mean, you guys are you're super high profile. Like, especially Avallone's super high profile.
Mhm.
I mean, he was at one point at the top of his game. He was almost in that household name when he was
Yeah,
on the
so
conservative
his
side.
face is never on anything.
Yeah, okay, I get it, but
yes, you could have even had it where you only see a face if you're like a top tier subscriber, or you could do a custom. Hey, look, I've got an idea. If you want to be a whore, okay, do it, hide your face, and then have it where you got to pay $200 if you want to see the face. Easy money, easy money. Because guys are going to be like, oh, the bits are nice, and this is nice, and that's nice, and the buttocks are nice, and the vagina's nice, and the breasts are nice. But what about that face? Let's see that cute face, and then boom, $200.
like, do you think that his kids aren't going to literally get tortured in school, and people aren't going to be like, oh, hey, look, I'm watching your mom blow a dude? Like, do you think?
No, I don't
How could you
believe
possibly think that's good?
I don't think that ever is going to actually happen. I think it's
How could you think that? How could you think that that'll never happen? Why would
I
you
think
think that Hunter Avallone, who has
You
more
gotta,
in
you gotta let her
Yeah,
answer.
hang on. Let me just finish my point. Hunter Avallone has
you
more
asked me a
enemies.
question.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not finished with the question. Hunter Avallone has more enemies than, I mean, almost anybody that I've ever seen online. I mean, he's monumentally vilified by one full side of the spectrum.
Yes.
Like, I can't envision how you could possibly think that your kids won't be in school and they're not going to get tortured with this. How?
I don't think that there's much that I haven't even been able to find any of the leaked stuff. I think it's possible to find it, but I think it's very hard, and I think it's going to become increasingly difficult.
Yeah, but that's because you've had to put a stop to it. Like, had this not happened, you would still be on a pathway of doing OnlyFans stuff. Am I crazy here or what? You only stopped it because it all started to come tumbling out.
Especially when legal stuff gets involved. So I don't think this is something that like school age kids are going to be accessing and in order to be like taunting my children with.
I mean, you don't think that's a little bit naive? I mean, people were posting links to the Twitter, which had all of the nude content, all the porn. It had all kinds of porn content.
I'm telling you that it is not very easy to find stuff even now. I've looked for it. Other people have looked for it. I think it's going to be out there, but it's going to be increasingly difficult, especially as like litigation continues in terms of the revenge porn.
Okay. I just had two more things I wanted to ask, and then I'll get out of your hair. But so the reason that this, of course, dumbstruck everybody is because, you know, Hunter's been cruising around talking about how he's living the trad life for the last year.
Yes.
As last year that he's been talking about that, have you guys been doing this kind of work?
This has only happened in like the past since in the middle of May, or no, I'm sorry. At the end of April is when we even just started talking about it. So, and even in some of the screenshots, I am like even hesitant about sending like nudes because I'm like, I need to double check that Hunter's okay with this. So it's very obvious that before that, you know, this wasn't really happening at all. So I think it's fair to say that this has, again, only been happening, and there's proof that this has only been happening since the beginning of May.
Okay, well, the other allegation that I didn't hear touched on was that this guy that you were dealing with, he claimed that the reason that you were so adamant about it was due to monetary concerns. Is that really why you were pushing so hard towards doing that, or was there an alternative motive?
Oh, good question.
So I do think that money was definitely a factor for sure. Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, kids, if you're investing in 401k, you have kids that are likely to go to college. The housing market right now is kind of crazy, and inflation is pretty high. Even with like a relatively high salary and taxes, it's always helpful to have more money coming in.
Okay, right. Because the alternative to that also, he said in both, kind of out of both sides of his mouth, the second side, he said, no, listen, the other big problem is that this chick, and I'm just quoting him, is super dick hungry. That's what he said. So, like, are both of those
Jesus Christ, big papa fascist. I've just looking at a note here that says you're massively gagging for cock. What's your thoughts on that?
True, or is just one of those true?
So I would say that what I said about the money thing is what I'm saying. The thing about that,
Actually, he's touching on that point that I was making. Oh my god, he's touching on the point that I was making, is that there's an element of this which is her own seeking out intense sexual hedonistic pleasure, and she's unwilling to admit that. But then Andrew is asking the important questions.
Dick hungry. Listen,
ask it again.
The other big problem is that this chick, and I'm just quoting him, is super dick hungry. That's what he said. So, like, are both of those true, or is just one of those true?
So I would say that what I said about the money thing is what I'm saying. The thing about that, I guess, I think it's fair to say that, like, I didn't do any of those things that he wanted me to do physically. So I feel like that speaks within itself. I think that was way overstated. I think if that were the case, he wouldn't be mad at me for not doing the things physically that he wanted me to do.
Okay. Are you still going to do OnlyFans work?
No.
No, you're done. Your whole career. You're never going back to it.
my long career of OnlyFans. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do it. I think there's, I agree that at this point it would not be fair. I would not see it being fair to the kids. Not to say that anyone who does OnlyFans is being like a bad parent or anything, but I don't think that that's something that I would want to do at this point.
What's changed then?
Gotcha. But that kind of leaves it open, like maybe at some point, right?
No, I'm saying as opposed to before. I think before there was a high probability of anonymity, and at this point, it's not something that is going to be likely.
Okay, gotcha. And then, well, I'm sorry. I know I said I only had a couple of questions, but something else comes to mind, which is I'm not the biggest fan of Avallone, but this has to be soul crushing for that guy, like literally soul crushing that
I mean,
this got
true.
out and that these messages were out there, and he's been running damage control for multiple days. And like, do you have any remorse at all that you did that to that guy?
So I do think I should not have trusted Kingston to the degree that I did. Number one, I shouldn't have trusted him, I think, in terms of helping me and Hunter with the sex work in the first place. And number two, I believe that I did divulge too much information to him. I wish I didn't do that. So those are the two things that I think I messed up on.
Did Hunter know about the gangbang and shit? Did he know about any of that?
That was all after we had separated. He knew that I was trying
like
to...
this code of like that happened after separated. That's true, but if I split up with someone and 2 weeks later, I think it was, or like a week and a half, 2 weeks later, they were out trying to set up a 6-man all-black gangbang with potential piss play, I'd be, bothered by that. I'd be like, wait, what? That's mental. Like, you can't fucking just go out and go ballistic. Like, Jesus Christ. I would be a bit, like, upset if they were, like, having a date. Because, it depends on the length of the relationship. If it was, like, just dating or whatever, it's fine. But if you were together, married for years, and then 2 weeks after you split up, they were out on a date. It's not it's not for you to be bothered about it. Move on. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Your ex you've just split up with, been married to for years, mother of your kids, is off trying to arrange a fucking 6-man all black, no turn downs, gangbang, potential piss play orgy. And it's like, listen, come on. You can't worry. It's not your business at that point. Like, dude. I mean, technically you're correct, I guess, but to me I think it's pretty reasonable that you'd at least go, okay, pause, wait, what is going on here? I don't know. Dude.
He hadn't made a public announcement he had separated at that point.
No, yes, he had. It was the 7th.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so that was all post your separation.
That was the same day, by the way. So he announced the divorce on the 7th. I think the 29th is the day, I believe, when they agreed to separate. 7th, he announced the divorce. And the same day, the 7th, she was trying to set up the 6-man, all black, no turn downs, potential piss play gangbang orgy. That's what was trying to be set up at that time.
That you were going to do all that.
Look at Tom, man. Look at Tom as Andrew Wilson, Big Papa Fascist, is just slapping her about a bit. And he's just like, dude.
Yes.
Okay. And there's not going to be messages that come out that you were like setting stuff up with other people.
What do you mean?
Like somebody else like Kingston or other groups of people. Or...
Wait, hang on a sec. What is unclear? Okay, I voiced this already, but I just want to point something out here, okay?
There's not going to be, that was all post your separation that you were going to do all that.
Yes.
Okay. And there's not going to be messages that come out that you were like setting stuff up with other people.
What do you mean?
What is unclear about what Big Papa Fascist has said there that she needs to say, what do you mean? Okay? She's saying, what do you mean? Because she's like, and she wants a bit more time. She wants a little bit more time to answer this question. It's quite clear what he's asking. Is there any other person you've been messaging about this stuff?
Like somebody else like Kingston or other groups of people or something like that?
Nothing ever happened. I mean, I was considering, there were things that I was considering, but there was nothing that actually went through, right? And I think there's a huge difference between considering something and then actually implementing it, especially when you're the one who's calling the shots in terms of canceling plans. So, like, for example, with Texas,
okay, go ahead, sorry.
The whole thing with Texas, I was the one who canceled the flight and the hotel and everything.
Yeah, I got that, but what I'm asking is, are there other DMs that are of a similar type of this that are out there with other people that may possibly come out to show that there was kind of more avenues than just this with this guy that you were pursuing?
Oh, no.
No. Okay. Mm-mm. Interesting. All right. I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me on, Tom.
Thanks, BPF. See you tomorrow. Okay. The only other thing I got is, for you and any other girls out there, like, obviously it's hard to find people who you can trust, especially for stuff like this, especially if you want it to be anonymous. So for any OnlyFans girls or anything like that, if you need somebody to look at.
Come in my DMs. Tom's about to say, listen, girls, if you need someone to help you out with OnlyFans, just send me DMs of your full nudes and fucking videos, and I'll be sure to give you some advice.
Get your nudes and tell you how good they are. I am always here. I will always. My DMs.
Oh my
open.
God!
Just,
wait.
Send them my way. I'll help you out and tell you if they're good or not. I can always provide that service for free. Even I'll do it for free. Why not?
Is this deja vu? No, I'm kidding. Funny. Well, I appreciate you having me on, and I appreciate the conversation. I hope I engaged with everything as honestly as I did. Engage with everything as honestly as I could. But
yes, I believe you did. I'm sure there will be 20 people reviewing it tomorrow saying that I'm a simp and that I didn't push back enough or whatever. But
good evening, everyone. Welcome to another round of Heated Hippie, where we just kind of do a debate panel show in the spirit of Reverie Roundtable and the Hippie Dippy. And I did collect a interesting assortment of characters tonight, and I'm going to go over the rules. I'm going to go over the topics. I'm going to let everybody do their little intro. They can shout themselves out a little bit, but realistically keep your intro short, and then we'll get into the general topic. We will run for 2 hours, so it's relatively a short show for a panel show. If we need to change up topics in the middle of it, we will. And then there is a third hour that is optional. If you just want to stay on, debate for 2 hours, and then dip out, then you're more than welcome to do that. If you want to kind of be a part of a chill, cool down session where we just hang out as a group and kind of slowly, chilly discuss the subjects at hand, but in a less contentious atmosphere, then you're more than welcome to hang out for the last hour. So the rules are no terms of service. I know some of you guys are on Kick or Rumble or whatever, but we would prefer it if you didn't scream the N-word in the middle of our streams. That way we got banned off of our respective platforms.
Damn it.
Well, it's okay. You can still say ableist slurs and sexist slurs. Those are perfectly fine.
So we can talk about retarded whores on this panel, right?
You can, although some people might take offense. And what I was going to say about that is you know, minimize slurs if people are genuinely offended. Basically, if nobody's offended, I don't care. Go wild. But if somebody is genuinely offended, we are trying to talk about the ideas, not necessarily like attack individual people. So if you see that somebody's actually a little bit iced out, then go ahead and try to be nice enough to bring them back into the conversation. No brigading doxing, so if you do harass people outside of this platform, you will not be invited back. No interruptions during introductions and outroductions. We're trying to give everybody a fair share to other things. Raise your hands. I will basically write down your name so I can give you a shot at talking. If you feel like you haven't been able to get in for a few minutes, I'll make sure that you have an opportunity. 10-minute sidebars. We might have to exercise this tonight. The topic is more about like general social prescriptions than it is about the individual drama. I do expect us to drift in and out of the drama though in order to litigate some things. If we're on 10 minutes of a micro detail of the drama, then I will drag us back out after 10 minutes or so in order to try to get back on topic. So think of this like a mixed martial arts bout. We're going to touch gloves. We're going to engage in rhetorical combat. You know, try to respect your opponents, relatively speaking, and then we're going to end the fight. Tip your fedora or tap your gloves, and we'll call it a day. Then, here we go. Let's get into the topic. So, the topic is, recently, Hunter Avallone and his wife Carissa announced their divorce. Divorce is not uncommon in our society, and so many took this news as the eventualities of life. However, since that time, an acquaintance of Carissa released a series of sordid messages revealing that she had an anonymous OnlyFans account, that both her and Hunter had participated in it, and that was a substantive amount of their monthly income. This again would not have been a big deal, particularly with sympathetic progressives and leftists who are pro-sex work. However, it was additionally revealed that after her separation and divorce from Hunter, Carissa was considering expanding her work to more hardcore content. Critics have lashed onto these revelations, using it as fodder to criticize Hunter for turning away from conservatism. They state that this is the result of progressive perspectives on sex, that it is unconscionable that they engaged in this behavior while having children, and that now they are divorced, the work Carissa was considering was particularly aggressive. 1, should anyone be engaged in sex work in any kind of society? Should it be legal at all? 2, should married couples be engaged in monogamous sex work? Does that change anything? 3, should mothers be engaged in sex work, considering the potential impact to children? 4, are there limits to the sex work that people should consider if they wish to be respected by polite society? 5, is this the result of progressive and liberal perspectives on sex? And should society instead enforce a more conservative model, either legally or culturally? So, Mr. Andrew Wilson, do you want to kick it off for us?
Yeah, so this entire debate will basically be likely about stigma. That's all that leftists can ever argue when it comes to sex work is, oh, this is stigma, the fucking stigma. We need to get rid of the stigma and make it safe for the women. That's all that they can ever argue because they have no moral framework because they're a bunch of degenerate scumbags. So that's basically what this is going to end up being. My argument right from the outset is going to be, no, it's not about stigma. It's about virtue. The reason why none of the men on this panel, and likely none of the women, are going to go buy a prostitute, even though some of the people on the panel will fight for your right to the death so that somebody else can, is because you don't find it virtuous. There's no virtue in it. Since there's no virtue in it, there's no particular reason we should be promoting it, but that's exactly what this is going to be. It's just going to be we just need to eliminate the stigma around it, and then everything will be perfect. It's not going to be fucking perfect. It's not going to be great. You're all full of shit, and I can't wait to get into it.
Awesome. All right, and then Chud, I am going to go pick up my son and put him in his little rocker, so rant until I'm seated again.
Okay, as a progressive, I do find it pretty despicable and disgusting that people have acted like this isn't a totally fucking, at the very least, eyebrow-raising story. The fact that someone is trying to set up a 6-man all-black piss gangbang. You know, they're acting like it's crazy to talk about it, crazy to focus it. I've received flack from my coverage, which I admit is gratuitous, but fuck me. It is, at the very least, eyebrow-raising, if not, like, disgusting. So I just feel like we've gone too far. We're too heavily sexualized. I'm sick of it. I hate it. I just wish we could take a step back and have a bit more balance in this fucking discussion. And progressives weren't insistent on going so balls to the wall that anything goes, endless hedonism. You know, it's crazy to me. And I've got to be honest, okay, I don't want to fucking hijack the panel and make it all about me, but you've got useless twats like a Connor Boy going on to panels talking about it, even though they've got no fucking clue about any of it, okay? Like, stick to economics, mate, all right? Honestly, your performance on that panel was really fucking ridiculous. You clearly don't know anything about this, yet you weigh on it anyway. I don't talk about economics, I don't know about it, so maybe you could do the same respect in the other direction, okay? And then Stardust, you did this ridiculous hatshit job pushing Carissa's talking points to shit on Kingston because it's the easy thing to do. Honestly, it was insane. Your video was ridiculous. Hopefully we can hash it out a bit. Don't want to hijack the panel, but I'm just putting out there I'd like to discuss those things.
I want you to hijack the panel. That's all sounds fucking base. I can't wait to get into this shit.
I will allow some hijacking of the panel, but hopefully we can hash out our differences and continue with some of the broad social prescription.
No, we're taking it over, Connor.
Okay, you know what? I'm a little bit sick. I'm taking care of a baby, and I only have a limited amount of caffeine in my system. So if you guys hijack it and it's just a shit show for the next 2 hours, it is what it is, and I will blame all of you. Econo Boy, please introduce yourself and tell us what you think about the topic.
Yeah, sure. Name's Akana Boy. Mostly do economics and politics at this point every now and then. I don't really upload too much anymore, but if you want to hold out hope and subscribe to my channel for the next content, you can, I guess. But to answer the panel topics, should anyone be engaged in sex work? What about married couples? What about mothers? I mean, I guess my answer to all those questions is more or less just going to be, if they want to be engaged in sex work. I think the most interesting question is question number 4, which is, are there limits to sex work if you want to be respected in polite society? I think that's a little bit more interesting because it's a little bit more practical of like, how do you navigate the world if you do sex work or the type of sex work that you do, and how navigable should the world even be? I'm a little bit more open to that question, but so I guess we'll see that. Is this the result of progressive liberal perspectives on sex, and should society instead enforce a more conservative model? I don't know how much the Hunter Avallone situation is a result of progressive and liberal perspectives. I mean, I don't think there were many OnlyFans models back in like the 1900s, so it's hard to say. I assume that our perspectives on sex have changed the way that people engage with that work a little bit over time. But in general, I would just endorse a more progressive and liberal model on that. If people want to do it and it's between consenting adults, then I don't really see the big problem with it.
All right, cool. And Ginger, please.
Yeah, I actually have no problem with sex work in general. However, I believe that the issue at hand had nothing to do with sex work and just mostly to do with cheating.
Okay. Yeah, then we can do sidebars where if we feel like we have things that we need to litigate that aren't rawly in the topics, I'll try to write down the sidebar topics so we can break them down. And I'll write down cheating and breaks of trust as a part of the sidebar. And then HPCR.
Hey, I'm HP. I'm relatively new to this kind of space, but I do, Discord shit. I do some informal debating. I'm not as plugged in as some of you guys are with the lore with Hunter's situation. I know, little bits and pieces, and I kind of agree with Ginger in that seems to be the product of two people who weren't or able to navigate a mature relationship and engage in monogamy the way that they, promised to themselves that they would. In terms of sex work, I tend to fall in sort of, very least, I'm sympathetic to legalizing sex work. Usually they'll break into two camps: decriminalization and legalization. And I'm more sympathetic to the legalization, and we can get into why I think that's the case.
All right, thank you. Sansol?
I'm Sansol. I actually thought that this was supposed to be an intervention for Connor for not recognizing the true heroes of the Imperium, the Imperial Guard. But since we're talking about sex work, I feel like I feel like on one hand, I'm pretty liberal. I like the idea of people being able to do what they want to do. I don't think that people actually take into. I don't think that people appreciate the gravity of the impact that posting nude photos online, even for photo or for monies, can have on them for future job prospects, for their emotional outlook looking forward. If someone that they know finds that fucking OnlyFans, I think that people don't really take the gravity of the situation into account, because they see people living high and mighty lives on yachts with rappers and shit because they have, OnlyFan clout. So like right now, unless someone is able to convince me otherwise, I'm kind of against OnlyFans because it's just selling a false image of what the lifestyle actually is. As for the Hunter sidebar that we're probably going to have to get into, damn, I feel bad for the guy, but also it feels like he really did a lot of this shit to himself by continuing to fucking argue with everyone about his own cucking online for I don't know, days and days and weeks afterwards. It's just like fucking unbelievable that someone would do that. So yeah, I'm excited to hear what everyone has to say about it. I don't want to take too much time at this part.
Okay, I am terrified for the main open panel. Stardust.
Yeah, so with the exception of some content made on OnlyFans, I'm actually generally opposed to sex work. I find most sex work in the world is coerced or forced. And a lot of it is started from a really young age. And although, like, the common argument that other progressives will bring to me is that, oh, there's a difference between sex trafficking and sex work, I'm not willing to discount the experiences of such a large portion of the sex work industry. Yes, there are consequences to OnlyFans and all of that, though the only thing I would say in favor of OnlyFans is at least it allows women to take pictures from the safety of their own bedroom. And I tend to be okay with that. But for the most part, yeah, I'm generally anti-sex work because of the victims in this. And when it comes to the Hunter and Carissa Avallone thing, while I am opposed to sex work and while I find this idea of like, setting up a gangbang like absolutely fucking ridiculous, I still do not see the justification of Kingston to release all of these very poorly censored images onto the internet and basically just completely expose this person. So
Okay, I'm going to.
and also
ultimate-
oh
sorry, go
sorry
ahead.
also I do agree that Hunter was phenomenally stupid with the way that he handled this. So yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for your insight. So
Yeah.
I heard a couple of sidebars. One of them being the revenge porn aspect of them.
Sorry,
one of them
counterpoints. I'm
being-
sorry to interrupt. There's something important I need to say, okay? You've missed one of the most important topics in this whole drama, okay? And it's about people like fucking Stardust trying to digitally lynch a fucking sexually assertive black man.
I'm not trying to digitally lynch anybody, okay? I have.
Yes,
I've
you
my-
did. Your video
during
was
my
fucking
stream-
disgraceful.
Wait a minute,
You missed
wait a
out
minute.
key pieces of
During-
information and tried to act like Kingston was fucking digitally
during my
raping
stream-
Carissa.
During my stream covering the drama between Carissa and Kingston, I said several times that Carissa willingly engaged in it. Did I
Okay,
not?
why did you miss out in your little summary? Why didn't you include the DMs on the 24th of May, which showed her at her most sexually interested? Why did you miss that out exactly?
I was going over it. I'm not going to show the entire video again. My
No.
point of that
In the
stream-
fucking timeline, you didn't include the DMs on the 24th. Why? A very simple question. Why didn't you include them?
What I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. My point of that stream was to go over the claims that Kingston made in his video and explain why I disagree with them.
Okay,
That
well, why
was
didn't
the
you
point of
include the messages on the 24th of May or even mention that in the timeline? Why was
Because
24th
see,
of May?
because we already know that they were sexting. We already have been over
Okay,
that.
wait,
I
now hang
covered
on a
that in
minute.
previous
You included
streams.
lots of
I
other
covered that in
information in that
previous streams.
flowchart, but you missed out that one specific thing. Why?
Because I mentioned all
Is it
that.
because
I
Carissa?
mentioned
Yeah. Is it
already-
because
I
Carissa
mentioned
didn't want you to
already-
include
I
it?
mentioned
You got
already-
everything
I
from Carissa,
mentioned-
didn't
I
you?
mentioned already.
You got
I
everything
mentioned
from
already,
Carissa,
but
and then you
on
let
the
Hunter come on
15th
to fucking
wait,
spin the
wait,
narrative.
On the 15th,
It's obvious,
on the
fucking
15th,
obvious, Stardust. Just
on
cop
the
to it.
15th,
Let's
in
take
that stream,
turns.
Chud
Let's take
Logic,
turns.
in that stream on the 15th, I already clarified that up until the 15th they were not sexting. After the 15th, they were sexting. So all beyond May 15th towards whenever she ghosted him, they were sexting. I already included that in the stream. So
Okay.
this nitpicky
But
point of why
no,
did
it's
you
not a
include the
nitpicky point at
24th
all
when they were
because
sex-
you were
when they
trying to
were
perpetuate the
sexting
narrative that
entire
Kingston
time?
is some fucking sex
They're
pest.
sexting the entire time. I'm not trying to perpetuate this
But you
narrative
did.
because
Yeah, I mean,
both
you
of
went
them-
right to Twitter and
both
called
of
him
them
every
are
name under the
engaging-
sun.
Both of them are engaging in it consensually and willingly.
Yeah, but Stardust, you did go to Twitter and call him every name under the sun, and
I did,
essentially
because I
did
think
paint
he's a
him out
piece
to
of
be
shit.
some
I think
sort
he's a
of
piece of shit.
Why? What did he do that was so horrific?
I think that the response from him is completely overblown. Completely overblown.
What, releasing what's true?
Releasing the pictures, yeah. Releasing the DMs, I don't give a fuck. But releasing those pictures, yeah.
So you think that blurred images of Carissa are bad to share? Am I understanding that correctly?
The first okay, so there are two versions of that video. The
Hmm.
first version, the first one that went up was barely censored. It showed her face. It showed basically everything. And there were
Right,
tiny
okay.
bits of blurring that had like 0.1% blur on Photoshop. That
Okay.
was the first.
Yeah,
version
well,
of
I
that
mean,
video.
how dare
The
he? How dare
second-
he release nudes
the
of an
second-
OnlyFans girl who released her nudes all over the place and had a public,
those were private.
literally had a listen, her Twitter was outed. I broke the story on this. Her Twitter was outed. It was public all over the place. What do you mean? He didn't release anything. He didn't release her butthole and everything was on that Twitter. Okay.
They were private images that she sent specifically only to him.
So what?
So that it does qualify as to me completely overblown, releasing private images, and the first version of that video, once again, was so uncensored. And the second version I have no problem with. The second version was completely
The one that you
blurred.
shared, you don't have a problem with, right?
Yes.
Mm,
I actually have a
okay,
question.
That's interesting. What about
Do we-
Carissa? What does Carissa think about the blurred images? Does she think it's okay to share the second
Ginger, I
video?
see ya.
She probably doesn't.
I'll
She
get you in.
probably doesn't. But I
Okay,
disagree
so by
with
her definition, okay, so you disagree with Carissa on that particular point, and it's just
I
so
do.
happens to coincide with the fact that you shared it. Okay, here's a question for you. Why did you share
There
the
are a
My Free
bunch of
Cams
other
account?
streamers
Why did you
other
share
than
an
me.
image of a My Free Cams account? What was the purpose of that in your
Other than me.
coverage?
I'm far from the only one who covered the second version of that stream.
Okay, but
Of
why
that
did you share the My Free Cams account? What was the purpose of that in your coverage? What
The
point were you trying to make?
I went through and I blurred everything that I thought.
No,
needed
that's
to
not
be
what I
blurred.
asked you. Why did you show it on stream? What was the purpose of doing that?
Because we were going over stuff that was leaked.
Yeah, see, so what are you, some kind of revenge pornographer?
I mean, maybe I am now. Like,
Is that what's going on? You're some kind of revenge pornographer? That this, I mean, you
according-
basically are
according
guilty
to
of the
Scott,
same
I
thing
am,
you
so,
accuse this guy of doing.
Yes, and that's the
the whole
point. That is the point. Exactly right. So you were getting on your high horse about fucking what they're doing, but you're doing the same thing and you're doing worse because you're being gratuitous by showing them My Free Cams for no reason.
The first version of that video was so uncensored. Anybody looking at that would say that this qualifies.
Why
as
did you?
revenge
What
porn.
was the purpose of the My Free Cams account sharing that on
It was-
stream?
we were
What
just going
point
over
were
the
you
stuff that
trying
was
to
leaked.
make?
We
But
were just
why?
going
What
over the
difference
stuff
does
that
that make that
was
she's got a My Free Cams account? That's not
I
relevant
mean,
to the story at all.
why do we go over the stuff that's leaked ever?
But the point
Okay.
is that is gratuitous in and of itself and unnecessary. So,
right,
you know,
I'm gonna-
you're criticizing
How
Kingston
is
for
it
releasing
unnecessary?
things that are gratuitous and unnecessary, whilst you were streaming things that
Covering
could,
things
because
that
it
are-
doesn't
Okay,
matter to
we're-
the broader
Covering things that
narrative.
are
We're gonna
already released,
pause,
not things
pause.
that I've gone and I've searched for.
Okay, let's pause for a second.
And it was blurred.
It seems like it seems like we have two issues ongoing, and we have somebody who wants to get in as well. So the two issues that I feel like have been made a point is that Kingston is not a particularly nice fella, and it seems like Stardust coverage highlighted that way in a way that Chud believes is biased. And then
Oh, yeah, I'll
simultaneous
admit
to
it's
that,
biased. Yeah.
simultaneous to that, I believe Chud is pointing out a certain level of hypocrisy because it felt like your coverage was a little bit gratuitous, going over all the extra additional lurid details in a way that might have exposed
Yes,
Carissa more than otherwise
exactly.
necessary.
And-
However, we can continue on that line of thought. I just wanted to summarize it. And then Ginger had a question relating to this, so I wanted to let her get in for the question. So Ginger, go ahead.
Well, I just have two things to say. One, the question is, when she sent it to him, the images that he leaked, were those sent on Discord or were those sent on OnlyFans?
Hey, Ginger, I don't know if you have the
Discord.
right mic selected. It sounds like you're maybe speaking into
It
your
sounds like
laptop
you have a
mic or
really
something.
high noise gate, is what it sounds like.
I'll try to fix it.
Maybe.
Okay, can we? It was released on Discord? Does that change your next point at all?
No, absolutely not. I don't. I want to say that the things that happen on Discord are separate from the things that happen on OnlyFans. Everything that happened on Discord, I consider cheating.
Okay.
And Star, I don't think that there's any problem admitting that you did something wrong here by showing that.
Okay, and
I don't think I
wanna
did,
summarize,
honestly.
I
So.
want to summarize the point and then just open it back up so we can talk about whatever. One of the narratives that has come since the Hunter Avallone tweet, where he said that you can check the timelines based off of my tweet and their interactions and all that kind of stuff, is Carissa and I believe Hunter and people by proxy are saying that Hunter was comfortable with them sexting, just not physical stuff.
Yeah,
Is
fucking
that
sure he was.
Post hoc
a
rationalization,
distinction?
total bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hope-
I'm just going to open it there. Go ahead.
I mean, me and BPF have got the same take, but I've spoken a lot. So BPF, take it away by all means, please.
That's bullshit. Hunter Avallone's a weak-willed vagina. There's no fucking possible way that guy was okay with Carissa Avallone sexting with anybody. Okay, that's not what happened. They found out about it later. Okay, and then he went into damage control mode, and that's what these vaginas do. Okay, he's a weak need. There's no way that Hunter Avallone wanted his old lady to be out there setting up gangbangs. It's fucking ridiculous. What world do you people live in? What
The
world
thing
do you
that I
people
think-
live in?
I think that he was probably fine with her like messaging people on the OnlyFans app because that's kind of the point of it from what I understand. But she was talking to this guy on fucking Discord, which is not the OnlyFans
Yes.
app. That's it's like
Talking
it's
about
like giving
getting
your phone-
cream pie gangbangs. What's that got to do with building your
They're getting
OnlyFans
pissed.
business?
I don't have any
pissed all
hate for
over
Hunter
it.
Avallone. It
I have
just
a
seems like a
question.
ton of cope.
Did
Total
yeah
cope.
did Chud, did you show the My Free Cams thing as well?
I didn't show
On
the My
stream?
Free Cams myself. My side stream on Discord, they showed it there, but all the images were blacked out. But yeah, sure, they showed it there, but I didn't show it myself. Neither did I show the original video at all because it seemed a bit much for me.
Okay, all right.
Okay, is there not a potential hypothetical argument just running defense that this was like the girlfriend experience where OnlyFans girls will sometimes try to create relationships with their, create parasocial bonds with their fans?
Well, wait, but
Isn't there a messaging
I think I
support?
talked about that. I think I talked about that on the Stardust stream, right? Stardust, where wasn't that like the charitable argument was that Kingston was saying like I'm training you to like be a good OnlyFans star or something, and like that was the explanation for the sex.
Yeah, you
that was
would
like
believe
the
that,
charitable
wouldn't you,
explanation for the
Econo
sex.
boy? You don't know anything about this fucking drama, so why are you piping up on it, mate?
No,
The
Chud Logic.
Jedi
I was
Master of
responding
Whores?
to.
Is that what it is?
Listen, if we
Responding-
want to know
I was
how much sex
responding-
work
Let me
increases
show you my
GDP
Padawan
by...
whore.
Listen.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, Chud. I was
Already on
responding to
Carissa's
counterpoints
news
who.
now? What's going on?
I was responding to counterpoints who brought up
Are
that
you the
charitable
boss of it?
hypothetical. That's like the charitable interpretation, but I'm kind of on the side of, and even on Stardust's panel, I said, yeah, it does kind of go against basic logic to say that that's really all that was.
I would be
there.
way more
And I said that on
That was the
Stardust's
one
panel,
good
by the
take you
way.
had. That was the one good
OnlyFans
take you
app,
had, okay?
If it was all through the OnlyFans app, that would be way fucking different, right? But the fact that it was off that platform on a continual basis with someone that knows who she is, that's like a completely different. It's a completely different like ball game there.
Well, then I want to hand this to Ginger because Ginger was saying that this was actually one of the main contention points was this doesn't have anything to do with sex work. This has to do with cheating. So Ginger, did you want to kind of introduce us into that tangent?
Well, I just don't think that anything that she did off of the site is work related. She was no longer getting paid for what she was doing. Any agreement that she had with her husband would have been completely thrown out the window at the moment that they started discussing things on Discord or through text message.
Sure. Yeah, the OnlyFans cam work had nothing at all to do with the fact that she started talking to other dudes when she wanted to open up the relationship.
No, I think that she
on,
definitely
like,
no.
don't
Because,
be naive.
No. You're misconstruing me, Andrew. I don't totally believe that women use it as an excuse to cheat constantly. Do I think that it in itself is cheating? No, especially if you're being completely open and honest with your husband, if they're working with you, that sort of thing. However, taking it off the platform, you're just asking for those accusations to be thrown at you. I can no longer feel sympathetic for her for the things that she sends outside of that platform, because outside of that platform, you're no longer under the obligation of the copyright. The copyright obligations, they're no longer under the legal agreement of OnlyFans. They are now under a completely different agreement.
So can we all agree then that Hunter Avallone's a fucking cuck? Can we agree to that? Is there anybody who's going to dispute me on this, that Hunter Avallone's a cuck? One person on the panel. Just want one person to dispute that.
So I think there were screenshots that were provided that show Carissa saying that she's going to ask Hunter before she sends any nudes to Kingston. If we believe that.
Because Carissa's been so honest. We should definitely believe what she says, certainly.
Doesn't the cuck want to know about
Right.
his girl fucking someone else?
Right. That's what a cuck is.
I don't really care that much about that situation. right? Like the rest of the questions that we were actually here to argue about are much more interesting. But isn't the whole point of the cuck fetish to like know that your girl is out there getting fucked by someone else?
Okay, listen, I've got to say, I could sit here and I could argue with Andrew about what's a cuck, what's cheating, okay? But put that to one side for a second, right? If even on the day of that you announce your divorce, your fucking soon-to-be ex-wife is arranging 6-man all-black piss orgies, okay? I think that arguing the fucking logistics of whether you're a cuck or not is a bit fucking foolish, okay? Ostensibly, you are a fucking cuck, whether or not it's true or not to the dictionary definition. And if Hunter's plan is to argue with people about whether or not he's technically a cuck, that is going to fail miserably, and he should just fucking take it on the chin, like Carissa apparently likes to do, and fucking move on. That's my opinion.
So for years, when the
Hey, she said not
right
in the
wing,
mouth, okay,
so
Chud?
for years when the right wing was accusing Hunter Avallone of being a fucking cuck, it turns out we were right the entire time, and he's a fucking cuck. Still haven't heard a single person dispute it. Not a single person.
I was about to say I typically try to stay out of these things, but does any of the pro sex work crowd want to differentiate these things? Because
Someone
basically-
save Hunter. Someone save Hunter, please.
Come on, Stardust. Listen, you had him on to have an interview. You must have some positive things to say about him, surely.
Pause. I want to make a differentiation, and then I want to open it back up. I'm not supposed to defend anybody's honor, but let's presume. Let's make a presumption, and you can rip apart my presumption in a second, that the relationship was relatively professional from May 1st to May 15th. May 15th, Kingston starts asking for sexual favors as payment for his coaching of Carissa during the thing.
No, wrong. Where are you getting that from?
Your coverage. But you can
Wait,
explain
wait, no.
you can explain it to the class.
Okay. So on the 15th, what's actually happening there is they've had this conversation about an OnlyFans, and he's trying to set her up as being an OnlyFans model. Okay, obviously I don't have the DMs in front of me. This is off the top of my head. And the things that he's doing are not like sexually coercive. He's doing like kind of fuckboy level manipulation, where he's saying like, oh, you didn't message me back for a day, so I don't message you back for a day. You know, oh, if you don't do the thing that I'm saying you should do, I'm going to lose your number, you know? So it is like I say, it's this kind of manipulative aspect to it, but she is willingly engaging in that, and from the other direction, like she's sharing screenshots, which you fucking showed in your video, Stardust, you total fucking retard, where Carissa cut off a screenshot just before she had sent him back a message of her sucking a dick in a video. So obviously, you know,
She never
she's
denies that though.
Why did she present the screenshot like that then?
Because that's what I had. I had those screenshots, but I specifically said after that interaction that they started sexting.
Okay, no, wait a second, that's total bullshit. In your video, you put the screenshot exactly the same as Carissa, which is why I know that you work closely with Carissa to set that fucking whole piece up, okay? And it cut off the key context that just after those messages, she was engaging sexually with him straight away, okay? So this coercive angle is total fucking bullshit.
That's what happens. I specifically said that that's what happens. After he confronts her about that, she engages with him sexually. She does it, yeah.
Stardust, let me ask you something, Stardust. Are you willing to concede that Carissa Avallone, the artist formerly known as Carissa Avallone, is a prostitute? By definition, that Carissa Avallone's a prostitute? Are you willing to concede that that's true?
Prostitute.
That Carissa Avallone meets the textbook definition of a whore? An actual Does anybody want to dispute that?
I guess, what is your textbook definition then?
That you were going to get paid to have a bunch of dudes fuck you and piss all over you. Isn't it like, how much more of a textbook definition of prostitute would you like than that?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, so Hunter's a cuck and Carissa's a whore. Now, can we get back to the topic?
we
this
can.
is
I'm expecting a little bit more defense, but okay.
I think that is. I think that this is just like nitpicking again, right?
Oh, it's nitpicking, huh?
No, not you, Andrew, not you. Chud Logic, okay?
Okay.
Within that stream, I did not deny the fact that she willingly engages with him, and I specifically said the reason I laid that out is because, you know, May 1st through May 15th, we know that they weren't really engaging that way. May 15th, he confronts her about it, and she engages. Do I need to show the follow-up message where she sends him a picture or whatever?
But you
I don't really think so, because I already say that happened.
So first of all, you're missing key context in those messages, but we don't need to dwell on that. I think I've made my point quite clear on that. But the second thing I want to say is you push this narrative that Kingston, the fucking giga pimp guy, had caught feelings for Carissa, okay, to try and further...
initially.
Okay,
And wait a
it's a
minute,
retarded take.
You never. Wait a
Let me
minute.
ask you a question. Do you think that someone that's got feelings for someone would organise a 6-man, no turn down, all black piss orgy? Yes or no?
Initially, yeah, I did because he's into that poly shit.
It gets funnier every time
That
I
is
hear it.
insanity. That is
It gets funnier
insanity.
every time I hear it.
How the fuck are you gonna have feelings with someone and be like, yeah, let's get a bunch of dudes to piss on your face?
Because he's into that poly shit, dude. He has. A
There's
girl
being
that he
poly
wants-
and there's
he-
piss orgies. Come the fuck
Yeah,
on.
I don't. I like. Look, dude. Like, initially that's what I thought, 100%. And I would say, like, again, a lot of people offer their opinions when they cover drama, and nobody else is held to the standard of like, oh, how could you think that, right? We all volunteer our opinions. when we
You
cover drama.
presented your coverage as I've got information from both sides, guys. Okay, come and watch my failing
did.
stream. I've got information from both sides, but then you presented a very
Failing
fucking
streams,
one-sided
I
narrative.
make a full, I make an income off of that. All right, okay. But
Yeah, good luck with that fucking doing a DSP moment, begging for fucking money to keep covering content.
Isn't that what you do? You do that more than I do, Chud. You do that much more than I do.
I've never once said I'm not going to
You
continue
do.
covering
You-
stuff unless you give me money. That's fucking
You
complete code.
you
Pause.
100% beg for money way more than I do.
Okay, I didn't come here to litigate the financial aspects of streamers on the panel. I think we all
That's a fight
appreciate the
Stardust
money.
would lose, so we don't need to go there. That's for sure.
Well, actually, no, this is a great segue for me. So I'm not going to be making any money tonight, but since we do have a healthy chunk of people in chat, we got like, 70 people cross-platform, pushing 80 people cross-platform. We have a gentleman in the community. His name is Cody. Basically, he's going through a rough time right now. His family is a little bit behind on rent. They're very proud people. So they don't really want to set up a GoFundMe. If any donos from tonight will be going to help him and help his family. They had some medical issues that they got behind on.
He's not even going to start an OnlyFans with his wife, and
Yeah,
she's not
so-
going to go. She's not going to go get pissed on by 6 dudes for cash.
So
Really?
if using this as a commercial, this is
Crazy.
actually an excellent point. Unless you want Cody to start an OnlyFans, please use the links down on the Twitch and YouTube, Super Chats, all that kind of stuff. 100% of what's coming in tonight will be going to him. So please help Cody not start an OnlyFans. Akano Boy, I heard you laughing, and I also felt like you said my name at some point.
Yeah.
Did you have something that you wanted to add to the conversation?
Well,
No, I was
really
just
quick, can I
laughing
just ask a
because-
question? If
Yeah,
is
go on,
this Cody
Sonsel.
guy hot? Is he hot enough for OnlyFans?
He's relatively hot, but that has nothing to do with like whether or not we want him to start an OnlyFans, okay?
No, I was
We
just
would
laughing
prefer-
because. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, go on.
No,
I've
you
had
go
a-
on. I was just going to talk about Cody's hotness level.
Keep the
Please
fucking
take us
gay
away from
under
that.
control, Sonzel. Fuck.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
I was
you?
gonna say, I was laughing because I think I recall, and Stardust or Chud, one of you guys can confirm this, that I think what Hunter said during his, I was laughing at what Chud said. I think what Hunter said at some point during this controversy was that I didn't really mind the whole setting up an orgy thing because she was gonna get paid for it, and I think she said it. I think they said it was like $8,000 or $9,000.
Oh, there's two elements to that.
That's not enough money.
So I have actually seen evidence. I don't know if this is publicized yet, but I believe that Hunter and Carissa agreed to split up on I believe the 28th of May. So that's an important point in this. Now, Hunter announced the divorce on the 7th of June, and on the same day, the 7th of June, Carissa was trying to set up this piss orgy. So there's 2 points to Hunter's position. One, it happened after we agreed to split and after we announced the divorce. And secondly, she was going to get paid a bunch of money for it. According to Carissa, she needed the money so she could pay a deposit so Hunter could move house. So she was willing to get pissed on to get Hunter out of the flat.
Makes sense.
Christ.
Makes. I mean, if you were in her shoes, married to Hunter, I mean, you could kind of understand, right?
I think that's love. Like, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah,
but that
that's
sounds
love.
like pure love to me. Willing to get peed on
Look,
for your man.
Would any of
Come
us
on.
not
get him out?
peed on by multiple black guys for the person we love? Think about it, guys.
What I don't understand is there not,
No.
was there no
Some
other
of us
way?
wouldn't, Ikano
Was there-
boy.
Was
I
there
know
no
that- I
other
know.
way? Is it like is the all black no turn down piss orgy the only possible way to make the money? There must be something else that she could try first, right? Do you know what I mean? At least normal
I
sex.
guess my question would be.
How about
for,
a
like,
job?
people-
How about a job? You ever thought of that? Like getting a fucking job? Can we do that?
I guess my question would be like, how much money? I guess, what would be your price? I guess if somebody wanted to like peg you, or something, not filmed, but
You know, I think Andrew is too virtuous a man to allow such a thing to happen.
Mhm.
Stardust. for any amount of money.
No
Well,
For any amount, there's no amount of money. No, not
mean,
does it for
there's
free.
not
Stardust.
enough money on planet Earth for me to worry
He
about.
does it straight for free.
I know that you're thinking of
good
this
one.
in terms of. I know you're thinking of this in
That's
terms of being desperate
that's
for
so
money.
brutal. You
okay?
got me.
I'm not really that
trying to be
desperate for
brutal,
money,
making a
so
joke.
I don't really have this thing where I'm like I'm desperate for money. I'd do anything for money. I'm quite comfortable, so I don't really need to consider getting pegged for cash. I don't know. What's your
Well, I mean,
prices
I
on
don't know if
weird
it-
sex
is
sack
it-
Stardust? Do you want to talk about your fucking
Well,
dad's
what about
dick?
Well,
the idea that well,
Yeah, there's no price for me either, but
I mean, I think most people
yeah.
that do sex work make the calculation. I mean, and Chris, I assume is similar of like, yeah, I'd rather just do sex work than I don't know, go work at some restaurant or something like that, or whatever the alternatives are. I mean, that's an obvious answer. Obviously,
Yeah,
it's
it's like
absurd
implying
from like
that she's,
like a normal
like,
person who
desperate for
hears.
it.
Well, yeah, but not necessarily. I think like, are you desperate just to go to your job every day? Like, are you desperate to stream on
Well,
Twitch?
the way
Like,
that
no, I mean,
she's-
it's just
the
the
way that
job you
Stardust is
prefer.
presenting it right now makes it sound like
job
Carissa
you
was like
prefer?
desperate for the cash.
How-
Like,
how
she
is that
like,
confusing what I said,
No,
Ginger?
I didn't.
Because
present-
that's
just-
ridiculous. No, I don't think anybody goes, "Oh, I prefer to get peed on." Like I
No,
don't
no,
know. I just-
Ginger.
Yeah, they
I would
do.
agree. I would agree that almost nobody in like
she
a normal.
sounded a bit excited about it, Ginger. Come on.
Andrew, one second. Andrew and I are kind of making the same point to a degree, actually. That like obviously most people wouldn't say, "I'd rather set up like orgy gangbangs that involve piss as opposed to go work at a restaurant," right? But some people do make that calculation, and obviously, you know, whoever sex workers that do that kind of thing are making that calculation as well. So a lot of the times, it's not
Yeah,
always like,
waitress, secretary, gangbang with 6 black guys and getting peed on. I mean, these are the decisions we have to worry about in
This
life
is
now.
look. This is the problem with this position. It's very easy to make fun of that logic because it's such an abnormal thing to do. I agree. It's not typical for that to be a fucking preference of you to have, right? But
Because there's
as
zero
long as that-
virtue. There's
as
zero
long as that
virtue, dude.
preference might
Well, it's
exist,
unsanitary,
people should
isn't
be
it?
allowed to do it. I mean, if you want to get paid to do that, then go for it, right?
Why should they be allowed to do it, Econo Boy? Why is that a good thing?
You know, because we live in a fucking free society. This is
Think of the
America where I
GDP.
live.
Well, we don't.
Big
We
Papa
don't live in a
fascist.
we don't live in a free society. You're lying through your fucking teeth. We live in a
Yeah,
society where
America's
they
the
can
freest
lock you.
country in the world.
We
We
live in
do
a
live in a
society where they
society,
can
Big
lock
Papa
you
fascist.
in your fucking home for up to 2 years. We live in a society where the government can come in and
Like
do all
house
kinds
arrest?
of
What are you talking
crackdowns. What are
about?
you talking about?
Listen,
Right?
okay,
What do you mean?
I think
This isn't a free society.
Were you locked
Andrew-
in your home
Andrew-
for 2 years, Andrew?
No,
I
you
mean,
can.
was it a
You live in a
firearms
society
charge or
where
something?
that can be the process during the lockdowns. We saw that people could be under quarantine and businesses could be shut down and all of these other types of things. It's not a free society.
God,
But
let's
no,
not
but
do
I'm
a fucking
asking
COVID
though, who
conversation.
was locked in their home for 2 years during COVID?
Well, if you can't,
Australia.
if
So,
you can't
okay.
go,
no,
yeah,
I'm
people
talking.
in-
He's talking about America specifically.
yes,
Who was locked
even
home-
even
who
even
was-
in
who
America.
America was locked in their home. for
Shut
2
up
years?
so I can talk, lady. I'm trying to answer your question. So to answer you directly, just so that you understand, when there's BLM rioters outside your fucking door, you're locked in your fucking house, don't you think? Do you think that you're
so
locked
they were
in your
locked in
fucking
their
house?
home for 2 years?
Well, when
They're
the
gonna
government
get you?
when the government won't dispatch the police, your local government refuses to dispatch the police, and motherfuckers are walking by throwing bottles through your window, you're pretty much shut in, yeah. And if you shut down every business, every small business, you shut down the beaches and you shut down all of the infrastructure and tell people they need to stay at home, yeah, that's a fucking pretty draconian measure. What the fuck are you talking about?
And also,
Pause because
Yeah.
we have a dono for the charity. Basically, someone loves Chud's beard, and I agree as well. So, Chud, your beard is looking beautiful tonight. So, thank you.
That
for
supports
bringing it onto
charity.
the show.
Great, good stuff.
Yeah. So, okay. And then this kind of brings us to the first question naturally. So, I kind of want everybody to engage with the first question, and I'll move it to the second question as we kind of progress. Should anyone?
Well,
in our
wait, I want to
society-
get back to this because he made a claim that this ought to happen because we live in a free society, which isn't an argument. Why should we have a preference
Well,
for a free society,
Also,
Econo Boy?
I
should
guess this
anybody
is
be engaged in sex work is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
question, and you guys
it's
are
topical.
engaging with it right now. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so it's not, again, I said in my opening statement, it's not a matter of like, it's a righteous thing to engage in sex work. It's just a matter of if the principle is, I think this is a decent principle for society, that if you, as a consenting adult, want to engage in sex work for money, then that should be a freedom that you have. It doesn't seem to result.
Begging. It's just question
It's
begging.
not really question begging.
I don't
mean,
care
it
if
seem to
you.
result in
Why should I
terrible,
care if
harms.
you think that it's a good preference for society? That's a
Lucky he's
presupposition.
even answering your
That's
question
a
because your basis for it didn't
That's
make
a,
any sense.
that's a presupposition. That's a presupposition that should be prescribed to everybody else. There's no virtue in it. Do you think that it's virtuous to be a sex worker? Yes or no?
Well, but the matter of something being virtuous.
Answer
or
my
not,
fucking question before you go into a spiel. Yes or no?
I
Is
am
it
answering-
virtuous?
No, but it's
Give me
literally
the
not a yes or no
qualifier
question.
after you answer. Give me the qualifier after you answer. Yes, it is a
Okay.
yes or no question.
It's
not.
No, it's not, because
Whether
it's
it's
neutral
virtuous to be a
worker.
sex worker? So
It's a
so-
neutral act to be a
It's
sex
neutral.
worker. It's not good or bad. Okay. It's
Okay,
just a thing
I didn't
that you
ask
should
you
be
that.
able to
I
do.
didn't ask even if it was good or bad. I asked you if there was virtue in it.
If the absence of virtue is, I guess, not being virtuous, then no, it's not virtuous to be a sex worker. But it's not.
You can
bad to
have
be a
you
sex
can
worker
have
either.
neutrality with absence of virtue, but that doesn't mean that we need to go directly
answered
over
your question,
the
Andrew, directly.
consequentialism. Why is it under this presupposition we ought to go ahead and decide that sex work is good because it's your preference?
That's not what I said. I feel like you're not listening. Sex work
Well,
is not a good or a bad thing.
Then
principally,
demonstrate that.
inherently.
Demonstrate it. Demonstrate that it's
Okay,
not.
so if you want to get into a super meta-ethical conversation, we can. In general, my position on sex work is that it doesn't appear to be the case that if we allow people to engage in sex work, that society has significant harms associated with that. Insofar as that's true, the freedom to be a sex worker should be, allowed. It should be
Well,
protected.
first of all, it does appear that there are significant harms to being involved in sex work. So let me ask you a direct question. Would you buy a
really?
prostitute?
What are those direct harms?
Would you buy a prostitute, Econoboy?
I do not think I would buy a prostitute, no.
Why?
Because I don't want to pay for sex. I can get sex for free.
Even if you couldn't get sex for free, would you pay for a prostitute then?
Maybe.
Well, yes or no? Would you or wouldn't you?
I don't know. I've never been in
I
a
don't
position
know.
where I both
So
can't get
is this just
sex
going to be a
and-
conversation where you know anything? Do you know anything? Okay, are you ever
Well,
going to give me any
I knew
answers?
the answer to the many questions you answered before.
No, you just went on a long rambling diatribe.
It
you
wasn't
didn't actually
long. I
say
think
anything.
the timer would show it was probably about 10 or 15
So
seconds.
so diving into this, I think that the
The
reason
attention
you wouldn't
spans are much
buy
lower nowadays with our
I
generation.
think the reason you wouldn't buy a prostitute is because you think it's not virtuous to do. Would you agree
No,
with
it's
that?
just- again, it's because to buy a prostitute means I'm giving money for sex. I
So?
can get sex for no money, so I might as well not
Oh,
spend
come
the
on.
money on sex.
So it's not going to be transactional for you to date women? You just like what? You go on fucking Tinder and hope that some chick will just show up and bone you? Or yeah, there's
Well, I
always
mean,
a money.
Why
there's
can't
always money
progressives just
transaction,
admit that
right?
there's something a bit seedy and bad about going to a prostitute?
Because all
like, there
because
is.
all liberals are bad faith. They won't admit what's obvious. They're not going to buy prostitutes because it's not virtuous.
obvious,
That's why.
guys.
Well, it's
I don't
actually
understand what you mean by virtue.
seedy.
Like you're not even explaining your position. Like what's the bad thing about, hey, I want to go and have sex and that includes money? Why does the money make it bad?
So if we're talking about virtues, I would look at like Christian virtues, which are all the things which you operate on in society. You adopt
But
them,
that's
and then just
begging the
reject
question,
God
why is Christian
portion.
virtue good?
You haven't answered my question for your basis of why freedom ought to be the preference.
I did.
Answer that first.
I
no, you just said
established a
seems
utilitarian framework.
You know,
that
you just
says
said
that
it seems to be.
consequences-
Well,
I
just
said
saying
that
seems to be doesn't
consequences-
mean anything.
Well,
I
well,
forgot
Andrew,
Big
I mean,
Papa
if-
Fascist
if-
is
I- again,
incapable
I-
of having a conversation without
I
talking
can
about
I can
fucking
repeat
meta-ethics.
I can repeat the
Fuck
answer.
me.
It seems
Yeah,
like you're not
repeat it.
listening.
Yeah,
I
repeat it.
established the thought, the principle that it doesn't really seem like there's many societal harms associated.
Yeah, seems
with
doesn't mean
being-
anything. What does that mean?
Okay,
it
there's
seems
not a
like
lot of there's not a lot of okay. For instance, if we were to say intuitively, is society around us, just looking around us, falling fucking apart because there's a lot more people on OnlyFans? No, it just seems like there's a lot of people that found a niche way to make money. Right? I don't think
Wait.
society. We don't have to see society
I
completely
mean,
deconstructing.
look, I just want to. I'm
society
not. I'm
falling apart's not our standard, dude. What are you talking about?
That was an intuitive.
I'm not. I'm not like. I don't
the
like necessarily
empirics
agree
of
with Big Papa Fascist, but I just think you're delusional if you're not going to admit. But society isn't falling apart, but there is like an ever-increasing sexualization of our society that I think
Okay,
is
but-
worthy of some consideration and concern
Sure,
at least.
sure. It's not that that's not worthy of consideration. I completely agree. It's just a matter of is the end result of you say a sexualization of society or like a sexual liberalization, let's say, is that bad for society or not. And I'm just saying the cost benefit analysis, it just doesn't seem like
Okay,
it's
well,
really
in
that
20,
bad.
so tell me this:
guys,
in
So,
2020,
hold on.
Yeah.
Just hold on 1 second because we have another dono in the name of charity. So I'm gonna apologize in advance because it is kind of mean. Econoboy lets other men name his kids. Stardust looks like Spike from Land Before Time. BPF is built like he hits his wife. Ginger is angry that she wasn't in Carissa's place. That was for $10. So,
I mean,
I'm
that's-
sorry if that was mean, but it was
Got all of
$10
us.
towards a good cause. If anybody else has money, do it. I do want to continue, but HP literally hasn't said anything. Do you have anything that you want to add?
True. So let's do this. Pardon me initially for not contributing to the earlier discussion, as I didn't feel super comfortable with the details of Hunter's life such that I could contribute in like authentic way. But I do have some issues with Andrew's take on his sort of Christian virtue ethics situation here. So Econ Boy seems to be saying something like, we shouldn't, everyone can have their own virtues. If you don't like prostitution, if you don't like sex when it's between two consenting adults and it's paid for, that's totally fine. People can have their own varying degrees of what they think virtue is, but we live in a pluralistic society. And so what we want to do is we want to allow for people to engage in these kind of behaviors if they value it themselves, regardless of what your personal values are.
Why?
And so, why would we do that? Because we think that that's what's best for
What do you mean
society.
we don't think that? Why
Well,
should
we do.
why should secular rule be the rule? Why should secularism be the rule and not
HP,
my
unless
version?
you're going to reference the Bible,
not my
I don't think
version of
Andrew's gonna
ethics.
That's fine. I understand that you have your own version or own values.
No,
and I
it's
have
not my own version, my own values. I asked you a direct question. Why
values of God
ought we
himself.
prefer that? Why ought we prefer your preferences?
Because I think that what I'm referring
Because
to.
you think that. Yeah, that's what I
Absolutely,
thought.
That's what it's going to break down to. If you think there's
That's what
some,
it
like,
always is going to
okay,
break down
you think
to.
there's-
Is because you
there's
think
some fucking
so.
algorithm such that we're going to be able to plug in the answers for this? That moral sentiments are going to be
Actually, there
naturally-
is an algorithm for it.
There is
The
an
Orthodox
algorithm. Yeah, I
Bible, don't
know.
you
You're gonna,
understand?
like, read
It's the
Bible,
Orthodox
don't
Bible,
think the Bible
not
is
the
an algorithm.
Baptist
Bad
one,
guy
not the
is gonna tell
Methodist
you
one,
what
not the
right to do
Catholic
is.
one. It's only his version of Christianity. That's the kind of
fucking
ethics that we
retarded,
can
and I get
accept,
it.
and
That's
that's
totally
why
cool that you
we
wanna
shouldn't
have
have a
those
free
virtues.
society. Because
Totally
there's only
cool you
one
wanna have
form
those
of
virtues.
ethics, and it's his very specific form. As he sucks down his 45th fucking cigarette of the fucking podcast. Let's fucking go.
To project,
Look, there's
to
nothing
project
against
your
smoking in the
virtues
Bible,
on the
guys.
rest of us is what the issue is. And so what Econ Boy is trying to say is that if you have two consenting adults who want to participate in a sexual act for an exchange of money, they should be able to do that. There's
Yeah,
no,
you
there's
still
no
haven't
harm to
demonstrated.
either party.
Okay.
So
So
here,
we can-
let,
go ahead,
let me
but
repeat
you-
your argument to you. Let me just
Huh?
repeat it. Let me repeat your argument back to you to make sure that I don't have it
I'm
wrong.
sure it'll be charitable. Please continue. Yeah.
Well, it'll be maximum charitable. We ought to value these things because you value these things.
No. I think that my preferences, the ones that I'm referring to, I think that they will lead to a better society. I do.
So we ought to value these things because you value these things, you fucking idiot.
Okay,
There's
look,
no
let me look.
non-secular way to talk about
Stupid
where your
argument.
values come
Big
from.
Papa Fascist, come on.
dude.
Dude,
You have the exact
chill, man,
same
come on.
position. What are you talking
Listen,
about?
I've got a question. I've got a question that's going to
Use your
clarify this.
contingent. No fucking
I've-
shit.
I've
I
got a
can
question
use
that's going to clarify
transcendental
this.
categorization to show you and
can't.
demonstrate my position. I can.
So demonstrate
Okay.
why your position has ought.
Forget about them.
He doesn't
Listen,
believe his things are
I just-
right. He has the word of God on his side.
I want to ask the
Fucking
people.
revelation.
I want to
He's
ask the
not-
people.
he's not-
Okay, this is
Like,
important.
Natalism, like if we're gonna do fucking,
There's no
Guys,
empirical
I
evidence
can-
of any long-term
Okay,
harm
forget the
to
empirical
legalization
evidence.
or decriminalization of prostitution.
God.
We can look at several studies of several
Everybody let
countries
him
who do have decriminalization.
Okay, forget the studies. Forget the studies. HP and a corner
Why?
boy. I just want to ask you. Okay, do you think that
Yes,
a woman
sir.
with a gaped asshole with 6 black guys pissing into it, as long as money's changing hands, is that acceptable in society?
Yeah, I mean, if they're consenting
course it
adults
is.
and they want to
Okay.
do it, then why not?
What kind of retard?
I mean,
question-
do you think? I mean, I guess my question to
I'm
Chud,
just,
like,
well, I
Chud,
mean, it's
would- do you
what do you mean? It's not a retard question.
Definitely not acceptable.
No, but
I'm just
Chud,
asking
okay.
a question because I'm
No,
like,
no,
you know,
Chud.
if you are you willing to go that far? Are you willing to say anything
Chud,
goes for a
the
financial transaction?
Chud, again, the question isn't like, is that acceptable? Like, again, that's not an activity I would participate in. The question for you
course
should
not.
be, would you make something like that illegal? Should people not be allowed to do that? Right? And I
Yes.
think that's a more difficult.
answer-
Andrew, I'm
the
not.
answer is
Andrew,
yes.
Andrew, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. So listen, I'm not asking you a question. I'm asking Chud a question. Okay.
Wait, how
Chud, do you think acts like that
This
should
is
be
tricky.
illegal?
Listen, I've got to say, I'm not like a virtue ethics guy. I'm not like a fucking. I don't give a shit about this nerd stuff. Okay, it's boring as far as I'm concerned. I'm trying to make the conversation interesting. Okay, but what I would say is, I think that there are some acts, in all seriousness, that do cross a level of extremity. That even if we don't see any harm from it, we still probably ought to say, okay, that's too far. We need to put a stop to that. Okay.
No, but Chud, the thing is, I would agree that, like,
feels
yeah,
good to you?
going and getting several guys to pee in your gaped asshole is, I would say that that's personally a bit too far. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't recommend people do that. But the question of,
People,
like,
it's fine.
should
It's
you
cool.
have the freedom to do that? It's not an activity I would encourage people to do, but should you have the freedom to do that if you want to do that? Sure, I think it's a much harder position to defend the idea that that should be illegal. It's like, how do you enforce it? There's so many
it's
empirical
about
problems and stuff like that.
protecting
The same way we enforced it for most of our history. What do you mean?
Which is to say, it wasn't particularly enforced.
It
just
was
under the table.
particularly.
What are you
It
talking
was
about?
particularly
You think
enforced.
sex work? So, they called the
Yeah.
oldest profession for a reason, Andrew.
You know what they did? They put people in
sex
jail.
work's been around before the
Yeah,
Bible.
but it's never gone away. There has been no decline in sex work. Or the
Let
history
me
of,
let
yeah,
me
that's
finish.
gonna happen.
Let me finish my point. My point
hard.
is that the United States operated for most of its history with illegalizations for prostitution, except in some states and some jurisdictions. But for the most part, it's always been outlawed. It was only Larry Flint and his crusade
And it's
that
never gone away.
allowed
The history
Hustler
of
and
the
all of this. It's never been like this before, ever. Never, ever has it been.
You
Has there
realize
been
when you
sex
talk about
work like this?
prostitution
Here, let me help you out with
versus like
something.
sex work in
Hansel
general.
finish. He hasn't talked
Let's
about
wait 1 second. You're conflating prostitution with like pornography, which are going to be two different things. Pornography.
What's difference?
Well, Andrew would say they should both be illegal.
I understand that you think that they're the same, but you're talking about like the legal aspect of this. Do you think that we've ever had like in the past like 50, 60 years that we've had as strict rules as like in the 1920s on like filming pornography or shit like that?
Yeah, there was way stricter rules. Of course, there's even public decency laws were much stricter. But moving into your actual empirics, let's talk
There's
about
like pornos from the 70s, dog.
Yeah, let's talk about empirics.
Yeah, I understand that there was pornos.
It wasn't
from the
illegal.
70s.
Empirics. That's what
What's
this panel
your point?
needs.
Like literally, what's your fucking point, man? What's
You're
your
saying that
point?
it was illegal you said it was
I didn't
illegal
say
50
that.
years ago.
No, I said it was much more
I'm sorry, am I
rigorously
having a fucking
enforced.
stroke? Did he
refocus,
not
though.
just say it was fucking illegal? That there were public decency laws?
Yeah, and there were public decency laws, and then I gave you
Prostitution
examples
didn't go away at all.
of some areas in which some of those laws were relaxed. It's the same thing with gambling right now, Sonzel. A lot of states don't allow any gambling, right? And then there's some states that do, right?
So I have a
Yes.
question for
Yeah.
Go for it. I just don't-
Andrew, I have a question just for you. I'm just curious. Can you give me some examples or what you would point to as to why the decriminalization of prostitution would be a bad thing? The negative effects or your argument for why that should not happen?
Well, first we would have to establish whether or not you consider OnlyFans to be prostitution work, which I do, which is
I think
selling.
sex work, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's start with this. This paper is done by, I can't send it to you, unfortunately, because of the way my streamer setup is. Maybe there's a backdoor I can do it. I don't know. But this paper is from ResearchGate, which shows on the OnlyFans content, over 4 terabytes of leaked OnlyFans content was found just in February. They're saying that almost all OnlyFans content gets leaked at some point. That's what this paper shows. Now, can you explain to me, if you're in school, I don't know what your name is, but let's just assume you're little Johnny and you're in school, do you think there's any negative ramifications if, like, let's say Carissa Avallone's children are getting bullied at school because a bully walks over and says, hey, look at your mom getting gangbanged by 6 dudes, and then they piss on her? That's fucking, they're pissing all over your mom. That's fucking crazy. You think it's no big deal. Cool.
Do you think
Fine.
so? You think like an increase in bullying? You would say that's one of the
No. It's not just an increase in bullying. It's a decrease in the virtue of fucking humanity, the humanity that's around you. It creates avenues. It creates avenues for people to move into things that we've never really dealt with on a large
You're using
societal
really vague
scale.
language here. So let's stick to the concrete example, right? So you said that, for example, someone could see their mom naked and get bullied in school, and this could lead to like
That's one example. One example of many. So yes, but let's
sounds like
just
that's
start. Let's just start with
what you're
that.
concerned about is cybersecurity and things being leaked, not the act of sex work itself, right?
Because you wouldn't care,
doubt that.
like,
So you don't
well,
think
one
that-
second.
Hang
I
on,
don't
that
think that
doesn't even
sex
make
work necessarily
sense.
is bad.
Hang on.
Would you
Wait
care?
a minute. If none of that stuff was leaked, you'd be fine with sex work?
That doesn't make sense.
No, it does
Assuming,
make sense. You just
well,
said
let
that
me
the issue
respond.
is-
Do you want me to respond?
Let's assume a world. Let's assume a world where there is like Loctite, fucking perfect security on this, and like the schools, they don't allow any bullying, and all of the kids know that they're not allowed to bully, or they'll be like executed on the spot. You know, there's like zero tolerance for fucking bullying. Okay, would you be okay with the sex work then?
Well, I wouldn't, because I would still
Yeah,
say
of
it
course.
isn't.
Then don't bring up those points as if you actually
It
care
doesn't.
about those
It doesn't.
arguments.
This is an internal critique. Do you understand the difference?
Okay.
What's an internal critique?
I'm going to.
Regardless
I'm
of
gonna
what I
interject.
believe, I'm talking about your worldview. Now, back to what this gentleman is saying.
Hold on, Andrew. I need to interject. I got some super chats and donos, which are of course going to our buddy Cody, who needs help with his rent and all that kind of stuff. We'll let the conversation go. I think, just to summarize this, not interjecting my own point, I think that what Andrew is saying is virtue is the main problem. I just Googled virtue, which is behavior showing high moral standards. It's not that, as far as I can tell, it's not specifically that the porn is getting leaked and then therefore it's getting to the kids and then therefore kids are getting bullied. What's happening is you have a social enforcement of parents participating in stuff that is viewed of low moral character that is then used as a social cudgel to beat children. So I think that would happen pretty much no matter what. Even if
Parents
the
should act to a higher
participating
moral
in the behavior.
standard, I think is a pretty reasonable argument, right?
But
At the
let's-
very
let's
least,
read
surely.
You're assuming it's
Let's
already
read some
immoral to
donos.
engage in sex work, and that's
Let's
not
read some
necessarily the
donos
case.
before we
Okay.
get back into it. Base God Flashy, the AK was just a perk, not the reason Carissa wanted to do it. The main draw was several gentlemen and a gallon of a certain fluid. Thanks for that. Then
It's for charity, guys.
it is. Israeli psychologist Sam Vadnik has explored the question of how has sexual liberation affected subsequent generations. He concludes that it isn't good because hookup culture is the norm, but people want longer-term relationships. So apparently there's some social fallout from the normalization of sex. Finally, Zonia says, we can acknowledge that people can make their own decisions while still recognizing that sex work is less than ideal. They can do it, but we don't want to encourage it. We want better for the average person.
Yeah, can I also point out one red herring in the room, and I'll let you make your argument, dude. I'm not trying to get away from it. I keep getting cut off while we're doing it. So I just want to point out this one thing. There was also a message released where Carissa Avallone said that if for enough money, she'd fuck a camel. Can we acknowledge that she released a DM saying that she would fuck a camel for enough money? Are you going to argue that that's virtuous? What about that for freedom?
We don't care if
Nobody's
What
saying
about
we're
that?
saying the
Hey,
virtue
what about
lies
how's that
in-
for your
look,
freedom?
The
Do you want
virtue
the freedom
lies.
so that why don't they have the freedom to fuck camels, bro?
Sure. I mean,
Why is that a
bestiality is legal
problem?
in a lot of states. We can talk about whether bestiality is okay because, you know, there are other
Of
arguments.
course you want to talk about whether or not bestiality is okay.
Oh,
Why
no,
wouldn't
you?
you?
Brought it
Look
up,
at you.
dumbass. Are you literally just brought it up. You want me to comment on it or not?
I didn't bring
I
up
don't
that
give
it
a
was
fuck about-
okay. I just assumed you
And
would
I'm
think it
telling
wasn't
you it's not
okay.
okay, but not for the reasons that sex work in itself is bad. The virtues we're talking about are the ones that allow for autonomy, humans, adults that consent to make their own decisions, and other people not getting in the way of their own autonomy. That's what Econoboy and some of the others are talking about. We're talking about different virtues. You value
Then let me ask
something
you this.
Christian purity or whatever, and we value people having the free will.
So
to
let me
engage
ask
in
you
the
this:
things
if the camel willingly walks over and starts trying to bone Carissa Avallone, should she do it?
It
If
doesn't
there's
imply
enough money.
consent from the camel, so no, I don't think so.
How would it not imply consent if the camel
Because-
walks over and
That
has a
doesn't-
boner and
that's
tries
because-
to bang her?
Because we don't have access to the camel's experiential states. That's why we can't say that it necessarily is consenting. We just
can't
can't.
believe
There's no
we're
reason to
arguing
do
about
that.
this.
We don't need to talk about whether it's okay to fuck animals. We can just skip that. You brought it up.
Why,
I know
no,
it's
why
like
do we
a-
get to skip that? Why do you just get to skip that? I don't want to
Because I
skip that.
think- Well,
I want to
it's
know.
not like I'm
think
running
it's
from
all
it.
right.
I don't
What's
think
the
it's-
arguments
I don't think
for
it's
it?
worthwhile to talk about it. It has very little to do with what we're talking about.
No, she
You're
released a
trying to come up with the
DM.
most extreme
Bro,
example.
she released a DM saying
I don't
that
care.
she, for enough money, she would get
I
fucked by a
genuinely
camel.
don't
It was
care
actually
about
Kingston the
Carissa
Bull,
or whatever
just to
the
be
fuck her
clear,
name is.
not
I don't give
her.
a fuck about Hunter and her wife and how immature and how they couldn't handle a relationship. I don't care. What I want to talk
That's
about
fine,
is
but that is
whether
the
or not
most
it makes
interesting
sense.
part of this, and you guys are now
I
arguing
know it's
about
the
whether
most
or not.
interesting for you, Chud, because that's your whole deal. I get it, but I'm more interested in a conversation about whether it makes sense to decriminalize or legalize sex work. Now, we can look at other countries where they have done this and see what effects it's had on their society. You guys are worried about this sort of all of a sudden society will crumble because we're encouraging people to not act virtuous, which I don't see any
Consequences
empirical
aren't my
evidence that
highest paradigm. That's your paradigm. It's not my
my
highest paradigm.
You don't know my fucking paradigm. So
Is
don't-
it consequentialism or not?
I'm not a consequentialist. No.
Then
I don't-
then why do we care about how it goes for other countries if you're not looking at consequences?
Listen, HP, with all due respect, people don't give a fuck
hold
about
on.
your opinions on
Hold
anything.
up.
You're a fucking, I'm not trying to be rude, but like no one cares about your fucking ethics, okay? Can we get back to talking about the actual topic? I'm interested for you to weigh in.
Topic is about ethics, you dumb fuck. Are you joking? No one gives a fuck about how much you care about.
No
whether
one
Hunter
cares.
is
No one's here to watch you fucking wax lyrical about what your perspective is on ethics. No one fucking cares,
Lyrical?
okay?
You kinda are, it is
No one gives a
Are you
shit.
joking?
I'm
At
just
least
telling you.
Andrew
No,
is
I'm
a
not
fucking
fucking
idiot.
joking. I'm telling you,
At
no
least
one cares.
Andrew is engaging
Everyone
in a
is thinking. No one gives a
Look,
shit about this guy's take on
Chud,
ethics.
I'm
Can we
sorry
get
that
back
the
to
words
talking
are too
about
big for
the
you.
six-man
I totally get
all-black
it.
fucking
I
piss
totally get
orgy?
it. You're too stupid to engage. I totally get it. But Andrew seemed completely able to engage in what I was talking about. And just because you're eager to jerk off to whether Hunter Avallone is a cuck doesn't mean the rest of us are here for that conversation.
After this
Fucking blow me.
panel, no one's
That's
going to
why we
remember
were here.
anything
Okay,
you
that's
said.
fine.
No one
Please.
fucking cares
Talk
about your
how
fucking
you don't
ethics,
like
my
Stardust.
friend, okay?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Chad. My bad. I didn't see getting away with you. Being upset
It's getting
with
away from
Stardust.
us.
My
It's
bad,
getting
dude.
away
Go
from
ahead.
us. It's getting away from us. So
We're not losing the
I am-
plot.
Some of us don't know why the
have-
fuck we're
hold
here.
on. Okay, so I have a split perspective on this, and I'm going to articulate it really quickly. I think we are here to talk about the ethics a little bit. I get that it's boring and dry, but this is Twitch and YouTube politics.
But we've been talking
talk
about it for like 20 or
hold on,
30
hold on,
minutes.
hold on, hold on,
Come on
Chud,
now.
I
It's
wanna
fucking
hear-
getting
You
a bit
spent
silly.
30 minutes talking about how
Guys,
you don't like that Hunter's wife gets peed on. I don't give a fuck about
we're
this.
we're gonna mute. It's
Well,
fine.
most people do, unfortunately.
That's okay. I'll handle it. Okay. So I think we are here to talk about the ethics a little bit because we are talking about whether or not sex work should be, available to society. Although I do think we're at an impasse now, and I'm sympathetic to Chud that we're going to be at an impasse for another 20 minutes. Because basically what Andrew is saying, as far as I can understand, is that we should be pursuing higher virtue in our society, and then we do have some people who are appearing to utilitarianism or consequentialism or social well-being and all that kind of stuff, and we're just not going to agree because we're operating from different moral philosophies. We're not going to. We haven't resolved it on previous panels. We're not going to resolve it tonight. So I'm going to move to the next question, which is still related to the first question. I'm going to ask it, and then I'm actually going to ask Chud if there is something that he thinks that we should be spending our time on in a better way. So the second question was, should monogamous couples be able to participate in sex work because they're effectively, doing a pro-social behavior, but then also advertising it to society, which could be viewed as antisocial? Does a monogamous couple doing sex work change anything? And then Chud,
vote
if
to
there's
skip.
something, well, we can vote
Because
to
we're
skip
gonna
and-
just rehash the exact same last 30 minutes on these next two questions.
Well,
That's what happens. That's what happens.
The problem is
yeah,
Andrew's
Chud,
working from a
tell us.
premise of Christian ethics, and unless you're going to suddenly start turning Christian, you're obviously arguing from some sort of utilitarian, consequentialist perspective. All I'm saying is, no one cares about your individual perspective. No one's going to fucking get anywhere with this. Andrew, are you going to all of a sudden accept degeneracy in society? Yes or no?
Of course not.
So I don't know. Like we can continue talking about it, and I'll just sit back and not say anything. But I don't know. Maybe we should talk about something a bit more
Well,
spicy.
Chud, so hold on. You're saying that the topics that we picked tonight aren't of value for the time. So what topic would you want to talk about tonight?
Well, no, look.
Well, he was
I
talking
don't want.
about it.
Listen.
Do you want to
Yeah,
get
we
back
were.
to the candles?
Well, the
Was
thing
that
is like
the
I
important
listen.
part of the
With all due
evening?
respect, I do feel bad for HP because obviously he wants to talk about something else, and that's fine. But I'm just telling you, as a content fucking brain motherfucker, what people want to see. That's all. Okay.
Look, that may
So
be true. Chud may be correct that in general the audience is less interested in, or more interested in the drama and less interested in the conversation Andrew and I were having. I'm just going off of the questions that were given to me.
Well,
and
we can
what I
have
thought
this
discussion was about.
Well, we'll have this discussion later then, man.
We should.
But let's
We should
get back to
these-
this.
Okay.
That's
okay.
fine.
Then actually, these two questions kind of get into, I guess, a little bit more of the spice. Should moms, people who have children, participate in any kind of sex work? We were kind of breaking that can open a second ago.
True.
And then also, are there limits to the sex work that people should participate in and still expect some level of respect from polite society?
Wait,
I'll
which
look
one?
at
Of,
that.
I think both of these are going to be really like contentious topics. Which one are we doing first? Or you asked? us to do
Jonzel,
both
would
at
you
the
want
same
your
time?
mom to fuck dudes for
Yeah.
money?
Yes.
Listen, Andrew, I'm probably going to agree with you on this one. I don't think that if you're a mother, you should be doing
Okay,
that.
great. O'Connell boy, would you want
not?
your mom? Would you want your mom to fuck dudes for money?
Yes.
Would I
Who
want
said
that?
yes? Who said yes?
okay, there.
would?
HP,
This
let's
could be
go.
a fun panel, y'all.
Okay, there
If
we
you
go.
want
Now we're
your
talking.
mom
better
to-
standard
Now
of
we're
living,
talking.
and I get the new shoes when I go back to school in 9th grade. Fuck yes, my mom can fuck with dudes. I don't give a fuck at all. I want my mom to have a flourishing
Yeah.
sex life and be economically well off. And if she thinks this is the means to that, fucking suck some dicks, mom.
Damn.
Oh,
That's the hot take.
Fucking base.
That
well,
is hot.
What's the
thing,
problem?
but, okay, but
Am
the
I
thing is,
because
so
I'm
you're
not
an adult
fucking
and you
my
can
mom
make that
has sex,
decision.
or-
You're an adult and you can make that decision. Fair play to you. I don't agree personally, but I think the problem is if the kid is younger, they're not going to have the ability to understand and conceptualize that. So it's about having an abundance of caution. So you make sure that you don't put yourself in a position where you're kind of disappointing your child by doing something that is going to, upset them later down the line. I don't know. I just think that's my personal take.
Yeah, I think you do have to be more careful when you're engaging in that line of work. You have to be very careful about separating that line of work from parts of your life, especially when your kids are young, and it could potentially have effects on their peers, things like that. I think those are things to take into effect, and it can get murky, but I don't think it's necessary that a mother cannot engage in all forms of sex work just because she has children. We can think of extreme cases of intimacy coaches or sex psychologists who do engage in light sex work in terms of, like, for example, there are people with severe physical disabilities or mental disabilities that can't participate in sexual activity the way we can because we can just go out there and be social. So they actually, as sort of therapists, serve to perform sex work with those people who aren't necessarily capable. And I think that's a virtuous thing to do. And I think that those kinds of people can be mothers and can be
So would
married
you
and
would
still
you
engage in
also
that work, and it's okay.
would you also be cool if your dad was engaged in homosexual sex work for money as well? Would that be okay with you? Or you like? Yeah,
'cause
that
I
would
don't
be
think
cool with you too.
homosexuality is inherently bad. Yeah, I do. I think that's
Yeah,
fine.
and all of your aunts and uncles, that would be fine too. So you could just
Why
be
would
walking
adding
around.
my aunts or uncles change my answer? Of course, yes.
They came from
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Just like
wait.
Well, tell me what's wrong. Just the
Generational.
fact that it
But wait,
sounds
but-
absurd because you're not.
Okay, but look, if some fella is
dickhead.
if some fella is in a wheelchair and needs to get his rocks off, okay, I think we've got to accept that something needs to be done. And if in a medicinal way, some nurse comes along and jerks them off, I don't know if I consider that sex work in the same way that
That is
a no
absolutely
turns down.
sex work. There are actual clinics where people will go.
Well,
These are
but hold on. But
Okay.
HP, to Chud's point, it's
What?
not the same kind of sex work. Like, it's definitely very different contextually,
So
right?
what I said was, I'll give an extreme example of where someone might appear virtuous for the sex work they engage in. It may not be
Right.
typical, but the idea that it's not sex work is just kind of feels like you guys are just
Okay,
cutting that out. because
I'd
it's
actually
not
like to
convenient.
push for a concession for a big papa fascist, okay? You got some vegetable in a wheelchair that needs to get the rocks off, okay? And they can't, and no one wants to fuck them. Big papa fascist, what do we do about them?
Well, you said they're vegetables, so you don't do
That-
anything
that
about
doesn't
them.
work 'cause they wouldn't have the experience of
But they
doing
can
it.
still
you
feel,
know
they can
what,
still
you
get
know
jerked
what,
off and
you know
enjoy
what?
it, but they're
From the
like
neck
fucking
down.
paralyzed, yeah.
I actually
Paralyzed from the
think
neck down,
BPF
doesn't get to
would
But their
be
dick
against
works.
that person
Intimacy is
getting
really
any
important
sex
part of
work,
people's
yeah.
mental health. How do we do? Can they
Stardust.
participate?
Bro,
with,
I can't listen. You're all
Hold on,
talking
hold
over
on.
each other.
Star, you wanted to share something with the class?
Yeah, no, I do think that BPF would be against that person engaging in that type of activity. It doesn't matter if like they're disabled and they can't have sex.
Yeah, why would
with
them
anybody
being
else.
disabled
Yeah.
suddenly
doesn't
change
change the
anything?
well, they might
answer.
not have
Yeah.
the ability to participate in that kind of intimacy, and that kind of intimacy can be really beneficial for someone's psychological health. And so they have things like sex psychologists and sex therapists that deal with people who
Can
have
also
these.
be very bad for people's psychological health when they become
What evidence
sex
do you
addicts
have?
or
Show me-
well, here you can be my evidence.
Sure.
You're in school and you're in ninth grade and someone comes over and goes, "Bro, your dad is blowing a dude," and then right after your mom's blowing a dude, and they're all
You're
laughing at
missing-
you.
you've moved
Hang on,
on past the
stop.
No,
I
you
want
stop.
you. I
You're
want
not
you to
giving
just
us
let me
serious hypothetical
finish. Let me
question.
finish.
Okay, you're just gonna finish with
So,
something retarded.
so I just want you to say that that's okay with you. You think that
I
that's
don't
fine?
think it's okay that sometimes there are negative consequences to someone engaging in sex work. That does not mean sex work
you
in
would
itself
be
is bad.
So you're just okay, but you're
Why
okay
don't
with
you
it.
respond to what Stardust said? Are you against someone who
Mm-hmm.
has this severe physical disability who seeks out an intimacy coach, a sex psychologist, a sex therapist, and wants to engage
I'm
in
against
that?
all sex out of wedlock.
So
All of
you
it.
Yeah, he is.
okay.
So what are you
Okay.
talking about? I don't
Okay,
even know.
okay,
I don't
what-
even know why.
okay.
I don't even know.
Someone who can
Look,
engage
you
really
you might think that's. Hang on. In my defense, you might think that's a little weird. This old-fashioned guy with his button.
no.
Hang on.
You
Hang on. Let
didn't
me
have sex
finish.
out of
Let
wedlock?
me,
I
bro. Let
don't
me
think it's weird.
finish. Let me finish.
Don't
Might
make it
think it's a little old-fashioned. You might think it's a little strange, but I think it's a lot more strange that you're like, hey, my dad can blow dudes and my mom can blow the same dude right after, and that's just fine. That seems way more fucking strange to me, man.
What's strange is you saying that you having your values, which is beautiful, that you think that two individuals should enter a partnership and be monogamous. That's cool. I think that that's actually really great for people that it works for. And then my values of, I think people should be able to engage in sex work and still be in a monogamous relationship. We have two values going on. The cringe part is you saying I shouldn't be allowed to value what I value.
Oh, really?
I'm saying we can
well,
both
let me
have
ask
our
you.
values.
Well, let me ask you a question then. Is there any such thing as objective true, or anything that's objectively true? Anything?
This is a deeper conversation, but I do
I was
think.
about to say, I think this is what Chud was trying to avoid.
Yeah, we don't need to get
Look,
into
at this point.
Well, then the thing is, it's like,
I am
don't
not,
don't get into
not,
it.
Not
then.
your like God objective truth. No, I'm sympathetic to pragmatist understandings of truth, and I think that's just not a conversation we can really have seriously.
So, is there objective
Intersubjectively
truth or
objective-
not?
I think there is objective truth. It's intersubjective truth. So.
What does that mean, intersubjective?
So this is why I don't want to get in the conversation. Intersubjective objectivity is going to be kind of like a species-wide understanding of there are truths that are true for all human mental states. So there's an objectivity there, but it's not an objective in some sort of like out in the world. There's absolute truth or some sort of transcendent certainty that we can come in touch with. That's your kind of God thing. So I'm not into that. But again, that conversation.
So there is no objective truth then.
I agree with Chud. Vote
Not
to
in
skip.
your straw man of objective truth of like the God one. No, that's just God.
I just want to check something with Big Papa Fascist because I think this is an important point. Okay, so Big Papa Fascist, you got someone. Okay, you're pointing to the extremities that I'm kind of memeing about, right? But if someone's disabled and they can't piss for themselves, I'm sure you'd agree a nurse can come along, get their little fucking penis out, and help them piss, right?
Sex has intent behind it.
Just answer the question. Answer the
I said
fucking
yes.
question.
I did.
But then you went
3
on to say
times.
something else, didn't you?
Yeah,
But
I
you're
can.
not really
I can qualify my yes and no's even if you have rocks in your mouth.
But the
so
thing is,
yes, I can qualify it after I say yes.
But
I
what
can
I'm
give you a
saying to you
qualifier for why I
is
said
you
that.
would accept that because that's obviously a medicalization of something which would normally be a private act, right? Which is going for a piss. And all I'm saying is if someone needs to get the rocks off and they can't because they're fucking disabled, is there not a medicalized version, much like helping them go for a piss?
It's not medical. It's not like necessary.
medical, yeah.
No, what's medical about it?
Ejaculation for a man is something that is medically necessary, right?
Is he gonna die, guys? Is he gonna die if he doesn't come? What's
No
going on
shit.
here?
That's ridiculous. What are you
feel like
talking
if
about?
I couldn't come
I mean, if you don't ejaculate, can that not cause
Yeah, you
issues
guys are
over
dumb.
time? Like, yeah,
So,
obviously you need to
Ernest
clean the
and
pipe, so to
Andrew,
speak.
I feel like that's a bad position because look, there's all kinds of things people with disabilities aren't going to die if they can't do, but we try to accommodate them because we feel like they should have a sort of typical human experience despite their disability.
It's about contributing to their well-being and
Hang on,
It's
is
about
one of
making
those
sure they
things
don't
for the
die.
nurse to come in and jerk the guy off? I don't think it is, bro.
I would
they
say
jerk
that
off
part of the
animals, why
fundamental
not?
human
I
experience.
don't think that a
is,
nurse. I don't
having
think a
sex.
nurse. I don't think a nurse would be comfortable with the medical procedure of jerking you off if you were disabled, Econo boy.
You know they used to
But
do
what if
that.
they are? What if they're comfortable with it because it's part of their? I'm sure they don't like cleaning up shit, but they've got to do it, right? There's lots of things they don't like to do, but it's part, if it's part of a medical process.
This is so ridiculous.
Yeah. So tell me this, Chud. If a nurse said to you, "It's not my job description to jerk that patient off," would you make her? Would you say, "Yeah, it is. Go do it"?
No, not at all. I think
Of course
you know,
You're jerking off gloves on, bitch. Get in there. Right
It's
now.
not that you can grab a fucking random
Doctors are
person
now
off the
pimps.
street and
Let's
demand they
fucking
jerk
go.
off someone with a disability. It's that there should be people who should be allowed to do that as their job if they want to do that as their job, Andrew. How do you not understand the difference? This is preposterous, Andrew. Come on.
I don't think some disabled fella getting jerked off in a bed is like going to have a massive problem.
You can't claim that this is a medical procedure, but then say it's perfectly okay for medical professionals to deny the medical procedure. What are they denying it on the grounds
Because
of?
something is a medical procedure doesn't mean
my God.
all medical personnel have to engage in it. That's not
Look,
what that
if
means.
you-
There
if
can
you
be a
have a
personal
right-
disagreement.
So
Yeah,
if a
they've got
medical
a right to
procedure to have
refuse.
brain surgery. That doesn't mean you can force a nurse to give you like what? What do you?
If,
what the fuck?
if you have a brain tumor and you go to the hospital, we're not going to force just any random person working at the hospital to
Just
perform
because
the
they're
brain
medical.
surgery. We would get the
Okay.
person who's the brain surgeon
But
to do
if
the
a
brain
heart-
surgery,
but if a
and we
heart-
get the person who's the fucking jerking off people with disabilities
the
person to jerk the
prostitute.
people off with
Quick,
disabilities. All right.
Quick, call the masturbation nurse. We need the
Yeah,
What would
you
make
guys
it with
are-
that degree?
You guys are
Okay,
spurting
exactly.
so hard. We can't
Paging
even get
fucking
anywhere with
nurse
this
who jerks
conversation.
people off with
Guys,
disabilities. Okay,
we
exactly.
need to make an important point, which I think Andrew is right. Hospital staff should be forced to jerk you off no matter their qualification. That way you can ask a cardiologist to beat you off if you want them to.
Counterpoints.
So,
True.
anyways, so I feel like we've gone far afield, but that's okay. Like we can go wherever y'all want to. We still got 45 minutes left. But I do feel like we've landed in territory where we're not like really addressing the Hunter and Carissa Avallone story anymore. We've talked about banging camels. We've talked about jerk off nurses. We've talked about disabled people. We've talked about all sorts of shit. What we're really asking is this what we want for society? And I've heard 2 or 3 people say this isn't what we want, but it should be legal because people should be able to make autonomous choices as they're adults. Well, HP, I've heard you say some pretty intense things tonight, and I'm excited to get back to them.
Good.
And then I've heard other people say, no, this is not what we want to society, and we should at minimum socially pressure people to not do these things. So
I think that the
yeah.
thing that we do right now is we kind of glorify it socially, especially OnlyFans, with all the girls that are walking around, getting onto the fucking red pill podcasts, getting all this attention, the more famous ones getting 10,000 plus a month. People make it sound like it's super easy, and then girls will go on there. There's like 45% of the accounts don't even make $5 per month, and then they're still having their nudes on the fucking internet.
Carissa Avallone's account.
And then someone, I don't remember who said it. I'm not even sure if it's true, but I'm just assuming this is true, that it is really easy to leak all of these OnlyFans content. The fact that all these girls are going on there expecting, either validation, a paycheck, both. I think that we need to be more honest with what the situation is, rather than saying like, okay,
Yeah.
you've turned 18, go ahead, open up an OnlyFans. It's going to get you quick money, easy peasy.
The median income for an OnlyFans worker is like $170 or something like that per month. It's fucking
But I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure if anybody on this panel would say that that's the type of work that should be encouraged for all the risks that you described. I mean, I don't think anybody would recommend to somebody, oh, you're struggling with money, like go start an OnlyFans, right? It's just a matter of like the.
And why do we want it around, dude?
It's
Why do we want it around?
Andrew,
It's not even
Andrew,
preferable.
I feel like you're
Illegalize
positively
everything that you think is
incapable of understanding our point. Hold on, Sansel, okay? The point is not that sex work is good or bad. It's just that the enforcement of illegalizing it is not worth the cost, and it's probably not that bad to have it legal in the first place. Okay, there's not really a lot of harms associated with sort of sex work, societally. Why they
Then why
can't be
did you
regulated
disagree with?
properly.
And why did you disagree? Why did you disagree with Sanzel then?
No,
that
because
it
my
basically said my
method.
entire opinion right there. It's not that we should make it illegal. It's that right now we have a lot of people out there who are kind of glorifying this lifestyle, while people who are able to make a lot of money on there do get to live glamorous lifestyles. It doesn't mean that everyone is going to, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that most people, or even
So are you saying we should
fraction of them are.
stigmatize it?
I'm saying that we should be more realistic. If that means stigmatizing it, if you want to, go for it. I don't really have that much of a vested interest in.
Well, I mean, that's what
OnlyFans,
you're
but,
doing, right? You're perpetuating a stigma against it, aren't you?
I think I'm being realistic. You can make money off of it. I mean, if the median income is $170 and that's getting you, through some electricity bills, then go for it. But you got to be really. You got to be sure what you're doing instead of just doing it because it's giving you $170.
Okay, can we just, sorry, I just want to get back a little bit to touch on the topic as well, right? Can we just say how ridiculous it is that Carissa is trying to claim that she wanted to do anonymous OnlyFans while showing her face in the OnlyFans?
Showing her face, having the
Look,
guy.
Chud, we can all agree that's pretty stupid.
No, I
was
really don't.
unwise.
I don't
It was
understand.
unwise.
Where,
It was unwise.
Where
I
are
mean,
my
you know.
cuck supporters? What the fuck happened? I was expecting the progressives to be like, no, it's based. What the fuck is going
Well,
on?
I don't.
I'm
Nobody
not
with a brain in their
aggressive.
head would say base, everyone should go do sex work. Of course, that's a completely idiotic position. It's just equally idiotic to say that nobody should be allowed to do it. It's it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, I think she was. That's
Go
why
ahead.
this whole thing was hard for me because I just think she's a fucking retard. The whole situation, he's an idiot, she's an idiot. They both handled it wrong, and I think everybody in this is. All three of them are stupid.
Yeah, I don't think anyone on this panel disagrees that, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that the way that their relationship was navigated by both of them is retarded. Yeah, I don't think anyone here disagrees. I'm sorry that, Connor, you thought I was going to be a defender.
No,
I'm not.
It's fine. But I do have a question.
Wait, did
that,
you think HP
basi-
was going to defend cucks? Are you serious? That's a bit out of
Well,
order.
he was defending his mom jerking off disabled people
I will
minutes ago.
defend absolutely. I will defend criminalization of sex work all day.
Yeah. So Chud,
Hey.
yes. The answer is yes.
I
But
don't
the-
think that
No,
she's
hold on.
wrong for engaging in sex work, Connor. I think that she's wrong for cheating on her husband. That's not the same thing.
Which actually kind of gets me to the question that I wanted to ask, because one of the things that I think Chud was kind of being aggressive with Stardust about, but I think is worth pointing out, is that it seemed like to me, based off of the available messages, that Kingston was trying to get her as a girl in his stable. And for me, if someone was trying to do that to somebody in my life, where they were trying to use emotional manipulation in order to get sexual favors, and then also trying to build that kind of relationship, I don't think I have like a TOS friendly thing to say about what I would do to that person.
Yeah, it's shitty
So
behavior.
what do we? So what do we? You know, how do we feel about like a man trying to recruit a woman for sex work and then also leveraging emotional bullshit in order to get favors?
I mean, it takes two to tango. It takes two to tango, no? Like, I'd agree with you if she was like desperately trying to push him back and he was going, no, you're going to do what I want. But she was willingly engaging in it. So criticize him for being a sleazebag, sure, but it takes two to tango. And she was fucking very
Am
blunt.
I the only one on the panel that sees a very like a slight distinction between the way that they were discussing, like talking to each other versus like a dom sub relationship? Like this didn't sound like he was manipulating her. It sounded like they had an idea of how the relationship was supposed to play out, and that's exactly how they were doing it.
I think in some instances, didn't she take advantage? Wasn't he taking advantage of some of her naivete, not being experienced in this
Yeah,
kind of
so-
like? But I don't think that. I think
Oh,
both.
God.
Naivety? She has no naivety in this.
I don't know enough. Sure,
So-
maybe
so
I'm
if I
incorrect.
can, I
Charles, to
do
add
think-
context, and I want to hear it.
I do think that Carissa, obviously started engaging this in this willingly, right? But I do think that there is like a little bit of naiveness, I guess, that she had while engaging with this. That doesn't make her completely, blameless in this. Obviously, she
complicit,
engaged
yeah.
in it. But
Completely.
yeah, but I do think that there are things that indicate that he kind of knew more what he was doing. He knew that she was naive about this, and was kind of manipulative, right?
I mean, she's a 24-year-old woman. You really think that like a black pimp dealing with a black pimp, she's like, oh, I don't have any clue what's going on here. What could possibly happen?
Extreme.
Wait. For example,
No, it was that extreme. Come on, he's a black pimp. Let's face it. That's what the guy is.
That's
He's a
obviously
pimp.
ridiculous. Equating him to a
Star
pimp.
wants to finish, and I want her to finish.
He's a little bit of a pimp.
No. I want. Hey,
Sorry.
everybody, shut up. Let the brown woman talk. Star, I wanted to hear your thought completed.
Yeah, no. I do think that there was some naiveness from Carissa, even though she did engage in it like willingly. But like there were times where it seemed like he was being manipulative, right? Like where he was like, "You're not sending me pictures, or you're not doing what I want you to," and she's like, "I'm sorry, I had a UTI, and then I got strep, and all of that." And
Then she should have just stopped engaging him when he was being unreasonable. It seems pretty simple to me. It's on Discord.
Can I finish? Can I finish what I'm
but
saying?
if you keep making stupid points, I'm going to interrupt.
I'm trying to finish what I'm saying. You do not have the jurisdiction to tell me it's stupid when I haven't finished it yet.
Okay, but I can tell already.
Please
Knock
let
off
Star
fucking
finish.
real life Dilbert. Okay, whatever the fuck you are. What I was saying is basically she there you can even see exchange where she's talking about like, oh, I'm sorry, I have a UTI, then I had strep, and he's saying, oh, you're not being submissive enough, you're not, you need to start listening to me and all that. I'm sorry, she was sick, like I'm not saying that she's completely blameless. Once again, she very much willingly engaged with this. She was clearly interested in engaging in this type of work, but I do think that he was manipulative, and I do think that his reaction to her and releasing all of her photos was like just completely overblown. He should not have done that.
So
your feelings.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
gotta
disagree.
just have a real quick question. I want to interject, if you don't mind.
By all means.
Guy with
I'll go after.
guy with the gray shirt that I was talking to, who will. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see your names on the.
I'm writing people's names down.
Yeah, I can't see your name on the Discord.
I'm a Kano
do
boy.
you have a single mom?
Do I have a single mom?
Yeah,
Like, is my mother
were you
not-
raised by a single mother? Yeah.
Yes, true.
I just had a feeling. That's all.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to ask.
All right.
Anyway,
we're gonna pause. Ginger wanted to go, but I wanted to hear Chud's response. It seems like he had a specific response.
I want Chud to go. and then
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Chud and then Ginger.
What I was going to say is like, this was over at a Discord. This is something she could have cut off if she was just a bit more open and honest to say, you're making me feel a bit uncomfortable and I don't want to continue this anymore. Okay. But she played in at every turn to all of this manipulation. Okay. It was like she was clearly sexually into the relationship of the sub-dom dynamic, as Ginger pointed out. I think that was very prominent for the conversation. I think what's more realistic is that she was into it and had like a lot of sexual fantasies about it, and then at some point freaked out and thought, it's too much, I can't do this, okay? Which, by the way, is fine. I get it.
Yeah.
Going to fucking fuck a bunch of dudes and get fucked by Big Black Kingston is scary. I totally get that. But she wasn't open in her communication. I agree that Kingston was excessive to release the video, but she made her own bed by engaging in it very fucking full-throatedly and then cutting off contact with no communication, which led Kingston to freak out, which then led to him releasing the video.
Okay, I want to hear Ginger's response real quick. We did get $60 on PayPal, so we got roughly $100 for Cody Lee. Cody is a community member. He's taking care of 2 disabled adults, neither of whom anybody on the panel should try to jerk off. And basically, he needs our help right now in order to help pay his bills. So if you do have some money, feel free to do it via Super Chat, Twitch dono, subs, whatever. 100% of what we make tonight will go to Cody Lee. Ginger, take it away.
Chud actually touched exactly on what I was going to say. Is it like continuing on what I was saying earlier? It did feel like a sub dom relationship that got out of hand for her. It sounded like it was something that they initially had started on, maybe not necessarily like word for keyword, but it was something that they started out on, and it was something that she inevitably decided that she couldn't keep up with. But instead of telling him that, she kind of like dissipated from it and decided like, well, maybe I'm not going to go along with it as much, but when I can, I'll just send the picture.
Why is everything...
That is not good on her part.
Yeah, but why is everything a fucking psychoanalysis? Can't you just say the Reader's Digest version of this, which is he's a pimp and she's a fucking whore? This is agreed to. It's simple. He's a pimp, she's a whore.
Okay, you do realize though that I'm getting that's pretty much the same thing that I'm getting at.
Right, that's why I'm saying you don't need the big psychobabble and psychoanalysis. Just say, hey, he's a pimp, she's a whore. We all know what that means.
Okay.
I have a question. So, Chud,
Fine.
sometimes you're laughing and you're moving your head out of the screen. Are you laughing so hard that you're moving your head out of the screen, or are you trying to avoid being clipped as a part of whatever Andrew is saying?
Listen, all I'm going to say is I disavow everything Andrew says, okay? Full disavowal from me, okay? I think he's a terrible misogynist, terrible person.
No, let me finish real quick. Okay, so I feel like
I disavow myself. I disavow myself.
Ginger, please go ahead.
I feel like she felt like it was getting out of hand, and instead of saying something like, like an actual adult and being like, hey, this is too much, too much that I didn't bargain for this. She continued on with it and then decided to like do like a whole, oh well, he manipulated me into the situation. No, I feel like you just couldn't handle what you signed up for, and that's on her, not on anybody else. And I don't think it's on Kingston either. How he reacted is on him, but the rest of it is not.
Okay, and we've heard from other people all night, so I wanna hear from Star as well.
Yeah, so I'm not going to disagree. Like, she very clearly could have communicated with him in a much better way, and this is a fault that I see in a lot of women. This is why I like always advocate for women to be very upfront about how they're feeling with men. But what I would say is I still cannot find any justification for the way that Kingston has acted, and that initial video being released, even if her way of communication was just so terrible. Releasing those photos in that video just is completely.
How many times you said that now? I think we get the point. It was bad to do that. I've said that. I think most people would agree. Maybe not BPF, but everyone else would agree though.
I don't think that was clear, so I wanted to make it clear.
Okay, so being said multiple times is not clear enough. No.
It was not clear in what you guys were saying, so I wanted to make that clear.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel the momentum slowing.
Yeah, but no, it's not, because I kind of actually need this clarified to
We're at
kind
full
of
speed now.
Like, by your own standard, then Stardust, you released revenge porn.
I don't think so. No.
How did you not?
Because I have continued to say the first version of Kingston's video I do think is revenge porn. The second version I don't think so.
Yeah, but Chud already kind of put you to the question on this and said, isn't that convenient that even though the same type of imagery is in the second video, it just so happens that you consider it, you just consider it not to be revenge porn simply because that was the version you went with.
You can't see anything in it. really. So yeah, I don't think so. But with the first version of the video, yes, I do think it's revenge porn.
Yeah.
What about
so
the
what
fact
would
that Carissa?
constitute-
Carissa said it's revenge porn if it's blurred sexual images. So
I mean, I
Carissa thinks
disagree
it's
with
revenge
her.
porn.
I disagree with her. I think the first version 100% is revenge porn. I don't think the second version is.
Why not?
So
What's the
by
difference?
Carissa's standard, at least you released revenge porn.
If that's her standard, then yeah, sure.
Okay, but it's not your standard.
It's not my standard now.
So would you, if you could go back, would you still release the same exact video?
Would I still cover it on stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Because
Yeah.
and so is your standard just if it's blurred, it's not revenge porn?
If you can't tell what's behind that blur, I don't think so.
So
think
if I
that
had like a
the
woman that
blur-
I hated and I released nudes of her, but I like just blurred out the naughty bits and just
Not
left the
just
rest
the
of the
naughty bits, the
imagination,
entire
you
thing.
wouldn't.
The entire thing is
I
blurred.
actually have
in
a
the
question
second
for you,
version.
Stardust.
Yeah.
Did you end up going back and like re-blurring it out on your upload?
No. It was all. I always watched the second version. I never watched the first version.
Okay, but after finding out that Carissa feels like it's a little bit of a leak, do you feel like?
By the way, the original video was blurred, just so you know.
No, it wasn't. Not in
It
the
was.
same way. Not in
Yeah,
the same
but
way.
what does
The
that
first
mean though?
version-
Not in the
the
same
first-
way.
the
How much
first
blurrage
24
do we need?
Yes. The video that was up for the first 24 hours had pretty much everything visible except for naughty bits, which had the tiniest blur on them, and you could still see through it.
Yeah, but
That-
you could
that-
still, even on the second video with the
No,
blur,
the
you kind of
second-
could see what was going
No,
on.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I
don't
think
think
so. And especially then you are also signaling to other people, hey, this is out there, go hunt it down, right?
I don't think so.
Well, how is that not how's that not the case? I mean, of course people are going to do that, right?
I mean, they're going to, but we all cover this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, I
Like,
know,
it
but that doesn't mean it's
that
not
we're
revenge
implicitly-
porn.
It doesn't mean that we're implicitly encouraging people to go out and find more stuff, right?
I mean, the thing is, iHypocrite, who I think is, a right-wing dude and hates Hunter, even he said, this is too revenge porny for me, and he put big black boxes over the
Mhm.
images.
Yeah, and I privated my
And I
video,
never even
so-
covered it. I never covered
Yeah.
it.
So that's so honourable, honestly, Andrew. I think that is very respectable.
Yeah, very
Virtuous.
virtuous. So
Very virtuous.
yes, virtuous. Okay, so I want to read out the super chat.
I just broke the whole story, but other than that, I didn't cover it. That's all.
That is
We
true.
got-
He is the centre point for all this.
We did get an additional $80, so we're up to 180 for
we
helping
go.
out a community member. So that's very based. But I am gonna read the chats even if they're distasteful because I figure that's what people are paying money for. Pretending Carissa was being manipulated when it was clear as
charity.
day she was enjoying it, being dominated by an alpha, saying yes sir is cope. All right, thank you for the dono. Oh my God, how dare you, Dilbert? I think that is directed at Chud. Olaf was here. That comes from Olaf Tredevek. Thank you kindly, Olaf. Kelther says, I was going to donate to Chud, but he won't mention the word bull. So here you go to Cody. I think I've heard Chud say bull several times. So I'm not sure if that's accurate, but we've said it twice now. So I hope you appreciate that. Lord Corporal says, for the bros, as long as you're a brodette, I don't give a fuck how abled you are. So if you need a hand job, I think Lord Corporal has you covered. But appreciate all the donos. Thank you for helping a community member out. And then we probably got, I would say, I feel it dying down. If you guys still have things that you want to talk about, let's talk about it. But I'm going to end it around 10:50 in about 15 minutes. So we can do outros and kind of call it. So who has last shots? Is it against somebody on the panel, a position that you feel like we haven't covered, a drama thing that you're concerned about? HP, I think I saw your hand.
Oh, sure. I was shrugging, but yeah, I can go. I have things I could contribute, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Again, I'm not as up to date on the Hunter Avallone stuff, so I can't contribute as much. I think my little research into it, I don't feel comfortable saying whether or not she was manipulated, but it sounds like she was in a relationship, dom something. So maybe she was. It sounds to me like she's at fault, and it sounds to me like she cheated. That's what it sounds like. Even if he was using some tactics that some people might point to as emotionally manipulative, it's not enough to attribute fault to him, I don't think. In terms of sex work, I was kind of sad. I know Chud was frustrated with my getting into a conversation with Andrew about metaethics, but I did kind of want to talk a little bit about the fact that sex work is something that has existed since the beginning of human history, and no matter the legalization, when it's criminalized, as it is in a lot of countries, it does not go away.
I'm a man of
And
my
so
word.
it's interesting to me to talk about whether or not it makes sense to decriminalize sex work for the sex workers involved, because we know that it's necessarily going to be the case that there will be sex workers, and we know also that they are disproportionately affected by violence. And of course, because they're criminals, they can't go to the police, or at least they're much less likely to. And so you have this perpetuation of violence towards people who are probably in a position that they got to because of unforeseen circumstances. And, you know, a lot of streetwalkers are not prostitutes because that was their choice. So, like, do you think, Andrew or Chud or anyone else, that it makes sense to talk about protecting sex workers because they are necessarily going to be...
that's every single crime. That's every single thing on planet Earth. In fact, if you make it legal, and then suddenly there's going to be less ramifications to the people who are engaging in it.
That's not like people who steal aren't disproportionately affected by violence, like the way that.
Well, they would be if you made theft legal, right? They would probably be disproportionately affected by violence.
Wait, are you saying that?
Only that, but hang on, back up.
You just said something.
And by the way,
really
people
retarded,
who
and I
are
think
stealing, hang on. Let me finish, man. Don't ask me a question and then
You're
not let
running
me
away
finish the
from the
answer.
point. You're running
No,
away.
I'm literally expanding on it.
Please.
Also, people who steal right now, I'm sure, are disproportionately affected by violence. I'm
Why would
positive
you
of
do
it.
I don't think so. I think
Because
you
if they're
said
breaking
wrong.
into do you think
shot.
a person who doesn't break into a house versus people who professionally do are more at risk for getting shot or less at risk for getting shot?
Sure, there might be a small 1 to 2%, but you're not talking about like the increased percentage that you would see for prostitutes facing violence.
Demonstrate that. Show me.
There are empirical studies that I could send
Then
you.
show him. Then show him.
Okay, I'll post them in the chat if you'd prefer.
Yeah, show me that people who are thieves experience less violence than sex workers. I don't think you can do that. Show it to me.
Are you okay? I'll show you the papers. It's weird to me that you would find that.
It's not weird to me. Nothing. I'm asking you to show it. Don't talk. Just show it.
Okay, I'll post it in the chat. I don't know to what extent that will enhance the conversation because you'll have to read it. But okay.
Right.
What do you mean, right?
Well, I mean, that's why this is not even the venue to go after this, because you would have to do a study exchange and then we would organize a debate.
Well,
let's do that
for the study.
Yeah, well, there's no other answer to it other than to ask for that.
We can't really engage in any sort of subsequent discussion because you're saying we can't bring to bear certain evidence that would.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna if you schedule a debate, you send over studies. I would send over studies.
It seems intuitive to me that people who engage in sex work are obviously going to be more prone to violent acts than people who engage in theft. I understand that.
Why is that intuitive?
Because people who engage in sex work are going to be with another person.
Well, they're at higher risk due to the behavior, and I contend that people who are thieves are also at higher risk for
the risk behavior. Is not going to be comparable. Pretty
How
obvious.
do you don't know that?
And you know that.
You just demonstrate that.
No, I have, because I spent the day researching papers on this exact thing. But you
didn't research whether or not thieves are at the same risk for being
one of the
subjected to violence than
false.
Sex workers.
That's false. One of the studies talks about how they are disproportionately affected given criminal behavior. So we can, again, these are studies that we'd have to share, but let's set up a debate, Andrew. That sounds great to me.
That's fine. If you want to lose a debate, you send over 2 studies. I'll send over 2, and you can lose. It's fine with me.
That sounds great. So we can put this on hold and have a real discussion about it.
I agree.
That sounds wonderful.
Anything relevant to tonight then, besides the plans for future debates?
I'm honestly really fucking. I think Stardust is getting away with murder. She's put out this video just fucking totally defending Hunter, brings him on and lets him say whatever the fuck he wants without any pushback whatsoever, and now sits her in this panel and acts like she wasn't trying to make the points she was actually making. It's total fucking bullshit.
I think that this is like again incredibly uncharitable, right? Like it's
uncharitable. It's uncharitable. It's not uncharitable. It's what fucking happened.
I do think so because no other person who covers drama is held to this standard. People make statements all the time about what they think
I am held to this standard. I'm criticized for things I said,
so.
and I say I take the L. I'm held to this fucking standard.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it's because you're a woman. It's because you're a brown woman. You're gonna pull the fucking race card as well, you stupid fucking bitch. It's such bullshit. You're shit at this. You're fucking shit at this. You're no good at it. You get called out for it, and then you act like it's because you're a fucking woman.
I never said that. When did I say that?
Okay,
me
so
one example
why is
where
it you're held to the
give me one
standard then?
example where I said
Okay,
that.
explain to me why you held to the standard. What is it then? If it's not because you're a woman or because you're brown.
I think that people, it's like cool to shit on Stardust right now, and people are looking to shit on Stardust.
And there's a
I think
reason
that's
for
what it
that.
is.
And there's a
Yeah,
reason
because you're
for
wrong.
The-
Well, it's just because you're wrong.
Hold
It's
on,
like,
I
that's
want
why.
to I want to ask a question, and I
What is
also want
the
to say
specific
personally.
critique here? Sorry.
Hold on, yeah.
The specific critique is Stardust put out a tweet acting like she was going to do this unbiased coverage, but just did a fucking hat shit job on Kingston.
I never said unbiased.
Oh, I've got it
said
from
unbiased.
both sides, guys. I've got information from both sides.
Yeah, I did, but
When
I
you-
never
And it
said
wasn't
unbiased.
information from both sides. It was Carissa's
Okay.
narrative.
People when they cover drama all the time, they are allowed to take sides and they're allowed to be wrong about things. And I'm willing to admit where I was wrong.
So I'm
Stardust,
gonna
when you
ask a
approach-
question. Hold on, Sansol.
I'll
You
write it
haven't
down.
talked a lot, so I will absolutely allow you to talk. I just want to ask Stardust a question, and I also want to say here,
Yeah.
I've been a Stargazer and Chud Nation for a while. So the fact that Chud Nation and Stargazers are at war right now actually makes me really sad, and I hope that this conflict can be resolved. But Star, I think I heard you kind of allude to this in your coverage. You felt that Kingston was presenting things in a certain way. Do you feel like in your coverage you ultimately ended being sympathetic with the Avallones over
Oh,
Kingston?
absolutely. Yeah. I would never disagree with that. I was more sympathetic towards the Avallones than I was to Kingston, because when I was talking with Kingston, I didn't feel like he was being forthcoming with me. I didn't feel like he was being honest with me. And you know, I
Interesting.
came to the conclusions that I did, right? But to call it like
You were
a hate
influenced
piece
by
or to
Carissa's
call it-
narrative. It's very
Before you-
obvious.
before you
Wait a
pop
minute.
off.
Wait.
All right, so Star, I want you to finish, and then Sansol has
Yeah.
not talked a lot tonight, so I want to give him an opportunity to speak, and then Chud, if you want to pop off for the last couple of minutes, you can.
To call it a hit piece is just inaccurate. I made I put a presentation together of everything that
You worked
made
really
sense
hard
to
on it,
me.
didn't you?
My point was like my point of that presentation was to go through all the claims made in Kingston's video and to explain why I don't agree with those claims. It was not about anything else other than that.
It was a hit
Okay,
piece.
so Sansol
don't think it was
first,
a hit
and then
piece, no.
It was
Sansol,
a
and-
hit piece.
It was more than that. It was
Sansol,
a it was a
and then
lynch
we'll open
piece.
it
It was a
back up.
digital lynching
lynch
attempt.
piece. Okay.
Yes, just
Lynch-
like Emmett Till,
Revenge
just like
pornographer
Mahatma
Stardust
Gandhi.
and lynching
Forget it.
Stardust. Okay.
Yes.
We got
okay.
it.
Sansol,
Star.
please.
Sure now.
Hold on, Sansol, please share your thoughts, and then we'll open it back up.
Yeah. Okay. So my question to Star is, when you ask for info from like the Hawk guy or like any of his friends that you said that you messaged, did you present yourself as just trying to find the truth? Did you present yourself as an unbiased person, like a third party, just trying to get down to the facts of things?
So when I initially did reach out, I didn't really yes, I was pretty much like just trying to find any information, right? But as I got more information, I did become more biased. Yes.
Okay. Did you inform the non-Avallone side of this that were you like arguing with them in the DMs, or did you just like keep on getting information saying, "Oh wow, very interesting," and then like put out a hit
I
piece
just
like
kept
3 days
asking-
later? Or
yeah, I
I'm
just kept
presupposing
asking-
it there, but
Yeah. So I just kept asking for where is this that where is this evidence that somebody said something about you? You keep saying that somebody said something about you. Can you tell me where exactly that was or what exactly happened? And I would never get a straight answer for it.
okay. I guess like the meat of the question I'm trying to ask is, did you present yourself as unbiased? They gave you more information because they didn't think that you were gonna like write or like produce some content that was going to be like highly antagonistic towards them, and then produce that content.
I don't know that he even gave me that much information, to be honest with you, but I did. Yeah, of course, I approached him.
You
as a
messed with the
neutral
bull
person.
and you got the horns. That's what happened. He was unhappy with the
Chud, you are-
coverage. He was unhappy with the
Chud,
coverage and
you-
kicked off afterwards. You kicked off and spun up more drama because
Chud.
your coverage was so one-sided.
Chud, you are more obsessed with black dick than Carissa is. Okay.
Oh yeah, good
You-
one. You're just
a red
obsessed.
herring.
You're just
That's
obsessed.
just a red
way more
herring.
obsessed with the bull.
This is
than
such
Answer
bullshit.
to the
right?
allegation. Answer to the allegation. Don't give the red herring bullshit, Stardust. Actually answer to it. It was a hit
Answer
piece.
to
You had a
what allegation? I
PowerPoint.
don't
You had the
think-
whole
I-
9
no.
yards.
I
Were
don't
you-
think
so let
so.
me ask you directly.
Wait,
Did you
it's
work
just
with
because I
Carissa
voiced my
Avallone?
opinion on something? Just
Did
because I
you
voiced my
work?
opinion-
Did you work with Carissa Avallone on that? Did you or didn't you?
She provided me information, but she did not work with it on me. No, I made that on my own by myself.
So she didn't have any input into it.
No, she did not.
So you would be comfortable like releasing the DMs back and forth with her about it?
I mean,
Okay.
I think
Well,
so.
well, I mean, if that's true, then I think that she has a leg to stand on, Chud. But I'm not
If she
not
sent you
sure.
nudes, make sure that you blur them out extra hard, okay? Make sure it's a black box
Just
over
put a
it.
black box over
Yeah.
it.
I think it needs to be pointed out that Chud mentioned that he had a DM series with Carissa Avallone, and we haven't seen those either.
No, but I've not
Yeah.
used any of the
My
information from those
God.
DMs in my coverage. Nor have I with Kingston utilized private DMs that I've received to paint a certain narrative. I've given my own take. And if I think I've got something wrong, I've gone, okay, I'm going to walk that back or amend that
Yeah,
position
no, and I
slightly.
do. I
was trying to
have
insinuate that you were
acknowledged that I
sexting
don't
her,
think that I
Okay.
don't. I no longer think that Kingston had feelings for her like that. After
Because he's a
covering that,
pimp, Stardust, right?
But what
He's a
process
pimp.
did you go through that was in your coverage in the first place? You said you worked hard on it, and it was supposed to be the ultimate coverage of it, and it was a fundamental detail you got wrong.
It wasn't the
Hard out
ultimate
there for a
coverage. No,
pimp.
it wasn't. It wasn't the ultimate coverage. No, I volunteered my opinion based on the information that I was given, and I was wrong about him having feelings for her. Right? People made some pretty good arguments for why that's not the case. But as far as like whether I'm like I don't know like making a hit piece based off of me just forming my opinion on things and presenting why I have my opinion, I don't think that's correct, you know.
Sure. I mean, I guess the issue that I've got and the reason I focus on things like you saying that he had feelings is the idea that he had feelings for Carissa is fundamental to pushing the narrative that because he was sidelined through his feelings, he then decided to release the video.
No,
When-
I don't. I know.
What got
I've
you
said
to the
this on my
position?
own
Did
stream.
Carissa get
I've
you
said
to the
this on my
position,
own
or did
stream
you-
plenty that I no longer think that. Right? I no longer think that he had feelings for her, but I still don't see the justification that he had.
Where did
for
you get the
releasing her
idea that he
images.
had feelings for her?
Just based on like the tweets that he had, certain exchanges between the two of them that seemed like seemed like maybe he was having feelings, but like it to me after somebody explained to me like, oh, this could be him just kind of like a manipulation tactic or something like that. I was like, okay, yeah, I could see that. Maybe he doesn't have feelings for her, so yeah.
Okay. Well, we are about to hit 10:50. We are going to for people can hang out with us after the show if they want to. Typically, we kind of have like a cool down session where we can talk about whatever for about 30 minutes to an hour after the show. If you want to do that, we can continue on after that. I did DM Lycan because he was like, "Oh, let me get on the panel. Let me get on the panel." I wanted to see Lycan and Chud hash their differences out.
Oh yeah,
well,
Lycan doesn't know anything about it. Wants to fucking weigh in, and so it's pathetic. I hate it.
So if he DMs me back, then we'll do that. But we're gonna give our fine folks some outros. Thank you to the people who have donated. Thank you to the roughly 100 people cross-platform who have hung out with us tonight. We raised roughly $180 for Cody Lee. If you do have some extra dollars hanging out in your pockets, go ahead and donate it. He is a gentleman, a part of the Twitch and YouTube political community. He is on some tough times right now. He's working full time, taking care of 2 disabled adults who had some medical issues. So any dollars that you give me, I will give him, and we will make sure that we're taking care of our own. So, Andrew Wilson, would you mind sharing final thoughts with us on the topic and also telling us where people can find you?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson, host of the one and only Crucible. Kind of my final thoughts on this was that I felt like I got everything out of the panel that I wanted, which is that we all vastly agree that this dude's a pimp. We agree that Hunter Avallone's a cuck, and we agree that Carissa Avallone is a whore. Very simple, very easy. There's no psychoanalysis which was necessary. We all just kind of know that this is true, right? So we all had kind of broad agreement on it. After that, kind of had a feeling that gray shirt over there had a single mom, happy to engage with him on a debate in the future about sex work. I think that would be highly productive for both of us when it's not in a panel setting and we can actually cross-examine each other, this type of thing. Other than that, it was nice to see Sonzel. He contributed nothing as usual. Chud Logic, I felt like, shut up, it's my closing, fucker. Chud Logic, it was enjoyable to say the least. Even though you're a fucking dork. And then Stardust, yeah, it was a total fucking hit piece. I don't know what to tell you. It was a total hit piece. With that, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Have a good night, guys.
Good night, bud. Then Chud, share any final thoughts and where people can find you.
I mean, I think people know where to find me already, so I don't want to suck my own dick too much on that one. I don't know. Listen, it's been fun. I think I made my points. I don't really have anything more to say. And if people are interested in hearing me and Stardust argue more, we're having a conversation moderated by Prime Kai next week, so look out for that.
All right, sweet. Thank you kindly, Econo Boy.
Yep, kind of boy on pretty much everything. Again, mostly talk about economics and more like policy issues. So don't really talk about sort of say pop culture in the Twitch politics space. Let's say for Hunter Avallone's drama and shit like that. But I thought we would talk more policy on this panel, but I had fun nonetheless. Everyone on this panel has redeeming qualities, and it was a great conversation. Yeah, I'll probably stick around for a little while afterwards as well.
Thank you, Ginger.
Really no closing statements. I feel like I got everything I needed to get out. This was fun to watch mostly. You can find me at Ginger Ramuth on Twitch TV and YouTube and Twitter.
All right, thank you kindly, HP.
Yeah, like I said, I'm HPCR. One day I'll get a Twitch and do that whole thing. Probably. This was my first sort of foray into this kind of stuff, so I appreciate everyone being patient and being cool. I did feel like sort of to echo his sentiments, I thought maybe we get more into some of the policies or merits of decriminalization or legalization. But either way, it was fun. Thanks.
All right, thank you kindly, Sansol.
This was a fun panel. I thought that we would talk about the topics more instead of fucking meta ethics, which is the only thing Big Papa Fascist seems to be able, or Andrew is able to talk about, literally fucking ever. But other than that, it was a really fun panel. I'm gonna stick around because I just want to see what happens actually. So.
All right, fair. I'll be sure to check my DMs in a second and see if Lycan is cucking the content. Then Star, please share your final thoughts and where people can find you.
Yeah, I'm Stardust. A notorious revenge pornographer and digital lyncher. If you want to see me lynch Chud Logic next week, come check me out. Twitch.tv/Stardust or YouTube.com/Stardust streams.
Wow.
And if you cross me, I'm going to lynch you as well. I will commit a hate crime. I will do everything under the sun to you, and you will not like it. So.
All right, very based. Thank you kindly. And then everybody is free to hang out. I'll check my DMs. This is open, so whatever the fuck you want to talk about, we can talk about. So if Chud, you want to go after Star, you want to go after Chud, HP wants to talk about how we should be jerking off disabled people, Sansol wants to talk about legalizing heroin, we can do whatever.
Why do you think I would want to legalize heroin now? What are
I
you
don't
trying to
know,
imply,
fucking-
motherfucker?
You know what? The progressives were horrifically disappointing tonight. And it's not, by the way, it's not for lack of debate skill, okay? It has nothing to do with debate skill.
Was I
just
supposed to be
used
one of the progressives on this?
No. So
Now,
Connor,
hold
you
on,
don't
hold
want
on,
to defend
hold on.
sex work.
I don't want to insult you and then not finish the thought. My total thought is I'm used to the Reverie Roundtable and hippy dippies of like a year or two ago, where we were going to decriminalize everything. We were going to decriminalize prostitution. We were going to decriminalize drugs. We were going to institute socialism. We were going to kill all the capitalists. We were going to guillotine them. And tonight was way too fucking.
Well, but
rational.
we would have gotten there. But the
Producer
problem is
knows
every
what my
time we brought it
position
up,
is nowadays.
Andrew
Okay?
wanted to
She
talk
knows
about
I'm
the Bible.
not a fucking soy
Yeah, I
socialist
mean, like,
anymore.
yeah, that's a little. Some of those policies sounded retarded, so I'm not. I didn't mean to give you the impression I was retarded.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah, I mean,
bet
in fairness, you had Andrew trying to talk about the Bible. I just wanted to talk about the drama. So obviously, it doesn't get to the meat and potatoes, does it? So
It's okay. I try to, and anybody can talk at any point, so you can interrupt me if you feel like it. But
God,
I try.
Connor, just
I
shut the
try
fuck
to.
up.
Thanks.
Jesus.
I try to direct the show to like the more like serious stuff because
listen.
I do feel like there is a lot of drama in this space, and that's primarily what we focus on. But then also, I was okay with the drama because, frankly, I think I've listened to Stardust coverage and I think I've listened to Chud's coverage like 6 times in the past like 72 hours because I've just been running it on a loop in the background because it is interesting. you have a conservative commentator who made a hard shift left. Relationship didn't shake out the way that anybody expected it to, and then some of those details were very lurid.
Yeah,
Look,
I
that's
mean,
what happens when you become a progressive.
Yeah, I didn't
okay, you
mean
want your
to-
wife to fuck other men. All right,
That-
that's
that's
just
just
I
fine.
definitely
natural
think it's so
progression.
interesting. I
That's
didn't
why I
mean
became
to-
a
No, no,
centrist and not a
it's
progressive.
listen, you know.
Base Sonsel.
One thing that, I mean, I don't think you were really doing this yourself. You just wanted to talk about other topics on it. But there's definitely a group of people who are like acting like the details of what happened aren't insane and going to be interesting for people to talk about. Like it's a pretty extreme thing that's been revealed, right?
Well,
Like,
Chud,
I totally think that's of interest. I guess for me, I didn't focus on that as much, so I couldn't contribute as much, and so that why I didn't know that. But I don't mean
listen,
to say
mate,
like,
it's fine. I've covered this for like 40 hours, so you know.
yeah, I know you're locked
I've got
in,
BBC
tuned
piss
in.
orgies on the brain. Okay.
Right, you've got
Yeah,
a bone to
so
pick.
hold on.
I get it. So what? It was fun to watch.
I have a question though. So Sonsel said he moved centrist, and then Chud, I know that like you still said that like you have a large amount of your economic politics and all that kind of stuff. Like you still have concerns on that like kind of theory crafting side, but you focused on drama in order to make sure that you have like a healthy, vital channel or whatever. But is this what happens when progressives become too progressive? Do they just let their wives sex people on the back end and arrange crazy, sexy things on the back end?
Well, I think
I feel like
I was asking Chud, but
oh,
Sonsel,
sorry,
I'd
I
like to
didn't.
hear
I
your-
didn't. hear the-
Listen, let me take up more oxygen, okay? I need to take up more oxygen here. Come on, let's go. But no, I was going to quickly say, just basically, I think that one of the big problems progressives has had is I agree they've become too progressive, and they're now arguing, in the case of like trans issues, they're now arguing against like medical bodies of progressive countries they would normally say have got good medical policies. So, you know, it's like they're arguing progressivism to a fault, where there's even now evidence and data that suggests we need to pull back on some stuff. And whilst, you know, I'm not like hardcore anti-sex work like Andrew is, but I do question the direction that society has taken if we continue down this pathway of endless and continuous sexualization to an insane sort of level where,
Yeah, I would
you
have
know,
loved to have talked about that. Yes, that would
We
have been.
can. We still got a half hour
But-
to an
Oh,
hour.
I know, but
let's have a little look and see what he had to say for himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, the king has returned.
Oh no.
Welcome back, everybody, to another live stream. And as you can see, it is my first stream in the new setup, new apartment. Whoop whoop! Doesn't this look awesome, huh?
I am actually look. I don't listen. I don't actually dislike Hunter. Okay, I wish nothing but the best for Hunter. All right, I'm pleased for him. I'm glad he's got his new apartment. Good luck to him. Okay, but what I don't like is the fucking cope shit. I find it cringe. I don't understand why he's done this stream at all. Okay, it's died down already. It's already died down. It's already fucking done. Right, but then he's gone and done a stream about it. And just reignited attention into it. Although, admittedly, I don't think it's as big as it was before. Like, his tweet didn't get as much engagement, I think, because a lot of people have genuinely kind of moved on and don't care about this anymore. Chud, are you going to go over his email inbox? Probably not. Probably not. I doubt it, okay? I know I heard that he revealed his inbox. Apparently, it showed how much he's got left on his mortgage. And there was some other thing about a loan he was trying to get or something. I don't know, man. Look, I don't really care about his mortgage, okay? That's not really of interest to me.
Finally got my own apartment. Super fucking comfy in here. Living downtown. Very nice. Are people still going on about Hunter's divorce? Well, now there's like a bunch of rumors going on. Apparently, I got cocked by like 5 black guys. It's been insane. But yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit.
You already cashed out on his drama. Why can't he? He got humiliated. At least he can do is earn some money on it. I mean, apparently he's got a mortgage to pay off. So, yeah, that probably is true. But nonetheless, okay, that's fine. But the point I'm making is, if he wants to do that, he should have done that earlier. He should have done that fucking much earlier, okay? Maybe he was waiting to move into his new place or something like that. But going and restoking the drama after it's died down is a bad idea. Obviously, he's just going to try and fucking cope through it. But it's going to potentially reignite drama. And also, who's wetting in the background? Who's wetting in the background? You know who's wetting in the background, don't you? The Ghetto Gagger Supreme. The Bull Extraordinaire. Kingston. Now, listen. I got no control over Kingston, okay? Kingston is a fucking loose cannon, as far as I'm concerned, alright? I don't know what he will or won't do. All I'm going to say is I'm not sure if provoking... I'm not sure if you want an angry bull trashing around the place. That's all I'm going to say.
But yeah. finally got my own little apartment over here. Got my own little setup. Now I just got to get my own little haircut, you know? And voila, I'll be all good to go, okay? There we go. But yeah, how's everybody doing today? I've been like the talk of the town recently. It's insane, man.
I mean, okay. Listen, we don't need to pause at every opportunity, but what I will say is this. What's insane, like, I feel like people, like Hunter obviously is going to do this, but people from Hunter's side massively downplay the fact that someone trying to set up an all-black, no turn-down, 6-man all-black orgy with possible piss play is, like, insane in and of itself. So obviously you're going to have an insane response. If there's an action around you or somewhat involves you that's insane, you're going to see an insane response to that.
Really insane. I wonder if you can see this. Congrats on the new place. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm good. And of course I can see that. That means a lot. Thank you so much for your wonderful support. It means a lot. I need to make sure that I you know, talk closer to the microphone. Are you avoiding Chud Logic? I haven't been online. I've been moving. I mean, look at it. It's clear. Like, I'm in a brand new fucking apartment. All right.
Who the fuck asked?
Yeah, the return of my sword. The sword has returned. Hey, my sword is the talk of the town, okay?
The thing is like, the idea that he's like avoiding me is a bit cringe, okay? I think what happened is this. Let me tell you what I think from my perspective happened, okay? Because bear in mind, one of the streams that I was covering this, right? He came by my stream and was watching. And one of the first messages he put was something along the lines of, I'm not sure if Chud is defending me or not, okay? He then said that he wanted to come on stream, okay? And first of all, I was like, if you want to come on stream, you can come on stream, but just be careful, you know, if you want to get your own story straight and do your own thing, that's fine. But you can come on stream if you want, okay? Let me just finish this. And he originally said that, like, he wasn't in my Discord, and it seemed like he was going to come on stream. I then showed a couple more screenshots of what I was talking about. And then all of a sudden, he was gone. You know, he was gone. Literally, just as I finished saying what I was saying, he was out of there. He was gone, okay? And he said, oh, I've got to go and view an apartment. He was like, I've got to go and view an apartment, so I can't come on stream. So if it was true that you had to view an apartment, right? Okay. Like, how could you have come on stream in any place? Because you would have had to go after like 2 minutes or 4 minutes based on the time frames. So that was a bit weird. After that, I messaged him, okay, and obviously there was a lot of jokes and memes and stuff like that I made about it. And I said, like, you know, look, I've made a couple of jokes about this. You know, I don't have like anything against you per se. Let me know when it's good for you to come on stream and we can talk about this or something like that. I said something along those lines to him. And he never responded. He never responded to me. And I know that he was on Twitter whilst around the time I sent that, roughly, because he was replying to tweets and stuff like that. But it's fine. I'm not going to fucking push the issue. If he doesn't want to talk to me, he doesn't have to talk to me. Okay? Whatever. But then, when Stardust was doing her stream, where she basically did a complete hatshit job against Kingston and totally defended and perpetuated Carissa and Hunter's narrative about this, Hunter, all of a sudden, was available to come on stream. He called in from, like, a hotel or something, I think, and was like, oh yeah, I'm on my phone, I'm out of town at the moment, you know. So it's like, okay, so you said you were going to come on my stream, then decided not to after watching my coverage for a couple of minutes, okay. You then didn't respond to my message asking to come on, which is fine, whatever, I don't really care that much, do what you want to do. But then you make this effort to go on Stardust stream. So what it presents to me is that he basically wants the Homelander interview, right? He wants to be able to go on a stream and just perpetuate his side of the argument and not actually engage with someone who's going to, like, meaningfully disagree or, you know, talk about some of the memes about this. That's my perception of it. So I don't know if it's like, oh, he's running scared. I hate that kind of cringe aspect. but he definitely doesn't want to speak to someone who's actually going to like challenge him on some of the claims that he's making about this. To be fair, it's probably a good move not coming on and getting devoured by chat. Yes, I said that to him. I said that to him when he asked about coming on stream. I said in the DMs, you're welcome to come on. But also, if you want to set up your own story, that's fine. I even said to fucking Carissa, you know, your best bet is to go and fucking do a stream or do a piece of content about this yourself rather than just going on to a random stream. You know, I'm a nice guy at the end of the day. I'm too nice, if anything. But I'm a nice guy. And I don't want people to like fuck themselves over just for the sake of my content, you know? But, you know, if someone wants to come on and talk, I'll obviously talk to them. But yeah, obviously, going onto a stream like that and fucking, you know, it's a stupid idea. It's a stupid fucking idea and it's a bad thing to do. But if someone wants to come on, then yeah, obviously I'll talk to them. I don't have a problem with that at all. But yeah, I feel like the way they've dealt with this has been so fucking terrible. And I don't understand why they've done it like patchwork responses and now Hunter's talking about it on a stream almost a week after the drama's largely died down. It's so stupid, man.
Sorry to hear about. Yeah, people are still okay. Whatever. We'll talk about this in a second. So
you're so obsessed. You're so obsessed. The same fucking guy that after he announced his divorce had a debate with someone about his divorce. He put a video out about his divorce. Earlier, he's now privated it. He put a video out where he debated someone who apparently was lusting after his wife at the time. You know, it's like this guy, and this is what's so frustrating is people are entitled to privacy. I agree with that. Okay? I think that people should have some level of privacy they're entitled to in certain aspects. But when this guy is not just like not just like having his fucking wife on stream, that's one thing. He is literally fucking making her front and center of the content that he's doing. And then to turn around and be like, oh, you guys are just obsessed with my fucking private life. Yeah, dude, because you've made it a fucking topic of conversation.
He also noted that I am an ape and I should go F myself.
I was afraid you'd walked out on us. Don't worry, I'm not your father. Owned. All right. It's probably as good as it's going to get. It's okay. So, first and foremost, if anybody wants to support the channel, your donations will be greatly appreciated. Niwam, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Daily poop update. Haven't pooped yet today. Also, I'm out of the country right now. The internet is crap, so I can't stay long. Understandable. I love you all the same. Thank you for the donation. Gay from MacBox, thanks for the $2. Hunter, it's time to come out of the closet, my friend. Okay, well, maybe you would like that, my friend, but I am very much not in the closet. I'm pretty content. I'm content in the closet, okay? That I Hypocrite video was saying some really bad stuff. Yeah, of course.
You know what? Okay, listen. I'm not like, obviously I don't agree with I Hypocrite. I think I Hypocrite fucking, you know, I Hypocrite has said some very, very mean things about me in the past. But his video was actually quite measured. Like for an I Hypocrite video. He was largely just laughing at all the fucking memes. But he did like a black block over the nude images, the badly censored images, because he said, oh yeah, this could be revenge porn potentially. So yeah, I Hypocrite was actually fairly measured in his response, I felt. And I think he even referenced them as like, look, this is their private affairs, but it's just kind of funny, so I'm going to talk about it, right?
Didn't you just come out of the closet? Is Hunter about to go nuclear? Probably, yeah.
Oh, no.
So, high-value men don't decorate their walls. True, yeah. Okay. So depending on who you ask, Hunter Avallone is either a cuck, a soy boy, he got divorced by his wife cheated on him to have a gangbang with 5 black guys. Basically, depending on who you ask, what's the deal with Hunter Avallone? You're probably going to hear a fuck ton of different explanations. You're going to hear a lot of different answers. And that's because right now, there are a lot of rumors going on, particularly rumors that are incredibly...
He also noted that I am an ape and I should go F myself.
Thank you very much. I'm probably going to have to mute that, though, while I am in the middle of doing this segment here. But the reason that people are clinging to these rumors to the extent that they are is because it's a very convenient rumor. The idea that like Hunter is too much of a cuck and can't please his wife, apparently is what the leaked messages said, which is not true. We'll get into that in a minute.
Oh my God.
Then that's a convenient narrative to believe. That supports.
Is he gonna do the, well, actually, I can please my wife. Actually, guys, I can actually please my wife. This is a false claim. Have you got a study that shows I'm not able to adequately please my wife?
Their view of me as already being the sort of soy boy cuck, right? So if I actually get cucked, that is a super convenient rumor to believe. So a lot of people did not care to think about the truth of the matter or really anything at all. They just kind of ran with it. So first and foremost, what happened? First of all, what happened?
I just want to say, I will admit my coverage was at times gratuitous, okay? I don't want to suck myself off too much in this, but I do feel that over time, I pieced together the fairest and most accurate narrative of exactly what had happened, right? I think there were certainly people that, like, just went in and they said things which aren't strictly true, like this gangbang piss orgy. Yes, it was after they agreed to split up. I still think it's funny to point out that it is literally very soon after they did, but whatever, that didn't actually happen whilst they were together. That's true. So that can't be used to say he's a cuck. But the thing is, from his end, regardless of what the true narrative is, okay, which you can find by checking out my coverage, you adjust on hiding to nothing, trying to argue about whether or not you're a cuck. That is just a bad path to go down. And I don't think that you can really get good gains from arguing with people endlessly about whether or not you're a cuck. And I think that either Hunter was a cuck or he was cheated on or something. Like, there's some L that's got to be taken somewhere. But because Hunter is so desperate to not take an L on any of it, he just ends up looking really stupid trying to argue against all of these points. It's great that he's on this stream and he's doing this and he's talking about this. Obviously, the problem is going to start if he starts to try and do red pill debates. You know, is he going to be in a position where he's able to kind of argue against red pillars without them just completely, you know, optically demolishing him by calling him a cuck endlessly?
What happened was this guy, Kingston Hawk, who is a Houston-based photographer, was doing some OnlyFans work with Carissa and me. That's right. I was fine with me and Carissa doing some OnlyFans stuff because she was going to keep it anonymous and I was also. And again, I see no reason why making money to also have sex with my wife at the time is anything other than a complete and total Chad move.
So stupid. Okay. Here's what's true. Here's what's true based on what I've seen, okay? And there are lots of different DMs and different screenshots that back this up. You know. The long story short is this, okay? What is true is that Carissa was speaking to this Kingston guy in order to get OnlyFans advice, okay? That's true. It's also true that there were discussions between Carissa and Kingston about how to get Hunter involved in the OnlyFans side of things. Yeah? There's a certain element of truth to that. But this idea that the interactions between Kingston and Carissa was solely in relation to OnlyFans is wrong. There are, you know, numerous screenshots that show that Carissa and Kingston were engaging in a very consensual sexting kind of conversation that didn't really seem to have any relevance to like an OnlyFans conversation. It seemed like she was wanting Kingston's BBC. And she was talking at length about how much she wanted to have his dick and how she wanted to ride him and stuff like this, okay? So this idea that it was just OnlyFans conversations is completely and totally fucking bullshit.
So I know there's going to be people that cope and seethe about that. That's not the problem, okay? And we will start by showing the first screenshot, which shows that Carissa did in fact ask my permission before doing anything with the OnlyFans or sending anything that was like a nude photo to this person for the business or anything in that regard. So.
Oh my God. Oh no. No, why is he using selective DMs to push this narrative? Husband for nude. Realistic, there's no room for being shy. Get all the way comfortable with being nude and knowing that no one's body is flawless. You are sexy and a ton of guys want to fuck you. Let that feed your ego and let that ego feed your ability to put on a show. Lol, sounds good to me. I do want to make sure Hunter is chill with it before sending nudes because we do try to be very honest with each other. And I'd rather him come around to the idea before showing much to anyone. He's not controlling at all, so I want to respect him enough to let him sit with the idea of other people seeing seeing my nudes. Haha. The problem with this is that the extent of the messages between Kingston and Carissa go far beyond any sort of nudes being sent for the purposes of, OnlyFans work. They were sexting each other, and she was sending nudes for the purposes of sexting with Kingston, not for like, oh, what do you think of this angle? Is this going to do well on OnlyFans? It was fucking sexting shit. Oh my God.
Go ahead and show this.
Oh no.
Still sounds like cope. Well, yeah, what's going to happen is people are going to say cope no matter what, because again, they want to believe
it is
this.
cope.
So
it is cope.
Here's Carissa saying, I do want to make sure Hunter is chill with it before sending nudes because we do try to be very honest with each other, and I'd rather him come around to the idea before showing much to anyone. He's not controlling it all, so I want to respect him enough to let him sit with the idea. So, okay. Clear as fucking day. Evidence right here that Carissa was respecting me and that I was involved with this.
Not really, is it? It's not really clear evidence that Carissa is respecting you because there's obviously other evidence that shows she wasn't fucking respecting you at all and the things she was saying to Kingston and the level she was going to with this pure sexting. And also, all this shows is that, she's claiming here to have had a conversation with you. Now, I think there could have been a conversation that occurred, right? But my guess, without seeing the conversation between Hunter and Carissa, is that Carissa played it up like, oh yeah, it's just for OnlyFans that we're going to be talking and I'm going to be sending news for OnlyFans stuff. But the actual meat and potatoes of the messages do not actually have anything to do with an OnlyFans situation. In fact, I don't know if Hunter goes into this later, but I think one of the things that he kind of copes with is acting like Carissa was coerced into having more sexual messages. Maybe he brings it up later, I'm not sure. Are these the messages? There's probably other ones that are more substantive, in fairness. I mean, these, to be fair, this is probably me being nice, to be honest with you. This is me being nice, showing these ones specifically. But you can see here the nature of their conversation, right? I'd also fuck my ex. He might last longer. I love your deviant side. Because then he lasted 2 pumps. In fairness, I think this is in reference to another ex, not Hunter. But if you look here, busting early, haha. I popped his cherry, so he didn't have much option, I guess. How long do you think you'd last? It's completely situational, but if I'm trying to impress, I won't let it happen for at least a while. These are probably the least salacious messages between the two of them that I could show you. But it's quite clear here that she is talking to Kingston about how long do you think I'd last? I.e., how long do you think you would last if you fucked me? Like, she at least, in these messages gave across the impression that she wanted to have sex with Kingston. And it wasn't just an OnlyFans thing. And she did, in fact, want to have some sort of physical relationship with them. So, it's just total cope to act like this is just an OnlyFans thing. It was just about the OnlyFans. It's totally and utterly fucking bullshit.
Okay, people that are saying cope, you're getting banned. And the reason for that is because, as I've said on Twitter, even if I say or lay out all the evidence, there are people that believe a certain thing about me. And so
yeah. That's going to help your case out, yeah. Ban the people that are saying cope. I'm sure that's going to help you a lot.
Going to continue to bring it up and continue to say I'm coping. Dude, this is sad. Why even humor this, Hunter? Because this has been like the top news cycle for the last fucking week, my dude. I have to talk about it. It's bullshit, but I have to talk about it. So we decided to do some OnlyFans stuff together. With my permission, absolutely fine with me. Everything was cool, okay? Now, the narrative is that Carissa left me to go do a gangbang with 5 black guys. Now, a lot of these messages come from after we had announced our divorce.
So, by the way, okay, I think that it's probably true that he was happy to do some OnlyFans stuff. I mean, he did the blowjob video, right? But he's using that as an overall excuse to the idea that he was comfortable with everything that happened between Carissa and Kingston. When if you look at the messages and the nature of them, they don't fit at all with what he's claiming to be fine with here. It's complete cope bullshit.
Do some OnlyFans stuff together. With my permission, absolutely fine with me. Everything was cool, okay? Now, the narrative is that Carissa left me to go do a gangbang with 5 black guys. Now, a lot of these messages come from after we had announced our divorce. Carissa like contemplating doing like some like crazy sex stuff, but at that point we were apart, and so I don't really care because she's not my partner at that point, and she's not my pet. I don't control her, and if we are separated and have both agreed to see other people, then she can do what she fucking wants to do, so long as it's not, you know, putting me or the kids at risk.
Okay, so I can actually fill this narrative in a bit better, okay? So what I believe is true, although Hunter announced the divorce, okay, on the 7th of June. So Hunter announced the divorce on Twitter on the 7th of June, okay? It is true that after that announcement was made, Carissa was talking to Kingston and speaking about trying to set up this gangbang. And what was actually being discussed was the idea that there was going to be a 6-man all-black gangbang. And she said that she was potentially comfortable with piss play, okay, as long as it didn't go, I believe, in her face. I think as long as it didn't go in her face or mouth, she was potentially comfortable with piss play, okay? Now, the problem with this is that whilst it's true those messages occurred after he announced the divorce, okay, he announced his divorce on the 7th of June, and she sent the messages to organize this gangbang thing on the 7th of June. So, I mean, take from that what you will, I guess. Take from that what you will, I guess. Now, here's another interesting element to this that I'm going to share on stream. For the first time ever, I'm going to share these messages, okay? When I was talking about this last week, Hunter's roommate, alleged roommate, came to my stream and said that he had more information that I needed to hear before I spoke about this again, okay? And he was actually pretty funny. We had some banter. It was fine. It was no big deal. He was like obviously finding some of the memes funny, but was obviously trying to help his mate out, okay? Now, he sent me some screenshots of some DMs between himself and Carissa, and he claims that these messages are from the 27th or the 28th of May, and he claims that they show the two of them had agreed to split back on the 27th or 28th of May, and then it was on the 7th of June that Hunter announced this divorce publicly, okay? So I'll show you the messages. I've censored them. You have to take my word for it, okay? My word is my bond. I've covered up the name and the picture because the picture contains, you know, Carissa with the kid, and I just don't want to show the name here just to be on the safe side, basically. But it is definitely Carissa's account that these messages are in relation to. And this here, I don't know what this was. It's not anything untoward. It was just like some Instagram video, but I don't know what it was, and I didn't want to. I'm just not putting it in there because it's completely irrelevant anyway. But it wasn't anything sexual or weird, just to be clear, okay? Anyway, so the blue messages are the alleged housemate, and these messages are from Carissa Bowl accounts, okay? So Carissa says, I talked to Hunter, and the housemate, Hunter's current housemate then, I believe, I wasn't expecting it to be that fast fuck, okay? She responds, it went well. I'm not sure exactly where we are going. Neither was I. It was sad, but I think he understood. And I think he's seeing where I'm coming from. He wants to find a place with you. I think deep down he probably understands better than he does on a more surface level. Lol, I'm more than down for that, in reference presumably to moving in together. So, I think, assuming the dates are correct, that he's claimed it is, obviously there's no dates to verify this here, I think what seems to be the case, based on what I can tell, is that in late May, after the DMs between Kingston and Carissa had happened, where they'd sexted, okay, that's an important thing to note, but nonetheless, I think that Hunter and Carissa had probably agreed to have some sort of separation or some sort of thing. Because obviously, you know, we're talking about Hunter moving out. That suggests that some sort of separation, maybe to see how things go, okay? And I think that when Hunter announced his divorce on the 7th, I think that was genuinely a shock to Carissa, because I think the two of them had agreed to have some sort of separation, not like a full-blown divorce or something like that, right? So that then led Carissa to, you know, freak out about it. And the claim that's made about this piss orgy gangbang thing is that she was doing that in order to generate money to help Hunter move out of the place and get the money for like a deposit or something like that. I think that's the claim that's made on top of that. So, you know, to me, I don't really, you know, that's the claim that's made. It's a bit suspicious now that he's got this place seemingly without this money. So it's like, did she really need the money that badly if Hunter's now in this new place and he seems to be doing okay? I don't know. That seems a bit weird to me. But anyway, you know, I don't want to if I can delve too much into that. Obviously, some of this is a conjecture based on some of the information. But at the very least, I think that we can say that they'd agreed to some semblance of separation, which involved Hunter moving out at the end of May. You know, I'm talking 27th, 28th, 29th of May. And then the 7th is when Hunter decides to publicly announce it, even though they haven't agreed to do so. Okay? So, yeah. These are all lies. What bit is lies? What do you mean? Anyway, I just wanted to give you that little bit of extra insight that I've had shared with me. I felt that was kind of relevant just to bring that up.
So that was
okay.
fine. That's what a lot of people are getting at, though, this whole, like, Carissa left you for this other thing. But this is just not true. And I have a text message screenshot here from August 30th, 2022. And basically showing, this is my friend texting me, doing all right. And I
Wait, what? I mean, I don't deny or disagree that the two of them had like issues and we're talking about their marriage for a long time. I don't really know what a message from August 2022 is going to fucking prove, but let's have a look and see.
responded, no, Carissa and I are probably separating. Again, in August 30th, we talked it over, things are okay. I don't want to split the family up. I love them.
Wait,
Carissa and I are probably
what's this?
separating.
Doing all right. No, Carissa and I are probably separating. Okay. Oh, bro, no. What's going on? Talk to your bro. I'm here for you. Can you call? Yesterday I had a panic attack because of the moving stuff and I've definitely acted badly. Today, though, I've been with the kids all morning. We've had breakfast, cleaned up together, hung out and watched a movie. While Carissa slept because she was up with William. Oh, no. Listen, I'm not... I don't... Okay, I think Hunter skipping over this is probably a bad idea because I'm willing, listen, because I'm willing to like think the best of this, okay? Like, I don't, yeah, I mean, it could be it's probably one of the kids, right? Like, that's my view on it. But obviously, other people are going to look at this and go, oh, who's William? Who's William? So I think Hunter's probably skipping over this because some of this is like a bit embarrassing for him, which I do understand. But from his perspective, his best bet is to either cut it off or at the very least to speak on all of it so there's no doubt about exactly what it is that this message is saying. But unfortunately, he's going to leave doubt that people are going to fill gaps with insane conjecture. I think he should have just explained this in more detail, but anyway. She needed a sleep. Now both kids are out while they watch TV. I was on Twitter for the last 45 minutes, and I kid you fucking not, Carissa goes, I feel like your version of vacation is just sitting on Twitter and putting the kids in front of the TV. Because I didn't drop everything to make her lunch immediately. Fuck her. I mean, I kind of see where she's coming from with that, to be honest with you. I kind of see where she's coming from with that. Obviously, you know, it can be annoying if your partner is endlessly just on their phone when the kids are about and stuff, you know? You do need to make an effort to, like, put your fucking electronic shit away and try and engage with the kids. But yeah. Anyway.
Again, in August 30th, we talked it over, things are okay. I don't want to split the family up. I love them. We're going to try to do marriage counseling. The idea of separation amongst me and my wife has been something we had been discussing mutually.
We talked it over, things are okay now. Lol, a lot of what I said was just me being angry, but I expressed my feelings to Carissa and both agreed to try harder. I don't want to split the family up. I love them all too much. We're going to get a marriage counsellor. Okay, good. You want my honest opinion, or should I leave it there? Lol, I already know what you think, but for the family is the best thing for everyone right now. No. For right now, absolutely. I think you should stay together for the kids' sake, but I really don't see her changing long term. I don't mean to discourage or bring down. I think staying. So this person obviously is saying that they think they should split up.
For over a year now, the notion that I was left for some other guy or some gangbang or got cheated on or anything of the sort is false. And these text messages right here demonstrate just that. The separation did not come because of anything to do with the OnlyFans thing. We had already been talking about separating. Tuesday.
So, okay, I mean, that could be true. That could be true that like they've been talking about separating for a little while, but it's, I guess for me, what I find kind of unusual is if you've been talking about separating for so long, doesn't it seem extremely unusual that now it's happened, and it just so happens to have been within the weeks that Carissa was like pushing the OnlyFans kind of idea more, and she was talking to Kingston, and she was sexting with Kingston. Like, it just seems to me like even if that's true, it could still be an instigating factor. But at the end of the day, you know, I don't have hard proof that that is the reason. I just don't really believe this idea or this argument of like, well, we've been talking for separating for ages, so, you know, it's nothing to do with the fact that in the weeks before I announced it, she was sexting with this big black guy called Kingston. Do you know what I mean?
August 30th, 2022, doing all right. Carissa and I are probably separating. We'd already been talking about it then. So that's that. And so I'm trying to think like
also, God, I don't personally care about the trad shit. That's, you know, immaterial to me. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not like a trad red pill guy. But if that's true, that you were having these marriage issues and you were thinking about separating, I honestly don't know if you should be going around. I mean, it just makes it worse, the fact that he was going around flexing about having this trad marriage. And listen, look, I know I've got viewers that do care about the trad stuff, and that's fine. I'm not, you know, it's, you know, a difference of opinion, right? Like, I'm not into the trad red pill shit like some of you guys are, okay? But what I'm trying to get across is like, I can understand where if I was a trad red pill guy myself, I would look at that and I'd be like, hang on a minute, you've been fucking arguing with me or other people that think what I think, and you've been using your marriage as this crutch in debates to make this point that you're living the trad lifestyle. But actually, it's anything but that, you know? Actually, you haven't been living the trad lifestyle if you've had these marriage problems and have talked about splitting and stuff like that. And also, you know, it just makes it even more hollow and shallow that he's used it as a dunking talking point, right?
Happened here. I mean, of course, the whole rumor that like I got cucked is just false, considering the fact that nobody cheated on anybody. Some of the leaked messages that were a little bit hurtful, some of the things Carissa was saying about me, I'm not going to lie, but a lot of that's also just kind of private stuff. At the end of the day, nobody cheated on anybody and nobody was left for another person. And if that were the
Okay, so he's had a nibble on an L there, but hasn't really bitten down hard. Who is the trad demographic in your audience? What the fuck, Lamau? News to me. I've definitely got some red pill types in my audience because I cover drama and shit, right? Like, they don't watch me because they agree with my views. They watch me because I cover stuff they like to watch or something, I guess. Trad incels. The trad incels in my audience. Okay, so he's talking about the hurtful stuff. Fine. Again, you know, I don't want to fucking listen. I don't want to go over all the fucking DMs again. Okay, I think I've shown enough, and you've seen enough, and you've heard enough about this. Okay, that I think it's pretty clear that the nature of the messages between Kingston and Carissa go beyond just like hurtful personal shit said about Hunter. I think it's pretty evident that they were sexting, and that goes beyond the agreement that you seemingly had about the OnlyFans stuff. If I was in Hunter's position, me personally, I would see that as cheating. I would see that as him as Carissa having cheated. If he wants to cope, so be it. But I think that a lot of people are going to look at that and at least going to see cheating.
The case, then me and Carissa would not have remained amicable to this point either. So basically, a bunch of these text messages are leaking everywhere. People are claiming that I got cucked. Again, I mean, I hate to be the like actually guy, but like we want to look at the fucking definition of the word, nobody was cucked. Nobody got cheated on. Nobody watched their partner get fucked. Nobody allowed their partner to get fucked. Nobody did it for their own pleasure. None of that happened. And I noticed even the other day, what Sneeko was making fun of me now? The guy that actually witnessed the girl that he said he loved getting fucked by another guy, the guy who is by definition a cuck, is trying.
Yeah. I mean, you have, what is this? Yeah, you have taken the piss out of Sneeko loads. Is there any surprise that he's going to do the same in return? What? Yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, I think we all know that Sneeko isn't someone that is particularly concerned with fucking facts, okay? I don't think Sneeko is particularly fucking concerned with facts at the best of times when it comes to actual serious topics. I don't think he's going to look up the dictionary definition of cuck before he starts taking the piss out of you, because you have endlessly taken the piss out of him. Obviously he's going to fucking rip you for this.
Trying to make fun of me because Carissa sent some flirtatious messages to somebody, and that's it. We had a boundary. It was no physical contact with other men. All the OnlyFans stuff that leaked, I'm the only fucking guy in that content, I'm the only man in any of those videos, okay, motherfucker?
Oh,
so that was
God,
the boundary,
so
and that boundary was respected throughout the duration of our marriage. But Sneeko actually was in love with a girl who he watched get fucked by another guy, and he's over here to try to make fun of me, calling me a cock.
By the way, I don't want to sort of dwell on this too much, because it is, okay, I'll just say it. Whilst it's true that there wasn't any physical contact that occurred with another man, I think going and looking at those DMs between Carissa and Kingston, it's pretty clear that she was at the very least floating the idea of them having a physical interaction with each other and talking about it and sexting about it, I personally think that Carissa, someone who seemingly doesn't have this kind of history of like degenerate sexual activity and behavior, I think that talking about it was like, oh, it sounded nice. And then when push came to shove and the flights were booked for her to go and see Kingston and allegedly do a scene with the girlfriend, which, by the way, is total fucking bullshit cope, okay? I've seen messages that suggest to me that it wasn't just about going to do a scene with a girlfriend. That was the cover for like what was actually going to happen, which is this discussion that they'd had about Carissa like sleeping with guys when she went down there. But anyway, nonetheless, putting that to one side, okay? I think that the reality of it is that, she was excited by the idea of it, okay? But when push came to shove and it was the actual reality of going and doing it, she kind of freaked out and was like, oh, fuck. And that's why she ended up cancelling it and not going down there. Because, you've got to think, if you're someone who doesn't have those kind of experiences, it sounds like great to do it if you're in like a sort of, that situation. But then the reality of it can kind of freak you out. And that's why you then end up going, oh, shit, I'm not going to do it, So I think that whilst it's true, there wasn't anything actually physical that happened. I think that, Carissa was planning to make something physical, but just couldn't go through with it because it was kind of like the reality of it was like, oh no, I don't want to do that. If that makes sense.
It's like, homeboy, you're in no position to talk. It's mad projection. So as far as the like private hurtful nature of some of the messages, that's about all there really was. Like I said, nobody was cheated on and nobody was left for another person. And so all the like your wife left you to go get gangbanged and shit is just bullshit. It's just crap. It's just real. So let's go on some more screenshots now also. The funniest rumor that's been going around is the one that, let's see, I am not able to satisfy my wife in bed and that I'm a two-pump chump. You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. The two-pump chump. That's me, okay? I've gone from the guy you love to hate to the two-pump chump. Apparently that's me. I had no idea. This was, of course, news to me as I was hearing that my wife said that I was inadequate, didn't satisfy her, and was a two-pump chump. It's very, very strange
Thank you for the super chat.
But then I saw somebody post the screenshot. So this is my guess. Is
this? Yeah, I think there was a two pump chump message, but that was in relation to her ex, not to Hunter. In fairness, but again, look, as much as I can look at this and go, okay, yeah, like I don't think the two pump chump thing was necessarily in relation to him. She did say other things about him that were totally shitty. Why are you like trying to debunk this? It's just such it's so cringe to be like, oh, actually, I think you'll find I can satisfy my wife in bed. It is like literally such an optical fucking L to try and fucking debunk that you can fucking not satisfy your wife.
I don't know who made a video initially, but this is my guess. 2 pump more than me. Yeah, some people, listen, I'm not a 2 pump chump. Okay, I'm a 3 pump chump. Let's be nice, okay? But
Thank you for the
seriously,
super
I have a
chat.
feeling this is what's been circulating, this screenshot. He lasted 2 pumps. I popped his chair because people are saying too, like, oh, so your wife took your virginity and then she left you? Let me guess. Did anybody see the video where it was cut like this? That's probably my guess, right? Well, let's zoom out a little bit. Oh, that's right. People are lying.
Oh no. Why is he doing this? Why is he doing this? He is showing that screenshot I showed earlier, to be fair. I wonder if he's going to address the fact that she's talking about how long do you think I'd last at the bottom here. Probably not.
She says,
we'll see.
If this was a hypothetical, like what would like a hypothetical thing look like? She mentioned fucking her ex to see if he's as good as she remembered and that he was only a 2 pump chump. So she wasn't even talking about me. She was talking about her ex, who I already knew was a 2 pump chump, who I also would joke about with her. About him being the 2 pump chump, the Minuteman.
Oh no.
So
what?
people
Hunter,
are spreading this,
no.
apparently. Apparently, guys, hear it here, okay? I'm the 2 pump chump, but actually I'm not because she's talking about her fucking ex-boyfriend here, not me.
No.
So, another fail.
Actually, the 2 pump chump was in relation to the ex. I'm not a 2 pump chump. Let it be shown that the lies about me have now been debunked.
Are you surprised when you found out she wanted to get gangbanged and peed on? Anytime she expressed legitimate interest in that was after our relationship had ended, so I don't care.
Okay, why lie like that though? Why lie? If I found out that my ex, the day that I'd announced our fucking divorce, not that we were married, but you know, if like I'd, you know, the day after or in the weeks after we'd arranged to split, if she was trying to set up all black gangbang piss orgies, I would have a feeling about it. Yeah, I wouldn't be like, I don't care. I'd be like, that sounds fucking insane and gross. What the that's crazy. Why is she doing that? I would be deeply upset and disappointed, especially when I realise we've got kids as well. The thing is like, okay, I'd be upset if my ex was on a date with someone else after 2 weeks, after we'd been together for years. Because I would kind of feel like, whilst I'm not like trying to fucking control my ex, it's like a quick fucking turnaround to move on, isn't it? 2 weeks, what the fuck? But like, setting something up that extreme is a whole other level, and yeah, I would have feelings about it. I don't know how, it just feels like a complete lie to act like, oh yeah, I don't care. Don't care at all. No, that's just a lie, just be honest. Why not just say, yeah, it's obviously shitty that she was trying to do some insane sex acts after we split up.
Hunter, I don't think this is the flex you believe. Okay, well, yeah, whatever. I mean, like I said, some of the messages are still a little bit hurtful and whatnot, and there's definitely things that I wish he hadn't said. But, like, at the end of the day, no one was insulting me or my performance in bed. So, cope.
She may have been trying to set up a 6-man all-black no-turn-down piss gangbang orgy, but at least she wasn't saying that I was bad in bed at the time. Dude, what is this code, man? It's wild. Oh,
and then I want to
boy.
talk a little bit about the actual Kingston guy.
Here we go.
You'd be her ex at that point too, no? No. So Kingston Hawk, like I said, he works in the OnlyFans industry, and originally he was helping Carissa, and like kind of coaching her a little bit with stuff, which was, it seemed like legitimate. I mean, you can see from screenshots here at least. Oops, hold on.
Oh no, why did he show his email box, man? Why did he show his email box? No! Listen, guys, I'm not gonna look at it, okay? I'm gonna do the decent thing, alright? Fuck. Apparently people have already seen some pretty insane shit in there.
Whatever. This was, so Kingston Hawk was a guy that was helping Carissa for a little bit with the OnlyFans stuff. Again, with my knowledge, and I was fine with it. And so basically Carissa like stopped responding to him for a little bit, and he no joke got butthurt and dropped a video leaking all of her anonymous OnlyFans stuff. And what he did is he leaked
the anonymous OnlyFans stuff, which had her face on, by the way. But anyway, I agree that the video was excessive in its scope, and it was, you know, unnecessary to do the video. It was just this idea that there was some shit talker behind the scenes. She'd ghosted him, so he was freaking out about that as well. But certainly, yeah, unnecessary to release the video.
Photos that he barely blurred on YouTube, mind you, showing nude photos of Carissa. And then what was worse is what was supposed to be an anonymous thing, he attached her legal name to it. So by definition, that is revenge porn. because you have taken photos of somebody in a compromising position, and those photos were sent and acquired by, or they were sent by a person who had what is legally known as a reasonable expectation of privacy. She had a reasonable expectation of privacy, especially because she was there anonymous. There was the anonymous factor. Your ex-wife posted her nudes on Twitter. It was under the anonymous factor. By linking...
Oh, God. This is so bad. Under the anonymous factor. I mean, yeah, it wasn't the same name, but a fucking face was in it. Like, how can you claim anonymity when your face is in it? How do you think people get fucking doxxed and found out and all this stuff? It's because of their face. It's because the face is the easiest thing to go, oh, look, they look the same. Oh, my God. So stupid, man.
It to the legal name, that is where the law was broken. Did the original video get taken down? He did absolutely take the video down. He admitted that it was a misunderstanding, and I am now taking this and escalating it to law enforcement. This is abso-fucking-lutely revenge porn. People are coping hard saying, oh, what, is it just that they didn't pay her for the OnlyFans stuff? Some of these photos were sent just to them, just to that guy, because he was helping her with the OnlyFans stuff, and then he leaked it in order to malign her and attack her, and also throw me under the bus also. He did so with malicious intent, leaked photos that were completely revealing, absolutely over the line for YouTube. The blur was like 1% blurred. It was a complete fucking joke. And then he attached her legal name to it. All of this is revenge porn by definition. I have read Houston law. I have read the law here where I live. It is fucking revenge porn.
So, you know, the thing is like, I think that I said from the start that it could legally be revenge porn, certainly. It could be legally considered revenge porn. But I don't think that Kingston's intent is quite as malicious as Hunter is making out here, okay? Certainly, releasing the video was unnecessary. The excessiveness that we released was unnecessary, sure, yes. However, I think that Kingston, and I don't think it was a rational thing to do, but he did definitely have some fear that his name was being maligned somehow or somewhere. And you need to remember as well in this that Carissa had booked flights to go to Texas to see Kingston, to do OnlyFans stuff with a woman. Also, my understanding is to also have, you know, physical interactions with other men too. But nonetheless, put that to one side. And then, so Kingston's perspective is she's coming down, right? And then out of nowhere, for his perspective, she cancels the flights and ghosts him. So he's kind of sat there like, well, what the fuck's going on there? He then gets wind, allegedly, that behind the scenes there's some sort of shit talking going on about him. I don't know what he actually thought was going to happen. I think the idea that they were going to come out and do something publicly about Kingston is probably a bit silly, because why would they want to bring more attention to it? But what was funny about it is that when Kingston released his video, when Carissa came out with her statement, she instantaneously tried to perpetuate this narrative that Kingston was coercive with her, and that she was just complying with what he wanted to get the OnlyFans advice, even though the messages do not in any way line up with that narrative whatsoever. So I just always thought it was quite funny that Kingston, in releasing the video, Carissa responded, which obviously happened after the video was released, but the narrative she perpetuated was like something that if you heard behind the scenes, you'd probably think, what the fuck, they're trying to call me a fucking sex pest. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know how planned that was or how thought through that was, but I just, it feels like Carissa, put down a narrative which now Hunter is still using to try and malign Kingston. And whilst I think there's definitely things that are relevant criticisms of Kingston, like releasing the video, like not blurring the images and stuff like that, the extensiveness of the information he released, definitely criticisms there. This narrative that he's this malicious revenge pornographer that just released it in response because he was upset about getting ghosted, to me, just doesn't line up with everything that I've looked at with this particular story.
So, right here, this little USB drive with all of the evidence saved on it, including the fucking doxing and revenge porn that I'm going to be giving to the police here in just actually another little while, actually. So it was absolutely against the law. So he's completely fucked in that regard. But for some reason, people believed the guy that broke the law and said the video was a misunderstanding and even took down his own video. But yet for some reason, when he said, I got cucked by 5 black guys, that's the truth.
So he's also misrepresenting the misunderstanding aspect of it, okay? Kingston took down the video, not because he was like retracting the claims that he made in the video. What he said was like a misunderstanding. That was in reference to his misunderstanding about the circumstances behind the scenes that led to him releasing the video. I don't think he's ever said that what he claimed in the video and the evidence that he showed was like he backed down from that story. It was just that he said that it was a misunderstanding about the circumstances that made him feel like he had to release the video in the first place, if that makes sense.
That's what actually happened. You see this serial liar, everybody, who has now been exposed for lying and being nothing but a slimy scumfuck? He's telling the truth about this one thing, right? Because that rumor's so convenient to believe if you dislike me.
But wait, hang on a minute. It is, wait, but there's evidence that it's true that you're, you know, it's true that Carissa did reach out for the gangbang situation. I don't really understand what this narrative is otherwise. I've got these messages here, which is Carissa setting it up, or asking to set it up, on Wednesday the 7th of June.
The guy who isn't a C is sending a USB of
This
his
is obviously her side of it.
nudes to the cops.
Hey, I spoke to him and he's sending the money in increments like you thought he would. He sent 2,000 tonight through Western Union. He wants to do 6 black guys outside. He's sending 7,000 plus money for travel. Like, you know, you can say that the timeline means that you weren't cucked, sure, but the fact that she was, you know, asking for advice and guidance and trying to set it up in some way is true. Yes, it's real. Yes, it does. Yes.
So, furthermore, this Kingston guy is bad news. He's a bad person. Additionally, with him breaking the law and doxing her and posting pornographic images of her, linking it to her legal name and posting revenge porn, additionally to violating TOS, YouTube TOS and whatnot. He also was just a complete scumfuck towards Carissa. Again, there were some things that Carissa said that I don't really like and I feel a little bit hurt by, but none of it was ever like nothing ever escalated to like physical cheating or anything. There were just like a couple messages that I'm kind of like, I feel like you should have been a little more upfront with that. That's a little uncool. But that's it. There was nobody that was like cheated on or anything. But this guy was also a coercive piece of shit. He was manipulative, he was nasty, and he knew all of this private info now about Carissa, and he definitely had her in a position where she felt like she couldn't, as easily as she wanted to, say no to this guy. And I'm sorry, you've heard 2020.
Okay, now I'm gonna have to take a big issue with that. Okay, that is complete bullshit, and he's trying to perpetuate this narrative that Kingston is some sort of sex pest or coercive guy.
Hindsight's 2020, right? Well, we see the type of manipulative scumfuck that this guy was. Because as soon as she stopped responding to him because he started making her uncomfortable, he leaked all of her shit. He's a coercive piece of shit, and his actions thus far have proven it. Stop coping, dude. Just
This is giga cope, man. This is absolute fucking giga cope right now. Let's play a game. Let's play a little game, shall we? Who wants to play a game? Very convenient, isn't it? Very convenient that the original video from Kingston has been taken down. So the record of those messages... are not present anymore. Very convenient indeed, isn't it? However, I've got a copy here. However, I've got a copy here, and you guessed it, the nudes have been blacked out. So, you know, like, you know, in all seriousness, you know, whatever the cuck stuff, whatever, you know, I think he's painting an incorrect narrative. I'm just trying to, it's not that big a deal to me. It's not that big a deal to me. Okay. However, what I do take issue with is the way he's trying to paint Kingston as being coercive, when if you look at the actual information and the messages, we'll do it together. We'll do it together, okay? If we're going to continue to try and paint this narrative that Kingston was fucking being coercive with her, let's see if we can spot the coercion, shall we? Let's see if we can spot the coercion in these messages. So this video has thankfully been censored and exists now thanks to Bug Squander, a valued A-logger in my community. Okay. Let's have a little look and see if we can spot the coercion together, shall we? Help me out here, guys. Help me out here, guys. Can you spot the coercion? Let's have a look. You crop your face too much. That's the hottest part. Better. Much better. You're much more sexy when I'm getting confident vibes off you. Thank you. I like how forward you are with me. Oh, interesting. Let's continue.
Although entertaining.
I appreciate that. New topic. It's sexy. Yes, sir. Any coercion yet? Can anyone see any coercion? You know, is Carissa fucking locked into a fucking conversation with this guy? She can't possibly stop sexting like this. Like, what? Where is the fucking coercion? Tell me what sex would look like if you had complete freedom to do and try whatever you want to do. No pandering, give me your honest answer. I think I would start with fucking you. I know you would be kind, but also give constructive criticism.
Industry, let's be clear, for like 15 years.
So then she talks about, you know, other people she's fucking. And then, so look at this conversation trail here. Look at this. You're more interested in fucking particular people than doing particular things. Yeah, at first I think. I've only fucked one very small category of people, guys who have grown up incredibly conservative and Christian, and a girl with some the same background. I want some atheist dick, lol. I also want to do a cream pie gangbang. That's insanely hot to me. Can anyone point to me the coercion that occurred that led to Carissa saying this in this conversation chain? What coercion exactly occurred that she felt the need to volunteer, seemingly out of nowhere, that she wanted to do this kind of like, you know, insane sex act? Where's the coercion? It's such fucking cope.
So that's something that she was really interested in.
And then that's the messages we've seen. Popping the cherry. How long do you think you last?
And, you know, her ears perked up. It also led...
It's completely situational, but if I'm trying to impress, I won't let it happen for at least a while. Just keep thinking about grandma. Girls respect you better when you can please them better. Really, you respect me even more than you do already when I make you come. To know that I have that much power over your body, that I can get to a place you've barely ever been, that would be difficult too. That's exactly why it will register as so significant to you when it happens. The other thing, and actually Ginger pointed this out on the panel the other day, the other aspect of their conversation was very clearly this kind of dom-sub dynamic, okay? So I think that what is being referred to at times as coercion is actually an aspect of their relationship that they had, of this dom-sub dynamic that she was clearly engaging in. I like how forward you are. Yes, sir. These are signs of a woman that is willingly engaging with someone who is being dominant with them.
Us kind of, you know, talking sexual with each other. Like, you know, she was saying,
what would you do to me? She's asking him to sext. What would you do to me? That is her saying, sext with me. Tell me gratuitous details about what you do to me. She is asking for it. Literally asking for it here. Not a fucking, you know, rape joke. She is fucking asking for sexting with him. Where's the fucking coercion in any of these fucking messages? I love your dick. I want it in me so fucking badly. Would you want me on top riding you?
You know, how do you feel about this? Do I look good enough to have OnlyFans? That type of
Slow and steady. God, would you? It'd be so tight to try and fit inside.
shit. I'm just...
He's not even asked. He's not even fucking asking or putting any pressure on her to send nudes. And she is sending nudes. She's just sending nudes to him. What's the coercion? Where can anyone point it to me? Can anyone point me to where the coercion is here? I'm not seeing it myself, personally. I'm going to be honest with you. I think when women are volunteering up that they want to get cream pie gangbanged out of nowhere, okay, I've got to be real with you. I'm not sure if that's a coercion thing. I don't even want to read these, okay? There's too much. But do you see what I mean? Have I made my point? You can see quite clearly here what's happening.
kind of coaching her. And we talking all sexual and shit, you know. She bought tickets where she was supposed to fly out actually this week, you know, to Houston, you know, so we can make it physical.
You were the perfect pretty little white girl. That's so hot. I feel like if I keep you close to me and get you great at learning how to game men, you're, could make us both millionaires. And if you want to fly under the radar better, the way to do it is also by finding you a rotation of sugar daddies to maintain. Really, that would be pretty incredible.
Well, I got a message. Somebody I ain't never seen before. Somebody just messaged me and told me, hey, somebody from that side.
Okay, anyway, I think I've made my point. The coercion narrative is something that's being perpetuated by Carissa and Hunter to try and malign an innocent black pimp dude, okay? Who's, well, I say innocent. Releasing the video was wrong. The excessiveness he released it was wrong. The fact he didn't adequately cover up the nudes was wrong, okay? That is what he's done wrong. But this idea that he was a sex pest or was coercive with her is total bullshit. She was a willing participant in what was happening.
Just because it's not physical doesn't mean it's not cheating. I agree, but it wasn't like an emotional like cheating thing. It was like she more or less felt kind of pressured and did stuff that I think she later felt guilty about as far as sending a couple messages. But no, I'm not saying it's not cheating, but the narrative that I got cucked or something is completely fucking false. So first, you can see here, let me load this up, that on May 17th, Kingston is talking about a photo shoot, and she was asking if she could bring me along. And he said, I don't mind him coming, but he doesn't have to. I'm not going to try to fuck you. When I'm in business mode, I want to get as much work done as possible. So he's trying really hard to like come off as like the very, friendly, nice guy. You can.
So here's the thing. Those messages from the 17th of the 5th, those messages I showed from the 24th, clearly there was an escalation in their conversation where they were talking about having sex with each other afterwards. At this point, it was a little bit more, about the OnlyFans stuff. I still think there's quite a strong theme of them having a sexual interest in each other at this point. But nonetheless, regardless of anything else, this doesn't explain the messages on the 24th.
And trust me, Well, fucking 2 days later, May 23rd, he completely backtracks on what he said. He says, even with you, our first convo went so well, and I liked your personality so much. I was giving way too much. And you can tell Chris is like, thank you, I think, okay? And he's like, it's a...
Oh my god, it's a total fucking hatchet job on Kingston again, not showing the messages later where she is willingly engaging in the sex thing. This is insane.
Compliment. You're a likable girl. If I was a square, I'd be trying to date you. You're the type
Oh
I
my
could see being a
god. I literally just showed the messages the day after this where they're literally fucking sexting with each other. But he's trying to show these messages to act like fuck. Like clearly this conversation led to an escalation, which then led to Carissa and Kingston having a both way willing sexual interaction, sexting.
girlfriend. So 3 days after you tell her you're not going to try to fuck her, don't worry, you're just keeping this professional, you then switch up and start flirting with her hardcore? Like, this guy is a scummy piece of shit. He is absolutely a scumbag, dude. He's a total piece of shit. It's hilarious. And then let's see. You can also see that multiple times Carissa was bringing me up to further say, can you stop flirting with me? Because this is making me uncomfortable, bro.
Oh my god, it's such fucking bullshit. It's such bullshit. He's just fucking lying at this point. He's just fucking lying to cover for his own embarrassment about this. This is wild.
And then he starts going full-blown manipulation mode. He says, I just hate feeling that you process every sexual decision
This is
through
total
will anger my
bullshit.
husband. I know that's how you're taught to operate, but from my perspective, it makes me feel like you're not an individual human. Like I'm somehow flirting with Hunter instead of you.
Oh, he's doing the sword
So
voice.
he's supposed to be just advising her with the OnlyFans stuff. He has connections to other OnlyFans models. This is not just some random guy talking a big game. He actually had connections, and it was obvious that he knew what he was doing. He says he's going to keep everything professional, switches on a dime, decides to say, actually, you know, I could see you being a great girlfriend, and now is trying to gaslight her into thinking that she's been taught to just accept that Hunter's in charge. The fuck? He is
This
such
is
a
such a
manipulative,
fucking
subhuman
L,
piece
man.
of garbage. Yeah, some of the messages Carissa sent to the guy do.
Oh yeah, he manipulated her into having a completely willing backwards and forwards sexting conversation. She had no choice but to send pictures of her asshole saying, I'm a bit tight, you wouldn't be able to fit in. Yeah, I'm sure that sounds fucking legit, doesn't it? What
Do you
the
think
fuck?
we're flirty? And also definitely are a little bit hurtful. But at the same time, when I see stuff like this, I'm like, I think that there were definitely better ways she could have handled it. But on the flip side, the narrative that like she was just
way she could have handled it. Yeah, like not fucking sexting the guy if it was apparently being this super master manipulator guy. What? Why didn't you just say, oh no, I don't want to talk to you anymore?
flirting with other guys because Hunter was just so fucking lame. It's bullshit. The guy was getting more and more coercive and more manipulative. And I got to a point where it was like, the guy is bad news. And it's obvious because of the way that he reacted when she finally did cut him off. So there's him being a super manipulative piece of shit. He was also the one who was much more encouraging Carissa to do stuff without talking to me. It was very much, she was being respectful towards me and my awareness of everything. See, but look, even this one. So here you can see that he's giving advice. I'll walk you through everything, show the right way, you know, eventually connect you with one of my girls that's very successful. And then he brings up me, because I guess in an earlier message he mentioned running it by me, probably. He says, yeah, I'd expect you to run a decision like this by him. My advice is to just dabble a bit first. Make sure it's for you and then run it by him. And he's like, just send me nudes. Like, what the fuck? This can be her career choice. I don't even care. But like, right off the start, this guy is a walking red flag. He is a manipulative simp. He is a...
I mean, listen, he's calling him a simp. Oh my God, Hunter. This is the biggest fucking L I've ever seen. What an absolutely fucking abortion of a fucking stream this has been. Why? He's messing with the bull. He's going to get the horns, I'm telling you.
A piece of shit. He's an insecure beta. And what happened is he's pissy because my now ex-wife left him on red. So he decided to leak all this stuff and break the law.
Left him on red. That's so dishonest. No, she had a very fucking willing sexting conversation with him. Had spoken about meeting up to sleep with his girlfriend, which developed to sleeping with him and others. Okay. Right? She booked flights to go down there and then cut him off. And funnily enough, I think her cutting him off did contribute into releasing the video. Not because he was a maligned simp, right? But because he was like, what the fuck is going to happen now? She's just cut me off out of nowhere. Oh my God, man. It is such cope from Hunter. Unreal.
It's so fucking cringe. Now, me and Carissa don't see eye to eye on stuff, on everything. And also, we have been 100, I've been a little bit, we've been in some fights for sure, because I have said, from the very start, I said, don't talk to this guy. He's not to be trusted. He's a piece of shit. And she didn't listen to me. And that...
Wait, hang on a second. Remember Stardust stream? Hunter was looped in. Have we got Stardust stream where it says Hunter was looped in at the top? Yeah. That sounds legit, doesn't it? You can't have it both ways. You can't be totally cool and comfortable with it and then kick off because she's messaging this guy that is obviously a sleazy dude.
This is blown up in everybody's faces now. So it's just like, what the fuck? So there has been some stuff like we don't see eye to eye on. I'm
also,
not over here like, because people are...
Also, if that's the case, why are you not more angry at Carissa for this? Like, I appreciate the guy releasing the video shouldn't have done that. But like, this is what frustrates me about this whole thing is... Carissa is responsible for this. Carissa is the one that's also contributed to this. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, what about her actions? Oh, man.
Also trying to say that I'm simping for my ex-wife. Like, no, I'm just trying not to, like, unnecessarily throw people under the bus. But, like, yeah, she should have listened to me and not trusted this guy for even a fucking second. And had she listened to me, then we wouldn't be in this situation. Yeah, like, that's a little disappointing. But, like, guess we got to learn it the hard way. Sometimes I can be right. But yeah, this drama just got super blown out of proportion. Your ex doesn't love you, get over it. Even if she doesn't, that's fine. We're not together anymore. Yeah, she's my ex for a reason. Like, but at the end of the day, the whole narrative that like I was left for a gangbang is not true, as we have screenshots now demonstrating separation and divorce was clearly being considered months back in August of 2022. Long before any of this happened. We now have the evidence showing that any rumors that I'm the two-pump chump is actually bullshit and has been misleadingly edited. We have the evidence showing that Carissa was respecting my involvement in the OnlyFans thing. We also have the evidence showing that Kingston is a manipulative, simpy scumfuck who tries to weaponize his professionalism with this OnlyFans business to then take advantage of girls who might actually have a good chance in doing OnlyFans business stuff. He takes advantage of sex workers, and it's disgusting. He is a bad person. He broke the law, and yet for some reason, because he is spreading rumors that are very convenient for a lot of people that don't like me, all of his dishonesty is gone out the window, and instead, it's just this blind, we are just going to listen to this serial liar, because at least the lies he's
So, okay, do you notice their narrative being prepared? Like, it's he's a bad guy, so we shouldn't believe what he says. Like, it is a complete fucking, it's an attempt at a complete, just shitting on his whole, what's the right word for it? When you shit on someone to make it seem like they're not worth listening to. It's that, basically. Because there's some truth in some of the criticisms, but then he's also putting in there a lot of stuff that benefits his narrative. And if you think that this Kingston guy is a character assassination. Yeah, character assassination. It's character assassination. Yeah, exactly.
telling confirm the things that I want to believe about Hunter. That's really all it is.
Kingston is not a serial liar, by the way. You can criticize Kingston for a lot of things, but the idea that he's a serial liar, I just, absolutely do not fucking agree with it at all. He has been more than willing to provide more information to try and contextualize a lot of the stuff that's going on.
Is at the end of the day. Was it your decision to end things? It was none of our decision. It was both of our decision. It was a mutual decision.
Because think about it, right? And we've obviously said this before, but if he's this terrible person who did all these terrible things, he's a revenge pornographer, he's manipulative, he's coercive, it makes it a lot easier to get the worst of the allegations around his neck so that people don't listen to him and don't take him seriously. But obviously, he has got information that he could present that shows his side of the story, but people aren't going to look at it because they're going to think he's this terrible, coercive sex pest pimp, whatever,
Hunter's exactly how these types of people vote. They know it's lies, but believe anyway. She put him on red and she doxed. Wait, what? With how much the guy was trying to make this about you, maybe it's your pants he was trying to get into? Yeah, who knows? Kingston said himself he was manipulative and purposely blurred professional with private. He then makes a video showing the woman's body barely censored while outing her anonymity. Yep. And yeah, of course, I get it that this is also another reason that people are so hung up on this is because they feel that it helps discredit my opinions on the red pill stuff. They feel like, hey, look, Hunter's such a cuck, and his whole view of masculinity totally failed, and his wife left him to go get gangbanged by a bunch of black guys. Ha ha ha, Hunter. I guess your soy boy mentality failed after all. And I get it. That also is a very convenient ad hom attack. But at the end of the day, it's just not true. At the end of the day, no matter how red-pilled you are, whether you are Andrew Tate or the King Cuck Sneeko himself, no matter how good with women you are, you can't make a relationship that's not compatible just be compatible. You can't do that. What you can do is apply your principles consistently and recognize that whether or not these rumors were true, even if I did get cucked, it actually doesn't discredit any of the data that I talk about in regards to the red pill stuff. It doesn't have anything to do as to whether or not...
God, could you imagine his next red pill debate? Some black dude, BX Beast Boy is like, yeah, what have you considered, Hunter? You're a cuck, and your wife left you for a gangbang. Actually, I think you'll find that I disproved with evidence that that is not what happened. And also, I've looked at the studies and data, and that actually proves that I'm right. Like, I just... We'll see, I guess. I've spoiler alert. Apparently, he does he opens his call up for debates later, but we'll see what happens.
Men suppressing their emotion is harmful for them or not, whether or not I got cucked. Thankfully, of course, I didn't get cucked, so I'm okay in there in that regard. But I get it. People feel like it's a really good way to just stop my arguments right in its path, and I get it. But at the end of the day, there's a reason this separation has still remained amicable, because I'm still applying my principles consistently. And some of the...
It's because I don't know whether you know the extent of it and you're just lying about it for some reason, or you're just not facing up to the fact that, yeah, Carissa has been totally dishonest in every step of the way in all of this drama. You know, like, clearly, like, she has been doing stuff that wasn't within the bounds of what you were comfortable with. I don't know whether she's hiding that from you. I don't know whether you fucking, you know, prove it, Chud. I've proven it already. I've already fucking proven that with everything I've shown.
The ways in which I was hurt throughout this situation was a bit of a lack of honesty, which is directly contrary to the type of relationship advice that I myself try to abide by and the relationship advice that I actually give, because I am a big proponent of being honest, of course. So the advice that I preach...
She tried to claim that she was just acquiescing to what Kingston wanted for the OnlyFans stuff when all the DMs I just... Do you want me to go over the 24th messages sexting again? Is that what you want me to do? Do you want me to talk about how she was talking about cream pies and how much she wanted this cock, right? While simultaneously later on saying, oh, actually, I was just doing what I wanted to do because it was coercive.
Wasn't even followed. So you can't even say, hey, your advice was followed and then it blew up in your face, because my advice wasn't fucking followed. So none of this adds up. People are going to try to undermine me for the red pill stuff for this, and I don't care because it's false. And so, I mean, thankfully for me, I'm able to, I was able to pretty much just kind of like ignore this because I've been moving. So yeah, but like people have gotten so hung up on this, it's insane. You obviously do care. Well, I mean, I care enough to address it, but I don't care enough to the point that like I'm not over here like crying about it. I'm crying myself to sleep over it. Yeah.
If you're ever in personal drama, I hope no one goes easy on you, Chud. When has anyone ever gone easy on... When I had my controversy, no one fucking went easy on me then. What? Like, what? Yeah. Sure, I expect no fucking remorse. I expect, you know, I expect it. If I have personal drama, I totally 100% expect people to pour over every fucking detail of it to shit on me. Like, yeah, welcome to the fucking internet, you stupid bitch.
I'll still cover red pill stuff, of course. My question is, why do you think the OnlyFans would have stayed anonymous with her face in it? Because.
Why do you expect it? Because number one, it's the internet. And number two, I'm a drama guy and I talk about other people's drama. So obviously, if I have some drama, people are going to fucking talk about it, aren't they? And people are going to go, oh, look, the guy that does drama about other people, now he's got some fucking personal drama. People are going to fucking love that shit.
Let's see. Thoughts on people covering it? People are going to cover it, again, because the rumors are convenient, but they're bullshit. Undead Chronic made like 50 videos about the situation. It was just really funny how like I didn't even say anything about it. It was just like some...
This argument is so stupid from people. Showing your face on OnlyFans doesn't mean you're not anonymous. But you're showing your face. That by definition means you're not anonymous. What?
Dumb fucking hoe with 34 subscribers posts a video spreading lies and misinformation, and then everybody just runs with it. I'm like, does anybody even care that like what I'm gonna say about it first, or nah?
Okay, that's a totally bullshit point. Hunter released multiple statements on Twitter about this that he ended up having to delete. The day after the video came out, he released a statement on Twitter and people were talking about that.
How bad is your depression after losing the love of your life? My depression has been significantly better because me and Carissa were no longer the love of each other's lives, and that's why we came to a mutual decision to end things, and it's been very freeing since then. Wow, I covered it without buying into rumors. Yay, tomfoolery!
Oh my god, that's so sickening.
The logs make that clear. Local glow, what do the logs make clear?
Wait, what was it? Anonymous? Did he just answer the anonymous? Was that you asking it?
The rumor, and that's like what I'm gonna say about it first, or nah? How bad is your depression after losing the love of your life? My depression has been significantly better because me and Carissa were no longer the love of each other's lives, and that's why we came to a mutual decision to end things, and it's been very freeing since then. Wow, I covered it without buying into rumors. Yay, tomfoolery. The logs make that clear. Local glow. What do the logs make clear? Chud Logic is so lame. Are you still able to be friendly at this point?
Ooh.
Yeah, but because of some of the messages that were leaked and because of the way that I felt like I wasn't being listened to, it's definitely damaged some of like our interaction. But no, we're still like chill or whatever.
The thing is, it's like, look, I've always said, I've got no personal issue with Hunter. I've got no personal beef with him. You know, but I don't know, people act like we were best buds or something. I don't know. He raided me a couple of times. I don't know why, you know, well, so just because he's raided me a couple of times and we've got an amicable situation and we follow each other on Twitter, I've got to keep still about the fucking thing. I don't know, man. And also, listen, I've got to be real with you, okay? I've got to be real with you. I actually, you're going to, I will admit some of my coverage was gratuitous. Okay? But actually, I was quite nice about this whole thing, okay? I knew about the video from my Thursday stream, but I didn't cover it because I thought it was a bit much and I wanted to see what would happen and if it did indeed blow up and everyone spoke about it. I did talk about it a bit, but I didn't actually cover the video initially. And I've shown the video since to show some of the DMs and stuff, but I haven't actually watched the video. I didn't watch like the original video, for example, where on stream, where it had like the nudes that you could kind of see, you know? Pull up the screenshots. But yeah, also, like, I don't know. I've been a bit gratuitous. I've made some memes. I've made some fun of it, sure. Okay. But I feel like my coverage has been pretty fair, reasonable, and accurate on the whole. I don't think I've said anything wrong. I don't think that, you know, I challenge anyone to go and look at my coverage and find something that I got substantively wrong. That isn't, like, if you look at it at the time it was said, it's more reasonable to say what I said about it. Because, for example, some of my coverage was based on Hunter and Carissa putting out statements that they then deleted and rectified after the fact. So I was obviously going off the information that was available at the time and what they were saying. But Hunter and Carissa have contributed and perpetuated some of the misreporting on this issue that certain people have done. Obviously, some people are just malicious and want to shit on Hunter. But they themselves have put out statements which they've since retracted and changed and not clarified that. So of course people are going to get the wrong end of the stick. When initially Hunter was saying, his initial response was that all of the sexual stuff, all of the messages of sexual interest happened after they announced the divorce, which just wasn't true and was never true. So yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the coverage about this was insane. I'm not going to lie. Particularly like Chud Logic, I get that he had a little bit of maybe like some valid qualms here and there with some inconsistencies or whatnot, which is fair, but like he started to seem really fucking deranged and I've definitely lost a huge amount of respect for him.
Deranged! I'm deranged! Okay, listen, look, honestly, okay, listen. There was one particular stream I did where I definitely would agree that was deranged, okay? What was that? There was the YouTube stream where I went and watched the debate. When I went and watched the debate, do you remember? I was like in fucking, what's the word? It was like surreal. I had like a surreal moment on stream where I was just fucking laughing at all this debate shit, you know? But the thing is, you know, I would accept deranged if you're like, oh, that stream was kind of crazy where Chud was watching those videos and that's that. But I feel like he's using this as an overall criticism when I think most of all my coverage has been good. At times gratuitous, that YouTube stream was deranged. But nonetheless, I stand by my coverage.
After this, fair, but like he started to seem really fucking deranged and I've definitely lost a huge amount of respect for him after this. I didn't watch a lot of his coverage, I'm not going to lie. I've been moving. I don't have time to watch it.
Wait! How does he know? How does he know? You spent like an hour just rattling off the cuck memes in a stupor. I mean, yeah, like, look, I'll take the deranged thing because I agree. There were some elements of my coverage that deranged. I'll take that on the chin, okay? But I've got to be real with you. The fact he hasn't watched it and he's got these comments about it is a bit cringe.
And I already knew it was bullshit. I didn't need to hear the same lie repeated over and over again. I was just like, well, I've got to move, and once I'm settled, I'll address it when I can, basically. But I just, man, Chud Logic, with him going all like, there's the conspiracy. Hunter and Carissa are working together. It's like, geez, dude, it's not the X-Files. It's just like a personal relationship ending. Like, calm the fuck down.
Okay. The problem I've got is that both of their I actually think that they're not like working together. I think one of the problems is they've been separate in actually addressing this. But I think it's undeniable that they've both been making efforts to make Kingston look like a terrible person in any way they can, to dismiss or underplay, you know, some of the genuine criticisms or issues that have become present as a part of this. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like he does have some valid criticisms of me, of course. I've said there's definitely criticisms I'd accept of my coverage of this whole thing. But I feel like, he's doing this thing where he's extending it out to kind of discredit what are often like fairly reasonable comments or criticism or commentary on what's happened. Thank you for the
Showed the DMs.
I mean,
I just showed DMs.
It's over. Hunter Chud Bros.
All right, let me go ahead and unmute the
Hunter
donor
Chuds. I don't feel so good.
Regenerate Sings, thanks for the 5. Yes, the race baiting thing was weird and showed they were biasly motivated. True. Dr. Cruiser, thanks for the $2. Is Elon cis? He ain't comfortable being called cis. It's because he's insecure.
Oh, I'm turning
Serial77, thank you for the $2. I don't give a fuck how many pumps as long as it pumps. Holy shit. That's funny. Regenerate Sings, thank you for the $12. Wonk Wonk wasn't cucked. The message I read so far did show the power dynamic I see in a specific video, and Carissa showed in those messages showed she was backing away. This is an apology, not a donation. Oh, well, either way, thank you for the donut, my friend.
Bullshit.
Nia Wong, thanks for the $5. She definitely could have handled it better. What I'm taking from it is that she flirted a bit to get him to shut up. I know that happens sometimes. I'm so glad you have the
Flirted a bit to get him to shut up. Oh, this is what's so annoying about this whole thing. That's not what happened at all. Flirted a bit. Yeah, good one. That's kind of downplaying it a bit, isn't it? Oh. Fuck me, man. Honestly, I hate this. The digital lynching continues.
The evidence for the cops. Yeah, thank you. And the guy Cash, thanks for the $10. Bro, the type of whippersnapper to say, if I can't have coochie, no one can. Enjoy some edible on me, King.
Thank you.
Either way, thanks.
What is this? Oh, no. Oh, no. Hunter. What is this? After my video last night demolished the dumb rumours that I got cucked, Cuck Logic himself is in massive cope mode as his conspiracies have been debunked. The only disaster stream was his own stream covering the drama in such a dishonest and disrespectful manner. Cope harder, Cope Logic. The bridge is burnt and my respect for you is gone. Is this real? Is this real? Oh no. It's all over, guys. The cope is endless. The cope is fucking endless with this guy. It's been debunked. Well, there it is, guys. The Hunter Avallone Chud Logic bridge is finished. Does he really think that that stream made him look good? It's bemusing to me that he thought that selectively sharing certain screenshots would make him look good. I just don't understand. And now he's attacking me when I'm going over his disaster. Yeah, it was a disaster, mate. I don't know what to tell you. Pinged everyone about it too.
I'm doing 6
Listen, I've actually been quite nice to Hunter about this, okay? I know I've been a bit good cheer. I've tried to be nice to Hunter. And now he's fucking taking shots at me. I don't know, man. It's a bit fucking shit, isn't it? What the fuck? Right, we're going public. We're going loud. Guys, we're going loud. Right, I've tweeted out about it. I've tweeted out about it. Right, guys, no more Mr. Nice Chud, okay? No more Mr. Nice Chud. Look at this. Hunter seems to be unhappy with my coverage of his absolutely disastrous recent drama and is claiming I've spread conspiracies and that I'm coping. Let me know when you're free to speak on stream so we can hash out where you have issues with my coverage, what conspiracies I've stated, and what exactly I'm coping about. There we go. How have I been nice? I sent him a nice message. He came by my stream. And he said he wanted to come on stream. And then after watching a bit of my coverage, okay, and then after watching a bit of my coverage, he was like, "Oh no, actually I'm busy. I can't come on stream." I then sent him a really nice message where I said, hey man, yeah, I've made some jokes about this. If you want to get your coverage sorted, that's fine, but you're welcome to come on stream and we can talk about this, okay? Never responded to me, okay? Then on stream last night, he's taken a couple of shots, and I'm like, okay, whatever, you know, I understand that. And now he's fucking atting his whole Discord, calling me cuck logic, saying I'm in fucking cope mode. Dude, give me a fucking break. Fucking retard. Anyway, there we go.
Had a lot of shit to talk about the job, and yeah, I watch all the content that you did. That's why I told you I gave you props, because at least you tried to be honest. You made some mistakes with the facts, but even when you did, you go back and you be open to clearing them up. So I was like, cool. And I'm even cool with y'all calling me the sleazy pornographer 100 times every video, but I want to challenge that, because of I don't know, but we can talk about all this stuff first.
Damn, you're coming in hot straight away, Kingston. Jesus.
Yeah, man, my energy's up. I'm feeling good though. I'm in a good ass mood. Let me find a little tripod though. Let me put I don't want to hold this. See, I was gonna put the green screen up and everything and shit. We was gonna make it a whole production. I'm trying to learn. Although, like, I didn't really want to benefit from this. That's why I was thinking maybe I'll just wait like a month before I start making any videos. That was honestly part of my reason for trying to just let shit die down. Is I hate the idea that people are like, "Oh, you did this for clout." Nigga, like, y'all, that's y'all currency. Like, not even, to diss anybody, because I understand, but it's like, this isn't my main job. Like, I had 0 videos on the channel. Like, why would I be doing this for clout? Like money comes first. And my main gig, I make money from that. Like, I don't know. That shit just that's the part that bothers me. Like, I don't mind people judging me for like shit that I do. I do a lot of shit that people that don't really approve of.
Okay, Kingston, right. Listen, you're already dominating this conversation as you dominate certain people from what I understand. So listen, I just want to throw something onto you just to get the ball rolling, okay? So obviously, I think you kind of understand my position on this, but I do want to ask something that I think a lot of people are going to want to know the answer to in maybe a bit more detail. So you spoke in your original video about how something was happening, people were speaking, that led you to release the video. What was it specifically that made you decide to release the video?
Okay, see, I've always tried not to be specific. Like, I feel like over time, it kind of got exposed what was happening because she started admitting to it. Like, she says to Tom, and that's why I kind of wanted Tom here. She's like, I used to tell all my friends this was the pimp. I'm like, hold on. Like, if you read the conversations, even if you see the video, part of the thing that was like, where I keep talking about, like, hey, you betrayed my trust too, is we had boundaries. My biggest boundary was, don't dirty talk me to nobody. I'm barely supposed to exist to anybody outside of you. So hey, dog, don't kick my back in. We can go our separate ways. Anytime she fuck up, I'll threaten to just stop talking to her. But hey, even if I stop talking to you, whatever happens, don't kick my back into nobody. I don't want to deal with that because of, like, even just like the shit where it sounded non-consensual. I'm like, dog, like, that all that when I got the tip that like that type of shit was happening, even at first I'm like, nah, she ain't fucking up like that. Like, she know my personality. She know I'm not a passive person. You talk bad about me, I'm gonna treat it just like I just did with you, Chud. Like, I heard you talking, let's talk about it.
And, sure. So you did get a tip. There was a tip that you got.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there any reason that you're not willing or haven't so far provided evidence of this tip?
I mean, the biggest reason is, why should I? I understand that, like, people want to judge my morality, but what facts doesn't change? The girl's admitted to it. Like, sure, she's on video. She's on video saying.
I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with morality, like turning them out.
No. When I say the morality is, I think, like, because when me and Tom, like, were talking DMs, he said, I don't care about the facts. I care about were you righteous in putting out the video and telling all her business. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you nerdy ass niggas think about if I'm righteous. I care about the facts. I care that y'all know I'm not this. I wasn't sexually harassing nobody. I wasn't out here, on the illegal side of the fence. Because it matters to me that like people knew. Because that's why if you look at everything I added in the video, everything I added was very specific. I actually made a much longer rant. The rant was like 30 minutes. Because at first, you see how I am. I get kind of worked up and I just start talking and shit. And that's kind of what I wanted it to be. But then I went back through and I tried to delete everything that I didn't think needed to be in there. So I deleted a lot of shit. If y'all have seen the first version.
That was the edited version.
Yes. The career would have been over. And I mean, Chud, you've seen some of the shit I sent you.
Yes.
Like, Sick is the only one who I ain't really been like talking to behind the scenes. But Chud, you've seen like some shit that if I put it in that first video, or even if I threw it up on Twitter, the conversation would be different. That's why I threw up the camo thing, because I was like, hold on. These people don't get that I'm holding back so much. So let me show y'all what it looks like if I was actually being petty. Because everything I put in that video, I needed to have in the video. I needed y'all to see that it was her initiating the shit, the IRL stuff.
So, okay, I can accept some of that to a degree, but the big question I've got is, what was the reason for revealing the 6-man all-black potential piss play gangbang orgy? Why was that so important?
Because I felt like one of the things that was gonna get spun is it was gonna be like, oh, you pressured me into trying to get me to do things that would be illegal. And I'm like, nah, dog, you text me out the blue with that shit. So I made sure to put in where I'm asking her, like, dog, why are you always so desperate for money? Like, why are you just be randomly hitting me up about like some shit like this? Like, I'm trying to get you to do OnlyFans, and you just randomly hitting me up with like offers that I'm like, damn, like, I'm not even gonna do this shit for free. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I got it, like, dog, like, it's her idea. Like, all the IRL shit, like, I'm not gonna run from it. Like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, you come to me on some like, hey, I'm freakier than you acting, like, let me do some other shit. I'm not gonna run from it. I'll facilitate whatever and shit and take my cut. But I thought it was important for people to see that, like, who this person is and how aggressive they are towards me. Like, because everybody sees big black porn guy, oh, little white innocent girl. Everybody kept trying to spin it like she's just naive and dumb and blah, blah. And I'm like, nah, dog. When I'm on the phone with this girl, she initiating all the crazy shit. Like, I'll say some regular shit and she'll come back with like the craziest return. And I'm just like, okay, make sure that shit's in the video so the niggas can see. And honestly, I will add something. I know I'm talking a lot of shit. And don't feel like y'all can't cut me off. Y'all can just interject. But I do feel like maybe I did err on the side of like putting too much in there when really I should have not put certain things. Like even like some of the Hunter shit. And keep in mind, I don't like the guy. Haven't liked the guy for a year. She knows how much I dislike the guy. So when I'm hearing shit, I'm like, all right, let me throw in some shit that'll let him know what I know. Because if this is some shit she ain't supposed to tell me. And I know she's telling this, at least I can't say I know. I think she's telling this nigga a different story than what's actually happening. Now I know because we see her in public telling those lies and we see him repeating them, saying, please stop. Please stop. Y'all seen enough of the conversations where the idea that she ever told me, please stop, is absurd. But I think he believes that. I think she told him that enough that he genuinely thinks she was telling me, please stop, and I was pressuring her. So I'm like, all right, let me prove how disingenuous. Let me prove that the way that she's kicking my back into you, she was kicking your back into me the whole time. She's telling me about how not satisfied she is in a relationship. She's telling me that you don't fuck right. She's telling me you don't edit the videos right. She's saying, like, she said, hey, and this wasn't even in the video. I don't even know if I said this. Like, we tried to use this nigga because I feel like she kept feeling weird about cheating. So our kind of getaway with it was, let's use this nigga. Let's let him participate. You know, if this nigga is like, I'll tell her, like, shit, fuck it. You use him as your dick. You know, the whole time I kept telling her, don't break up with this nigga. You break up with this nigga. Because she always was talking like first it'd be like, oh, the marriage seems so perfect and blah, blah, blah. But it's like, if the marriage is so perfect, you're not on the phone with me telling me how much you would like to get passed around by me and my friends. I don't believe the marriage is perfect.
Sure.
When
Yeah.
No, go
I
ahead.
just one thing I just want to say, because I appreciate where you're coming from when you're saying you kind of don't give a shit about what people think about like your morality, but surely you can understand though that because of the perceived extensiveness of what you released and the fact that the initial video wasn't blurred enough even by say YouTube standards, people are going to look at that and think negatively.
I want to interrupt you for 1 second because I can't let that pass.
Go on.
Y'all
Go
be
Is that how it's gonna be? Is Chud talks for 2 seconds or
No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry.
No, y'all can interrupt me. I just want to throw one thing in there.
Please.
So the two guys in here, y'all keep saying some shit that it's the most annoying shit. I could pull up a picture right now that I put on Twitter of Hunter Biden where his genitals are blurred. The New York Post posted it. Are y'all calling that revenge porn from the New York Post?
Okay, you get sick. I've spoken a lot. Go on.
To me, it's gonna depend on the level of blur. To me, I mean, for the record, my standard for revenge porn might not be the laws. I could totally accept that. But to me, one of the problems with revenge porn is that, or at least blurring stuff out, blurring images out, it's to like obscure or hide the contents of the photo so that if you were to look at it unattached to a story, you couldn't make out what was actually in that photo. And it seems like that's what news stories typically do. Okay,
No.
when I watch
that's like you.
I mean, you can say that, but
well, no, I was gonna pull up. I'm on my phone, so I can't really pull it up unless I.
You're fine. What did you say it was for
Just
Hunter
go
Biden?
on my Twitter. Just go on my Twitter and you'll see the Hunter
Okay.
Biden picture where they specifically blur his dick, so you can't see his dick, but you can see that he's naked and that they blurred just his dick. His whole face is in it. His name is attached to the story. That's what they do.
Do I feel like they were doing that too as like revenge porn? No, because I don't think that they feel like he did anything wrong to them. I feel like the intention doesn't matter. It's what you did. I mean, clearly, you went back and covered it up because she asked you to, or whatever.
No, I did that for you.
You did it for you too.
Yeah.
I remember didn't you guys have a conversation between the two of you where she was saying something about how she was going to commit whatever?
Yeah, let me.
And you said that you would take that shit down for her.
That was about the post. I actually see that's the one mistake I feel like I've made this whole time, and I feel like it's something that Stardust and them have tried to like stay on is when Stardust did her little video and I was responding to her. I conflated two things. So I conflated taking down the video with making the post. The suicide stuff was about the post. I had already taken the video down. I was gonna take down the video sooner because the idea was just, hey, let me just get it out there so my side's out there. And then once y'all been spanked a little bit, like just take this off and shit. But I couldn't take it off because they kept trying to make it sound like, oh, he's taking back what he said. So
can I just address the Hunter? Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't. For the Hunter Biden thing, what you posted on Twitter, I would absolutely call revenge porn. They're materials that weren't meant for public. I see Hunter Biden over a girl grabbing her hair with, her crack's not like available to see, but you can see her ass and her naked body. I would not say that that's not revenge porn. And in fact, Twitter was taking down these photos because it was considered hacked materials and they weren't allowing it on the site. So technically you're breaking TOS right now. Not to like moral frog over TOS. I'm just saying, me personally, yes, I would consider this revenge porn.
Okay, I'm cool with that. So you're being consistent, so I'm cool with it. You seem to not just know the law at all. Because now you're saying that the New York Post doesn't know the law and that they're whole journalism department. I actually do. What's funny enough is because my job, I kind of have to know that law. So as long as you blur the genitals, you're good. The idea that, I could tell what's happening regardless, that's not the law. Like, y'all are just making that shit up. Go actually read it. Like,
okay, first of all, I did go read the law. There's probably ways to interpret it in that because you didn't obscure the photos, at least for the first time, well enough, that those private photos that you received could very well be considered revenge porn. I'm not saying it's 100%. I could be wrong,
No,
but I
I'm cool
also
with
don't
that.
think you know. I don't think you know either. I don't think you're a fucking lawyer. I don't think you have this absolute answer just because of your job.
Nah, I agree with you. I could be wrong. The difference between your level of confidence and mine is that I'm actually gambling my freedom on being right. So that's my confidence.
Yeah, I just
a
want
dumb
to
thing to
throw in
gamble.
there. I just want to throw in there to say that, like, to me, whether or not it's revenge porn, I can't assess that. Maybe legally it is, but I don't know either way. My issue was never whether or not it was revenge porn per se. It was more so the fact that you could have just put like a black box over it, and that would have just quashed any doubt whatsoever of it being a problem. You know?
I agree, and that's why, like, you know, I blurred it the way I blurred it, but like in hindsight, I would have just killed the question because I feel like they've been able to use it to distract. So I'd have just blurred it, like blacked it out, like I should have.
Yeah, you know,
But
and,
not
and
because
it's
I'm scared of the law. Not because I'm scared of the law, but just because of I hate that they've been able to use it to distract from what I was trying to talk about.
Yeah, precisely, because they've kind of pointed to that to call you like a perpetuator of revenge pornography, which has then led to them pushing this idea that you were coercive. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Other than the kind of the reason for the video coming out and the extensiveness of it, I don't really know if I've got much other criticism to levy. So, Ginger, I don't know if you had some disagreements or issues with other actions you wanted to address, or...
I mean, honestly, besides the whole not obviously covering her up enough, I feel like they're two grown adults, and I feel like she's not taking accountability for the majority of what she herself engaged in. So it's not exactly it's not criticism on his behalf. It's really just criticism on like both their behalves. I don't think that either one of them handled this properly. So
Okay, and Sick, I don't know if you wanted to go back and forwards on the revenge porn thing, or there's anything else you had to criticize specifically?
Yeah, you brought up something earlier, which is like, well, as far as like why you released the video, yeah, I kind of actually do want to see that proof. I think it's strange that you are so willing to show everything except for that little snippet of information. And it sounds like from the way you're saying, like, why should I show it? Why do I need to show it? It sounds like you have that proof. And I think it's a big fucking deal because frankly, it speaks a lot to your character and whether or not people should like really assess your story in a way that's like favorable to you. Because if you're just doing this shit out of revenge, I mean, first of all, it doesn't speak well for the photos situation. But second of all, it just kind of like seems like you're probably just going on this fucking crusade. And you kind of admit as much when you say that, well, let's see how petty I can get. But the reasoning you gave for why you got petty is just, to me, it's bullshit.
Hold on. When I said how petty I could get, that was specifically about the hit piece and them lying about me repeatedly. That had nothing
I must
to do
have
with
missed
the
that.
video. Had
So
nothing to do with the original video.
Okay.
Okay, so
Do you
let
have-
me get the timeline.
Do you have
like,
proof of the? Yeah. Do you have proof of somebody like tipping you off? Not just her admitting to telling friends about the situation.
that you're specific? See, I feel like we're looping. Like now you're saying the thing that I just answered, where it's like you're saying, well, my moral judgment of you will change. I don't care about your moral judgment of me. Like, that's never going to motivate me to do anything.
That's what you're being judged on. You don't have to like it.
No.
You can have a problem with me calling you a scumbag, but that's part of why I'm calling you a scumbag. So yeah, if you have a problem with me saying that, yeah, you're gonna care about that fucking judgment.
I don't mind you thinking I'm a scumbag. Like if you're saying, hey, my issue is you went overboard, you heard a little something that wasn't even detailed enough, and you just went crazy. I don't give a fuck. That's exactly what I did. I'm not hiding shit. Like, yeah, it wasn't even specific enough where I was sure. But if I'm hearing anything from that side, and then I call you or I text you, and now I can't get a hold of you for you to explain yourself, I'm assuming the worst. And I'm going to treat you like you 100% guilty. Because of why the fuck ain't you explaining yourself, nigga? Why you acting guilty if you're not guilty? I gave you a whole week to explain yourself, and you ran like I was the police. Nah, nigga, you guilty.
Not communicating with you is guilt. It's a sign of guilt.
What are you talking about? Hold on. If I lend you my car
Mhm.
And then I'm hearing, hey, that nigga crashed your shit, dog. So I try to call you and be like, hey, why niggas telling me you crashed my shit? And you won't answer the phone for a whole week? Hell yeah, you guilty, nigga. What you talking about? That's my assessment. Maybe y'all think differently.
Okay, can I just so I'm not crossing any wires, because I already messed up at the beginning of this. What are you accusing Carissa of specifically that caused you to release the video? Just real quick, so
Exactly what she's basically admitted to is she was running around
That you
telling her
ghosted
friends
her.
and her husband. No, she was telling her
Oh, okay.
friends and her husband that I was basically a sex pest who was trying to sex traffic her. Like,
okay,
like nah, nigga, we not finna just let that ride, nigga. What are you doing? Like, I don't care what's going on in your house and y'all got a messy divorce going on. You don't get to make niggas think that I'm a sex fucking pest. Like,
so if there's some troll on the internet saying that I'm saying that shit about you, and we had private DMs, you would just totally find it acceptable to release those DMs.
yes. If you're the only person that I ever talked to and you're the only person that's supposed to know I exist, then I know it came from you. Who else could it have come from?
Did it happen to like cross your mind to maybe just send Hunter this stuff as opposed to like
Hunter's
posting
not even
it?
supposed to know who I am. If Hunter knows who I am, then you already in violation. That was
What do
part of our boundaries.
He said she was talking to her husband. Are you saying because she didn't, you were under the impression she didn't identify you specifically?
Yes. The most she was supposed to ever tell her husband is that she was getting help from somewhere.
Welcome.
I feel like
That's
there's a
our-
level of retardation going on and not acknowledging the fact that if she's telling her husband that she's interacting with a guy who either is a photographer, is giving her advice for OnlyFans, or something of the sort, that he's not going to want to know who that guy is and isn't going to know. Like,
Hey,
did you just assume
my deal wasn't-
that was
my
the
deal
case?
was- no, I did. Like, honestly, I assumed that if she's lying to I'm keeping it real. I assumed if she's lying to me, if she's lying to him, she's probably lying to me. But I don't care if she's lying to me because this isn't my wife. So as long as you don't tell the lie, as long as you don't kick my back in, it'd have been cool. Like if she'd have just kept it with like, yeah, this is who he was, whatever, but didn't tell any of the lies, I'd have just been like, whatever, just don't talk to me no more. Because that was always my threat. My threat was always, you violate our boundaries, I'm just gonna erase your number.
But at the time, okay, you're using Carissa's testimony in this drama to say that you were like proven right about your assessment of what you were told, right? But the problem is you can't justify your actions based on shit you figure out or get proven after the fact.
Was I right or was I wrong?
It doesn't matter if you're right because you don't know you're right when you release that video. You know you don't know you're right. You know that.
Okay, stop. No, I disagree. Because if
No. Wait. Before you
No,
spin
yeah,
a
go
word
ahead.
salad, before you spin a word salad, give me a second. So the problem is that you're saying that the issue that you had with Carissa in the first place was you were worried that she was explaining to her husband and her friends that you were manipulating her into the situation, that she didn't really want to do the things that she was doing. But you're also saying that he wasn't supposed to know, and he didn't know at this point, because if he did, then you would have stopped talking to her. So it has to be one or the other.
No, I don't know what he knew at what point. That's on her side. I can only guess. That's why, like, when he's saying you're acting sure, there are things I'm sure of, and there are things that I feel strongly about, but I'm not claiming to be 100% certain about. Like, there are things I'll never know just because they happen on her side. But I think it's fair to speculate that if you're lying to the nigga you're married to, that you're probably lying to the side guy too. I think that's a fair. I don't know.
But you have to take that chance as the side guy, don't you?
Exactly.
You immediately know that person's capable of lying. So anything that they lie to you about in the future is kind of both your problem, isn't it?
Well, okay, but see, this is how we handle that is, and maybe I'm the only nigga in here who deals with people that, are in other relationships. So maybe this rule doesn't make sense. But the way it's supposed to work is, hey, we're doing dirt together. So you could, obviously you're going to lie. Like if you get caught, you're going to pretend it was something that it wasn't, whatever. And then we'll stop doing what we're doing. And that's fine. Like it's fine as in like, I'm not going to seek revenge or trying to do anything. Like I'm just going to disappear on you. You're not the only girl I'm talking to. Like, I'm in a whole ass relationship. So it's like, but you can't say certain things. If you'd have just told this nigga, yeah, I was talking to somebody behind your back. It is what it is. We're divorced. We're getting a divorce anyway, so who cares? That's how I think she should have dealt with it. And instead, you're like, oh, this nigga's a whole rapist ass nigga, so you can get out of it. Like,
So
nah,
was
nigga,
there
you don't
proof?
have to fuck.
Can I just explain the logic going on here? Your logic is that, okay, well, I mean, because you fuck with other women too, right? So if you're having problems with her, you're just gonna like cut her off, disappear. It's not that big of a thing.
Yeah.
And you're saying that that's your prescription for her, is that's what you wish she would have done, not say all this other shit. But up until she talks about this shit publicly, you don't know that she said that other shit. Those are rumors that, hold on, those are rumors. Hold on. Those are rumors that you're hearing. And so up until the fact that she confesses that she's telling people that you coerced her, all she did was actually what you prescribed, which is just, she's going to ghost your ass and she's not going to communicate with you again.
But okay, so you're going to subtract the rumors, which is the whole part.
I have to subtract the rumors because you don't know any confirmation of those until after the video's released.
But you're saying I need confirmation. The confirmation is the fact that they exist. No one's supposed to know about me. How the fuck did the information get out? Like, if we got the secret formula and you and I know it, if a third nigga mentions it, I know it came from you.
I still don't understand how he wasn't supposed to know about you if you told her to invite him to join you guys.
Honestly, I always felt like by the time she was actually going to get on the plane here, the Hunter shit, she was going to be past because of the way she kept playing with the Hunter shit is like she'd kick his back in one day. Then she'd act like, oh, we're so lovey-dovey the next day. And so if you see like there's a constant kind of, y'all could call it pressure or whatever, but I'm constantly trying to reaffirm like, okay, what is this? Are you cool with this? If you're not, tell me now so we could stop this. And so like, yeah, if Hunter was all the way in, I'd have been cool with him seeing who's behind the curtain and you're in the family now, nigga. But until that point, and I was always straight up with her this, until that point where Hunter's all the way down, keep this nigga in the dark as far as I go. Cause like, if he's, cause even, and like, it's funny that everyone, like, I think Hunter's going so crazy about the cuck thing. I never called him a cuck at first. I never did.
He's going nuts on that.
Yeah, I didn't think he was a cuck. I thought he was getting cheated on. And I thought the girl felt like, damn, I don't really want to be cheating on him. So I'm stressing. I'm going both ways. So that's why she was trying to, let's make it an open relationship. At one point, I was even saying, I'll send a chick to him to seduce him. And then once he starts getting some pussy, he's going to be more cool with you getting some dick. And like, she was like, oh, bingo, that shit makes all the sense. And let's do it. And it's like, so if he, like, as much as I dislike Hunter as a person, I don't think he's not salvageable. I could have fixed him. I like, come on.
By
like,
sending him a horde of fuck. What?
3 months, nigga.
I'm sorry,
But
but
it's-
both you and Carissa sound like absolute morons in this. And I feel bad that Hunter's the one catching all the shit because seriously, like the shit that I read between the two of you, the thoughts that you guys came up with it's literally like Pinky in the Brain coming up with like, ways to rule the world. Like
I don't mind you saying that because honestly, like, yeah, like I felt like Hunter was getting the short end of the stick. I don't give a fuck. I don't like that guy. Who cares? He's not on my mind.
I think he's
And
just got the short stick. That was the problem, right?
Yeah. Well, he's only got
Anyways.
one. I was offering like a bunch of them. Like,
No, I don't think it was up to
Sorry,
you to
Chad.
care about Hunter's feelings. I think that was totally on Carissa to care about Hunter's feelings. You're out of the relationship, has nothing to do with you. But as far as it's concerned, I just think I think the whole thing is absolutely ridiculous. But I do think that you did it as revenge. I don't know if it's considered revenge porn.
okay, hold on. What are you claiming I did revenge for?
because you thought that what she was doing was going behind your back and talking to Hunter and telling Hunter and her friends that that you were coercing her into this and you were being manipulatively abusive. So
Okay.
what you did was you counteracted that by saying, well, fuck this bitch, and you slapped like as little amount as you could possibly get away with on something and you posted it. Do I think that you did it
Oh, you're talking about the
lazily?
pictures.
Maybe, but I can't tell. I don't know you enough to say whether you did it because you were doing lazy content and you just wanted to get it out there, or you were like, well, I'll just get put the minimal amount as I possibly can and see what I can get
Wait,
away
my
with.
fault. I thought you were saying why I made the video. You're talking specifically about the pictures.
Oh no, I'm talking about like both in general. I feel you obviously had some sort of issue with what was happening. That was the reason why you did it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have done it. You obviously care about what she was saying to them because otherwise you wouldn't have come out with the video.
Yeah. Yeah, but I feel like that's different than what you were just saying a second ago. You were making it sound like I possibly tried to share her nudes online as revenge. That didn't happen.
Well, I mean, the
I didn't-
video, but the video of you know, the lack of coverage of her on the video is what was enough to like make her beg you to take it down. And it wasn't just about the tweets, and you know it wasn't just about the tweets.
Okay. Let's clarify a few things because if we didn't get to that part in the conversation, so I don't think you know that. I feel like you're going off of bad information. I had already
discredit
taken
her
the
first.
video down. So what you're saying, like that's
You
what
already what? I'm sorry.
I had already taken the video down before she threatened that. That's what I clarified at the beginning of this call.
Because you had already taken the video down. Is
I
there
went to them and
can we
said,
get like an appropriate timeline on that?
I mean, I can't look at the dates, etc. But I had like obviously when the video first went up, she starts blowing up my phone. And yes, I was being a little petty because I was like, oh, now this guilty ass nigga's telling me, think about my kids. Nah, nigga, I'm ignoring you. Like, you was talking that bullshit. Let the truth be out there. And if the truth makes you look ugly, then you got to deal with who you really are. I didn't make you say anything you said. No one forced you or held a gun in your head to cheat on your husband. So, yeah, like, I don't think that's revenge. If you lie about me and I put the truth out about you and everyone laughs at you when they see your truth, I don't think that's revenge. But I understand y'all calling it that. As far as the pictures, that's why I'm saying I regret not blurring it more just because of it's taken a life of its own where I thought I blurred it adequately because I went by the law. I went by at least what I think the law says. Go ahead.
Can I read you the definition for revenge? Because you're describing it exactly. The actions of inflicting hurt or harm on someone for an injury or wrong suffered at their hands.
But that's not what I was trying to do.
You're literally saying she did you wrong, and then you release
Stop.
this video as a
But
response.
the harm isn't me trying to, because I felt like some people are gonna see it and think, hey, she's not in the wrong. Some people are I thought most people would see it and say Hunter's not in the wrong at all. I thought I was probably gonna take more heat than she would, but I'll take, like, you see my personality. I'll take all the heat for being a nigga who's about to fuck a nigga's wife, for being a nigga who told as the side dude what you're not supposed to do. I'll be a nigga for everything that actually I did. And hey, let's put up what both of us did and let all of these niggas, let's just bask in the light. And if the harm comes, that's out of my control, nigga. But it's not like, I think revenge would make more sense if I tell the truth on a nigga because they lying on me. I've never heard that called revenge before. Like I've never heard that called revenge before.
So, first of all, she's apparently telling people in private that you're a sex pest or coercive, whatever the fuck she's saying. I don't want to quote her or anything. I don't know her exact words, right? But as a response, you released this video. You could have divulged this information to people in private, but instead what you did is you released a video, and I see no intention behind releasing the video publicly other than to tarnish her credibility and like make it public what a fucking mess her marriage is. Like it is just public humiliation.
I don't know. Maybe this is a semantics argument. I realize we come from very different cultures. Because every time you do a video, you say some weird shit that just sounds super weird to me. And I'm sure you feel the same way. I'm sure you feel the same way. Because I'm watching y'all videos and all of y'all are bringing up shit that never crossed my mind.
Is there a cultural difference, you think, between us for some reason? I don't know. What do you reckon?
I actually
Last time I
have a-
made an argument about black people on this stream, I got fucking yelled at. So.
I actually have a question for you, Kingston. Do you consider yourself a pimp?
No, I detest that word.
Okay, why?
Because I feel like, okay, legal sex work and illegal sex work, there's a hard line right there in the middle where people say, like, what's the difference between porn and escorting? Well, it's about 20 years. That's the difference. So to y'all, it don't matter, but to any black guy in this industry, that's a big deal that you don't take, like, even when she's saying, hey, set up this gangbang for me, if she'd have said he's gonna be in it, I'd have said no. Because if he pays for sex he gets to have, that's prostitution, and I'm a pimp. If he pays for a video that I helped make with actors, that's legal. So I work really hard to keep my shit on the legal end. So that's one of the things that I was so bothered by is like, dog, like and even honestly, if she'd have just talked through it, like, cause she would say stupid shit other times. And I tell her, like, stop, what are you doing? Like, chill with that shit. Like, if she'd have just been like, oh shit, I do say that and I won't ever say it again because I realize why that irritates you so much. Because if I'm saying some shit that could put you in jail, then I'd have been like, all right, cool, just shut the fuck up and I'm not talking to you no more. But when you running around telling niggas I'm committing crimes and this nigga's like, just tell people privately. Don't make sure any of the people that she's saying no. Just tell your friends. Tell your friends that you're not a criminal committing crimes. That'll do that. What? That's goofy.
Well, what do you consider like her coming to you to facilitate a gangbang?
Porn. Content. As long as the gangbang isn't as okay.
Your difference is that because it's being recorded for pornographic purposes, that it's no longer prostitution, because that's the loophole, right?
No, you're missing something. You're missing the biggest part. If the guy who's paying for it all is getting to have sex with the girl, that's prostitution. If all he gets is a video, that's just porn. All he was buying was a video.
Very slim lines between these, isn't there?
I think it's a huge line.
Okay, what if he gets jerked off or something like that? Is there any sexual contact?
With me and the other porn performers, yeah.
So what I mean is, if the guy's paying for the video, okay, right?
Yeah.
He can't have any sexual involvement whatsoever. He's just got to maybe film it. He gets the video, but he doesn't get any sexual involvement, right?
Exactly.
Wait. What if he's there getting jacked off by somebody who's not getting paid for it?
Wait, what?
Okay, listen.
Right.
I think it's fine. I think I understand what you're saying. So these are like lines that exist, and you try and stick to them for the reason. And so for that reason, you don't agree with this label of a pimp because you are not,
Yeah, this is not what I am. I'm not a criminal.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you're a criminal.
The only thing I want to say though is, I don't know. Maybe we should just say it openly. But obviously, there was discussions between you and Carissa that involved her coming down and potentially sleeping with other people. And the word sugar daddy was thrown around. So what's the line between, you introducing her to a sugar daddy and they have sex versus you pimping her out?
You know what's funny is I feel like I was trying not to just completely shit all over Carissa, but I think I might have to. And it's like, so yeah, there's a line with that too. Is if y'all don't ever discuss sex overtly, then it's just a dude taking you on a date and whatever happens, happens. And if I happen to know niggas who like pretty girls and they go, hey, make the connection, let me talk to her. As long as I don't go any further than that, it's all good.
Out of sight, out of mind, I believe that's called.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This all seems like cope to me, personally.
But hold on.
I think
No, go ahead. My fault.
To me, pimp is a very broad term. Some people accused me of me using this term because it's racially motivated. It's not. Fuck all of you. When I want to be racially motivated, I'll tell you. But it's a very broad term, and then what makes you a porn producer is qualities on top of being a pimp. So I would consider something like OnlyFans to be a pimp because it's something where it connects a sex worker with customers. They're basically a middleman, okay? And the prostitute is a person who sells sexual acts. And I don't know that selling things like a girlfriend experience and shit like that, even though it's electronic, I don't know that I wouldn't consider it a sexual act. It's a lot different to go on a porn website and specifically buy a video that you didn't really influence the production of versus specifically contacting a creator and saying, hey, I want to watch you get gangbanged by 5 black dudes, and she's like making the limitations for what she's allowed to engage in.
Okay, let me shoot you some.
That's a
down real
lot
quick.
more personal than just a porn video.
While I think you're absolutely wrong, I understand what you're saying and why you're saying it. And I think you're saying it because you're just looking at, okay, these things are similar. And I'll grant you that they are similar. The problem is the difference is whether you go to jail or not. So while you say, hey, it doesn't matter if I use this word inaccurately, to me, it's the difference between my freedom or not. So of course, even if I think it's stupid, and I think, yes, being a middleman, I shouldn't have to follow these guidelines. It's all stupid. But for me, it's really fucking important to know the difference. And while you're going, hey, all sex work is prostitution, that ain't how that shit goes in court. A girl on OnlyFans selling a custom is very different in the law than a girl actually fucking a dude for money.
Yeah, engaging in certain types of qualities of on top of prostitution gives you like certain types of protection. So if you're videotaping, that would be like something that would offer you some level of protection. And it's not like the porn industry isn't regulated. You can do illegal things in the porn industry. They're not pimps. They're just they've got rules.
You keep using the illegal word. It's like you keep saying abortion is murder. Is abortion murder?
Huh?
It's killing a nigga, but it's not murder. Because murder,
it's also a controversial issue, much like legalizing sex work is.
What about digital
What
pimp?
I'm specifically talking about is words have meanings, and if you use a word that specifically means the illegal version, then you have to use it only when talking about the illegal version.
What about a digital pimp? Are you a digital pimp?
What's a digital pimp? Like, if there's no prostitution, I don't think there's any pimping.
I don't think that pimping is just connected to like prostitution. I think it also like hooks up with things in general, as far as like, I mean, you consider the girls that work under you, you want them to act a certain way, right?
What do you mean?
Well, like when you're helping girls with their OnlyFans, stuff like that, you expect them to do certain things, react certain ways, stuff like that.
Yeah,
that's right. And you open them to clientele, and you let clientele know that you have A, B, and C available.
No.
And then you connect them, right?
Put an extra measure in there just now. If I make the connection, that's different than saying, hey, I got an availability at 7:00. That's way too far. Like, what I'm willing to do is, hey, some girl likes you, sick. She's rich. She ain't that cute, but she rich as fuck. You know, talk to
her. She ain't even got to be cute.
Hey, and if she wants to take you to the mall, you know, then good. You know, you just went to the mall. You got the new PlayStation 5. Now, if you decide to eat her pussy later, it's none of my business. And y'all don't see the distinction because y'all don't care about the law, because the law doesn't affect you. I'm saying I realize it's similar. I realize there's a stupid, silly game going on. The reason why it matters is because if you don't play the stupid, silly game right, you go to jail for 20 years.
But that's what I'm saying.
So what do you call it?
What do you mean? This is just sex work. This is like OnlyFans is OnlyFans.
Yeah,
Like,
but
this is
what
pimp.
you're doing isn't sex work. What you're doing is
What are you-
facilitating sex work, right?
What are
Or do
you
you in your or
I
do
was
you star in your own videos too?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know much about you.
Well, yeah, I'm not trying to make this conversation about my dick, like, but yeah, like, I fuck chicks, I record chicks fucking, like, I teach them how to fuck, like, I'm a one-stop shop. That's basically what you got to be to succeed at this level, like, when it comes to this industry. But hold on, what did y'all think I did? Y'all think I just like sat in the corner and jacked off or something? Like, what is?
No,
I'm
I
so
thought you were
confused.
behind the camera. I just thought you were behind the
Well,
camera.
I do that too, because a lot of girls do just like girl stuff. Like, yes, I do everything. I do cameras. I teach girls how to set up lights. I teach girls how to cam. I like everything you could think of. I do as far as on the legal side. Like, yeah, like so. Like when she was talking about the gangbang, like, why would I go find 6 people when I could go find 5 people and just participate? It's not even about me wanting the pussy that bad. It's just that's what makes sense.
So okay, I think I see where the disconnect is here, because when I say pimp, you know, I'm using it as a way of like morally denigrating you, but from my perspective, I'm not doing it because I'm like, this guy's doing something illegal. It's this guy's doing something that I don't really agree with, and I can see why people might not like him. But I don't think that I'm saying, in my mind at least, you know, you're a pimp and you should go to jail or something like that. But from your perspective, you're saying getting called
That's
a
what I
pimp
hear.
is, yeah, you think I'm saying you need to go to jail for this. So I think
No.
that's where...
I don't think that's what you're trying to say. I think
Oh,
you're
okay.
fucking.
Okay.
I think
okay.
y'all don't care about the distinction because it doesn't affect any of y'all.
Sure.
It's not
So
that
I
I don't
think-
care about the
Wait, I
distinction. I just don't understand the distinction.
Okay, well, maybe not you.
I mean, to me,
No, I apologize. I should have left you out of it because if you haven't made a video on this, I was talking about those two and Tom.
yeah.
'Cause
Okay, so
those are all the
can I
people I've
ex-
seen make videos
Fair
just throwing that word out crazy, not knowing they're literally saying this guy's a criminal, go put him in jail. So when Hunter says it, he knows what he's saying, and y'all are giving it credence. Like y'all are giving it credibility because y'all are saying the same shit he's saying. So even when she's saying, oh, he coerced me, coercion in a sexual fashion is
I don't
literally
think that any of it was coercion. I will put that.
said that.
No, I
Never
know,
said
I know, but I just want to put that out there. After reading all of those messages, I don't for,
Thick as you-
for
exact
any
word
amount of
repeated them.
yeah,
Yeah,
no.
I don't. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't. There's levels of coercion that could be rape, but I don't think coercion is
All
rape.
of them send you to jail. the court does not care what you're talking about right now.
Yeah, I'm sure.
If
I'm
you
sure the
go
court
right-
has it well defined what they consider to be
can get
coercion
charged.
on a legal level. Okay.
But then why are y'all using these legal words so incorrect?
No. I was just about to say, you
I
cannot
know.
sit there. Okay, just because a word exists inside of a fucking law book, okay, I get it. You're obsessed with making sure that you don't get your ass arrested. Okay? Why? I'm not gonna say, but I probably know there's a reason why you're a little bit more cautious. Because it feels like when you say, oh, you guys don't have to worry about the law, there's some racial implication. Okay? But here's the problem. Well, okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine if that's not the case. But that's what it felt like. I will say, though, we use all of these words all the fucking time when we talk about coercion, manipulation, rape, shit like that. We don't always go by legal standards. In fact, it's probably bad to go by legal standards because the good thing about the law, at least in the US, is that you are charged without a reasonable doubt, okay? And so the definitions for those words need to be very strict and rigid. And then when you get outside of that definition, it should be proving you innocent, okay? We don't use words like that in a colloquial sense because it doesn't make sense. We would never sit there and say like, oh, well, technically we can't prove the fact that like there were no drugs and we didn't get the appropriate test, so we know for sure there wasn't a rape here. Like, we have to be allowed to use words outside of a legal sense because we don't talk in a legal context. We're not fucking you're not a lawyer.
Hold on. I get what you're saying. But from my perspective, should I be okay with y'all using those words about my situation? Or should I want to correct the record?
It's fine if you want to correct the record. I have no problem with that.
But that's all I've
if
been
you're
doing.
if the only reason you're being so strict about these words is because you're worried about a legal concern, you're not in court.
I am. See, that's the part you don't get is you think that whatever you say just doesn't mean anything. But if If everywhere I go, like if I didn't do this video right here, because you've seen, I didn't want to talk to nobody. I felt like it was over. It should have been done. But Hunter and Carissa kept going on a media tour telling so many lies. So now I have to talk because of so many people actually are buying that bullshit. They really think, oh, this nigga was basically trying to rape this chick. Like she bought a ticket to come here and she's making it seem like she was scared to come here because if she got off the plane, I was going to kidnap her or something. Y'all telling me that's not something I should step out in front of? Like, that sounds crazy to me. Y'all know that's nuts. Like, it's cool if you saying, hey, this is pimp-ish behavior. Cool, we can meet right there in the middle. Add the ish, and we good. But when
you're engaging in pimp-ish behavior. I feel like it's pretty close, though.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm going to be really anal about the whole legal thing because yes, when you say you're in court, but you're in the court of public opinion, and no offense, but people say that you're a fucking pedophile if you're 20 years old sexting a fucking 16-year-old. People do not care about legal definitions. They just don't. I'm sorry.
I understand that. And I think that's a great example because I've always said that's the dumbest thing ever, and you'll never catch me doing it to someone because the person on the other side of that, I guarantee you they care. I guarantee you they care that, hey, I got caught talking to a 17-year-old, not a 10-year-old. Don't use the P word. And it's like, yeah, y'all not going to give a fuck as the people commenting because if y'all are just trying to make money off of entertainment. But to the person on the other end of it who's being called that shit, yeah, you really want niggas to get it right.
I just want to say,
Oh,
sorry, I just want to jump in and say, I think I can understand where Kingston is coming from, and I can definitely see a world where there's probably some awareness of the business he's getting up to somewhere from a legal perspective, perhaps. Someone comes sniffing around because there's a pimp on the street doing some business. I don't know, man. I can understand why he's very particular about not having that associated with him and is having these lines, even if at points it's a bit flimsy. Like, what's the difference between introducing, they don't mention it, I don't know, whatever. But I can respect that, I understand. So I think if I was to refer to you, it would probably be as some sort of pornographer or something like that rather than a pimp. So I'll take that.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Sorry.
No, but what are you?
Well, I was actually gonna ask, did she ever, like, at any point in time during your guys' conversations, jokingly refer to you as her pimp, or jokingly refer to you as a pimp?
I don't think so. I mean, I would refer to her as doing hoe shit, but never prostitution or whore shit. So it's because even honestly, just keeping it 100, if she was jokingly calling me that, it'd probably make me weird just because I feel like she might be saying that to other people. But personally, if I knew for certain it was just between us two, I wouldn't give a fuck. I'm not gonna go to jail if you call me something to me.
In private.
And yeah, the issue is when that shit stops being private. When you start telling your husband, who I got beef with, nah, dog. I got beef with this kid. From the beginning, the whole reason we talked is because I was telling her, I had the same debate with your husband. This nigga didn't know what he was talking about. I don't think you know what you're talking about. And she surprised me by having better views than he did. And by being like, yeah, I actually don't agree with my husband on every single issue, blah, blah, blah. Then we got kind of cool. But it's I never hid that I don't like that little nigga.
So you guys never talked previously to the debate you had with Hunter?
No. The debate was a year ago. So we debated transgenderism a year ago. And then I didn't meet her. I didn't start talking to her until May 1st. I think May 1st is when we first spoke, but we might have tweeted the day before that or something. But it might have been just May 1st, all that same day.
Did she reach out to you or did you reach out to her?
I can't remember who tweeted each other. I think I tweeted her first. And then we started talking. She challenged me to debate her. Because at first I was just commenting on her tweets, but then she challenged me and I was like, oh shit, you think you know something. So I was like, I'm not gonna turn back. Because then we got into Twitter and that first day we just had a long ass conversation in Twitter. I haven't really showed those.
In DMs or on tweets?
Yeah.
No, in DMs. So I haven't showed those because they didn't seem really relevant. But we we had long ass discussion about the trans stuff. And what we concluded is I still think she gets a lot wrong, but at the very least, she's not like Hunter. Like me and Hunter, when we had our talk, he cursed me out and like got on some tough guy shit because I said, if you're saying some people are trans and some aren't, even though they all self-identify as trans, you're gatekeeping what it means to be trans. And he just ran out of things to say and just went crazy on me. You wouldn't talk to me like that if we was in person. And like, I don't respect anybody like that. Like, that's why me and Tom could only ever be so cool, because I don't respect like that calling people out of their names because we disagree on a debate. Like, those are fighting words. You telling me to suck your dick. Like, and I don't think Hunter said that. Tom said that. Like, no, we gotta at least go to the gym and box or something, nigga. Like, you don't get to tell me to suck your dick. And like, so Hunter, like, even you see now, like, she tried to bring up, oh, you threatened to beat him up. This nigga was in the background when we were on the phone, yelling his head off. He broke into the room and was just calling me every name he could think of. So I'm like, dog, you know I could hear you, right? Like, put him on the phone. And he wouldn't come to the phone. He just kept talking shit. I'm like, all right, dog, we gonna bump into each other. Hopefully. Hopefully we bump into each other. Because I doubt you're gonna talk that way. And it's just like, so I don't know. For me, it's just weird. Like, this kid's a weirdo. I always thought he's a weirdo because I think it's weirdo behavior to talk tough like that on the phone or in a debate that you're losing. And so she knew out the gate, he's a weirdo to me. I thought you was going to be a weirdo, but it's cool as fuck that you not like that nigga. And so me and her got cool over the fact, and that's partly why she was kicking his back in, because I was kicking his back in. Like, I tried to be nicer to the nigga because I thought maybe it would rub her the wrong way if I was dissing him, but she seemed to not give a fuck. She was dissing him too.
Do you think that part of the allure of talking to her was the fact that you and him had like such issues with each other?
Initially, like, I'll keep it real. That initial me take, like, when she said, let's do voice call, I thought it was weird as fuck. Why? Like, we just had a long ass debate through text, and she's basically saying, you know, my fingers are tired, let's just talk. And I'm like, all right, I understand, like, you know, like, where boundaries are and shit, and with a nigga I don't like, us debating through text is probably cool, but you voice talking is a little weird, but I'm not gonna say no, because I looked at it like she's really challenging me on like some debate shit, like, you know, give me a little bit, you know, where I don't have to do all this typing and I'm gonna really get you. So first we start talking, but like in that first conversation, we only talked about the debate for like 30 more minutes. Because if we agreed on most things and the parts that we disagreed, we just, you know, she's not like rah-rah. So it's real easy to go, let's just agree to disagree on this point. So now there's 2.5 more hours. And like, I told my girlfriend who was walking by right after the call, like, oh, like, I could 100% fuck this chick. Like, I'm surprised by it. Like, she was throwing it so fucking like right out the gate, where it's like, she was just giving like that energy. Where, so it's like, even like people keep saying like, oh, but you used your work to get her. That's not what happened. We started talking about OnlyFans because we were talking about sex. So it's like, she had no resistance with talking about the sexual shit right out the gate. Like, and anybody who knows me, and obviously this isn't gonna mean anything to y'all, but I'm a flirtatious person. I can't help it. If a chick's attractive, I'm probably gonna dig in her head. I want to know why she ticks the way she ticks, whatever. And so I'm asking her about everything at first. Like, I'm asking her like, okay, what movies do you like? Blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm curious about everything. But when the topic turned to like anything sexual, she latched on. Like, then we finally got to like my side of it, because she told me everything about her sex life. Like, everybody who she ever been with, what all her preferences were, the things she wishes she could do, all that shit I knew about within like 2 hours of the phone call. Third hour was when I brought up my shit. And like, and you could see like, because I don't know if they saw like the beginning text where I'm showing like the sex swing on the balcony in South Beach and like all that. I showed you all that so you could see. Those are all references from the conversation we had. I don't think we should have been talking about any of that, but she didn't give a fuck, so I'm not gonna give a fuck. And when I started talking about my job, then her ear, like she just perked up crazy. Like, oh shit, you do what? You've done what? And I do feel like, yeah, maybe she was being like, she was trying to use me because of that. Really, like when it got to that, at a point, it felt like she was all consumed by this.
Well, I mean, you guys were using each other at that point.
Yeah, but that's my whole point is I don't have a problem with being used as long as we're being like, hey, tell me what you want to use me for. Let me agree to it. And I told her everything. Like even she brings up this conversation. When I told her, I was like, hey, I'm gonna be 100 with you. Like these are the things I'm using you for. If you're not cool with it, let me know. I always talk to her like that. Like, this is what I want from you. Like, even she's talking about he didn't ask for money at first. You didn't have money at first. So of course I'm saying, hey, just be fun to talk to. We've like basically just be fun to talk to. Show me that you're working hard enough. The money will come later. I'm not going to tax you and make you pay me for all the advice and helping out and micromanaging everything before you start making money, because that's just going to discourage you to work. Like, I like to show chicks, let me start making you $2,000 a month. Then I'm going to be like, hey, if you want to continue this relationship, this is the amount that I need. Or you could just take the advice I've given you so far and just run with it and stay at 2,000. But if you want to go from 2 to 4, okay, now I need a percentage. You know, and then part of that 2 to 4 is it's proof of concept. Like, you got to show a girl, because people always like, why do I need advice? I know how to sell pictures. You think you do, but I'm going to show you that you don't, and I'm going to show you that I do, and I'm going to teach you the game enough that when you start getting real cash in your pocket, you could decide to stay at 2,000, or you could decide that we could double that or triple that or quadruple that, and it's up to you. So yeah, like.
So there was a point in time where it sounded like you were willing to work with Hunter, yeah? Or no?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a question for you then.
Yeah.
Can you start giving me some OnlyFans sex advice? Because $2,000 a month sounds really good.
Okay, listen. Can I just cut to the chase about something? I think everyone wants to know the answer to this and your personal take, Kingston. Okay.
Well, hold on. I actually want to answer that question though, because I think that's a fun question.
Okay, go on.
Like, if I was gonna give you some game, like the first thing I would tell you is you've gotta get away from any type of homophobia, because when you're starting out, a lot of dudes are going to be the ones who carry you in the beginning. And if you run away from that, you're never going to get big enough to be the guy that could, because if the girls want to fuck the guy who has the clout, you know, like they're looking for a dude who looks good, but also a dude who has a following that could add to their own. So it doesn't matter where you get that following from. So many people run away from guys giving them money, but guys are the biggest consumers. So if you're doing solo videos, just in your room beating your meat, and a dude compliments you, don't curse him out. You know, use that to you. Hey, thank you. You know, happy that you enjoyed it and shit. Build yourself up. Then all the women are gonna start coming, and that's when the flood happens. Is when those sexy ass big name chicks start going, oh, he's popping. Let me go get him some pussy to make content. So yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, it'd be like an OnlyFans girl being like, okay, you can subscribe to my OnlyFans, but only if you're a hot guy. It's like, well, no, the people probably, yeah, I get it.
But dudes are so weird about this shit. Like, they're so weird about homophobia. Like,
okay, gay.
So do you also take on male clients?
I had one when I was in Miami because I worked around a lot of like trans people, gay people, etc. So like, I'll do like work, like I'll film something for somebody, but my experience with guys, and I've tried to have different male client, you know, like male, like, you know, performers work underneath me. They never act like they're supposed to. They just don't. Like, I got a friend, his family friend, all this nigga does is work out. All he does, work out and try to fuck chicks. So I thought he'd be perfect to put on, but I'll bring the girls to him. He'll knock them down, but he won't do any of the work. Like, if I bring a chick to his bedroom, he'll smash on camera all day and just love it, but he don't want to do any of the work. It's like sports. You can't just show up to the game, nigga. You got to go to practice. You got to work on your jump shot. There's a lot of little shit. Like, that's what Carissa was doing. Like, Carissa didn't want to do OnlyFans. She barely did OnlyFans. Like, she'll tell you she only had a few subscribers on there because she was so short-sighted She was like, where's the big money? So she kept coming to me with like, hey, this nigga says he'll do this for this. And I'm like, follow 40 porn stars on your Twitter account. Build your Twitter shit, dog. Like, do the work. Stop trying to cheat and go straight to the end where you get to make the big money. You gotta grind this shit out. Dudes never want to grind. Dudes just want to fuck chicks. They don't even realize it's a job. You don't treat the job, you don't make no money.
I wanted to ask a question around that because obviously, well, there's two aspects to this. The first thing I want to ask is there's been a lot of commentary from certain people about the racial nature of the gangbang that was discussed, and I believe it was an all-black gangbang. Like, what are your thoughts as a black man of like the racialized nature of that aspect of this story?
Good question.
I think it's so stupid that all the red pill weirdos like are so hung up on that. But I get it. Like, most girls who want a gangbang and most guys who want to watch a gangbang probably want the biggest dicks involved because if it's an extreme act. If she was wanting one guy or even just two, or if that's what he was asking for, it's like, okay, it doesn't really matter what the guys are. But if a guy wants to go as extreme as possible, he probably wants like some big Mandingo niggas. Like even if you bring a black guy and he's got a regular dick, dudes get mad at that shit. And it's like, I think this shit's stupid as fuck, but I understand that's the business. And yeah, like it's probably racist as fuck too, but I don't care. Hey, you're paying me and you're just sitting at home jerk off to racist shit. Like, don't be too racist though, like what you jerk off with. Like I'm not into like the dog fart type shit. Like, but like if it's just like you got an issue with like, I want the biggest black dicks because black guys are so aggressive, and that's not true. It's a lot of niggas who ain't like that. But if that's your fantasy, like what we really are selling is fantasies. Like 90% of these girls ain't really as slutty as they act like they are. Like a gangbang, real shit, take it from someone who's participated, from the guy's point of view and the girl's point of view, it's not always the most fun.
A lot of work, I'd imagine.
I'd say it's pretty slutty though.
No,
like
because
extremely slutty.
Because it's their business. They're doing it for work.
Yeah, I think what he was getting at earlier though is more so that a lot of women think that they're up for it.
Oh, no. I think she's 100% because from our first conversation, she loved that idea. Like before we ever talked about.
No, she was no. Oh no, she was 100% in for it. I was just saying what you were saying previous was that a lot of women think that they're into it.
Oh no, I was saying a lot of the fans think that the women are into it. Like,
oh yeah,
like the fans watch porn like idiots watch wrestling. Like they don't know that it's fake. They don't know that like, hey dog, like even when a girl acts like, oh, I'm being so spontaneous. No, she's not. This is very coordinated. Pay attention to the dick. Most of these OnlyFans girls use the same dick in every fucking video. It drives me crazy as a fan because you could just tell you're not fucking. You're pretending like you. Oh, I put him in a different outfit. It's a different guy. I met him on Tinder. No, it's not. He got the mark right there. I see it in every video. Just pay attention. Like even like when I used to do those dancing bear videos, I'm paying attention to how the movie is made. I see that the girls who are participating are the ones wearing the bands. If she don't got a band on, she's not participating because you got to get tested. Like, so you can't just put your dick out on a random shit.
I'm sorry, dancing bear? I really didn't want to ask about the fart thing, but I have to.
My friend told me about that. My friend told me about that, but I'm sure Kingston knows more than I do.
Well, yeah, it was just a company in Miami where it's CF&M, like covered female naked male. And it's basically like a whole, like a bachelor party, but like 50 girls in there. And then like a couple dudes come out and basically like shake their dick and like the girls will like suck them off and play with it.
Like Chippendales kind of shit, but just way raunchier.
Yeah, and they make it, but see, the idea is you make it seem like it's like some random shit, and that's the get. Like people want to see it that's not supposed to happen. Like, oh my God, Will. But it's like, look at her wrist. If she's got a band on, it's already negotiated that she's going to participate. What you really want to watch for is, does one of these bitches without a band get crazy? Because now she's doing some shit she might get in trouble for. And that means she went for it. Like she got drunk off the dick. Like but I digress.
No, sure. I mean, I think I've seen a video, or a friend told me about this video one time where this woman, participated and seemingly didn't have an agreement to, and it was very awkward for her when it finally ended. But anyway, that's besides the point. So okay, I'm interested. The gangbang part of this, people are interested in. So I just want in your headspace, okay. This person's messaging you about setting up this all-black gangbang with potential piss play. What's going through your head? How do you feel about that?
At the moment, I was like annoyed at first, like just keeping it a buck. Like that's why I made the comment where I was like, "Why are you always acting so desperate for money?" Because she says she gets paid like a lot. I'm not gonna put that part out, but like she says she's got a great paying job. She gets paid a whole lot. Hunter sort of works. No shot at y'all, but I was just like, dog, like. She never wants to do the work. Like, that's why I was like, this shit might not even work between us because of, I'm trying to get paid at the end of the day. I'm not going to charge you up front when you don't have money and discourage you to do your shit because you need to see success to want to most girls who quit and people give these dumb stats, it's because they started and they don't make no money in the first month, so they just quit. That's what's weighing down the numbers so much. So I'm not going to charge her that first month while she's just getting her feet underneath her. But I need to see you do the work. I need to see you show up to practice. That's why I kept bringing up, at least follow some bitches on Twitter. You have to use your Twitter as your promo and really interact with people. You don't, so she did it for a week. Now I don't want to do that. She started camming, and that was working really well. So now it's like, fuck OnlyFans. This is quick money. And then even with camming, you start getting offers and dudes start offering you bigger money. And she was always on some like, oh, I just got this offer. Oh shit, I just got this offer. What do you think? And I'm just like, dog, do the work. But at the same time, and I own it, if you come to me and say, hey, I got thousands of dollars for you to do, a little bit of work, I'm not gonna say no to that shit. Like, even just like when I put the piss thing, like not in the video, but in the actual conversation, it's because I was annoyed by it. Like, why is you just telling this nigga? Like, if a nigga asks you what your boundaries are, don't give the honest answer.
Right.
Normal answer. Don't tell them everything but piss in my mouth. Save a little something.
Yeah, because then they're gonna go, okay, I want you to do everything, but
exactly. And it's like,
let me just say, it seems like maybe you have some logic to describe why this might be annoying for you, to like be in on setting up a gangbang for her, to like videotape for another person for thousands of dollars. But you were just saying earlier that you have no problem micromanaging and helping girls with their OnlyFans accounts up to the point that they're making $2,000 a month. It feels like the work input for that is a shit ton more than the $1,000 gangbang.
No, I mean, because this is how I always look at it. Is like the way I work is I'm going to help as many girls to learn how to fish, hoping that as they learn how to fish, I only have to micromanage at the beginning, and then it's about maintenance. And it's about long-term money instead of trying to hit a quick lick. So everybody comes in and tries to hit a quick lick. And they don't realize you're going to spend so much effort trying to find that one huge bag, where if you'd have done the work, it had just kept building slowly. And 5 years from now, you'd have been sitting on hundreds of thousands. And like, people don't get that. Like, everybody looks at it so short term, where it's like, nah, you're only broke for the first few months, but like, just keep building every month and just do the math. 5 years from now, because this is the long con, 5 years from now, you're gonna be like, yeah, I'm happy I put all my eggs in this basket. That's why I kept telling her, hey, all that other shit's cool. I know you want to see money quick, so I'm never gonna tell you not to do that. But OnlyFans is your main girl. Fuck all the side girls you want, but don't ever break a date with your main girl. That's now you hustling backwards. Part of the reason I can have a girlfriend for 16 years and it's not an issue that I fuck other chicks is because I'm never mistreating her to go fuck another chick. So it's like, if I started doing that, then yeah, my long-term relationship, which is the most fulfilling, that's what you're risking. And it's like, I just like, I try to stress to everybody, the quick money is cool if they throw it in your lap, but if you're gonna put in effort, build the house, nigga. Like brick by brick, little by little, build something that could sit there even when you not having to do all the extra daily work. You know, when you have 100,000, you ain't gotta add 40 porn stars a day no more. You good.
Okay, but on most girls don't succeed on OnlyFans.
Well, he explained that
I gotta
earlier. Is that they quit in like the first month.
No, no, no,
So-
no, 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 no. That's not what I'm saying. Girls can go six months to a year and make absolutely nothing on OnlyFans, or not even make enough, or make enough to barely cash out within a year. I know plenty of women that have started that do pretty much everything you can possibly ask for. Gorgeous women that aren't making shit on OnlyFans because it's saturated. So to say that you can guarantee them making a certain amount of money for a certain amount of time.
I didn't say guarantee. You added that.
Okay, but what do you offer them besides what they can do for themselves? Do you just keep them motivated, like a gym coach or something?
I feel like y'all are asking for more free game. Like, okay, so let me answer the question.
You know that's not true though. You know, no,
I
that's
wanna
not
answer the
true
question,
though.
but like that.
You know that's not true.
No,
She's taking all your advice
do
right
feel
back
like,
to
I do
Twitter,
feel like you're telling. No. I do feel like when you're saying, "Tell me your secrets."
I'm not asking you to tell me your secrets. I'm saying
You're literally just said, "Tell me what you do."
No. I'm saying what's the difference between what you can bring them versus what they bring themselves? Like I'm saying, do you help them with like renting equipment? Do you bring the people to them? Like how do you do it? Do you advertise for them on your own OnlyFans? Like
So I've been in the business in some some form for at least 15 years. I used to own a cam studio, you know, and so I've done everything that you've listed and that you could think of. From like, I used to fly chicks out to Miami and move them into condos and houses. I used to buy all the stuff. I used to basically let chicks live for free at the crib. Like that condo that you've seen where the sex swing was there. You seen the picture where I had the 3 girls working. Like 2 of those girls lived in that condo. Like I paid for it though. Like now, obviously they ended up also contributing to the condo, but it's like everything you would think of, from like teaching girls how to do photography.
So at what point? So
No,
at what point did they start like paying you? Because you're saying that you pay their rent and kind of pay their way, but if they're making that amount of money, why do you need to be doing that?
Everything is custom tailored to their needs and their abilities. So it's like you're asking me a question that doesn't have one fixed answer. So like, let's take an example. I had a chick she was actually in that picture, you know, that she killing like every 2 weeks. And this is like my actual other girlfriend for a while. Like we dated for 3 years. So like, you know, so I gave her the most time and energy and I got the most return with her. And it was just all family shit, you know, because of she was around me so much. She was like, we should just date. And I liked her too. So, you know, I went with it. But what I would do is I might bring a girl in who's not nearly as attractive as her. And the deal I make with her is you got to babysit her rational ass. Help her to be all that she can be. And I'll give you $500 a week. And obviously you'll be living for free. You can use all our shit. You get to use our network. You get to live in South Beach, you know, live a fancy ass life. So all you really got to do is help her to be popping because of she's going to make 15 every 2 weeks. So I don't need you to make a lot of money as long as you can help her make money. So it's like, I'll customize shit. And at the same time, I'm hoping you're not just happy with the $500 a week. I'm hoping you take your free time and you get your own hours in. And now I got 2 girls like this. And now maybe the 3rd girl I'll bring in, hey, your job is just to cook their food and do their laundry.
What's your cut?
Again, it depends on the situation.
Okay,
The
so
more
the woman that makes the most money from you, what's your cut of that? Like what percentage do you take out of, like, let's say a woman who's making, you say $4 to $6 grand, how much are you taking from her from that? Like obviously to
Hold on,
supplement the fact that you're paying her rent and stuff like that.
I want to answer the question though, but see, that's why it's not an easy answer, because of the more I have to do, the more I'm gonna charge. So if I gotta pay a chick's rent, well, I want a bigger percentage. Like, we gotta split 50-50. The most I've ever taken from a chick is 50-50. But if you could do it, if you go in and go get your own apartment, and you and your boyfriend is gonna be filming shit, and he's gonna be dicking you down and doing all that, hey, my percentage might knock all the way down to 15. I ain't gotta do a lot of work. You know, you just kind of come to me for advice and maintenance. You know, maybe I help you with the website. Maybe I help you with, some other shit. Cool. But if you're going to make me do like and some girls are super needy. So yeah, we finna 50-50 that. If you needy as fuck, 50-50 it. And if you're not cool, go do it on your own.
But
like,
they share
Can I just
condos,
say
right?
what you're describing sounds exactly like pimping?
Nigga, we talking about on a computer.
Wait, no, hold on. But are they sharing? They're sharing the condos, right? Am I correct? They're not like, you're not just giving each person a condo.
No, of course not.
Right. Okay. So, and I these are obviously women who make you a good amount of money because obviously they're worth spending that amount of money on. But let's say they're making $4,000 and you're taking $2,000 for them as a supplement for them living there. They're not exactly living there rent free.
But I never claimed that. See, I feel like y'all are.
Yeah, you just did. No. You just did before Six spoke. Before Six spoke, you explained that if you're paying their rent, that you're going to obviously take more of a cut.
Yes, some girls. I also told you every deal is different, but now you're trying to standardize it. And I say every girl has different abilities and needs. My only thing that I care about is I'm going to tell you what makes sense to me, so I feel like I'm profiting. For some girls, I'm not expecting them to make a dime. I just want you to help the girls who do make money to make money. And I'll pay you out of pocket. So some girls, there's nothing to take 50% out of. I'm losing money on them, but really I'm making money because you're dealing with this crazy ass chick. So I don't have to. Because one of the issues I would have is when chicks want to monopolize your time. Like, they want you basically like a doctor who's on call. Like, hey, you work for me, be on call 24/7. And I'm like, no, take this fat chick and let her do that. And for her, this is still better than what she had. She's making $1,000 or $2,000 a month, and she gets to live in a baller ass place. She gets to kick it with pretty girls where they bring her with them when they do cool shit. Like, as long as I'm upfront and they agree, and I never force someone to stay, I don't see how someone could say it's a bad deal. If it's a bad deal, say no.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, listen, I'm just listening to this play out, okay? But I do have to say something here, Kingston. Do you not worry that you're exploiting these poor women in what you're doing, taking all this money from them?
Hold on. I'm curious, no, I'm trying to understand the question because I feel like, and Sick, you're laughing, but I'm asking this way because of you. Because y'all,
I think he's laughing the same way I am because he heard the concern in Chud's voice about these women.
No, but it's just so funny. Like, what y'all call exploitation just sounds to me like how capitalism works. Is you make someone an offer,
you're a capitalist.
And if it's an offer that's good for
right?
them, if the
capitalism can be exploitative.
Yeah, like even when I said I'm manipulative, I almost regretted that because everyone went, say he admitted it. And I'm like, dog, I'm telling a chick, hey, be good and make good decisions or I'm out. Yeah, that's manipulative, but not the way y'all niggas is acting. Like, y'all acting like I said, I'm about to beat a bitch up if she don't work hard. No, I'm saying, hey, you're not doing shit that's in your best interest. Like one of my big things is I don't tolerate drug use like that. Like, I don't smoke weed personally. So I'll let weed go, but even if you get dependent on weed, I'm not trying to be around that shit. I don't want nobody who's dependent on anything. Hey, if it's alcohol, even alcohol is fully legal. If you get dependent on some shit, I don't trust it. I don't want you around, and that's just how I am. Like, so if I had a chick, started fucking with the drugs, and I had to turn down a lot of money. But
okay, you're rambling. Okay, let's define exploitative, or like give you a case.
I was just okay. No, I do think I'm exploitative. I think
yes, but but in the sense that like you're taking advantage of people who might have lower prospects in their life, and you're using that to like basically like, I don't know if you want to say make stars out of people, but like hoe-ass sex workers. You're exploiting their life conditions.
Are you saying that I take broke chicks and help broke chicks make money? Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't think a rich girl.
I don't think that that's not the implication that's of what's being said. That I guess the reason people worry about exploitation when it comes to sex work is that if they weren't in their current life circumstances, that is not a choice they would generally make to like improve their livelihood. And it usually comes at great cost to them anyways, socially and as far as like future career prospects might be concerned.
Let's talk
because
about
sex work is generally like a short-term like
See, but that's what I want
a
to
short
talk
career.
to. When we were going to talk, like that's what I thought was so interesting is you seem to just not respect sex work at all, and I completely feel differently.
I'm fine with sex work being legal, but yeah, no, it's not like a virtuous thing. I don't think I'm like praising the woman who tries to set up a gangbang and is okay with dudes pissing on her. Like,
stop, bro.
Yeah,
I don't understand that. I don't understand that. So
Yeah, but it's not on her face.
Do you feel that way about every job, or is this just like sex work?
Well, I just, to me, I find it very hard to see like the value that is being that society gains out of like these women engaging in this like career. To me,
Why
like,
the fuck should they care about that?
they don't have to care. I'm just saying that's why I might value sex work differently than fucking like, I don't know, plumbing.
Okay, but
there's some plumbing going on, right?
God damn it.
Your actual position isn't neutral though, because you're making it sound like you're neutral on it, but you actually feel like it's a bad thing, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, I think people. Well, when I say people should have the right to do it, yeah, I think people should have the right to make a bunch of bad decisions. It doesn't mean I don't think it's a bad decision, though.
Why is it a bad decision? If a girl who knows what she's doing says, "Hey, I love sex. I'd rather just have sex on camera with my boyfriend than go work at McDonald's." How is that a bad thing? Like, I don't.
But you literally, but you said earlier that you try to push them to have more than one dick on camera, right?
No, I never said that. And we're not even talking about.
All right, Kingston, you totally did. You said that you hate seeing the same dick over and over again on camera.
As a fan, when I'm watching porn, I don't like in the porn I consume to see the girl pretending like she's fucking multiple people when it's really just one dick. If you're gonna do relationship porn, just
but
stay in
aren't you?
relationship porn.
But the way that you're helping them, aren't you looking at it from a consumer's perspective, anyways?
No, I'm not their demographic. Do you think most
You
of
have
the
to
money
no, but you have to look at it from a consumer's perspective. Otherwise, how do you know what's making money or not from that specific person?
No, you're switching little words that change the answer that I can give you. So when you're talking about me as the consumer, I'm not their main demographic. Niggas who look like Chud and Sick are. So that's why when you were asking about like the gangbang stuff,
why are we getting roped into this?
Those are the type of guys who are like, I want 5 guys that are all black, blah, 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 blah. I'm not even into that type of porn like that. But I'm not going to say, well, this is my personal preference, because then I would never let a chick do foot porn. That foot shit be selling. I hate foot shit. So, but it's like, it's not about what I like.
I thought you were an all-stop shop. I thought you were one-stop shop.
I mean, I'll kiss a bitch foot when I'm fucking
Just not
her. Like, like, honestly, it took me a long time to even get comfortable with like when you're in missionary and the chick wants you to kiss her foot. That took me forever to get to that point, but I'm not going further. Like, these dudes be wanting to see chicks like just, hey, you're showing your face too much. Focus on your feet. That shit's weird to me. But hey, if you want to specialize in that and dudes like that, cool. I'm not trying to make you cater everything you do to what I like. I'm not the nigga spending money on you like that. Like, so it's just like, yeah, like, I tell girls all the time, do what you're comfortable with, but understand the more you say yes to, the more money you're going to make. So that's a balancing act that you have to play with. Do you want to make more money, or do you want to say no to more things? Your choice.
Yeah,
And-
I guess my problem is that, like, one of the things you were saying about Carissa is you were like encouraging her to do the OnlyFans thing and not get that like quick bag. But the whole reason that I have a problem with sex work and the people who engage in it, if they're engaging in it because of their life circumstances, is that sex work is a short career. You only have a certain amount of lifespan on your body in a way that like people are going to actually be interested in it, unless you're like top of the line at taking care of your hygiene, taking your nutrients, doing all your skincare, whatever the fuck, right? My problem is that you recognize, I would hope, that most of these girls are not going to make it. And when they don't do sex work anymore, those photos that they willingly posted online, they're going to chase them around forever. It's going to be, if they decide to go to law school because they used it to pay for law school, it's going to be sent to firms and shit like that. And yes, businesses actually do give a shit about that kind of stuff. And to me, what it seems like is you're actually influencing people to get the quick short-term bag to help them out right now, kind of like you were suggesting Carissa not do. And in a way that's going to sacrifice their like longer future.
Back.
See, I feel like I disagree with that. Like, I think even your ideas about sex work come from ignorance. Like, this idea that there are no old people in sex work, it's because you only see the people getting fucked on camera and don't realize there are 100 other jobs. Like, I make money, but not primarily by fucking chicks on camera. Like, this idea that like you can't, like, I don't know, like everything about what you just said doesn't make sense. Like, even I didn't mean to interrupt you, but when I was saying you watch sports, I was saying it because of apply that same logic. Hey, well, most football players only last for a couple of years. So if you tell people to play football, then you're really ruining their life. Like, what? No, that's an adult. Like, I understand if we talking about children, but if you talking about a grown ass adult,
I'm sorry. Nobody is going into a career at the NFL and then leaving that career once their career is over with and stuff, and then going to apply at a law firm and being judged on the fact that they were playing football.
Their knees might not work, nigga. What are you talking about?
Do you need knees as a lawyer?
Okay, so we just got different priorities in life then. Because you think that shit don't matter, being able to play with your grandkids, but you think what matters is, well, the firm won't want me. I don't give a fuck about a firm. Like, all I feel like is as long as you're transparent and you're dealing with adults, then they get to make adult decisions. Like, you over here basically saying, well, these women, they don't have any agency and they don't know how to make decisions for themselves. So you're supposed to make the decision for them. And I'm like, nah, nigga, like, what is it?
Again, I defend their right to engage in this shit. I'm just saying, let's not pretend like you're not a part of the equation and taking advantage of that.
You're lying right now. You cannot say you're defending their ability to make those decisions, but then also be mad at a person for facilitating those decisions. Either they can make those decisions or they can't. You can't have it.
Am I supposed to like follow your argument under the impression that I'm saying everybody who engages with OnlyFans is like some poor, destitute woman?
I think maybe tell me if I'm just misunderstanding your argument, because of your argument sounds like these bitches are stupid. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
No, I'm not saying they're stupid. I'm saying they're in a condition in their life. Well, I'm not saying the women you engage with. I'm saying that there are a lot of women who need the short-term bag, and because they need it so badly, they're not actually thinking about how the things they're doing now are going to affect their future. It's not that they're stupid,
So
it's that they're tunnel vision.
In a longer sentence. Because you
just
described stupid.
Tunnel vision is not stupidity. It's not ignorance. It's negligence at worst.
You're saying they're not able to make good decisions because they're short-sighted. That's what you're saying, right? They're being short-sighted. Yeah. They can't make good decisions. That's called stupidity.
You were giving Carissa similar advice.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Because if you're trying to say you're not calling them stupid, but you are. You're saying they're not capable of making good decisions. So I need to make the decision for them that you think is the good decision.
Would you say that of Carissa as well?
What are you talking about?
Would you say that Carissa is stupid and you need to be making the decisions for her, and that's why you were advising her on not doing the the gangbang and to focus on the OnlyFans.
No, I don't think if we're talking.
Then how do you
about-
get the pass and I don't? I gave you my explanation. I'm
I'm
not
about to
treating
explain
women
that.
like fucking retards.
I'm about to explain that. There's a difference between saying you don't have specialized knowledge because you haven't went to school for this and saying, hey, you make bad decisions and you need help. I don't say that. Even when I'm giving a person advice, I'm not saying, hey, you're too stupid to learn this. What I'm saying is, let me teach you how to fish so I don't have to hold your hand for the next 5 years. Like, I'm counting on them being intelligent. When I start thinking she's stupid is when she's not following the advice and learning the shit I'm trying to teach her. That's when I start going, maybe she's actually stupid. But at first, the whole idea is you're going to be smart enough to succeed if only you have someone willing to teach you some shit. But you're saying, no. You could spell it out to a girl and she's still too stupid to say yes or no when she should. Like, transparency is all I owe anybody. If I'm honest with a person, then as an adult, it's on them if they say yes or no.
Yeah, you're talking like I think that desperate times equals desperate measures is like a quality that's unique to women or unique to women engaging in sex work. And I think all kinds of people do that. I just think sex work has its own unique punishments for engaging in than compared to other types of actions. I would also say the same thing of like selling drugs. If a drug is illegal, yes, you might need some money really quick, but it's probably inadvisable to go sell drugs if it's illegal because the ramifications for if anybody found out about that and you were outed for it is like, well, you go to prison.
Let's clarify something about what you're saying now, because of it sounds like you're making it sound like I'm taking like homeless chicks and put them on OnlyFans. Carissa had a well-paying job. So like this idea that like these girls are in abject poverty and that's the only way a girl would ever choose to do sex work is offensive. Like that's what you're saying.
This is why the question matters.
Just because a chick would rather do sex work than work at McDonald's, that, oh, she's so broke she had to do this. No, you could 99% of the girls on OnlyFans.
This is 100% why. This is 100% why I reframed Chud's question, asking you if you exploit women, to say, okay, do you exploit these specific types of women? Because I think the type of woman matters a lot more. Because there are women who don't really like. They're not fiending for cash, and they're just engaging in OnlyFans because that's what they want to do for their future.
But that's why I said let's clarify, like, because of maybe. When I said chicks that don't have a lot of money, you're thinking I'm taking chicks who are like in the worst situations ever. But no.
I'm asking.
No. Like,
okay.
How, like, I don't know. Maybe you think I'm like walking down the street picking up homeless people. That's not how this shit goes. Carissa was not some homeless chick. Like, I deal with chicks like Carissa, a chick who like, she's got a square life and she's like, damn, I'd rather be doing this. Like, instead of being in the office all day, I like sucking dick. So why don't I monetize that? And I go, hey, cool, let's do that. But I'm not, like, I think you got wild ideas just about sex work in general. Like what you think goes on. Like, maybe you watch.
Well, we're on opposite ends of the spectrum. I don't think it's so virtuous. I wouldn't really engage in it. I don't think other people should engage in it if they're under certain circumstances. And you're like, super loose about it, and that's fine. We have different thoughts.
Well, I guess the thing is
hold on, 2 seconds. Which one of us two do you think is in the position with more knowledge about the industry?
I would imagine at a functional level, probably you. Yeah.
So maybe you're talking out of your ass.
Not really, no.
Well, no,
you don't know anything about the industry.
I feel like
same shit that just doesn't make sense to anyone in the industry.
I feel like, Sick, you're presenting this image of this destitute, wretched woman coming with a rag, coming up to Kingston's store going, please, I'm so desperate for money, I'll do anything for $5. And Kingston's like, yeah, honey, come on in, suck my dick and I'll pay you, right?
He really believes that. Like, that's what he has.
It's not that I believe that. I was asking you because if there's a type of woman that is being exploited, that's the one I care about. That's what I was asking about. That's what I framed the question around because I wanted to know that specifically.
My mistake.
That's it.
See, that's why when you said exploit, do you exploit women? That's why I hesitated to answer, because I'm like, Sick got a different idea when he uses regular words. When I hear exploit, I'm like, all right, you're asking me for matter-of-factly, do you think it's exploitative to engage in capitalism the same way you would if you were a music agent? And I just do the same thing that a music or like a movie agent does. But with this guy, he hears, oh, so you are exploiting them. You must be like, and it's like, dog, Justin Bieber has a middleman. Like, what do you like? This is no different than that. And yes, before Justin Bieber was rich, guess what? He was a middle class ass nigga, probably even lower middle class. That's the norm. So you're not rich until after you get the agent and he helps you get rich.
Yeah, but
Now,
most agents are exploitative. I mean, that's kind of what they do.
technically, yes. That's why I said yes. But it's like he's hearing something different. He's hearing you went and got a rapper off the street and put a gun in his hand. Like he compared it to selling drugs. Like I'm getting bitches to do illegal shit.
I'm gonna make comparisons because I'm inquiring about a specific thing. I wasn't accusing you of anything. I think it's fair to inquire.
I'm just saying your comparison reveals what category you think this behavior is aligned with. So like I don't look at it like I look at like selling drugs is bad. I don't look at having sex as bad. Having sex is natural. Like notice, I've never judged Carissa for her sexual preferences. I'm the one person who hasn't. I judge her for everything else, for how she went about shit, but I've never hated on her for being slutty. In the video, I made sure to say, I'm slutty too. It don't make no sense for me to be like hating on her because she likes dick. For me, it wasn't about hating on her. It was about getting the truth out there. It was about. No, go ahead. But like,
I guess you might have a problem with me talking about selling drugs after bringing up the whole destitute woman in sex work and how they can be manipulated or exploited. But I'm pretty sure if I went online, it would not be hard for me to find some correlation between drug sales and or usage and like porn and like similar effects that people face down the line in their lives because of it.
I think that argument doesn't make any sense. That's just the wildest.
I'm just saying you're acting like I'm wrong for painting some picture of sex work, but like sex work is his.
Yeah, I think you're wrong for that. I think there's the idea that it's
Strippers aren't known for doing drugs or anything like that.
Everyone does drugs. What the fuck are you talking about? You think the nigga that's
not everybody does drugs? Not everybody does drugs.
Right, sorry,
you don't think niggas at fast food do drugs? Fuck is you talking about?
Sorry, I've added a conservative. Okay, I feel we wanted to broaden the conversation out a bit. I've added a conservative who's got a take about this. So Leggett Lanius, welcome. What have you got to say?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Awesome. So first of all, Kingston, I mean, you are just fending off the horde here, left and right. I gotta give mad props, all right, because it's basically 2.5 on 1. I think Chud's got like some some charitability, at least a little bit thrown your way. But I'm just gonna give you a quick like background of my bona fides. So you said you were do you still work in Miami, or are you used to work in Miami?
No, I'm not in Miami no more.
All right, well, so I was raised in Miami and I worked in Miami for, basically until I moved to New York, which was like when I was 30. But in my 20s, I was like bartending and serving. And when you were in Miami, I'm sure you've heard of a little outfit called Booby Trap.
Yeah.
Okay, so I used to work for the Booby Trap that's in South Miami. I was there for 4 years. For 6 months, I worked with the girls directly, handling their money, getting them on stage, dealing with their customers, their problems. The house mom, I had to like basically manage their entire life for 6 months all day. And it is like herding fucking cats, right? I mean, when you have 20 or 30 girls under your belt, I mean, that was my job. I don't know what it was like specifically.
So you're a pimp. You're a pimp.
I never was at that number.
Conservative pimp. What the hell?
My conservative leanings came further down the line once Obama decided to nationalize healthcare and do all kinds of fun stuff with my taxes. But that's a different story. Okay. What I'm here to talk about is why Kingston is, I think, just being maligned as this pimp and this horrible person. I mean, when he says that you have no idea what it's like to be in this industry, he's 100% right, because you could say the same thing about whatever industry you're in, and you would be right about that. He's talking about what he does every single day, and he's been doing it for a very long time. So I'm not saying that you need to like look at him and think he's some kind of fucking hero. I'm just saying like this whole time, at least from my perspective, having actually dealt with pimps for years on end, that this guy is super professional. Look, I'm against sex work, but I'm all about freedom. So it's a delicate balance for me. But either way, like having listened to him for the past hour or two talk about what he does, I'm just going to tell you from my personal perspective, he knows what the fuck he's talking about. Now, I'm not saying he does everything perfect, and I'm not saying you need to agree or like what he does, but either throw him a bone or admit that you're just making some content and you want to stir the pot a little bit.
All right, can I respond to that?
Sick, blown out,
Hold on,
Ginger,
can I-
blown out.
Can I say
Sorry.
something real
No.
quick?
Hold on. I want to respond to this real quick. It's good that she kissed his ass. That's great. I wasn't uncharitable at all. I think even
That's
he
what I
will
was
agree that I was not uncharitable at all. So I don't know what you're smoking. Second, I don't think you proved anything. You just came out here talking out your ass. Third, who are you?
I'm a proud member of Chud Nation, a 12-month continual subscriber. So I think Chud can at least back me up in saying that, I'm not probably the loudest voice in Spicy Chat. I think I probably stick my neck out for at least how this stream is supported financially, let alone possibly just having that little bit of right wing edge that the chat and the stream needs every once in a while.
Well, you've been on panels as well
but
before,
I'm-
haven't you? Come on, let's not don't sell yourself short, mate.
like I just jump onto like some after panels once in a while. Look, I'm not here to say like I'm the man, and I'm not here to say you're
I'm
an
just
asshole.
I'm just really fucking with you. Nobody knows.
No,
who
you're
I am
here to
yet.
say Kingston's
Nobody knows
the
who I
man.
am either.
That's what you're here to say.
I'm just saying, like, when this video comes out on YouTube, there's going to be all kinds of portrayals about what kind of person Kingston is, and and I guarantee that a very small sliver of those perceptions of who he is as a person is going to be charitable, and I just didn't want to sit back and be like, man, you know what, I don't like what he does, I don't agree with what he does, but he's living the American fucking dream, and I really love that. And I don't want to see some guy come on here and just get absolutely maligned, at least in a future context, when you look at the comments and all the discourse that's going to happen from a video like this. I just wanted at least somebody to come on and him be like, you know what, at least one person, understood what I was saying. At least I reached somebody.
No, I appreciate that. But just to make something clear, I handpicked these people to be here, and I told them to come at me because that's what I wanted. So like,
Yeah, that actually is important.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's
he
like,
did.
just to clarify, like I handpicked all of these people, even Tom.
Wait,
was
are you
supposed to
telling
be
me?
here.
Are you telling me you curated the drama and baited people like me
No,
to
no,
come
no,
on
no.
here?
I took people who were already discussing it, and I was like, hey, if y'all are discussing me, I want all the fire. Like, bring it to me. Like, I'll clear up whatever y'all need to clear up. Like, instead of having y'all talk about me and have to guess and get things wrong, just bring it all to me. Give me all your questions. Pause. But
Here, my problem is that you did curate this panel for people who were gonna, at least in some sense, grill you because we were talking about it. You heard our sentiments and you knew that there were some negative sentiments. My problem is like, why do you think if I ask you a question, I'm trying to inquire, that you like victimize yourself to the fact that I'm asking you if you yes, I'm gonna say it. Yes, victimize yourself to this idea that I might inquire about if you're exploiting certain types of women. Because you admitted to exploitation, but you didn't want to entertain the question of the type of woman.
no, that just didn't happen. What I criticized you about is I said you're basically being sexist. Like, you have these sexist ideas about sex work and women in general and their agency. So, like, if I was working with all dudes, I do not think you would have the same take. Oh, these men you're working with, do they have enough money to make a decision? I don't think you'd be saying that if I was dealing with all.
Well, I would be sexist. I would just be sexist in a different way. I would probably use the other example I gave, which is them resorting to selling drugs. Because typically, I'm sorry, the male engagement in the sex work industry, at least as like somebody who's selling their own nudes, is not that great. Like they don't take up a large portion of that.
I mean,
but what I'm talking about is I'm talking about their agency. So like, do you feel like they can make like whatever decision they make on their behalf, that we have to honor that decision and not just say that they can make the decision, but do you feel like they can make good decisions, or do you think I got to babysit everybody and make the good decision for them?
No, I don't think you got to babysit somebody. But I might say, like, yes, if this person seems like a little fucking desperate, and if this shit falls through, well, I just drug them through this situation for fucking nothing, it's probably better if they spend their time elsewhere. That's not babysitting. That's just you making an evaluation that maybe this is not the type of person, given their life conditions, that should be engaging in this, because it's a lot more of a gamble than they're ready for.
I mean, look, I think that you guys are, you talk to too many content creators is what I think the problem is. You don't talk to, you don't know enough people that do actual sex work either on the street or, in a venue. You've probably had conversations with somebody who does OnlyFans or, somebody who does feet content or whatever, and they come across as like super smart people that have streams and they're like super intellectual and maybe they're like leftoids or whatever and very feminist and very sex positive and all of this stuff. But I mean, the reality is like some of these girls that come into this business have never done anything except maybe barely pass high school. All right, not all the girls that Kingston's going to come across can even understand what it's like to go out and get a lease and sign it and start and have a job and a bank account and take care of their life. He's doing a lot of work so that they don't have to think about anything but making money, because you have to capitalize on their prime, and their prime is in these years. But if they're like if it's like herding cats and they're constantly distracted with social media or maybe like something's going on in their personal life, with their family at home, he's got to manage a lot of things. I mean, I don't know how many girls you might have under your belt at any given moment, but what would you say is like the most you ever had to deal with, like on a recurring basis?
It's hard to say because I'll deal with some girls where we just have like a long distance relationship where it's online only. But the most girls I've ever had like physically, like we're like living in different houses and condos I was paying for, it's maybe like 7 at once.
Bro. That's a lot, man. That's still a lot.
But see, I feel like even like I want to disagree with you a little bit because of, yes, I feel like everything you said is factual in terms of like most people I don't think are very smart in terms of like what are we claiming is average intelligence? And then like where are we comparing like, okay, so you shouldn't let someone who isn't great with taxes join the army, you might get shot. But for you, you're like, well, it's more acceptable to public. Well, not you, but Sick is saying, well, this is more acceptable by society, so it's okay to let them risk their lives. Where I'm not telling anybody to risk their lives, but yeah, you might have to risk idiots who are sexist talking bad about you. It happens.
No, I mean,
my fault. Because I switched between.
I was just going to say real quick. I mean, I agree with you because I was in the military too. So I there are definitely recruiters that put people in the military that should never be there, that should never even hold a gun. Believe me, or like we call it weapon. We don't like to just call it a gun because there's many different lines of fire that you could use. But either way, like there's people that shouldn't be in the military. There's people that shouldn't be in sex work. I think some people that do get into sex work don't realize the gravity of the choices they make. And I know it's cliche, and I know I'm going to get crucified for this, but I mean, when you look at some of the red pill content, and then you see these niche moments of some of these women who have done OnlyFans or done more extreme versions of sex work, and they go onto some of these red pill podcasts, and they like had these come to Jesus moments. And they're crying and they wish that they'd never done this because their kids, got bullied at school because one of their friends found their mom's content and all that stuff. Like some of these girls should not, like, they don't realize the gravity of their decisions. I don't know if that's something that you talk
No,
to them
I
about
agree.
like
I agree, and I think that's what Sick is getting
Sick in
at.
my
I just
book.
think no. I just think the only difference between me and Sick is where we place agency. I feel like even though those people exist, you got to give them that agency, and if they make a decision that they regret, then hey, that's just life. Where Sick is saying no. If you think that this person might be stupid, then you got to take the wheel and make the decision for them. And I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. Like, if a nigga wants to join the army, I think that's a dumb decision for 99% of people. But I'm not gonna run around telling people, hey, don't do it. Don't do it. It's dumb. Nah, that's your decision. That's your life. I might be wrong. So you
So
take
would you
whatever.
ever
No,
would
go
you
ahead.
ever encourage somebody to do OnlyFans that you know for sure wouldn't make any money?
I think I would tell them, hey, I don't think you're gonna make any money, but if you want to do this anyway, then fuck it. It's your decision. Because some people, like I don't know what y'all experiences with Reddit. There's a lot of chicks that was giving up nudes for free just for attention. So it's some chicks that, if they make $200 a month, they look at that like a win. I think that's stupid. But as long as you know what to expect, fuck it. Or as long as because even let me say one thing also. This is a little off topic, but no one's asked this yet. Carissa keeps making this idea, and Hunter does too, that they thought OnlyFans was going to be completely anonymous forever. That was
Fucking
never
retard take. Yeah. Nobody's gonna question. Yeah.
No. But I want to clarify because of what I did tell her was there are ways to go about it where you can keep your shit lower for longer. But keeping your shit more private for longer is not the same thing as guaranteeing anonymity forever. It's not possible to get as successful as you want to get and stay anonymous. The more followers you get, the more content you make, it's just ever increasing. You're losing that anonymity. And we talked about it.
It's also a little bit hard to claim anonymity when you go to the OnlyFans page. It's like, oh, there's me smiling right there at you. It's like, come the fuck on, dude. Like, I'm sorry. You don't get to say that you want your anonymity while putting your face out there at the same time. Don't get me wrong. I know doxing is a thing. It's fair to want to have it separated from your real name. But if you're also doing content creation with your real name, I'm sorry, you're losing that anonymity. To think that that's going to be preserved for you, or that people should respect it is ridiculous.
But hold on, the criticism that was made of Kingston is that by putting the video out, it was made a lot easier to connect Carissa to this OnlyFans account, and that's how people made the connection.
I agree with that. No, I agree with that.
Okay.
I think that's part of it. Is I think, hey, if you're going to force me to have to defend myself publicly, that was a dumb decision. And so, yeah, she was dumb in that way.
But do you think that that's what she thought she was doing?
Honestly, I think that she...
Because I just don't think that she expected you to full on throw out a hit piece on her.
No, I agree with you. And this is my issue is I think she thought...
Well, it wasn't a hit piece. Sorry.
Well,
it wasn't
not a hit piece, but I think what she thought is that she was the one completely manipulating me, and that once she wanted to violate, that I would just take it and just go away silently, and it'd be like, fuck him, I got what I wanted, and I threw him under the bus, and what can he do? And it's like, well, I can tell the truth. I always feel like I got that in my bag, and I know a lot of people are mad that, hey, but the truth includes telling shit about her she doesn't want told. But I feel like if you're running around telling people shit about me that I didn't want told, why should I respect that you don't want your business out there? So I think that's part of... No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, another thing about this too is that in your line of business, trust is everything. And if you don't have control of your brand, if the public perception about you is a way that you don't want to be portrayed, or that it's going to be bad for business, you got to jump ahead of this kind of stuff. I don't blame you for... I'm not saying it wasn't messy, but I don't blame you for what you did.
Well, let me ask you a question, Legate. Do you think that there was a way for him to handle this privately, meaning amongst people who it was relevant to, as opposed to putting out a fucking public ass YouTube video. Because to me, I don't think it's a problem for him to address it. I think the fact that he put it out to the fucking world is.
Maybe. I
Are
mean,
you?
you know,
Hold on. Let me ask a quick question. Are you saying that I should have like texted her and called her for a week?
I guess the reason why I don't understand the YouTube upload specifically, the reason I don't understand the YouTube upload specifically is because I don't understand where the sentiment is that existed before the video came out about you, like in these public facing platforms. Because it sounds like everything you said like kind of operated on shit you were hearing. So I'm assuming this is all behind the veil.
Hey,
Yeah,
Kingston, let me know if I'm like stepping over, but like honestly, like it's a win-win for him to put out the video. I mean, for one, his message gets out faster and further than anybody else's message does, and that is like key priority in order for him to maintain his brand. The second thing is, why does anybody make a YouTube video? I mean, like any attention is good attention, even if it's bad attention. I don't know if you were trying to make content out of this, Kingston,
Nah.
but it certainly turned into a fucking hell of an advertising piece for you, man.
Nah. If you talk to anybody behind the scenes, that second part is so like not what I was.
So
on.
you
Like,
would
I've done
you would have preferred this to never happen.
I wanted the message out there, but yeah, if she'd have just never talked, then fuck it. I'll just go talk to somebody else. Like, why is everybody acting like she's so special to me? Like, dog. Like, I'm like, I really, really hate talking about a person's looks, but like, y'all are acting like this girl's J-Lo. Like, oh my God, he'll never get another one like her. He's got to be sitting at home. Like,
Well, okay,
I'm
wait.
I'm like, dog.
Can I
like,
ask you
she's
about
cute.
a specific message? One that you
Hey, we could go through all the messages.
I just want to ask about this specific message. There was one you sent to Carissa saying something, as long as you don't jump in it, I'll go out of my way to make sure you're not involved. I guess I'm still a sucker for girls with nice butts. There was some implications that you were like falling for her. Was that the case? I'm just curious. I
feel like I don't want to diss you, but sometimes I feel like I'm talking to incels. So it's like you're talking about the message where she just got done using. Was it before or after? It was after.
I don't know the before. I don't know the before.
Okay, it was sometime after we spoke on the phone, and I thought we resolved everything. And we left the phone conversation saying, "Hey, I'm never gonna speak about you again. Don't ever speak about me again. The video's coming down. Everything's good." And so I tried to exit on a little flirty, cute note, like, "Hey, I'm giving you what you want. I guess I'm a sucker for girls with nice butts," and just let it end on a positive note. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. That was another moronic decision.
I don't even know that that's a moronic decision. That answer feels a little copy, but I don't know if I'm gonna get it.
What is copy about that answer? What do you think it meant? Did you think I meant like, oh my God, I really love you and we're gonna be together now?
It just feels a little weird to like paint this altruistic telling her that she's got like a nice ass.
He's not being out. Yeah. You're gonna say that. How is that altruistic?
I was trying to end it on a good note. I just wanted to like make her feel good before we cut things off. Like, I don't fucking know.
No, hold on. When I'm saying
sounds fucking weird.
When I'm saying sending a positive thing, what I'm saying is I want her to not feel like we're still beefing. Not I want her to like me. We're done. I blocked her when I put the video out on everything. Like, we were never supposed to speak again. I ignored her at first. She blew up my phone and I ignored it. Even behind the scenes, you've seen, I was the one never talking. I was the one trying to dead all this shit, but they just kept fucking doing PR. They kept going and doing interviews. Every night I'd wake up and they did another interview.
Okay, but you kind of did the same thing Hunter did, which is like, I mean, to be fair, Hunter handled this terribly. Shouldn't have made all those cuck tweets. But you would say like, I don't want to be involved, and then people would call you out on a public platform because that's what people are going to do. And then you're dropping evidence and responding to tweets all night. So it's like, I mean, in a way, you kind of like reinserted yourself.
But you know what the difference is I feel like all Hunter had to do was be honest, and this shit would have died. So like, I don't feel like Hunter's wrong for talking about it. I feel like Hunter is wrong for not being honest. Like, if he'd have just said, "Hey, My wife was talking to somebody else. We're getting a divorce. Shit happens. That's the end of his involvement. Everybody would have been sympathetic to him.
True.
It'd have been over.
No
but
way.
the
I mean,
issue
this-
is when he starts spinning shit like, my wife was telling him, please stop, but he wouldn't stop. It's like, everyone knows that's bullshit because I'm going to put out the message that shows it's bullshit. So it's
Look,
like, yes, it's continuing the cycle, but it's like, I'm continuing the cycle by correcting lies. He's the one telling the lies. Some of y'all don't care about that part that much, but I think that makes all the difference in the
No,
world.
he definitely painted you as this like giga rapist manipulator. Absolutely. Like I
She
don't
did
know
too,
how else
though.
to say it. Huh?
Like you saw the one where she tried to tell me, thank you for posting the context that showed that you weren't trying to be a rapist guy when she posted that first shit on her Twitter, trying to make it sound like I was pressuring her into sex.
Yeah,
We
but
were
it's
sexing
okay.
before, we were
Would you
sexing
agree with
after.
would you agree with me? And it seems like you were saying earlier is that Carissa, on some level, is not painting what actually went on between you and her in an honest light.
Yeah, I think she's
So
completely
given
lying.
that, I don't know how mad you could be at Hunter because he's gonna have all these copy answers. Anyways, it seems like she's the source of all the bullshit that you're facing, not necessarily him.
Okay, so initially, I'd have just been cool with like me and Hunter. We ain't gotta have no beef beyond that. I don't like him, blah 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 blah. It's when he started adding to it because I think Hunter's seen enough. Like even in the video, when I added what I added about him, it was so he would know I'm not supposed to notice about you, dog. Like how the fuck would a dude? How the fuck would me in my role know how unsatisfied she is sexually, and not just sexually, but that a lot of it has to do with the fact that you won't take care of the kids better. There's no business reason for her to have told me that. There's no business reason for her to have told me that he's not making no money and that she's making more money than he is right now. Like, so I put that stuff in there so he could at least know your girl's lying to you, dog. And I think he knows that. I think he's seen the text messages because he referenced, even in his little stream, he took messages from our fucking Discord and put them on the screen. Messages that, no, I don't think anybody else put out yet. So unless if she's going through and clearing certain messages, which she might be doing because it looked like she did that on Twitter, then he's seen the shit. And he knows what really happened, but he's just lying. Like, even like when he was acting like, oh, she never was going to ever have interest in anybody else IRL. Dog, what are you talking about? Even at, like, we talked extensively about what would happen when she flew out here. Like, yeah, first the guys was, you just gonna do some girl, whatever. But 2 days later, she was like, no, I'm getting out of the marriage completely, blah, 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 blah. She even admitted when she was talking to Tom, she had to call me for that one because she was scared that I'm gonna stop talking to her when she got rid of Hunter because I told her not to do that. I said, we don't need this nigga acting like a little bitch and just trying to ruin your life. So please don't get rid of this nigga. Let's be tactical. If you really, really desperately want to be rid of this nigga, at least let's do that shit in the future, blah, blah, blah. But I think he's seen enough. I think this dude's seen enough. I think like Stardust, and I hate to say her name, but like she's seen enough because she was posting shit directly from our messages. She's posting shit, she's quoting the tweets, the DMs. That's the main reason why I showed Chud that shit. Because, and even, I showed Ginger some shit now, but it's like at first I wasn't showing nobody none of that shit because I didn't think it needed to be seen. But then they're putting them out, but they're like putting out just little chunks that make it seem like, oh, he's in love with her. Like she took tweets. I was just throwing, because I always might throw out some bait tweets and shit about like, damn, I'm looking for a girlfriend, blah, blah, blah. She's like, he was saying that about her. And I'm like, whoa. Me and you were talking in DMs. I went to Stardust. Don't get it twisted. I went to Stardust because I seen her coverage and I felt like she was getting a lot of shit wrong. So I went to her to correct the record. And then she went to Carissa and Hunter to do the hit piece. Like, that's the only way it could have happened because if she didn't come to me, I came to Stardust. Stardust pretended like she was only talking to me. I then went and talked to Hunter and Carissa and coordinated things with the three of them. Got messages that only could have came from Carissa's phone. And Hunter, like, it was just like, dog, Hunter, you're in on it. At this point, I thought you might be a victim, but you're in on it, dog. And it might be for, you know, he was a victim at first, but he didn't want to admit it. So he's like, I'm riding with my wife. But dog, you made the wrong decision. You should have just kept it real and just been like, your chick cheated. It is what it is. Everybody in this call, well, maybe not sick, but y'all seen that the sex shit started in the first week. Like the first day we were talking sexual. This idea that like, well, they only started talking sexual after the 15th when he forced her to. That just didn't happen. And everyone's seen enough, including you, unless if she just erased all that shit before you got to it. But I have a hard time.
No. The whole reason when I was questioning her, the reason why I kept specifically bringing up like the 15th and 24th or 24th is because that's just what I had already in front of me. I like a lot of the shit that I have saved is in different folders, and I didn't want to hold on.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Hunter specifically in his recent video claimed that this is when the turning point happened. Look, he was pressuring her. He told her, hey, you're not going to make a dime in this business if you don't start engaging with me sexually. And it's like, dummy, you don't realize we were talking sex. And I think maybe he does, and he just didn't realize I still had the information or that I would put it out. Because honestly, I misplayed a lot of this just by thinking they were smarter than they were. Because I didn't expect, like, I thought he'd know. If you put out some doctored fucking screenshots, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to put out the full screenshots, dummy. I'm going to do it every single time. And every time I do it, they act surprised. When she did her little fake bullshit saying, oh, look, did you not think I was going to put out the screenshot? We're still following each other. I'm going to connect. When I blocked her, then I unblocked her. So we weren't following each other, but like I still have access to your shit. Did you not think I'm going to tweet it right on the thing to make sure everyone sees it? Like, why did you think you could cut it off right there? And I wouldn't just add more context. Like the things that they lie about. That's the part that surprised me. Like Hunter, dog, and I'm talking to you directly, Hunter. All this tough guy shit, all this cope, no one's buying it. No one's buying it.
Listen
the
up,
girl
buddy.
is cheating, and you look more like a man ever if you just owned it. Like niggas get cheated on. I've been cheated on. When I was 19, I had my heart broke, dog. Hey, it happens. Just own that shit. Just say, hey, the girl was lying to me. She was cheating, and I'm not with her no more. That'll be the end of it. But like motherfuckers keep trying to like even she told me when we was on the phone that, well, I had to say that because of, I'm like, no, you didn't. Dog, like just take your licking. Take it. Just, it happened. The truth is out there. You can't be mad at me for telling the truth. Maybe motherfuckers can be, but I don't think motherfuckers should be that mad at me for keeping it real. So just own up to it. Like, honestly, I thought, because she put out that red lingerie shit on Twitter, I thought what was going on is that she was going to tell everyone I have an OnlyFans, come subscribe. That's what I thought that was about, because she put it on her sex one first, decided to take it off of there and put it on her real one. So I was like, oh shit, like you feel like telling the world. Do what you want to do. I ain't mad at that. But now, like, I don't know. I feel like they just kept it real. She could have came out and even looked good. She'd have been like, yeah, I like what I like. Hey, I'm a freak. If you want to see some of that shit, sign up to my OnlyFans. She could have made a bag. Hey, she'd have made way more than that 8,000 if she'd just monetized the shit. But instead, she wants to play the holy water shit. Like, she on the phone going, I will never make an OnlyFans again. I learned my lesson. Bitch, what are you talking about? You gonna be depressed in a motherfucker living that way. We talk for so many hours. I know you gonna be depressed as fuck if you don't do no type of sex work.
Not only that, but
No,
I mean,
go
like, so with some of the girls that you've talked to, you know, I guess like mostly since OnlyFans has started, you know, like what majority of the ones you say that come up to you, approach you, that know what you do, are the ones that are like looking for quick money, that think that they can put out a couple videos, make 10 grand, and then just bail out like the internet never saw them. Because this is clearly what she thought she could probably do, even though she is married to the smuggest, most condescending loser fuck I've ever seen on the internet.
You know what's funny is I want to answer your question, but I don't want to miss the second part because I actually think that you're wrong. I don't think that's what she had at all. Like, I think her idea was, I hate my life and I want a new life. I want your life. And that's why we fought so much about her getting rid of Hunter, because of she wanted to shed all of that shit. But it's hard to, because you got kids with him. So it's like you could only shed so much of that life. Like her parents are super Christians. She's got a dude who's like public and like vanilla and weird and shit. She's got kids with them, so she can't really be beefing with them. But like, I don't think it's that I was so special or that I was so pretty. I think what she really fell in love with was the idea that I could get out of this life that makes me depressed. Like, this bitch is on pills. Like, both of them are on pills to keep them from killing themselves. So it's like, she, even without me, she was gonna break up with him eventually. Like, when he's showing what we've been thinking about breaking up for a year. No fucking shit, you idiot. She has to live with you, nigga. You don't help out with the kids? Of course she wants to leave your ass. What the fuck? No one's surprised by that. So, like, I don't think it was like she wants to make a quick bag. I think she wanted a whole new life. I think she got greedy. Like, she wanted that new life, but she didn't want to commit to getting rid of the old life. So it's like now she's stuck in a place where she has to front. Because when it got hot, instead of just owning who she was, she said, no, I'm not a slut. I was just doing it for money and because I really need an apartment and blah, 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 and all this shit that doesn't make sense. When really she should have said, I love dick and I feel like this is okay. And so I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. And if my kids get harassed earlier, well, that means that y'all kids are pieces of shit, not my kids. That's how I'd have handled it. Just keep that shit all the way 100. But just, it's the lies that you did. Like, maybe people don't agree with me, but I feel like you could truth your way out of anything. Like, if she'd have just said, this is who I am, I feel like, yeah, she'd have took a beating, but only from the weirdos. Only from the red pill dudes and the dudes trying to make comedy for their channels. Sorry, but even like, Chud, you a bit of a weirdo in that way. Sick is a bit of a weirdo in that way. Like, but y'all in the content game. Y'all put content over everything. I get it. But just like the way y'all call me names 100 times a day, that didn't make me go, oh no, I'm not who I am and I don't do what I do. I go, nah, I am who I am. And yeah, people like Sick are gonna call me, scumbags 24 times a video. People like Chud are gonna call me sleazy pimps and shit 20 times a video. Now,
okay, listen, Kingston, I'll take that, but I just want to say, I found one thing I just found funny was the racial element of the gangbang. That was quite funny to me. So it wasn't even necessarily just calling you a pimp. There's other parts too. Okay.
Man, you called me sleazy like 100 times. That shit was actually funny. Like, I felt like I should take a shot every time you said this.
The thing is, okay, I think the reason that I call you sleazy is because it's like trying to find a word to criticize you in a way that isn't excessive, but it kind of gets to like.
Yeah, but I don't mind it. I'm not playing the victim. Like, it doesn't bother me.
Sure.
Like that.
But I'm not looking at you because I don't look at you and I think, oh, you're like a terrible person. Like, you're playing the game. I get that. You're playing your game. I'm playing my game. But I just didn't want people to think that I was looking at you and thinking you're a paragon of virtue and have done nothing wrong. Because obviously, that's all.
I get it. Like, I do get it. Like, sincerely, I'm just saying that like people are gonna say what they're gonna say. You're gonna take the hit. Being yourself means that. So just be yourself. You like real shit. She can't be happy because what she did is instead of running out into the open and being herself, she ran back in the closet. It's like a gay dude who got caught sucking dick. And instead of just admitting you like sucking dick, she's like, I'll never do it again. This was a weak moment. That's not who I am. I promise I'll never suck dick again. Nigga, you love dick, just go love dick. Just go do that. And just if anybody got something bad to say, fuck them niggas. Like, for real.
Okay. Right. Is there anything else you wanted to get to? Because I need to go to bed soon. I don't know if you want to keep this going.
14 hours too long to stream?
Yeah. I mean, sorry, can you go on?
No, go ahead.
Do you guys mind if I ask just a quick question?
Yeah, sure.
Just a hypothetical. Everybody can throw in, whatever their take might be on this. But like, so what does Hunter actually do now? And I'm not talking some meta psychological shit. I'm not talking about he needs to be a boss or whatever. What I'm talking about was what does he literally do with his career? Because he either stays in the content game, or he gets out and becomes a bag boy or whatever fucking job he did before he was making fucking bullshit YouTube videos. So I have my theory. I'd like to hear what you guys think he's actually going to do or what he should do.
I think he has a. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What I think Hunter should do, and what I thought he should have did from out the gate, I thought he should have never took any time off. He should have just addressed it honestly and just been like, hey, niggas get cheated on. It don't say nothing about me. I was loyal. I'm not the one who did the cheating. It happens. And he should have just powered through it. Yeah, they gonna insult you. Them red pill niggas is idiots anyway. They gonna insult you for everything. Like even when them niggas was covering the video, they was insulting me. Like, oh my God, look at how he's talking. He's okay with it. I don't give a fuck. You incel motherfuckers can't judge me. Like, just power through that shit. Just do your job, nigga. Make the videos that you was gonna make, have the debates, and when they say that weirdo shit, laugh at these niggas. That's
Okay,
my
so you're saying you're basically saying like he should stay on brand, like
yeah.
this is
I mean, but
just
be
like
more
a little
honest.
bump in
I
the
think
road.
his brand was false. I think his brand was fraudulent. So be more honest in general. Like all that, like I'm the most leftist lefty ever. You're lying, dog. You're lying. Like he's lying. Like even when we had our trans debate, the reason it went the way he went is because he wouldn't admit that you either have to let everyone say they're trans or you have to gatekeep. You can't have it any other way. There's no third option. And he didn't want to admit that. So instead, he just bugged out and started screaming. And it's like, y'all could go watch the clip. I have it somewhere on a computer. But it's like, if he was just more honest, with even like right now, like now he's like, I'm actually thinking about Christianity again. Nigga, shut the fuck up with all this weird shit and just be yourself. Just be yourself, nigga.
I'm just gonna chime in real quick. What I think, what he needs to do is climb to the top of some big fucking mountain and just disappear for like 6 months and come back red pilled as fuck and do a podcast tour. Because I'm telling you, like because that story everybody's gonna want to hear, and if he wants to stay in the content game, just go red pill, dude. If you're listening to me, Hunter, I'm telling you right now, go walk up some mountain, go talk to some guru, eat some magical herb, say a fucking prayer, do whatever you got to do, but come back and just destroy everybody. And you're not going to do that with that blue pill fake alpha shit, right? You're going to have to go red pill. But the point is, you're going to make money. You're going to have a good time doing it, man. You just destroy your enemies.
When he said go to the mountaintop, I thought he was going to say something completely different.
I think we all did.
Personally, I think he's got a red pill route, but not so much. I'm sorry, he's never climbing a mountain. I just don't see it in him. But he's got like the Sneeko route, which is like crying that he's damaged by this girl who like wanted to fuck a bunch of black dudes and stuff like that. You know, just double down on the fact that all women are hoes and that he's got this new perspective and shit. Like, I mean, yeah, the red pill route actually isn't like a bad way to go, in my opinion.
I mean, personally, I just think I think that, you know, Hunter has demonstrated a lot of vulnerabilities and how he's dealt with this, and people are just going to prod at that. So yeah, I think it is correct. He should have just streamed. He should have streamed through it. I mean, he probably doesn't believe the red pill stuff. He seems to believe the opposite, which is fine if he wants to believe that. But yeah, I think this kind of coping that you've seen from him just looks really bad. He looks really insecure about a lot of this stuff. So yeah, Ginger, any thoughts on that?
No, I agree with you. He handled this terribly. He should have just kept his head down, and not doubled down on a bunch of shit that really made him look like a complete jackass.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure, of course.
Even at least if you're gonna lie about it, call your wife and get the timeline together. Like the idea that he jumped out the window and was like, you can reference the dates. I was looking at that like, do you know that people are going to reference, they're going to go look at the dates. Like, and that's why at first I really thought he didn't know, because who says something like that? Like they broke up like on the 27th and he's like, they didn't start talking until afterwards. Look at the dates. Like, all right, dog. Like, I don't know. That's y'all boy though. That was both of your friends, like Chud and Sick. That was the homie.
I don't know Hunter at all, actually. Yeah.
Okay, look, I got a lot of stick for the way I covered it and all that. Sure, I'm not saying like I disliked Hunter, but we weren't best buds. I don't feel like I owed him anything really, and I think I covered it fairly reasonably in terms of my takes, if not a few too many jokes about the gangbang. Okay, listen, guys, I don't want to. I'm gonna leave the call. I don't know if you guys want to continue. Is if there's anything else?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I think the party's over.
Yeah, it's been fun though, Kingston. Thanks for coming on. Obviously, Appreciate you coming on and being challenged on some of this stuff. Hopefully you've had a good time.
I'm good. Like I thrive under like because I feel like my truth was so like I could always rely on that. Like I ain't even got to go off my notes. I do all this shit off memory because I'm telling the truth. So I'm always gonna be good.
No worries.
Okay,
Good stuff.
everybody, I'm streaming right now. Go follow me, Sick Unchained. Chud, thank you. Bye. Later.
No worries. Cheers. Bye bye. Okay. Ginger, do you want to shout yourself out?
Ginger Ramoth on Twitch and everywhere. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure.
Follow Ginger.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think she dabbles in a bit of the, something or other. I don't think it's full OnlyFans stuff, but I don't know. Maybe there's a connection you made there. I don't know.
No, I said like I handpicked Ginger because of I watched the panel and I thought she did good. She was reasonable, but I wanted a woman who was gonna be critical of me. Like I wanted that. Like so her like coming at me hard. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I told her, hey, I handpicked you because I know you got some shit for me. I watched you on that panel. You was asking good questions. You got some shit for me. So come and give it, like, don't guess in a crowd full of weirdos. Give me that shit. Give me all the questions, put my feet to the fire, and let's see what happens. And like, I fuck with Ginger for that. Like, I don't think we see eye to eye on everything, but she did what she was supposed to do, where she came with the fire. And it's like, yeah, nigga.
Okay. Leggett Lennis, anything to shout out for yourself?
Hey, yeah.
Nah, I'm about to-
Thanks for having me on, Chud. At Leggett_Lanius_Jr. on Twitch. I just do some degen late night, finance streaming with a little bit of light gaming, dying a bunch in Halo. I will say I want to just quote one Mr. DK, I think like a month or two back when you were doing a fucking stream that was like, I think 16 hours long or 18 hours long. And then like Lav jumped into the stream and you made a shit ton of money just fucking berating her. And then afterwards you jumped on a stream with Destiny and you were just talking a little bit. And then after that call was ended, you had a quick call with DK and you were saying something like, so how do you feel about things? Like what's going on? And DK said,
hey,
what?
my fault, but let me. I'm about to hit the button. I didn't want to interrupt
worries.
y'all.
That's cool. No worries, Kingston.
But take off. All right, y'all have a good one.
Thanks. Have a good one. Catch you later. Bye bye.
My bad. That was a little bad. But DK said to you, he said, the state of Chud Nation is strong. And that was just a full stop right there. And I think you're doing a great job. So thanks for having me on, and
Thanks very
talk
much.
to you guys later.
Have a good one. Bye bye.